Okay, we're live on YouTube. Let's get the TikTok going. What's going on here? Hold on. Let's start this over. Want to get the TikTok live going. I don't know why that wasn't starting up for me. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. We should be live now on TikTok as well. Let me just move some stuff around. What's up? Okay, someone in YouTube chat named JQ6056. I hope that JQ doesn't stand for what I think it does. Maybe those are just your initials or something. Okay. Spewing tonight, Trump, the mistake of the union. Yeah, it's not going to be great. I'm already assuming. And he said it's going to be a very long speech, which we already know how much Trump loves to meander and waste our time. Let's see if we can get some debates going today. And hold on, it's my initials. Okay. Good to know. That was a close call early. Yeah, we're live all day today, folks. Make sure you guys are double tapping the screen, following up above, watching on YouTube, subscribing, following, all that stuff. Get ready for that 8-hour shift. Yeah, it's going to be probably longer than 8 hours because Trump's saying that this is going to be a super long State of the Union speech, which I don't know what long for Trump means because I think his last one was like 90 minutes. If this shit goes over 2 hours, bro, we'll see. We'll see what the vibes are. But I want to see if we can get any debates going. If not, maybe we'll cover some news and do some reaction stuff. Getting lit tonight? Yeah, let's go. Hold on. Does anyone here understand? So for Zoom, I have the free version of Zoom. And if I have a meeting scheduled like that I've created, let's say for like 4:30 p.m., from 4:30 p.m. to 5:15 p.m., and then let's say that I actually end up starting the meeting at like 4:45, does it like automatically end at 5:15 or like there's all these weird limits on the free version of Zoom and I'm not fucking paying for that shit, bro. I could be a billionaire and I wouldn't pay for Zoom. I deleted Zoom since 2022. How much does it cost? I don't even know how much it costs. I actually have no clue. Let's see. Upgrade today. $160 a year or $17 that's more than Netflix, bro. Use Google Meets. It's too late. I already have my interview scheduled on Zoom. One of them scheduled for 4:30 p.m. But Miss Owens, Lindsay Owens, the economist I'm speaking to, may be running a little bit late, more like 4:45 or 5. And I just want to be sure that if we start the meeting then, it's not just going to time out. But it should be okay. Hold on. Meetings. I'll just check in the meantime. And make sure you guys are double tapping the screen in the meanwhile. I do want to get some debates going. We are going to have a lot of coverage today of the recent polling, recent news events, bunch of stuff. We have to find some way to fill in these next 9 hours, whatever it may be, or at least the next 7 hours until I believe the speech starts at 9 p.m., right? Okay, let's see. Do you have to... Can you start a Zoom call after the scheduled time? Okay, the link remains valid. Okay, that's all I wanted to check. More corrupt president in non-modern history? I'm unaware of one. I am too, but the thing is, with history beyond before the maybe late 20th century, my knowledge is just not as strong. So some dude's gonna come in and say, "Oh, did you know that like John Adams' uncle in fucking the Cretaceous period once he sold a piece of corn?" And it becomes so pedantic and unnecessarily specific at that point. It's the same thing these people do for court defiance. If you talk about court defiance, you're like, well, Andrew Jackson that one time. Okay. If we don't have any debates right now, which I'm not too surprised, I want to pull something up that I've been seeing clips of that was a little bit disappointing to me. I saw that Jon Stewart spoke to an economist on his podcast, and he didn't really understand economics, which I don't expect him to, but I saw some clips that were a little bit hard to watch. Is AFPAC like a Nick Fuentes guy? Or is there some other meaning of that I'm not aware of? Let's see. Actually, we should also probably cover some of the recent polling. Trump is historically unpopular going into the State of the Union speech. I believe I saw a poll that he's less popular now than he was after January 6th. I'm a you guy? Okay, good to know. Hey, how old are you?
34.
Do you disagree with any of the prompts on the screen right now?
Pretty much all of them. Yeah.
Sure. Even the second one?
He's the most corrupt president in modern history. Yes,
yeah.
even that one.
Who's more corrupt than him in modern history?
Hillary Clinton, for sure.
Hillary Clinton enriched herself to the tune of billions of dollars by leveraging her government power?
Can you provide me evidence as he actually leveraged his government power anywhere?
Yeah, so he has this company that him and the Witkoffs have. Steve Witkoff is his emissary to the Middle East in many cases, called World Liberty Financial. They have a stable coin called USD1, and what you saw happening a few months ago is that Binance and the UAE did a $2 billion deal using Trump's stablecoin. Prior to this point, no one was using the stablecoin. It was a brand new currency in that market. It was not being used. The market cap, I believe, went up over 10x because of this deal. Right after this $2 billion deal between Binance and the UAE, Trump gives the UAE access to AI chips we had previously blocked them from, and he pardons the former criminal CEO of Binance. And of course, his family was enriched to the tune of tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars from this deal. Is there anything Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden has done to that scale?
So you have absolutely no real numbers, is what you're saying?
I
because
just
10
gave
to
you
100
multiple
million
numbers.
is a gigantic. Actually, you gave me a range of numbers, which means you don't have any actual
The treasury
numbers.
yields on USD1, according to the $2 billion deal that was done, would pay the Trump family $70 to $80 million annually. The reason I said it could be hundreds of millions as well is because the actual value can fluctuate going forward. But as it currently stands, it's going to be $70 to $80 million.
Last I checked, isn't Trump a billionaire?
Yeah, and he's added $3 billion to his net worth since he became president. And $1 billion of that is from crypto scams, including this one. So I just want to know, you brought up Hillary Clinton. What has Hillary Clinton done that's anywhere near that scale?
To your net worth.
What has Hillary Clinton ever done that's on the scale of Trump's billion-dollar corruption schemes?
She's a lot of people.
Your audio's cutting in and out.
She basically owns an entire country. I don't know if you know about that. But
that's like a cute slogan or like a bumper sticker for a car, but I need to know, when did she use her government power to enrich herself to the tune of hundreds of millions or billions of dollars, like Trump has done? Because I'm not saying there's no corruption that exists. I'm saying that Trump is the most corrupt. Come again?
Okay. Well, it's just a personal opinion.
Well, no, we can actually
you have
monetarily
no sufficient
compare.
Evidence to back your claim.
I mean, Trump's net worth increased by $3 billion since he became president, right?
You gave me a range of numbers.
That was one.
Yeah, but you're just using a false
scheme.
Correlation, right?
Are you this naive?
Yeah, but you're just using a false
correlation.
correlation. You don't know. You don't know what. Are you just going to talk every time I say that you have absolutely no way to prove that he's using
I gave you evidence
corruptness
you just don't like
to
the evidence.
Influence somebody to gain? You didn't give me evidence. You gave me your opinion.
No, I gave you actual facts and figures on the
UAE that's not evidence.
And Binance deal.
No,
that is evidence that exists.
You gave me an opinion piece.
It's
No,
an
you gave me
opinion
an
piece. My
opinion
opinion
piece.
that this $2 billion deal took place. It's
I don't
just a
think you know what
figment of my
evidence is.
imagination.
So even if it's $2 billion deal,
Okay, your
you have
audio's
to
cutting in
then
and out. Are
prove,
you on
right,
solid
that
Wi-Fi
he
right now, or
did it
are you on data?
specifically for his own financial gain. My audio is not cutting in and out.
It was. Now I can hear you. Go ahead.
You're just giving me your opinion.
No, I gave you the name of a
You're just
deal. I
giving
can
me your
also give
opinion.
you
That's all
Trump
you've
coin
done.
as well. Thanks to Trump coin through fees and trading, Trump has gained $900 million in net worth from anonymous sources. And by the way, the top holders of Trump coin were invited to the White House. That is literally him using a private cryptocurrency to enrich himself from foreign donors by and large, or foreign buyers who are then being invited into the White House. And Forbes has run stories on this that, again, if you combine all of Trump's crypto schemes and all of the family business deals he's had going on with foreign heads of state, since he became president, his net worth has gone up billions of dollars. Now, you can just say, oh, that's just your opinion, bro, but you're not engaging with any of the evidence if you say that.
I don't need to, because you're just
You
claiming
don't
it's
need
a
to engage with
scheme,
evidence?
and then it's an opinion piece. I don't have to engage with it.
You don't
It's
have
bullshit.
to engage with evidence.
No, it's not evidence. It's an opinion piece. You claiming something's a scheme isn't
Yes,
proof that it is in
I'll
fact
go
a
through this.
scheme,
I'm
or is in
making
fact
an affirmative
non-legal,
claim.
right? That's just your opinion.
Okay, I'm making an affirmative claim, which is my opinion, and then I backed up my affirmative claim / opinion with evidence and examples, which substantiate it. And all you have done is say, you
If
haven't
it was
actually said
illegal,
anything.
if it was an illegal quote unquote scheme, right? If it's an illegal
Illegal?
quote unquote
Who said
scheme,
illegal?
right?
Who said
then
illegal?
why has nobody sued or pressed charges?
No, the Supreme
Oh,
Court immunity decision
scheme. So
legalized
schemes are
bribery for the
legal,
president.
correct?
You understand that, right?
So then there's been no corruption.
I don't know if you're not hearing what I'm saying.
You just admitted that there was no corruption.
I said it's not
I don't think
illegal
you're
because
hearing
the
what you're saying. You
Supreme
just
Court
admitted
legalized
there was no
bribery for
corruption.
the president.
You just admitted that there was no corruption. You just admitted it out
I
loud.
must be losing
How are you
my
gonna walk it
mind.
back?
I have
Go ahead.
no recollection of saying that. I said it's not
You
illegal.
literally just said
I
the
said it's not
Supreme
illegal.
Court ruled.
What did I
Right.
say?
So therefore, it's not corruption, correct?
No, I don't think you understood. It's corruption, but it's not illegal thanks to the Supreme Court presidential immunity decision. Does that make sense?
Okay. So it's not corrupt.
Do you understand the difference between corruption and criminality? Are those always the same thing?
Do you understand that in
It's a
order
simple
for
question.
a politician to be corrupt,
I'd love for you to engage with a single point I've made
they would
today.
have to be taking like bribes? It would have to be illegal.
No, the president can't commit crimes thanks to the Supreme Court's immunity decision. I don't know if you're familiar with this. The president, if he engages in criminal acts, cannot actually face criminal liability because of the Trump versus United States decision from the Supreme Court.
So then when he's not the president, what will happen?
When he's not the president, he no longer has that protection. So if he commits crimes while he's not president, he can face indictments. But crimes that he commits while he's president, he's immune as per the Supreme Court.
Well, wouldn't they be able to try him afterwards once he's no longer president?
No, because the acts he committed while president are immune from prosecution forever.
Oh, it's a forever deal?
The things that you do while you are president are immune.
That makes literally
from
no
criminal
sense logically,
prosecution.
right?
I
You
agree. It was a
obviously don't
horrible Supreme Court decision. I agree.
You're obviously misrepresenting the Supreme Court
Okay,
position.
tell me how to
obviously
properly
heavily.
represent it then.
I don't know, but you're
Oh, so
misrepresenting
you just
it because
don't
they
like
would
my
never make that
opinion,
ruling.
so you say I'm misrepresenting
No,
it because
I'm
you don't
just
even
using
know.
logic. I'm just using logic
Facts and
to
logic.
understand that
Holy
there's
shit, we
no
got Ben
way you're
Shapiro.
telling the truth, right?
Okay, so then tell me, what am I lying about?
You're just lying.
Okay, tell
You're
me what I'm lying
frameworking.
about.
I don't have to.
You don't have to. You can just make claims without evidence to dispute the claims that I'm making with evidence. Holy shit, 10,000 IQ.
You're lying. Yeah, watch. That same thing you're doing, I'm now doing it. You're mad?
No, I'm just confused. I don't know what you're trying to do right now. What's the play
Are
here?
you mad?
I'm furious.
There is no play. You get to lie, I get to lie. See how it works?
What was that?
I said you get to lie, I get to lie. See how that works?
So the Supreme Court decision isn't real? Am I lying about that, or how does that work? He's not on you? Yeah, low-key he is. But let's see.
The
I'm
Supreme
sure he has
Court
something for
system
us.
decision was real.
Okay, it was
Just
real.
You're just, in a way, illogical. You're stating that the Supreme Court has ruled that a president can do illegal things whilst president and never be held accountable. That's not correct.
Okay, then tell me how it's incorrect.
I don't have to.
Because
It's not correct.
I
That
actually
makes
read
no
the
sense
Supreme
logically.
Court decision when it came out. It was a horrible
Read
decision.
it again. You must
one
have
of the
missed
worst.
something.
Amy Coney Barrett, even though she was part of the majority, wrote a partial dissent in the decision where she said that this has essentially legalized bribery for the president. She herself, a Trump appointee, said this in her partial dissent at the end of the decision.
So, again, you're making the statement a president can commit any crimes and will not be held accountable and cannot be held
If
accountable.
he does it while
after.
president with presidential powers, yes. Which is why I said
Okay,
after
so
he
now-
leaves
now
office,
we've-
he's no longer immune.
Oh, before you said he was immune even after leaving office.
That's actually not at all what I said. I said he's
That is
immune.
exactly what you said.
He's immune forever for acts he committed while president because those have a shield around them. Acts he commits outside of the presidency, he's not immune. Does that make sense?
Okay, so he can only commit crimes whilst the president. The Supreme Court ruled that presidents are now allowed to commit as many crimes as they want as long as they're president while they're president and can't be held accountable afterwards.
Mhm.
That's what you're stating.
Yes.
Okay.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that a horrible
Yeah,
decision from the Supreme Court?
if it were true, that would be crazy.
It is true, so it is crazy. I'm glad we agree on this.
If it were true, it would be crazy. Yeah.
And it is crazy because it is true. So I'm glad we can agree.
Yeah, we don't agree because you're just frameworking something.
Oh no, not the framework.
If I
Okay,
had a
can you-
computer, I would be able to
counter
disprove you
framework?
instantaneously.
You can just pull up on your phone presidential immunity Supreme
No, I
Court
can't
decision.
because I'll teacup.
Trump's lawyer literally argued in this court case, and it seems to have stood up thanks to the decision, that the president could order SEAL Team 6 to take out a political opponent, and he still could not face prosecution for that. Isn't that insane? There's audio of Trump's lawyer arguing this to the Supreme Court.
Cool.
Is that also just my opinion?
Yeah. You're mad.
I'm furious. How dare
You're
you?
now mad that lawfare is being used against political opponents. Oh
I'm
no,
furious.
so sad.
My blood is boiling. So sad.
Where was your anger? Like, I don't know, a couple
When
years
the
back
Biden administration
when they
came
cooked
after Donald
when they cooked
Trump.
a Russian dossier. Let's start at the Clintons. How about that?
The
When they
Clintons.
cooked
Why
a
are you
fake
pivoting
Russian dossier.
so hard from Trump's corruption, which is the topic we were just discussing?
I don't care if he's corrupt or not. Your side's
Oh, so
losing.
you concede that he is the most corrupt president in modern history? Because earlier you were
I
fighting
didn't.
me on that. You're saying
I
Hillary's more
could care
corrupt.
less whether he's corrupt or not.
Okay, so you actually concede he's the most corrupt
All
president in modern
politicians
history,
are.
but you just don't care.
No, I didn't concede that.
Okay, so
I
he's
said
not the
he
most
is corrupt. Yeah.
Well, most, right? I'm saying most. Obviously, corruption exists across
all
the board.
politicians are corrupt. Yeah.
Congratulations. Now, there's this thing called severity. There's a scale of how corrupt someone could
Yes,
be.
yeah.
And my argument
And
is
it's your
he is
opinion.
the most corrupt. And it's an opinion
Right,
that
and
I
that is an
hold
opinion you have.
based on evidence, and you're not engaging with
I'm
the
glad-
evidence.
I'm glad you agree now that finally that it's no longer a fact and it's an opinion. Thank
Well,
you.
opinions can be substantiated by evidence. Yes, this is correct, which is why I stated my
Right,
opinions
but-
on the screen.
But
and
you
then
are
I gave
admitting it is
evidence for those
unfactual.
opinions.
Right. But you are
I did
admitting it's
everything
unfactual
right and they
just opinion
indicted
based.
me.
Come again?
And just bad
Said you are
news,
admitting
bad
it's
things are happening.
unfactual and just opinion based.
Unfactual. No, take it back. What do you mean unfactual?
You just said it was unfactual. You don't even remember what you said.
Do you
13
understand what an
seconds ago.
affirmative claim is?
Yes, I understand.
If
what
I make an affirmative
claim is.
claim, it could be an opinion of mine, but then I could substantiate that opinion by providing evidence, right?
Right. But
Right.
then
So
you would
I've
have
given
to
you
provide
now
enough
3
evidence to change my
examples.
mind,
I've
and you
given
have not.
Well, yeah, because you don't want to change your mind. You have TDS,
No, it's because you haven't.
Trump devotion
You
syndrome.
haven't given me enough sufficient evidence.
Yeah, because there's no such thing as sufficient evidence for you, because every piece of evidence I've given you, you've just said, nuh-uh, essentially.
Sure, there is.
Come again?
Well, let's look at your guys'
And
let's
just
look at your
bad
guys'
news,
history
bad
here.
things are happening.
So we got a faked cook Russian dossier. We then have elevated.
I know you
misdemeanors
want to run
felonies
away
that
from the
shouldn't
topic of Trump's
exist.
corruption.
Then we've
You're pivoting so hard, my neck might
got
break.
two, now 3 plan. I think I would. I'm just going over your guys' history on
You're
why I
pivoting
don't
from the
believe you.
discussion we were having about Trump's crypto scams.
I'm just giving you your history and
You're
why
running.
I don't believe anything that your party has
You're a
to say.
track star. You're
Nobody's
running. You're gonna break Usain Bolt's speed record, bro. Come on.
You guys
let's
love
go
to
topic
framework
by
instead
topic.
of talk about things. We get that.
Is framework a verb?
Yeah, like you're frameworking right now.
I did not
You're
know
frameworking
this.
that I'm running.
I did everything right. I did everything right, and they indicted me.
I'm not seeing framework as a verb. I know it's a noun. What does frameworking mean? I'm genuinely asking what that means, so I can stop doing it if it's bothering you. You okay?
I just made it a verb.
Cool. So can you
It's a
share the
verb now.
definition of that
You're
verb
welcome.
with us then, so I can stop frameworking so much, because I don't want to disturb you in this
Yes,
conversation.
frameworking when you take a situation and you try to alter the appearance to others, right?
Oh,
to
you mean
try
like
to make them believe
misrepresentation?
something that's not happening. Yeah, like misrepresentation.
Okay, so
would
what
be a
am I
great term.
misrepresenting?
Well, you just misrepresented that I was running from you. Nobody's running from you. You're not even moderately scary. You're some Indian dweeb. You're probably a Muslim, and that's why you don't like Trump, would be my guess.
Let me guess. You want to protect Western civilization from the dirty browns? Is that the extent of your political sophistication? Is this how you think about
No.
things?
I think Muslims are incorrect. I think most religious zealots are incorrect.
Are you on Trump Mobile? Why is
Yeah.
your audio cutting in
Guys
and out
make
like that?
me sick.
Your sorry, your racist tirade got cut off by your bad reception.
I'm not about to go back.
I did everything
A
right, and
racist
they
tirade
indicted
because you're
me.
Muslim and I'm
I
correct.
did everything
That makes me
right, and
racist.
they
No, because you got
indicted me.
removed Jordan because okay, yeah, bye. You know what's so crazy? Why is TikTok restricting my visibility on my live because of a guest who's a bad person? How does that make any sense? 10-minute restriction on the live. If you guys are watching and enjoying, by the way, make sure you guys are double tapping the screen, following up above on TikTok, subscribing on YouTube. I am live on YouTube as well right now. And join the Discord. It's free. Host about to cry. I've been crying, bro. This is not water. It's all my liberal tears. Okay. At this point, I don't even think Satan wants Trump. Yeah, probably not. Okay, let's continue. You need to learn how to kick toxic people much faster. No, I like rage baiting them a little bit before I kick them. Hey, how old are you?
I'm 21. I'm not a Trump supporter. I just have one quick two-part question for you.
Okay, super quick.
Yeah, one, what are your top 3 policies for the next Democratic presidential nominee?
Mm-hmm.
And 2, if you have one, who would be your favorite candidate?
Okay, good questions. I appreciate you for watching. I'll answer these quickly. Top 3 policies I want to see Democrats pursue if they get back into power would be a public option for healthcare, a massive expansion of education, such as making public colleges tuition-free and increasing funding and pay for public school teachers and public schools more broadly, creating competitive incentives to improve educational outcomes like test scores for students. And then number 3 would be some kind of investment in an interstate public transit system, some kind of railway that connects the contiguous United States. So healthcare, education, public transit are my top 3. When it comes to my top pick for 2028, it's a little bit too soon to say, but for me it is James Tallarico, which again, that's all moot if he loses the primary or if he loses the general in Texas, but I have a feeling that he can pull it off in Texas. And if a Democrat flips a statewide race in Texas, they immediately are now at the front of the pack for 2028 nominee for Democrats. So again, it's a little bit early to be saying for sure who's going to be the nominee, or who should be the nominee, but that's where I'm leaning at this moment right now. Tallarico is not just smart, he's a very good communicator. Very good communicator. Hey, how old are you?
29.
One more time?
29.
29. And do you disagree with any of the prompts on the screen right now?
Yeah.
Okay, which ones?
I don't necessarily think Trump is a threat to this country.
Okay, I think he is because he's an authoritarian. Would you agree with me that authoritarianism is a threat to this country if it was to exist?
Yeah, but that's opinionated.
Sure, I just want to clarify. Before I establish that Trump is an authoritarian, I'm just saying hypothetically, if a president was an authoritarian, then you'd agree that that given president would be a threat, right? You just don't think Trump
Yeah,
is one.
I'm not going to agree with that because you're going to try to put words into my mouth.
No. I just want to clarify. I know you don't think Trump is an authoritarian, right?
No.
But if he was an authoritarian, then you'd agree that he's a threat. But you just don't think he is an authoritarian. I just want to clarify that. Because some people I talk to like authoritarianism. That's why I'm asking.
No. I mean, I don't think he's authoritarian, no.
I'm just clarifying. Do you think authoritarianism is bad?
Yes.
Okay. So you just don't think Trump is one. I'm going to ask you now, do you think that we have certain rights in this country that if the government tries to violate them intentionally and repeatedly, it might make them authoritarian? Like the Bill of Rights, free speech, due process, all these things.
Yeah, but I know where you're going with this, and all presidents are guilty of restricting freedom of speech.
Well, the only president I can think of, and you can correct me if someone else comes to mind, who had someone put in handcuffs and detained for expressing their opinion was Trump and the Trump administration. And if you can turn down the background music, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. What do you mean exactly, though?
There was a man on a green card. If you're on a green card, remember you're a lawful permanent resident. This is someone who did nothing illegal. He just protested against Israel's genocide in Gaza. And for protesting, he was put in handcuffs and dragged away from his pregnant wife and kept in detention for so long that he missed the birth of his firstborn child. Thankfully, the Trump administration was taken to court, and a judge, a conservative judge appointed by Ronald Reagan, said that the Trump administration is intentionally violating people's free speech rights to create a culture of fear. They wanted to have high-profile cases of pro-Palestinian protesters being put in handcuffs to basically have a chilling effect and scare other pro-Palestinian protesters away from protesting. Is that not authoritarian?
I don't think that it is authoritarian.
Why not?
Because, well, he had a green card, right? He was lawfully allowed to be here.
Yes. And even if he wasn't, by the way, the Constitution does not say that free speech is only for citizens.
No, but it's the Constitution is for the land of America, dude. It's for
the Constitution is basically a document that regulates how the United States federal government can operate. It pertains to citizens, non-citizens, and even foreign countries. The Constitution lays out not only how the government ought to treat citizens, but how the government ought to conduct itself in general, even when it comes to things like declaring war on foreign countries, where if you're declaring war, there's no citizens involved there, but even there are procedures that exist.
Yeah, but you can detain someone based off of their looks if you think that they're illegal or not. And I know that's not a very good way to go about it.
First of all, not true, but just second of all, he wasn't illegal. He was a green card holder who had been here for years. First, he was here on a student visa. Then he got a green card. His wife was a U.S. citizen. He had a baby on the way, and he was arrested for expressing his opinion.
I don't think that he was arrested for expressing his opinion. I think that may have led to his arrest.
Well, thankfully, a judge looked into this to clarify whether or not he was arrested for expressing his opinion, and he determined that Mahmoud Khalil was only one of many students who protested Israel, who then faced consequences, being dragged off, being put in handcuffs for expressing an opinion that the Marco Rubio and the State Department thought was too critical of Israel. Putting aside, why are we even protecting Israel in this way where people can't even protest another sovereign country? Why is anyone facing these kinds of consequences for expressing their opinion?
I think that I don't think that it was about opinion.
So you think that there was a different reason that they detained him?
I think that they detained him because he was suspected of being an illegal immigrant.
No, they don't even claim that's why they detained him. They detained him by their own admission because his thoughts on Israel represented a threat to our foreign policy.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know much about this case, but I'm going to look into it.
Sure. So you know what? You don't have to take my word for it. I have a screenshot of the judge's conclusion on quick standby because a lot of people question whether I'm being honest about this. So I don't blame you for that. Just give me 1 second to pull this up, and then we can see what your thoughts are on this. Let's see. Here we go. I'm going to read you word for word from the judge's decision here, okay? And this is a judge appointed by Ronald Reagan, not exactly a liberal activist, crazy Marxist person, or whatever the typical line of reasoning is to delegitimize our courts. For all these reasons, this court finds as fact and concludes as matter of law that Secretaries Noem and Rubio and their several agents and subordinates acted in concert to misuse the sweeping powers of their respective offices to target non-citizen pro-Palestinians for deportation, primarily on account of their First Amendment protected political speech. They did so in order to strike fear into similarly situated non-citizen pro-Palestinian individuals, proactively and effectively curbing lawful pro-Palestinian speech and intentionally denying such individuals the freedom of speech that is their right. Moreover, the effect of these targeted deportation proceedings continues unconstitutionally to chill freedom of speech to this day.
So what you're saying is you don't think that the Biden administration or other administrations are guilty of
Well, I'm not even
restricting
saying
free
anything
speech?
about the Biden administration. We can go point by point. We can talk about if you have issues with Biden after this, but this is an example of Donald Trump issuing an executive order, I believe 14161, which basically tells all the executive branch agencies that we want to go after immigrants who have hostile attitudes and hateful ideology. Now, what I've been hearing from the American right for years now is that, the left wants to create hate speech laws and crack down on free expression, but the only political party that has actually pursued and had some success in punishing people for quote-unquote hate speech with legal consequences is the Trump administration.
I think that,
Yeah, good.
and I'm not for the way that ICE is handling the situations. So don't
Sure,
think
well, that's
but
a much broader topic. I'm talking here about people who were, I don't know what you think about Israel or Palestine, but it's actually irrelevant. Everyone here has the right to express their political opinions or express their foreign policy opinions, even if they're abhorrent.
if you're
weren't,
if you're an illegal immigrant, then you have no right to voice your opinion in our country.
Well, number one, yes, you do. But second of all, Mahmoud Khalil was a green card holder. So you're wrong on both fronts there.
What gives them what gives them the right just because
This is a great question. There are parts of our Constitution that very specifically use the word citizen. For example, if you want to vote, if you want to run for president, our Constitution is very clear, you must be a citizen. They were intentional with the use of that language. When it comes to things like due process or free speech, the word citizen does not appear in those amendments. Those amendments exist to curtail the power of the government, full stop.
Well,
Once you
what does the
start
Constitution stop with?
picking and choosing who gets constitutional rights, you've essentially destroyed the concept of rights.
Yeah, but constitutional rights only belong to Americans.
This is not true.
Nowhere throughout history have we ever went against the
Even
Constitution. and gave illegal,
even foreign terrorists who are extradited to American soil get due process.
So the terrorists in Guantanamo Bay that we hold captive.
Why are they held in Guantanamo Bay? They're held in Guantanamo Bay by and large to avoid a lot of the legal restrictions that would exist if they were on American soil.
Because you got judges that are going to treat them like American citizens.
Well, no, judges are going to interpret the Constitution, which is their job to do.
Yeah, doesn't mean it's correct.
Well, what would determine whether it's correct? Whether you think it's correct as an individual?
Well, I mean, the Constitution, the preamble
We have
states
three
that
branches
we
of
the
government.
people.
Congress writes the laws, the executive branch executes the laws, and the courts step in when either of those other two branches overstep their boundaries as per the Constitution. If our courts have stepped in, especially a judge appointed by another Republican, and has said, hey, the Trump administration has repeatedly, this is just one example, attacked our constitutional rights, and then you think for a second, I wonder why he would do this. oh, wait a second. In 2022, Donald Trump said we should terminate the United States Constitution. So when someone openly says, I want to terminate the Constitution of this country, when someone openly says, I am above the law, when someone openly says, I want to unalive and lock up my political opponents because they're all vermin and scum and the enemy from within, and then they actually act on that,
has
that's
that ever happened?
authoritarian.
Who did Trump lock up?
He tried to lock up Letitia James and James Comey for political reasons.
Okay, he tried.
Yeah.
Did he lock up?
Just so
anyone?
we're clear, I
anyone-
always get this
has-
excuse. We're like, oh, he tried, but did it work? Attempted murder is still a criminal charge, right? You'd never, if someone's charged with attempted murder and you're their defense attorney, are you going to the judge to say, Your Honor, he may have tried to kill the guy, but he was too incompetent to succeed, so let him go.
So, and this is where we're at in the country, dude. We're using laws and lawyers to go against one party, or this party go against that party. Which
We're at this place in the country because Donald Trump has done irreparable damage to our social fabric and our politics in this country. Not to say that we didn't have many problems in our political system prior to Trump, but Trump has taken things to a very scary level where now people are being, listen, I'll give you an example. The entire point of going after these people is to scare them and drain them of their resources. When you indict someone, even if you don't secure a conviction, they now have to spend thousands of dollars per hour to secure a very high-profile legal team to defend them against the Department of Justice in a federal court. It doesn't matter if you win or lose the case. He successfully chilled speech. Everyone who's watching this happen says, ooh, if I'm not a citizen and I protest Israel, I could get locked up. I could lose my student visa. I could just never see any of my friends again, get shipped off to some random country. That's called the chilling effect. They make an example out of people. That's authoritarianism 101.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree that we should lock people up for freedom of speech, no matter if you're a legal immigrant or not.
Exactly. I
But-
agree with you. So then why can't we just step back and say, okay, you're not a Trump loyalist. You don't have to worship Trump. You should be able to say, okay, maybe I wasn't aware that Trump is doing this stuff. Let me take a step back and say, I should check my biases. It turns out Trump actually is an authoritarian. I'm not even asking you to become a Democrat or anything. I'm just saying the guy in the White House right now is dangerous.
But they've all done that same thing.
Joe
Like, if you go
Biden,
back-
which court ruled that Joe Biden violated the First Amendment? This is why we have courts, right? If you want to accuse the government of violating your constitutional rights, that is where courts can step in and adjudicate whether that happened. And that's still an imperfect system, don't get me wrong, but
Yeah,
under
the whole
Biden,
system needs to be redone.
under Biden, who was like arrested for expressing their opinion?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I know off the hand that
Sure,
people
and
that have
that's
been.
fine. The reason you don't know is because that didn't happen under Joe Biden. Joe Biden did not
But-
order the arrest of anyone because of their
but,
opinion.
But what we're talking about is not opinion. We're talking about freedom of speech, right?
Right, and one of the most
So
core
when-
aspects of freedom of speech is to express your opinion, even if it's unpopular.
Yes, and I agree. But when it comes to, let's look at freedom of speech. Has previous presidential candidates or presidents restricted freedom of speech? Absolutely. Every
I
president.
need
has.
examples of that, though.
For
Because
example,
let me tell you why that's frustrating to me. Donald Trump has done so many things that are uniquely bad, that are unprecedented, and a lot of the defense I hear for him is like, oh, well, everyone does that. But actually, look closer. No, not everyone does that, actually. There's not many
So,
examples in modern American history of someone being dragged off in handcuffs for saying words the president doesn't like. That's not normal.
I'm going to have to look into that case because I can't really speak on it because I'm not
Because
very familiar.
listen,
But it's,
if the Biden administration arrested someone for expressing their opinion, don't you think that would have been the #1 story on Twitter and Fox News and OAN and Newsmax for like 2 years straight?
well, no.
It would have
And the reason, and the media puts out stories that they know are going to get attention and the agenda that they
And the
want to push.
right-wing media would have for sure put out a story of Biden arresting someone for expressing their opinion. Why would they not have? They would have made more money. They would have gotten more outrage. That's why these media companies exist.
But every president restricts freedom of speech and
but
freedoms in general.
This is just not
Like they're-
true, though.
Like look at how much the Biden administration spent on surveillance of the American people.
What do you mean how much they spent on surveillance of the American people? What does that even mean?
Okay, well, get on Google and look at how much of our budget went into surveillance of the American people coming across the border and things like in Michigan.
Surveillance of the border, or you mean like internal, like intelligence collection? What are you referring to?
Facial recognition and.
What does this have to do with someone being arrested for expressing their opinion?
Well, that's how they find people that are. I mean, it's the same thing.
The point I'm making is Trump is using the government as a weapon of his own personal agenda in a way that is unprecedented since like Richard Nixon.
How many people have? Actually, Richard Nixon wasn't bad, dude. Richard Nixon is the one who established OSHA, which has really been.
He also established, I think, the Environmental Protection Agency. That's all fine and good, but he also was corrupt, right? There was Watergate that happened. And Trump puts Watergate to shame. His corruption scandals dwarf Watergate by comparison. Watergate isn't even 0.1% of the blatant corruption and authoritarianism of the Trump administration.
I don't know if that's accurate.
It's 1,000,000% accurate. Trump has sent his attorney general after his political opponents just for revenge. That's also authoritarianism, isn't it? To try to scare people with the Department of Justice?
Did he try to scare people? Yeah, but he never went after anyone.
Letitia James and James Comey. They were indicted by. Let me tell you this.
Who indicted them? Who indicted them?
Great question. In the Eastern District of Virginia, we had a U.S. attorney named Eric Siebert. Trump told this U.S. attorney, I want you to indict James Comey and Letitia James. Eric Siebert comes back to him and says, there's no case here. I can't do that. There's no actual probable cause or anything. Then Trump says, okay, you're fired. And then he goes on Truth Social and he intends to DM Pam Bondi, the attorney general. But by accident, instead of DMing her, he makes a public post telling Pam Bondi, my base is getting really upset with me, so you have to go after Letitia James and James Comey, and I think Adam Schiff as well. And literally a week after that, an insurance lawyer who was Trump's personal lawyer, who has never once in her life prosecuted a case ever, was made the U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia without any Senate confirmation. She was just placed there. She has no relevant experience. The only experience she has is defending Trump in court. And now, all of a sudden, she's conjured up this indictment against Letitia James and James Comey. And then, when the indictment actually goes to court, it turns out she doesn't even know how to secure the indictment. Because the case was dropped. The case was dropped because she didn't even show the grand jury the indictment.
So you don't think James Comey was corrupt either?
That's not what I'm asking right now.
But was James? Well, answer the question. Was James Comey corrupt?
Not that I know of. Do you have evidence of this? And he wasn't even indicted on corruption charges. He was indicted on allegedly lying to Congress. If there was a corruption case there, you don't think that's what they would have went with?
So you're saying that James Comey didn't lie to Congress?
Clearly not.
So he wasn't prosecuted.
And wait, why are you're pivoting? You're pivoting away from what Trump did to James Comey and Letitia James with the DOJ. Yeah, you didn't address anything I just said, that he put his lackey into this high-ranking position and publicly told them, we have to lock these people up. And then it turns out she was so incompetent, she didn't even know how to secure an indictment.
Well, James Comey was corrupt. I think we both can agree on that.
No, we can't, and it's irrelevant whether you personally think he's corrupt. There's evidentiary standards in this country if you want to indict someone or convict them of a crime. You can't just say, oh, the vibe's feeling corrupt for me. Put that guy in jail. That's how authoritarian countries work, unfortunately. That's what we're shifting towards. That's what Trump wants it to be. I personally dislike this person, ruined their life. Give them a bunch of court cases they have to pay lawyers for. Try to lock them up. Publicly humiliate them. And you're teacupped right now. I don't know if that's intentional. Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah. I mean, James Comey was indicted by Congress for lying and falsifying.
The indictment against Comey was dropped.
But was he indicted?
Yes, improperly and incorrectly.
Was Trump indicted?
Yes.
Found guilty? Yeah.
Trump was indicted in Georgia, in New York, and then the strongest indictments against Trump were the 2 federal indictments for January 6th and obstruction of justice in the classified documents case.
So what you're saying is you think that him trying to get James Comey indicted makes him authoritarian?
If he's doing it for revenge purposes, yeah. That's not how our system is supposed to work.
Do I think he's doing it for revenge? Absolutely. But do I think that
Okay,
makes
so
him
you're
authoritarian?
okay with the president using the Department of Justice for revenge?
But no, but I'm not okay with James Comey using.
Hold on, that's a
his-
separate question. Let's just go
No,
piece
it's the
by
same thing.
piece. Let's just go
it's the
piece by
US
piece.
government.
Should the president, regardless of their political party, be able to use the Department of Justice to intimidate people and get revenge on enemies?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not, you said?
Yeah.
Well, Donald Trump did that.
Absolutely. Did James Comey do the same thing?
Hold on. Why are you pivoting immediately away from that? Your Donald Trump did
I'm not
something you said the
pivoting.
president absolutely should not be able to do.
But did James Comey do that?
Why can't you
Did he
address
use-
Donald Trump, dude? James Comey's not the president right now. He's a private citizen. Why aren't you addressing the literal president of the United States?
But he was the one that went after Trump during the first election. He literally went after Trump and tried to find any dirt that they could find on Trump. There's evidence of that.
You're not why can't you address the point about Trump? It seems like you're agreeing it was done for revenge, and that's unacceptable, but you can't just 1 + 1 = 2 on that.
I think that it was done for revenge, but I also think that James Comey was guilty. So either way, the cards are
If
cut.
he was guilty, why was the indictment dropped? And why was the indictment so weak? It was like 3 or 4 pages long, which is not in and of itself a weak indictment, but the allegations against him had to be conjured up out of thin air, essentially.
So allegations can be conjured up out of thin air?
Yeah, that's what happened with Lindsay Halligan, essentially. They were looking...
Okay.
What's the thing that MAGA always said? You could indict a ham sandwich if you want. That's what I was told when Trump was indicted, that, indictments are not big deals.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that it was used as I think that Trump used it as revenge. I'm not going to sit here and say that he didn't.
And is that okay?
But no, absolutely not.
Okay, is that not authoritarian?
But-
Just to go back to why I think he's a threat to this country, if Trump is doing authoritarian stuff, that's a threat, isn't it?
I wouldn't say necessarily a threat. I would say that it's more of a, I don't know the correct word to use, but I don't think it's authoritarian.
An assault on our norms, our checks and balances. Do you know how taboo it was, especially after the Watergate era, for the president to be having direct communication with his Department of Justice about ongoing and active cases? Even that alone would have been a national scandal. Trump publicly goes on Truth Social and says, hey, can you please lock up my opponents? Thanks.
Yeah, but he was just doing that for
If
publicity.
Biden did that, if Obama did that, if any other president did that, it would end their career politically. They'd be impeached the next day.
Yeah, because they're politicians. And I'm not saying that I agree with everything that Trump does. But
It seems
but
like
Obama,
you downplay
Obama would-
everything bad that Trump does. You don't want to engage with how bad it is. You want to downplay
Because
the
I don't-
severity and the importance.
because I think he just says stuff to get people riled up, and it works.
He also does stuff. It's not just he's not just some random guy saying words. He is the president of the United States of America. He's the most powerful man on earth.
I don't disagree.
So shouldn't we hold
Which
him
is-
to a high standard of how he conducts himself?
I think that 80 million people voted for him, and there's nothing that me and you can do to stop him from doing the things that he's going to do.
Well, that sounds like
But what we-
authoritarianism. What do you mean there's nothing we can do to stop him? That's authoritarianism then. You're just saying the president,
But
as long as he wins the
every-
election, he has carte blanche to do whatever.
And every president has that right.
No, they don't. That's why we have a constitution. They don't have that right. That's why we have checks and balances.
You-
the
you
Constitution
can't-
specifically exists to limit the power of the government.
The power of the government, but not the power of the president. The
The
president,
president is
immune.
the head of the executive branch, which is the government.
Yeah, but he's immune to.
And it's the
you
most
can't-
powerful branch of the government. The courts can't actually kick down your door with guns. Neither can Congress. That's the executive branch.
Yeah, but you can't indict a sitting president, or you can't charge a sitting president with
I
a
don't know what
crime.
you're talking about. What do you mean you can't indict a sitting president? That's what I'm talking about.
He's not authoritarian, dude. That's crazy.
Okay, I feel like there was no talking to that guy. And also, we have an interview coming up, everyone. We have an interview coming up with Representative Susie Lee of Nevada's 3rd Congressional District. She's hopping on at 3 p.m., so sit tight for that. I'm going to get the Zoom call going pretty soon. Should be an interesting conversation. Representative Lee is one of only 13 Democrats who in 2024 carried a congressional district that was won by Donald Trump on the presidential level. So I'm curious to ask her, as one of the only split ticket candidates who won, okay, this guy is getting muted for the entire live because I'm not about to get embarrassed by like a fake account of me while I'm talking to a U.S. representative. No thanks. No thank you. But yeah, it should be interesting to ask about her thoughts on this. She's been in the House since, I believe, 2018. She just won re-election again in 2024. I believe in her congressional district, Donald Trump beat Kamala Harris 50-49, and then she beat her opponent in the congressional race 51-49. So she actually outperformed both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, who won her district. So not very many members of Congress who win these types of districts. So I think there's probably something to learn here about what I've never understood what kind of person votes for Trump on the presidential and then a Democrat for Congress. So I'm sure she's going to have some interesting insights there. And I believe that her guest today for the State of the Union speech is a single mother with a 3-year-old child who is now facing a serious crisis because of the ACA subsidies expiring. So this is someone who lives in a pretty purple, pretty competitive district, clearly. And even in this district, her constituents are feeling the brunt of the big, beautiful bill and all of its cuts to our social safety nets and our healthcare subsidies. And then that's happening right now at 3 p.m. And then at around 4:45 p.m., around 5 p.m., we have Lindsay Owens of the Groundwork Collaborative hopping on to discuss with us how to make America more affordable and discussing economic policy in a progressive sense. She is someone who has worked with Elizabeth Warren in the Senate, Pramila Jayapal in the House. I believe she was a co-author or she was involved in the Medicare for All legislation. So she also talked a lot about how during the inflation crisis, how some of this inflation was being driven by corporate greed, where you had rising costs and some corporations were using those rising costs as a cover to increase their profit margins as well, which is kind of tied to how Kamala Harris was running on ending price gouging, which is already the norm, I believe, in over 40 states in the country. So that should also make for a very interesting conversation. But we are live the entire day till the State of the Union speech at 9 p.m. We have a bunch of special guests hopping on for the State of the Union speech, and then we have these 2 interviews coming up. So just sit tight, and then in about 5 minutes, we should be getting started with our conversation with Representative Susie Lee. And it should be very fun, should be very interesting. And first time, we're going to be speaking to a U.S. Congressperson. What's the respectful way to address when I say congresswoman or representative? I think congresswoman. Would that be the respectful title to address her with? Let's hold on. Where's the Zoom thing? Congresswoman? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Miss? I feel like Miss is like a step below Congresswoman. It's why should we listen to a foreigner who is an immigrant about immigration? I don't know if if there's a second person on this stream who he's talking to or what he's talking about, but I guess keep crying in the comments. Either one, ma'am. Yeah, okay. We'll do all of the above. And then after I speak to her, I might go over this Jon Stewart interview, which I've been seeing clips of on Twitter and was kind of disappointing. But I want to give him a fair shot and watch the full interview. He spoke with some kind of behavioral economist, and the conversation did not seem to go great. But we'll see. She is a Democratic congresswoman from Nevada's 3rd Congressional District, and she is one of only 13 Democrats who carried congressional districts that Donald Trump won at the top of the ticket. So split ticket voters do exist. There are people who voted for Donald Trump for president and then voted for a Democrat for Congress. I think these people probably have some kind of insight as to how we can win going forward, especially in purple areas. Yeah. And we're going to be discussing as well, one of the themes today is going to be affordability, both in my conversation with Representative Lee as well as with Lindsay Owens of the Groundwork Collaborative. Interesting. I'm in a purple state. Yeah, we have to start getting competitive in purple states. We have to if you want to win back Senate control, House control. Run full progressive, you win every time. I mean, in some cases, yes. I mean, I'm a progressive. I'd like to see more progressives around the country. But at the same time, someone like a Mamdani is going to be a lot more successful in somewhere like New York City, where there's a big margin for Democrats, versus like a very competitive district in like Texas or Georgia or Nevada or Arizona. Not to say progressives can't win those races, but there's different ways to run in different districts depending on the constituency that you're trying to win over. Okay. And if you guys have questions you'd like me to ask a representative, I believe we have 20 minutes with her. So I can't promise I'll get to audience questions, but if anyone does send like a super chat or something on YouTube, I will for sure be asking a question that you have given. Other than that, I'll try to see if there's anything interesting in the chat, but I have kind of my own questions written out in terms of what I would like to discuss in this conversation. So that's what I'm going to be sticking to primarily. Run infrastructure, UBI, jobs, and housing. I mean, yeah, ultimately, I think her entire MO is pragmatism and affordability, which is not, you don't have to be an ideologue. In fact, many people don't like ideologues in these situations, and they want someone who is more of a common sense, at least they present as more of a common sense person, even if their actual substantive policy is what you might call, hold on. Okay, here we go. Let's bring this up here. Okay. Yeah, let's give it a second. Where's Ray Epps? Oh, God. Love this. Have to make a call. BRB. I have questions for her. And if you miss any part of the stream, you can head over to my YouTube where I'm also live and you can just rewind as well. Representative Lee, thank you so much for making the time.
Oop.
One moment. Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Hi, how are you doing?
Good. How are you, Adam?
I'm doing fantastic. I really appreciate your time today. I want to jump right into it because you've been very generous with your time. So it's my understanding that you are one of only 13 Democrats in the country who carried a congressional district that was won by Donald Trump. And I think a lot of people sometimes are baffled to hear that there are people who vote Donald Trump for president and then vote Democrat on the congressional level. So I just want to ask you, what insights have you gained from holding this unique position?
Listen, I think the most important thing that anyone in a seat like mine, this is like the top of the swingiest seats in the country. It's really about showing up. And my constituents have a history with me. I mean, before I even ran for Congress, I ran nonprofits that were focused on kids graduating from high school. And so I think anyone in a frontline seat like mine will tell you that it's really about, being in the district, understanding your constituents, and understanding that a lot of the issues we deal with aren't black and white. There's a lot in the gray area, and being able to, one, make a decision, be a leader, but also communicate in a way that people understand that you're there and you're focused on delivering results for them.
Right. And when it comes to this specific constituency that you represent, is there anything you notice in terms of like commonalities between people who are voting split ticket? Like what is important to these types of voters?
Listen, they just want to see us get stuff done.
Right.
I mean, that's the one thing. I was talking to one of my colleagues, Frank Mervan, who's in Indiana. He's in another tough seat. And he said, people just want us to return to civility. They want to see Congress work. And so, one thing that my constituents really value about me, I've been ranked the most bipartisan member of Congress. Every bill I work on, practically, the bills I've passed all have been bipartisan. It's really about finding those areas. I mean, so many issues affect us. They're not Democrat or Republican issue. Affordable health care. People who are both Republicans and Democrats have been affected by the expiration of the ACA tax subsidies. Affordable housing. There's not an R or D on that.
Right.
And so they just want to see that, we're going to throw aside the titles and we're going to roll up our sleeves and try to work together on getting policies passed that will really bring down their cost of living.
Right. And you brought up a great point there on the ACA subsidies ending with the reconciliation bill that Republicans passed. And we also saw Medicaid gutted and SNAP gutted. If Democrats are able to take back the House majority in the midterms and hopefully maybe even the Senate, what kinds of steps can they take to restore these programs or maybe even expand them to make life more affordable for the average person?
Yeah, listen, I mean, one, we're still going to have a Republican president.
Right.
Who knows what's going to happen in the Senate? People think the Senate may not flip. I think there's a chance it will.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, we're still going to have to work across the aisle. And, we can, even if we took the House and the Senate, we'd have to pass something with a veto-proof majority.
Right.
So again, I think that there's already negotiations going on that have stalled, unfortunately, in the Senate with respect to the ACA tax subsidies. There were I think it was four Republicans who were courageous enough to join Democrats in extending those tax subsidies for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
But listen, I'm okay with looking at income limits. I'm okay with, maybe doing something where people pay a small copay and, I'm okay with putting some guardrails around fraud
Sure.
on the ACA tax subsidies. But what I'm not okay with is what's happening right now, where literally nothing's happened.
Right.
My guest tonight for the State of the Union is a single mom. She has a 4-year-old daughter. Her health insurance costs went from $85 a month to $750 a month.
Wow.
I mean, this is close to $9,000
Right.
for a single mom. It's just unaffordable. I had other constituents, these are retirees before they qualify for Medicare.
Mm-hmm.
They're making about $90,000 because of the cliff. They actually have to, their health insurance costs went from like $1,200 to $3,400 a month.
Wow.
I mean, you just can't afford it.
Right.
And so, I think that that's the type of thing that people are most frustrated with. That's why you're seeing the president's approval rating, Republicans' approval rating in the dumps. It's because they want to actually see us not, kowtow to one person,
Mm-hmm.
but what are we going to do to make their lives more affordable? And, even on housing, I mean, listen, we have permitting reform. Absolutely, I support that. But I wish we would have done a little more in making sure that solar and renewable energy is treated the same way
Mm-hmm.
as oil and gas, especially in a state like Nevada, where we have I think it's 67 solar projects that were underway that literally are being stalled
Mm-hmm.
because under the big BS bill that got passed, they basically said that all those projects have to get approved personally by Doug Burgum, the Secretary of the Interior. I mean,
Right.
you can't talk about permitting reform in one hand and then put an energy project having to go through those hoops in the same bucket. It's nonsensical. And that's really hurting energy costs too. In a state like Nevada with 300 days of, sunshine, we've literally, cut us off at the knees on probably the cheapest form of energy in our state.
Right. And you mentioned, I believe, that there were 4 Republicans who you said had the courage to kind of stand with Democrats in extending these ACA subsidies, or at least negotiating on that. And I believe you joined the House in 2018. So have you seen a shift in how willing the Republicans are in Congress to work across party lines? Is this devotion that we currently see to Donald Trump, is that real? Is some of that like intimidation? And over your tenure so far in the Congress, have you noticed that Republicans are maybe getting less easy to work with or less focused on the issues affecting Americans?
Yeah, I think it's on a case by case basis.
Sure.
But listen, when I came in 2019, and Trump was president at the time, there were Republicans who did stand up to him. There were 13 Republicans who voted for the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Many of those either got voted out in a primary or retired. Unfortunately, many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who I most reliably work with, David Joyce from Ohio, Dan, who else? Don Bacon. They're all retiring, and you see it on Truth Social. I mean, if someone crosses this president, he's not hiding it. He goes straight on Truth Social and says, I'm going to primary you. I'm going to spend money in a primary against you. So I would say the big difference I am seeing now in this presidency versus in the first presidency when I was first elected is there are a heck of a lot less people who are willing to stand up and stand up to this president. And it's really a shame, unfortunately. And, even on these ACA tax subsidies, I mean, there's not just 4 districts. And by the way, under the big bill that they passed, much of the pain is being felt in a lot of the red states who didn't have Medicaid expansion.
Right.
Okay, so you hear the grumbling like in the hallways. I hear people talking to me, but when it comes down to being public and casting a vote, they're a lot less courageous at that point to do so. And you can say it's either, some people even cite their personal safety, that they get death threats by their constituents. So it goes beyond just, am I going to get reelected? It's also they go home and literally get death threats, and their staff gets death threats at home. But, that being said, I just think, again, there's power in numbers. If we saw more people being able to cross the line to come to support on so many issues that bring down the costs of people, I think Republicans are really looking at a daunting reelection coming up in the next, in November, and primarily because they didn't do what they said they would do, which was to bring down the cost of living. And in fact, they've sort of have allowed this president to jack up tariffs, to go after Medicaid, to go after the ACA tax subsidies. All of these are having devastating impacts on families.
Right.
And by the way, the tariffs on farmers. I mean, our farmers in this country are probably the number one group that is feeling the impact of these tariff policies more than any other group.
Right.
And so, I just think they're going to have a lot of answering to do in the next election to their constituents that are hurting.
And you bring up a great point here, which is a lot of the constituents from red districts or red states are the ones being disproportionately affected by the gutting of our social safety net, or these tariffs that are raising costs across the board. Do you get the sense when you're speaking to your constituents that people are able to sort of connect the dots, that the Republican Party, at least the extremist elements of it, are the ones who are causing this? Or because sometimes when you cover politics, it's easy to kind of just get lost in the news cycle and everything is coming out of DC. Is the average person really feeling the brunt of these policies? And if so, is it energizing people to turn out and vote and actually make a change? Yeah,
listen, I think people are energized to turn out. Primarily, I I think especially on healthcare.
Right.
Okay, especially on healthcare, because they saw that this, Republicans had a chance to literally, and by the way, I'm fine if we want to take steps to reform
Sure.
the ACA. Let's do that. I honestly believe that Trump and many Republicans just want to eliminate the ACA, which, by the way, that's how, in 2018, the class of 2018 was elected after Republicans tried, I think it was 70 times to repeal the Affordable Care Act.
Right.
So people, that's in people's minds. They understand that. They also understand on the tariffs that, and by the way, speaking of that, in a state like mine in Nevada, Las Vegas, our tourism economy is suffering. And I think it's a combination of the tariff issue and this immigration, I'm just going to say erratic immigration policies. You're not getting international tourists. A lot of Canadians aren't coming to town. They're not coming to Vegas. That represents 30% of our international traveler. So guess what? Now the economy is suffering because the revenue from gaming tourism is off about 15%. That goes to fund our schools. That goes to fund Medicaid.
Right.
And so people aren't dumb. They're connecting the dots when it comes to that. But then at the same time, they're also seeing an administration that's totally corrupt, that's literally like lining the pockets of their buddies and, giving handouts. I mean, let's talk about no tax on tips, okay? This is a policy which, by the way, the Democratic delegation from Nevada led on this issue. Mike Johnson could have brought our bill to the floor of the House, which, by the way, made no tax on tips permanent, put guardrails on it to make sure that, hedge fund managers couldn't say their income was tax-based.
Right.
And by the way, the thing that strikes me the most on this big bill that was passed, tax breaks for the wealthiest, they don't have an expiration date. They don't have like an income cap.
Right.
But tax on, breaks for tips, they expire in 2028.
Yeah.
They have an income cap, cap. And so you literally see like we're going to make working people pay. And the wealthiest are getting these huge tax breaks.
Right.
I mean, people see that and they're not happy about it. And most importantly, they're working harder and their dollar is going less far.
Right. And it seems like what you're getting at here is it's been the word for the past over a year at this point, which is affordability. It crosses ideological lines. People want lower rents, better healthcare, better schools and roads, all these things that practically affect their life. So 2028 is a ways away. Assuming that Democrats can take back the House, the Senate, and the presidency, what do you think that the party should be prioritizing in terms of delivering results to the people?
Oh my gosh, housing affordability first and foremost. I mean, I think that should be top of our list. Making sure we're, mortgage reform, that we're going after and making sure we're building either multi-family units or even affordable housing.
Yeah.
A lot of our housing stock is really priced beyond what people can afford. And in Nevada in particular, we have a bill, the Home Act, to go after corporate ownership. 1 out of 4 houses in Las Vegas is owned by corporations.
Oh, wow.
Not by Nevadans.
Right.
And, they're driven by profit. And so they're setting rents, they're basically dictating the market. So, I would pass our Home Act. I would, do some form of mortgage incentive to bring down the entry requirements for people to be first home buyers. And then I would do whatever we could to make sure, not just at a federal level, but at a state and local level, we're removing red tape to get housing built faster.
Right.
And I passed a bill, the ACE Act. Again, this is another bipartisan bill just making it so appraisals could be done faster, so we could get land available for sale quicker. Those types of things are just common sense. And by the way, this is when you said what it takes to survive in a district that Donald Trump won. My governor of my state, Joe Lombardo, a Republican, endorsed that piece of legislation because he understood that this is the type, and by the way, I would do something if he had a policy, like people just want to see us that we're going to attack the problem.
Right.
We're going to get the job done. But most importantly, they're going to see it with lower rents, with lower mortgages, and they're going to be able to afford to live, to save, save for retirement,
Right.
And have a roof over their head.
Right. Well, Congresswoman, I really appreciate your time today and your insights into your experience in Congress. Is there any message you want to end off with?
No, listen, I mean, I think that people get it. And what they're seeing out of this administration is basically, you've seen this administration, whether it is focusing on building a new ballroom, buying an airplane. People would rather see us focusing on groceries than Greenland. Okay. They want to see us, what are we going to do to bring down the cost of groceries?
Right.
And I believe the healthcare is, we are in a healthcare crisis in this country. It's not affordable. And, because Republicans have chosen not to act on this, people literally are being forced to either go without insurance or go into, junk insurance, which is just insurance that isn't going to help them when they get sick.
Right.
And so, let's work together. We got an opportunity to do this, but I believe first and foremost in 2026, we have definitely got to win back the House of Representatives. That will give us a more powerful seat at the table. I will say we have been able to get some wins despite the fact that we're in the minority in the House and the Senate, but we'd be in a much better position with a majority in the House of Representatives, and that's what's going to be on the line in the next 250 odd days.
Right. Well, once again, I appreciate your time and all the work you're doing, and I'd love to chat again sometime soon.
All right, great. Thanks. We'll see ya.
Take care.
Bye.
Okay. Hold on, let me bring the chat back. I lied. I was not looking at the chat at all during that conversation. Sorry. I guess I can see what the feedback was on that. I don't know how much chat was going off or not during that conversation. But that was a very insightful conversation, and it kind of confirmed some of the assumptions that I had, which is in a lot of these purple districts, the voters are not super ideological. They just want things to be cheaper. They just want their life to be easier. And I've said this many, many times. I think that the way forward for Democrats, if they want to win in competitive areas, is you run on progressive policy, but moderate rhetoric, right? You can have all the same progressive policies, expanding healthcare access, invigorating our educational system, paving the roads, and you don't have to run as some kind of radical left lunatic, which, to be fair, most Democrats don't even do that. It's a smear from Republicans. But I think that there's a lot of insight to be gleaned from people who have occupied this pretty unique position. I believe there were 13 Democrats that won congressional seats in districts carried by Trump. And then on the flip side, there were 3 Republicans that won congressional seats in districts carried by Kamala Harris. So you do see that in terms of the split ticket voting, there are a lot of Trump voters who are not necessarily against voting Democrats, and those people are by and large going to be independents. If you look at a lot of the recent polling, the reason that Trump's approval rating has fallen off of a cliff is because his approval with independents has fallen off of a cliff. A lot of those independents could be people who, this blows my mind how this is possible, but they maybe voted for Obama in 2012 and 2008, and then they voted for Trump in 2016 and Biden in 2020, and then Trump again in 2024. We know that there are definitely I believe at least 3 million people, which spread across a bunch of different swing states, 3 million can swing an election depending on how it's distributed. I believe there were 3 million people who voted for Biden in 2020 and for Trump in 2024. These are not the red hat types who are showing up to Trump rallies and saying lock her up or whatever, right? These are people who in many cases, I think unfortunately were not super familiar with the authoritarianism and didn't fully understand the indictments or January 6th. And what they were seeing is things are expensive and it kind of seems like the government is not taking it seriously. Now, obviously, I would argue Biden/Harris is obviously way better for affordability than Trump or Vance or any of these people. But point being, and you see this from Mamdani to Cheryl to Spanberger in Virginia, there are progressives and there are liberals, and then there are even some moderates in purple districts, and all of them can win if they run on, we are going to make your day-to-day life more convenient. We're going to make your schools better, your roads smoother, and your healthcare costs are going to go down. And ultimately, I think that is the winning message. Spending less on groceries than during Biden, cool. And healthcare is the big one. Healthcare is the big one. Not going to lie, I don't know why you didn't ask her about her calling for abolish ICE, but also supports weapons to Israel. I mean, I had 20 minutes with her, and given the State of the Union speech today, I guess I could have had an extremely combative interview where I pushed her on everything where I disagree with her on, but my sights right now in terms of who I want to focus on fighting is Donald Trump. And I'm not going to tell a Democrat in a swing district how to run. I think, listen, I would love progressives everywhere, and I would like to think progressives can win in purple districts. I don't know that that's the case. I'm going to assume that a lot of Democrats who won districts that Trump carried, they don't have a lot of latitude to move around on certain policies. Now, I am heartened to see that, broadly speaking, the Democratic Party is moving, maybe a little bit too slowly, but still in the right direction on topics like Gaza, for example. And I agree, there's no sense in being combative with her at this time. And I'm sure I'll speak to her again, and I'm sure we can have a conversation about her votes on Israel or whatever else it may be. But, and also, yeah, it's like, it's hard to know when you have a 20-minute interview with someone how much time that exactly is, because I'm like, okay, how long are her responses going to be? What follow-up questions am I going to ask? And maybe this is like too strategically minded, but hold on, let me switch back to the debate scene. But when there's a fascist in the White House who's about to give a speech today, I don't know that I want to spend my time and energy like shitting on Democrats. Because if you watch my live, I have criticisms of Democrats every single day, whether it's Gavin Newsom or Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or anyone who votes to send weapons to Israel, so on and so forth. And yeah, even if she voted yes on the Lake and Riley Act, I mean, I think John Ossoff did as well. And there are discussions to have there about why did you do that. But I will address these people differently than I would someone who's like in a very blue district or a very blue state who has a little bit more wiggle room to move around in a more progressive direction. And a lot of the fights that I think the Democratic Party should be having should be around primaries, right? People are talking Crockett versus Tallarico, or even like the 2028 Democratic primary. But when our sights are set on Trump for today for the State of the Union, I want to have an anti-Trump coalition that is as broad as possible. And then once the fascists are out of power, then we can bicker amongst ourselves, the people who believe in democracy and rights, constitutional rights. Once those people have kicked the fascists out, then we can debate what's the best way to expand healthcare. I happen to think single payer is the best way. What is the best way to conduct ourselves in foreign policy? I happen to think, as does the vast majority of the Democratic Party, that we ought to fully cut off weapons to Israel, and not just cut off weapons to Israel, but sanction Israel. But then I also have to rewind and say, okay, it's true that like 80% of the Democratic base supports cutting off weapons to Israel, and they believe that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. And I think that's totally true and something we should be talking about. Someone like Susie Lee is winning her race, though, by appealing to some amount of Republicans, just by definition, right? If Donald Trump carried that district on the presidential level and she carried it on the congressional level, that is very hard to do. So it's like, I don't want to be an armchair quarterback or like this guy just sitting here in Michigan in my chair saying, Congresswoman, why don't you support Medicare for all and like putting everyone in ice into a blender? I don't know that she can say that and win her elections. And let's say she does say that and then a Republican wins. I'd rather have a moderate Democrat than a fucking Republican. For example, Joe Manchin, someone who was extremely annoying, who watered down Build Back Better, who watered down the American Rescue Plan. He nonetheless voted for those bills, where the Republican, who now represents West Virginia, will never, ever, ever vote for a Democratic bill, right? I'd rather have someone who votes for progressive legislation 30 to 50% of the time than someone who votes for it 0% of the time and then not just doesn't vote for progressive legislation, but then votes in favor of legislation on the right. So that was sort of my take on it. And I did consider, I was like, would there be any benefit in having a super combative interview? But I don't think so. There's a time and a place. But very interesting conversation. And we do have a conversation I'm very excited for coming up at around 4:30 to 5. I think Miss Owens, Lindsay Owens of the Groundwork Collaborative, she has a meeting right before she hops onto my Zoom. And so she might be a little bit later than 4:30. Manchin ensured there wasn't a Republican majority. He could have prevented every Dem bill and still. Right. And you always have to juxtapose. Unfortunately, a lot of what happens in Congress and the Senate can be like a zero-sum game in the sense that, like, do you want a Democrat who you don't fully agree with or a Republican who you entirely 100,000,000% disagree with? And I have yet to see, I would like to see, do we have examples of like very progressive Democrats winning in purple districts? And that's not like a rhetorical question. Maybe there is and I've missed it, right? But yeah, good conversation. But yeah, we have Lindsay Owens of the Groundwork Collaborative hopping on later. That should be, anyone who likes my econ rants is going to love this conversation because she is someone who worked with Elizabeth Warren, and I believe she played a major role in writing the Medicare for All legislation. So for all the progressives in the chat like myself who wanted a little bit more of a discussion on the cutting edge of progressive economic policy, we are about to have that in a little over an hour, which should be very interesting. We can talk about taxes, healthcare, infrastructure. I'm on Eastern time. I'm on Real People time. So the interview with Miss Owens is scheduled for 4:30 p.m., but I believe she has a meeting right before, so she could hop on as late as 5 p.m. We'll see what the situation is there. But I know bro didn't just say that shit. Say what? Are you considering doing any on-the-ground work for midterms? I may. I have to see what the best use of my time and resources would be, but I definitely want to. Travel tips for Livonia? Be safe. I don't know. It's not anything special. Not Real People Central Time. That's so funny. I like how she addressed the limits on things like no tax on tips for the everyday person, but there aren't those limits on tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. This is true. This is what's Real People Time, Eastern Time, okay? And it's a meme. I don't really care. Yeah, this is one thing. Like the Republicans made the TCJA tax cuts permanent for corporations, but then the no tax on tips, all the ostensibly working class tax cuts, those expire right before the 2028 presidential election, which is mighty convenient for them, isn't it? I guess in preparation for Lindsay Owens hopping on, and hold on. Does anyone here? Can anyone here answer me a quick question for the mechanics of Zoom? So, I have the free version of Zoom, and I'm streaming till the end of the State of the Union speech. Lord help me. If I have a Zoom on the free version scheduled for 4:30 p.m. to 5:15 p.m., I think the free version of Zoom has a 40-minute limit on how long meetings can be, right? Can I start the meeting later than 4:30 and then the 40-minute timer would start when I start the meeting? Or does it start from when the meeting is scheduled on paper? Does that make sense? Does that question make sense? I don't know. It's whenever you start it. And if someone else who has the invitation link to the Zoom joins before I do, will I see that they've joined? Because I don't want to start the Zoom and then she hops on like 15 minutes later maybe, and then it's kind of cut down how long the Zoom has before it times out. So will I be able to see on my Zoom screen like, oh, someone has joined? Is that how that works? You'll receive an email? Okay. One moment. You'll receive an email when they join. Okay, cool. What if you get bored? Will you stop the stream? The goal is to not get bored. I'll donate $1 to the upgrade if anyone else does. I said earlier, even if I was a billionaire, I wouldn't pay for Zoom. I don't know exactly why, but I wouldn't. Okay, let's watch this Jon Stewart thing. I'm curious about this. We're about to get super econ pilled, everyone. If anyone enjoys my conversations about like single payer and infrastructure and stuff, we're in for a very fun conversation. Principled progressive, thank you. I call myself a pragmatic progressive. That's what I go by, but these labels ultimately are so dubious. Do you think being a billionaire is ethical? I kind of perceive these. I use a different framework to analyze taxes. Like a lot of people want to tax billionaires because they believe like billionaires shouldn't exist. I'm just more concerned with like, do we have enough revenue to take care of our people? I'm a lot more concerned with raising the floor than lowering the ceiling. But if raising the floor requires lowering the ceiling, then I'm fine to lower the ceiling. But lowering the ceiling in and of itself is not something that I'm super like, oh, this is very important, more than just like raising the floor for people, which I think would probably necessitate, obviously, much higher taxes on. This is something I'm going to discuss with Lindsay Owens, is a lot of billionaires who do the buy, borrow, die, whatever the tax thing is called, where they live off of debt. All of their consumption is leveraged against whatever equity they have in like a large company. So, yeah, Musk has $800 billion. This is the issue. A lot of billionaires, they try to avoid a tax liability by keeping all of their net worth in illiquid assets and then borrowing against those assets to pay super low interest rates for basically financing their consumption with no actual tax liability because it's a loan. There's an act that I think addresses this pretty well in, I don't know if it's Senate or the Congress or the House, but Senate or the House, but it's called the Robin Hood Act, which I believe says that for people with an income of over $400,000 a year, they would have to pay a tax on debt-financed consumption. I think that's a really important thing Democrats have to do, is start taxing people who are ultra wealthy and avoid these tax liabilities. And you'll bring in a lot of revenue through that, through lifting the payroll tax cap, which is another thing I want to ask Ms. Owens about. And sovereign wealth fund also is a great way, I think, to bring in revenue. So that'll be an interesting conversation to have with her as well. Don't forget they lobbied for the tax loopholes for several decades. I mean, yeah, our tax code is somewhat structured to advantage. I mean, corporate tax rates are lower. Long-term capital gains rates are lower. So our tax schedule inherently incentivizes, to some extent, capital and investment over labor, which I think the logic behind that is you want to incentivize like more long-term economic thinking and incentivize people to invest long-term. But the actual practical implication of that is that you create a system where the revenue is not being collected efficiently, and you're optimizing for private sector growth more so than fiscal stability. And flat taxes are regressive. I would never support a flat tax, which is why you have to lift the cap. Right now, payroll taxes are super regressive. You know what's crazy? Someone making $200,000 a year in income and $5 million a year in income pay the exact same payroll tax, like same dollar amount. Not even same percentage, same dollar amount. Because there's a cap. There's a cap on the tax just stops kicking in after like 184,000, something along those lines. I think lifting that cap, and then not just lifting the cap, but making those rates progressive would go a long way. And I think, I forgot where I saw this, it would bring in like $4 trillion in revenue over 10 years. It is unfair, and it's regressive. Even a flat tax, people act like, oh, a flat tax is so fair. If everyone pays a 10% tax, that is a regressive tax, because paying 10% if you make $50,000 a year, $70,000 a year is going to hurt you way more than paying 10% if you make $1 million a year, $10 million a year. We have the man, the myth, the legend, and the guest requests. What's up, Dan?
Hey, what's up? I wanted to ask the 184,000 cap. Is that are you referring to the cap on Social Security contributions?
Yeah, like the payroll tax cap for Social Security.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because like you said payroll tax. I didn't know if that was like for all payroll taxes or just,
no. Yeah, I think it might just be the Social Security one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big policy position from Bernie the first time he ran. I can't remember if it was in the second time he ran as well, but
yeah.
So whatever number you said, I can't remember when I read that they did this study, and it's like an insane amount of money, and it should be obvious. Like it's one of these like no brainers. Like why is there a cap that's protecting the wealthy? It doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
And I think at the time it was 174,000. I don't know. It's gone up. Obviously.
I think it might be adjusted based on some other metric. I don't know exactly, because I've also seen different numbers, 170 to 180 something. But yeah, and the thing is, like, even if you lift the cap, it's still just a flat tax, which is ultimately regressive, right? Like someone paying 6%, 12%, whatever, if they're making $60,000 a year, it affects them way more than someone who's making millions of dollars.
Yeah, that concept is really difficult for bootlickers to understand. The difference between like regressive and progressive taxes.
Yeah,
they'll hit you with well, the top 1% pays most of the taxes. Okay,
yeah, they should. Yeah,
they should pay more. Actually,
exactly. Yeah, that's where all the money is. Of course, they pay most of the taxes. They should be paying more. How are you feeling about the State of the Union tonight? You have any expectations?
I mean, I don't. Okay, so I don't know how much he's gonna stick to his script / teleprompter or whatever.
Yeah.
Versus how much he's gonna go off. Like this is just something I saw earlier. So you know the story he likes to tell about how he went to the president of France and he said, I want you to raise your prescription prices. Remember, for Americans, his goal was to make sure that we weren't paying more than other countries, not by reducing our prices. He went to other countries and
making them pay more.
Prices. Yeah, absolutely insane that he brags about this story. But he would put on this French accent. He said, Macron, you need to raise your prices. And Macron said, no. And apparently he's told this story enough times that, like for mentioned betting markets, no is on there for like 30%.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
I didn't even think of that. There's probably so many Cauchy and Poly market bets on like what words is Trump going to say during the speech.
Yeah. There's times I'm already up on a few of them.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
I'm sorry, I know it's
and
bad.
I wonder how many people in the administration are doing some weird insider trading. We're like, hey Trump, just make sure you say this. I put like 10 million.
No,
on
that's a
this.
thing. That
Yeah.
no, like
been
Adam,
happening.
there was like $90 million that was put in
On Venezuela.
to
right?
yeah. And not only that, but like there's been tons of times where randomly, like 30 minutes before Trump does something crazy,
Yeah.
somebody bets like, a couple $100,000 and makes like a crap ton of money.
Yeah.
Um,
You've also seen
it's
people
absolutely
shorting the market
insane.
like right before he announces a new tariff.
Yes, it's crazy, and people wonder like, I'm sorry, like I said this earlier, Trump has made the equivalent of George Soros's entire net worth in this first year alone.
Yeah.
And all these Republicans saying George Soros, George Soros. What about Donald Trump, who's made the entire net worth of George Soros
Yeah.
just in 1 year?
The Trump coin thing is like 1,000 Watergates.
It's
and we
unreal.
don't even talk about it. Like
I
a
can't even
majority of
believe it's
Americans don't
real.
even know, like what, a meme coin? Like, but
Yeah.
there is 100%. Because it's actually there's nothing to combat insider trading on stuff like this. I don't think it's as prevalent in mentioned markets. I think it's more for stuff like you said, Venezuela and different stock actions,
Right.
or actions that might affect stocks, like tariffs, for example. Well, he's going to announce a new tariff and pull out. All right, I'm going to bet on the high and low candle for Bitcoin or whatever, right?
Right.
That stuff for sure is happening.
Yeah.
The mentioned market stuff is probably less likely because I'm not putting faith in Trump. If I'm like, hey, Trump,
Staying
just
on
maybe
script,
don't say Biden this time. I have 10 grand on you not saying Biden.
That's true.
I don't know if I would risk my money on that demented old guy.
That's very valid. Yeah.
I'll tell you guys what I have my money on right now. Just give me like a few minutes and I'll look on my app and see what I have.
I mean, you can do that, but I think if you're going to just court a sponsorship first. All right, we don't want to do free. I wasn't going to mention any names unless they want to hit me up, but because they got money to burn. All right, I don't want to do free advertising for betting on whether or not Trump is going to say Sleepy Joe during the State of the Union.
No, I'm actually. Yeah, no, that is not what I mean. So the only thing I did was I bet a few bucks that Nick Shirley would not attend the State of the Union, which I was wrong about. I really thought that he wouldn't, but I guess he is attending the State of the Union.
The biggest investigative journalist in the country, of course he's going to be there. Come on.
Well, if he shouts out Nick Shirley and Nick Shirley stands up and then they call out, they say, wow, none of the Democrats stood up and clapped for Nick Shirley, who exposed billions of dollars of fraud. I might have to just uninstall all of the internet.
I think you just predicted the next news cycle on Fox News.
God damn
You heard it
it.
here first, folks. You heard it here first.
Yeah, I feel like, I wonder how boring it's going to be also, because Trump said yesterday or the day before it's going to be a very long speech. If he just starts meandering and rambling about random shit for like 3 hours, I don't know how I'm going to survive that, honestly.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be painful, but at least we'll have like, 6 people now? It's like me,
We
Erica, Dan.
Yeah.
So we'll have entertainment, at least.
This is
It's better all together.
We'll make it bearable.
Yeah, we'll make it bearable for
Or
sure.
we'll try at least, like a chaser of some kind. Yeah. I wonder also if he's going to talk anything about or mention anything about like the Iran stuff that's looming. It seems like I've seen so many reports that he's like this close to attacking or invading or doing something in Iran. So this might be a forum to bring that up. I'm curious.
Odds he talks about invading Mexico. Ooh, maybe he'll do that. Who is going to be hosting the live? I think we're just all going to hop on Adams. I think that's what the plan is.
What do you all right? What do you guys think about if we do hop on Adams? You definitely need to reset before.
Sure.
Because it's like the viewership is always the best right when you hit the FYP. So I think
true.
Right before.
Yeah.
But
Probably reset like
you
8:30, 8:45ish, something like that.
If you guys want, I'm cool with doing it on mine as well, in case we think that'll get the most people. But totally up to you.
I'm down for whatever,
Yeah,
honestly.
I mean,
as long as I
I'm
can
fine with
dual stream
whatever.
it to my YouTube and TikTok as well, which I think I should be able to regardless.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dual stream it to. Oh well, TikTok's gonna be different because you're gonna be a guest.
Can
Can you
you
join
know,
as a
what-
guest from the live studio application?
No,
Damn.
you only
Okay.
can co-host. That's kind of what I'm struggling with here.
Mhm.
I was thinking doing what you said, Dan, where you like that link thing. I don't know how that works, but you know how you said you sent that screenshot.
I think
Like-
they made it sound better than it was. All it is that you go live and it insta sends the invites, but that's it. I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
And by the
but
way,
still
this is-
guests, yeah.
I can't go one fucking time without glazing at him. Like you literally pulled the reason. I was like, yeah, I mean, I have more followers. It'll get more viewers. No, the actual reason is I want to do it on TikTok Studio, and I don't want to have to use my phone. So that's you actually sussed it out. It's so fucking wild.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why they don't
Well,
join us
we
in TikTok
could-
Studio. It's so frustrating.
Yeah. Well, what if my thoughts are like this. This is obvious. We have like a few hours until
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
So like not really a big deal, but what if we all just co-hosted and one of us just played the video?
You can only ever co-host with 2 people.
Wait,
If you-
really?
I
I didn't
I've
know
never
that.
coached. I didn't even know that. Damn.
If you have more than 2 people, then you have to one person needs to be hosting and pull up guests, because you can't pull up guests with 2 people.
What?
You can't have a
okay.
co-host with more than 2 people.
That makes sense.
That's awful. That sucks. Okay, never mind then.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I whatever gets the most viewers, I have like, guys, I'm tiny compared to y'all, so I'm just here. But I'm down with whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
If you think
Same here.
We can make it. Listen, we can make a pros and cons list. Pro of using Adam's Live. It was his idea. Wait, was it your idea or David's idea?
I don't even
it
remember.
was David's.
Yeah, I think it might.
David brought it up, and us 3 were on the live, and we were just like, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea."
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
David
yeah,
made
you're
the
right.
group chat.
Yeah.
The other pro is I have to imagine that. I don't know. All right, what do you think? Do you think it would be if the person who starts with the like most followers, right, hosts,
Mhm.
versus the person who has the most followers as a guest? Would the person's
I see what you're saying.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What would bring in more new people? Because ideally,
That's a good question.
we want to get the maximum number of viewers.
Well,
But
wouldn't it be the highest like league rank? Wouldn't that be the best? Because you get better gifters, better, more.
I don't even know how that stuff
FYP
works,
push.
honestly.
Yeah, I mean, the higher rank you are, the more people you get pushed into your lives. So
Okay.
uh-huh.
I don't know.
Oh my god! Wait, I'm trolling. I thought he was trolling and talking about League of Legends. I thought he's like, whoever has the first League of, and I just realized there's an actual TikTok ranked league thing.
You didn't
shit.
know? How do I
Avengers
know
Assemble.
that? How do?
That
Oh, David's here.
Wow.
How's it going, everybody? This is your president speaking before the State of the Union speech. Is excited. I'm excited. Super excited.
Dude, I'm telling you, I have a decent Trump impression, but holy shit, is yours just so good?
I am
My
Donald Trump.
God.
he just said, I am Donald Trump in his
I'm the
regular
president of the United States.
Oh man, I wish. God.
No, I fucking don't, dude. I do a terrible job at that shit.
The upgrade of replacing Donald Trump with a die roll of anyone in the country that voted for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
I just
At this
think it's
point,
a
anyone.
100 out of
I
100
struggle to think other than J.D. Vance who'd be like a scarier president than Trump is right now.
maybe?
Jeez.
Steve Bannon.
Steve,
Curtis
yeah.
Yarvin.
Steve Bannon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve
Actually,
Bannon.
you're right. Stephen Miller as well.
Yeah, I was
Oh.
about to say Stephen
Yeah,
Miller.
Stephen
He would
Miller.
be even more scary. The first Jewish president being Stephen Miller. I'm pretty sure I would unalive myself. Oh my God,
That he's Jewish. Wow.
dude!
Yeah.
This
Hey,
is it's just Dan. I know we haven't like fully talked. But I am Jewish. Every time, shut up. Every time there's a Jewish person that does something bad, it just gets worse and worse because then we all hear the allegations and all
Yeah.
these things. God, I hate it.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw, there was a poll that just came out of the Florida governor's race, and I think that for 18 to 34,
Don't do
like
it.
Fishback was leading against Byron Donalds.
No.
Overall, Fishback was like in third place, but specifically that age cohort, he was up like 34%
I saw
or
that,
something.
and I just want to give everyone a little bit of relief. 46% were unsure.
True.
So like he
Yeah.
was up, but yeah, most people.
But anything
probably
over
just don't-
2% for that guy is a red flag
Oh, yeah.
for me on the state of this
Yeah.
country.
Yeah, Fishback is never going to win. Well, here's the thing, Adam. These are just the kids that voted for Trump based off the vibes.
Yeah,
they like
because they saw him
Fishback,
on
not
Rogan or
because of his-
something.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they like Fishback because like he's like young and he makes edgy jokes and shit. Like
Yeah.
that's it. That's
And
really
did he
it.
get exposed for like pretending to be racist to appeal to racist people?
Yes, he was also pro-Israel. He was on a debate with Destiny, and he was like advocating for Israel as well.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
that was
but
in
now
Surrounded.
he's like
Yeah.
He's super
Yeah.
anti.
He's just
Yeah,
a
now he's super
grifter. But, like,
anti-Israel because he's appealing to the Groyper base, I guess, if that even exists.
I don't even know why he's running. Like I don't understand why on earth he would think he'd be able to
I
win.
think he thinks that he's like Mamdani 2.0 because every time he's asked, like, you're only at 2%, he's like, yeah, well, so was Mamdani, as if they're comparable in any fucking way.
No, I don't think it's unreasonable for him to think he has a chance, because there are two like major, maybe three major things going for him over Byron Donalds. That this is not me saying that you should bet on him or anything.
Is one of them that he's not black and he's trying to win the Republican vote?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's one of three. That's one of three. And as somebody who lived in Florida when Andrew Gillum was running,
Oh, yeah.
It hurts being running for governor as a black man hurts in Florida. Absolutely insane. I was getting robocalls from people with monkey noises. On
That's
God, that is not
crazy.
Y'all,
Yeah.
I want to mention something incredibly important. It's not going to be too related to the Florida race.
Okay.
It's the Democratic primary. Democratic voters in Texas currently lead
Yes, sir.
by
I saw that.
100,000 in turnout.
I saw
also
that.
Yeah.
That is
This
kinda
is the
crazy.
first time we've seen something like this in, I believe, 2 decades.
I'm really hoping that Tallarico wins the primary.
Yeah, Republicans
Seriously.
are petrified of him being the nominee. I saw a poll of him beating Paxton by 2 or 3 points in a general, which we know.
I don't really understand why people still flock to Crockett. Like, I just don't see the purpose.
I like Crockett. She's done a really good job of holding the Trump administration to account, but I don't know. Some of the recent attacks she's
lost me,
brought up
man.
against Tallarico have been kind of disappointing. I don't know.
He lost me, liberal.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm still on the. If I was in Texas, I'd be on the fence. But
Really?
I do think
That's
I'm
valid.
leaning
They're both
toward-
amazing candidates at the end of the day.
They're really good
Well,
candidates.
I will admit, like, I've done extensive research into Tallarico, and I'm also a volunteer, so like I'm very heavily so I'm probably not the best person to talk about it, but it's just it doesn't come down to one of them is bad. It comes down to I think Tallarico just is better.
I believe he
a little
flipped
bit.
a district that a Democrat hadn't won since Jimmy Carter, and it feels
Yes.
like
Yeah.
having that
Yeah.
crossover appeal is going to be really important in a general election. I don't know if
So-
mobilizing
he's
the
just
base
more-
is sufficient in a state like Texas.
I will.
I love Crockett, and I would 100% vote for her.
Oh, yeah.
If it
She's
was
so
literally like she's incredible. I would vote for her for president. I really would.
Mhm.
It's just about the fact that like we need to just think of every single category here, and Tallarico's taken the Nor Corporate PAC pledge, and
Yeah.
she hasn't. And that's something that's important. To
I
me.
also just wish that the primary was more like, okay, you like Crockett, I like Tallarico, we're both still on the same side, we don't have to hate each other, but I feel like the tensions have been rising recently. I don't know
Because of
why.
Crockett.
I mean, it's already rising in the comments here. People are getting mad.
Is it?
Is that coming from? Well, okay. Is that coming from like their campaigns or like their supporters? I feel
Crockett's
like
Some
talking
mix
shit.
of both, maybe. I don't know how much
Yeah.
is.
Crockett's talking shit.
So the way I see this race is I mean Adam kind of stated a little earlier, but it's essentially what do we think is going to be more powerful if we're talking about electability? What do we think is going to be more powerful?
Right,
Crossover
right.
appeal or energizing the base?
Right.
Crockett energizes the base.
She does.
Period.
Yeah.
We've been watching her clips for the entire Trump era.
She cooked the fuck out of Pam Bondi in that hearing.
Yeah, exactly. And the reason I'm so on the fence, if I thank God I don't live in Texas, I don't have to make a choice.
Mhm.
But the reason I'm so on the fence is that I know personally a lot of people
Mhm.
who preferred Bernie in 2016, but voted for Hillary because they thought she was the more electable candidate.
Sure.
And I don't know if the better candidate, if we just assume one of them is going to be senator, and I'm not saying we should,
Mhm.
I don't know if I'm comfortable just saying, okay, well, this would be the better senator, this would be the one I prefer, but the other one has a better chance of winning. Like, especially given I've seen that fail in the past. Like, it's
Sure.
That's not the reason why I'm supporting Tallarico at all.
Yeah, I think from a perspective of electability, I think he checks off all the boxes. But it's not like a Joe Biden versus Bernie scenario where one person's like the bulwark against losing moderates and the other one's like super cool and progressive. I think James Tallarico offers up a number of progressive policy.
And Amy said it well, that they each have their own strengths. So ultimately, it's like we'll see who wins the primary, and whoever it is, we have to rally behind them. That much is true.
Yeah,
as long as a Democrat wins, I'll be happy.
Yes.
But for me personally, I would definitely prefer Tallarico.
Yeah, I agree.
But
he's a really gifted politician. Like, he's rhetorically very, very gifted. I mean,
unique talent, y'all. LeBron James of Democratic politics, guys.
So, I mean, I was just saying to the people in the comments, like, that's kind of where we're all at here. I think that's kind of where we're going, is like, we have our preferences, but at the end of the day, we're all on the same side here.
Amen.
Yeah. And primaries are the time to have these fights. Like, I also want a super competitive primary in 2028, but ultimately, we are all still on the anti-fascist side. We're on the same side at the end of the day. It's important to remember.
I don't know, guys. If it's Jasmine Crockett versus Ken Paxton, I'm voting third party.
The thing is, Ken Paxton being the nominee, I think, helps Democrats regardless a little bit, right? Because isn't Paxton like super corrupt? Even Republicans.
Yeah, he sucks. He sucks.
He's like Andrew Cuomo, but of the South.
Yeah, it really goes to show.
Republicans are like the actual like party apparatus really does not want Paxton to win.
It seems like it. They want Cornyn, right?
And I have no idea why Fetterman, of all people, made this statement, but he's right in regards to why Trump hasn't endorsed one. Didn't
Trump endorse everyone or something? I saw
he said that he doesn't care as long as one of them wins.
Yeah, he also endorsed the guy that had that sexual thing with the girl who set herself on fire recently. He endorsed him.
No, he didn't.
She set herself on fire?
Yeah, there was a politician in Texas. I think it was one of the congressional districts. He was essentially soliciting sexual pictures from her. A bunch of that got leaked, and then it turned out that she literally burned herself, like lit herself on fire.
Damn.
Because of the mental stress from working as I think she was an associate for him.
Mm-hmm.
But they were having an affair, and the husband, the widow, right now is in a legal battle. Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace have called for him to resign. The Republicans are getting even. That's my district in Texas. Yeah, it's a huge deal. Republicans are breaking more and more and more. They're getting divided more and more, and that gives us Democrats the chance to come together and really, really fight to take over Texas, because we have a real opportunity to do that here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just say this: if you're supporting Tallarico and he doesn't win the primary, put your effort and your money into Jasmine Crockett. That's what I'll be doing.
Yeah.
Myself.
Yeah, voting no hesitation for Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, we need to flip Texas, guys. It used to be a swing state.
It's doable.
Just like Florida.
I think it is doable.
It's 100% doable here, truly. And we're not just saying that; it really is.
Yeah, Trump's numbers with independents are abhorrent. I don't know if you saw the recent Harry Enten CNN poll thing, where Trump's approval with independents right now is 26%, which is even lower than it was after January 6th. It's the lowest approval a president has had with independents in 50 years or some shit.
I mean, I was an independent, for a very long time, and all this administration has done is push me more left, and left.
Mm-hmm.
And that's which is difficult. I like being in the middle. It's something that I think fits my personality. Just being able to
become a radical left lunatic and thug.
Exactly. I was about to say.
But my issue is I just don't understand what the hell this administration is doing. They're the worst fascists that ever exist. They suck. They're just not good at being
incompetent fascists. Yeah.
I want to mention something. I had and it's with regards to that, because I think we need to stop that messaging. I had a conversation with an accelerationist yesterday, and my blood was boiling. And this guy not only assumed good faith with the administration trying to invoke the Insurrection Act, not to kill Democrats, not to punish Democrat states, but in furtherance of immigration enforcement. And then he also said that they're so stupid and incompetent that if you were to vote third party, if it was Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance, it'd be totally fine. And people can just get more radical and vote for AOC in 2032. I'm gonna stop downplaying their significance.
The thing is, people don't understand. I think even a lot of anti-Trump people, I feel like people don't fully understand the stakes of 2024 could have been the last election. Was it for sure? No. But no. These people are not playing games. They're not fucking around. This guy tried to do a coup in 2020 and 2021. And if we really think he's not going to try again after having had 5 years to plan another one, we're deluding ourselves.
Exactly.
He's
And
telling us he wants to do it.
Let me just make something clear, because I saw in the comments when I say that I'm in the middle because it fits my personality. I am a person that
neocon. Sorry.
Shut up. I'm a person that, as an individual, I've had supposedly a talent of being able to have productive conversations with people that have radical views. So it's just for me personally, if I have the ability to bring people further to the left, me being labeled is something that reduces that possibility. So I've talked about it. I think that people's political views are too diverse to strictly label ourselves, right? So obviously I'm a Democrat. I'm employed by the Democrats.
Yes.
But
I want to mention something. I don't mean to interject. I really want to mention this. When I started streaming, I only got positive comments from people on the center or on the right when I didn't affiliate myself with the Democratic Party. And ever since then, I've obviously stated that I support liberals and I fucking love Democrats and I love Joe Biden joke, but I never got like I'm a moderate and I think you're pretty chill, liberal.
Yeah. Moderate many times is like a mask for just I'm right wing, but I'm too scared to say it publicly.
Yeah, I know. I've heard that. The problem is like, I think realistically when it comes to the spectrum.
Oh, they got him.
Oh, they got him. I'm probably between a leftist and a liberal. Like I'm somewhere in between.
I would say the same, and I think what's between leftist and liberal is progressive. That's what I think.
Yeah, I'm like something I've heard is like I think best what would describe me is like a democratic socialist, because I do like Bernie. I do like I do like Mamdani. But I just like I don't like Madeline Pendleton and those guys who claim to be liberal.
And to be fair,
right?
Like what? I think maybe 1 or 2% of the country would support Madeline Pendleton. Like,
yeah, of course.
I don't know if her fan base is exactly turning out to vote in elections when you're that far gone, but yeah. I think a lot of these people have a very exaggerated influence on social media because of algorithms, but they're nowhere to be seen when election day comes around. So
exactly when it matters most.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that because I now getting to think about it, I do understand like, oh, I'm an independent, but then I actually support Trump.
Right.
Like I'm not like that whatsoever, and you guys know that. But I want to make sure that people just meeting.
I also call myself an independent because I think it's important to signal that like you're not going to blindly follow even the Democratic Party. Like for example, like I was criticizing Biden for running for re-election because his brain was mashed potatoes and his handling of the genocide in Gaza. Those are important things to bring up to have credibility. One thing that people don't talk about enough is the reason Trump built such a cult of personality is because when he ran in the primary in 2016, he spent a lot of time shitting on his own party, which built credibility. Oh, this guy can criticize his own side. That's really important to do.
Yeah, the war on terror stuff, I think, really put him in a lot of people's views. Like, because I know a lot of people that were Bernie fans, considering Bernie's views on the war on terror, that brought a lot of people towards Trump. Because like that was, and I think that's something that I think is most people I do believe that the wars on terror were a complete failure.
Yeah. Anytime you declare war on like a very vague noun, I feel like the metrics of success are going to be super dubious. Even like the war on drugs, what does that gotten us?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that because I know some people were like, oh, he's just a conservative. Guys, I want like universal health care. I'm anything but a conservative.
Right. And even honestly, the current Republican Party is not the same like small government family values party. It's an authoritarian neo-fascist party in many instances, at least the ones who pledge fealty to Trump. So even if someone was legitimately a conservative, they couldn't be consistent in their beliefs while also supporting Donald Trump, because Donald Trump wants to expand the state to step on our civil liberties, which I thought conservatives cared about like 2 years ago, but apparently not.
Oh God.
Yeah. Hold on.
Did Dan get disconnected or did he?
I don't know. I think the deep state got him.
I'm locked the fuck, bro. Oh. Listen, liberals, I'm peeking right now. What can I say?
Okay.
I'm writing up a script for
That's perfect.
James
I got to go pee,
Bro,
so can you just peek on the live while I go pee?
Guys. I'm about to fucking peek hella hard.
Thank
Listen,
you.
liberals, listen. I will be posting for the next 7 days, at least twice a day, calling for people to go vote in the Democratic primaries. Obviously, I want to establish this earlier because Dan said he was fence sitting. I was fence sitting. When I was at the ballot box and I had to choose between the two of them, I was fence sitting. I wasn't certain. I picked James Talarico I stuck to my my initial rationale to vote for him. But I want to let you know, if Jasmine Crockett wins, regardless of whether or not I'm a little alienated by what she said and the way she's conducting herself on the campaign trail, I'm voting for her. Okay? But we're going to be doing an unofficial campaign for the next 7 days, liberal. That's what we're going to be doing.
That's awesome.
For
I actually
Great James Celerica, you know.
I do actually like the what's it called? The comment about being able to bring out the base. I do think Jasmine Crockett can energize the base a little bit better than Tallarico can. My thing would be is like, I think that the base is already energized.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know if that is really a trait that we necessarily need right now.
And that's something I wanted to recognize. I feel like it's priced in. And I don't know if a really cool, energetic campaign is going to make a huge significant and overall turnout. But it's just that you have to ensure that this level of emotion and passion is prolonged and it has good stamina, essentially. Because it can't run out. It can't be like this short spurt of energy, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna start calling myself a progressive Democrat. Just because like I think I don't even know. I just don't like labels. I literally like worked with No Labels and Indivisible and like all these other nonpartisan organizations too much. I don't know. But at this point, I think it's just becoming too complicated for me to explain to people that I don't like labels. So I'm probably just gonna start calling myself a progressive Democrat.
Amen, liberal.
Yeah, labels are a big problem. Even when someone says like leftist, for example, I don't even know what that means anymore.
Exactly.
I feel like there's such a wide
I've been told that it like means you don't like capitalism. But then my father like classifies himself as a leftist, and he literally is he's a business owner.
Right.
Like how that? So it's like. And it's
kind
not
of become
like
a catch-all term because, like, some people who call themselves leftists will still vote harm reduction, they'll vote blue in general elections, and others, like, swear off electoral politics, and they're more, like, Marxist, tanky types. So, yeah, it's hard to distinguish.
If Tallarico wins, I just hope he doesn't become another Fetterman. Yeah, I am kind of worried about that.
I don't think he will. There's clips of him from way before he had a national profile just ripping into Republicans when he had no incentive to do so.
He's been in the Texas legislature since 2018. If he was ever going to make a shift to represent what is a conservative district, he would have done it by now, and he hasn't.
Yeah.
That's true.
He's really good at avoiding the left-right binary while still pushing progressive policy. He has a genius line. It's not left versus right. It's top versus bottom. That is just a very smart thing to run on if you want to win.
I mean, I run on that at this point. That's what I say. I don't know. Did he come up with that quote, or
I'm sure someone else did. That's like it's I feel like I've heard that before as well, but it's a very good way to tap into like these apolitical or like independent moderates who maybe swing back and forth election to election.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I'll tell y'all what phone banking wise, what I hear from people, and give y'all some data, because I will be tracking exactly like the messages that I get when I do that. But I when the campaign people there, they're really great people. They're very, very nice, very welcoming. And it's been very good to see the amount of people coming out to volunteer. Like I'll tell you, like every week they get 50 to 100 people every Saturday in the volunteer training meetings, which is crazy. Like that's a lot per week to get.
A lot of grassroots energy right now, it seems like.
Yeah, and he's raised $20 million without a single cent of corporate PAC money.
Crazy.
That's huge. It's unprecedented, bro. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like,
he's the only political candidate I've ever donated to, and I'm proud to say that.
He's so good at diffusing the culture war stuff, where he says like Muslims are 1% of the population, trans people are 1% of the population, but the 1% we should be worried about is the billionaires. It's just such good marketing. I wish more Democrats.
Yeah, I just want to voice this, guys. Listen, and I don't do these things so I could brag about it, but I just dropped a hefty contribution, y'all. We got the bumper sticker. We're gonna put a new sticker on the mic. Got the crew neck. Got the shirt. Bitch, I'm rocking Tallarico all over my fucking city.
That's crazy.
They will know who I voted for, liberal. And if Jasmine Crockett wins, I'm getting all her shit too. So lock in. Lock in.
Yeah, Tallarico was saying he traveled the state to campaign for her if she's the nominee, right? So I hope that's. I think that'll be mutual as well if he wins. So. Either way, we're going to have to unite after this primary is over. Or I think it could go to a runoff, right? If neither of them secures over 50%, then we have to wait 3 more months.
I think so. Yeah, that would fucking suck.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what
this is
happened
a
in
question.
Georgia, I
If,
remember,
I
if
pray
Jasmine
to
Crockett,
God.
if Jasmine Crockett doesn't get the primary, does that mean that she can then continue her tenure as a House member,
Yeah.
or?
I don't think she has to resign to run.
No, didn't they try to like change the Texas map to basically like eliminate her district? I don't even
Yes,
remember if
they
that
did,
ended up
but
standing up to scrutiny or not.
I'm
that go
pretty
through?
sure they went into I think the Supreme Court lifted the injunction. That's the issue. But the case is still percolating in the courts. So I don't know if they'll inevitably have to drop a ruling. But for now, the maps are in place.
The filing deadline passed. She can't run. Is that true?
That's insane.
It would suck to lose her just in government. Like, she has been a very
I was about to mention
strong
that.
voice and a good fighter against, especially, man, she roasted the fuck out of Pam Bondi. That was so cathartic to watch.
Yeah.
That was some girl boss shit that I like when they all ganged up on her.
Yeah, she's great. I hope, man. Can she not run for another? I don't even. What district does she represent? Does anyone know? Is it like considered a swing district, or is it like safely blue, or?
Yeah. Well, her district was Oh, you mean what state can she run in?
Or like the race that she did win for Congress, like how competitive
She's
was
okay.
that?
So she's in the most liberal part of the state.
Okay.
She's in Fort Worth and Dallas, which are pretty liberal.
Okay. Okay. Damn.
She'd be fine.
Which is kind of the concern too. Is like Tallarico has been able to get elected in non-blue districts.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how the state would respond as a whole, but we'll see.
I think broadly speaking, we need more red state Democrats to step up, because I feel like if you're a Democrat in a red state, you just have to know how to fight back as well, which is, I'm sure, why Crockett's also so great, is these people are surrounded by and large by Republicans in the state legislatures and the U.S. House and Senate as well.
I know there's I don't know if you guys watch any like history videos, but I do watch this guy called Mr. Beat on YouTube.
I love Mr. Beat. He's so goated.
He recently is now going to start endorsing Democrats in Republican states.
Holy shit!
Damn.
Yeah. So he there's his district in Kansas, which I think is the 3rd congressional district. Something that Mr. Beat wants is not Mr. Beast, Mr. Beat, Mr. Beat. Not Mr.
Man, that guy in the
Beast.
chat, please. Adam, call. I'm just joking.
He essentially wants to be able to unlimit like the amount of people that can be in the House.
I saw
and there's
this.
a Democrat in Kansas that is advocating for that. So that might also be another race to focus on a little bit, because I don't know how many Democrats actually exist in Kansas.
Yeah, we definitely need to expand the size of the House. I think right now the ratio is like 1 representative for every like 750,000 people, which I think the ideal when it first started was 1 for every 30,000, which right now would be physically impossible unless you want thousands of people in the House. But I think having some kind of ratio, like 1 House member for every 500,000 people, I think it would expand the House to like 600 something seats. That's probably a good idea to do, to have like better representation.
How do you feel about the Senate?
I mean, it's there. We can't exactly get rid of it, but yeah.
Yeah, no, the Senate's. I think the Senate's fine. I like it.
We have to get rid of the filibuster. That much I know.
Yeah. Yes.
Eliminate
Yes.
that shit.
And
Or at least
God,
lower
I
it
will
to
not
like
vote.
52 or something. At least.
Yeah.
Kansas has a Democratic governor. I did not know that. Yeah, I just looked at it. It looks like Kansas actually, like the Kansas City area, has more Democrat-leaning people, which is interesting. I just wouldn't expect that from such
Kentucky
a
also,
rural
right? But
area.
Bashir, they have Bashir over there.
Yeah. That makes a little bit more sense though, because Kentucky's a little bit more urbanized, and we know that like urbanized populations.
Someone said DC statehood, please. I agree, although DC statehood is like a little bit harder to get than like Puerto Rico statehood. So I honestly think that
Puerto Rico needs to get independence, not statehood.
I believe they voted in a referendum that they want statehood over independence.
I saw that.
It's only, but that isn't like, it's not a legitimate vote. The problem is that the government of Puerto Rico wants to be able to become a state. And as of right now, because of the amount of people that have like moved to Puerto Rico, they're not actually looking at the people that originally
Wouldn't they
were
lose
there.
out on like a lot of essential services and tax revenue and stuff if they became an independent country?
And that,
I mean,
and that was
they
a
have
huge
they have
complaint
they have a
during the-
GDP of 100 billion, so
Sure.
like
But
they're
they have the
very
capacity-
industrialized.
I don't know. It's because I remember there was a really big complaint, and that's the reason why they wanted to separate themselves from the United States. That they really struggled to receive federal funding when they had the what was it, like a hurricane, I believe.
Something like that, yeah.
But yeah, listen. Quite frankly, listen, bro. Puerto Rico needs to get freed. They need some freedom.
They definitely shouldn't be. The concept of like a U.S. territory which has civilian populations and they can't vote in presidential elections is like unreal. It's antithetical to the entire idea of the U.S. So whether it's independence or statehood, it should be one of those.
My concern is the fact that the United States has been doing like borderline settler colonialism in Puerto Rico by giving tax breaks for individuals like from
That's
America
why the Paul brothers
there.
moved there.
Yeah, like it's well, you're no offense, but your brother is kind of a colonizer. I'm just kidding. But like that, I don't think is going to stop, and I think they would eventually just completely get rid of Puerto Rico and their nationality and their culture over time.
Right.
Which is concerning to me. And we don't really need it that much. Like we just really don't need it at all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see what the point is of holding on to it so tightly.
Sure.
And
ultimately, they should have self-determination at the end of the day. They should be able to decide what happens.
They're a large country. They're a bustling economy, and I would like them to get independence. That's something that's happening to Hawaii, and it's heartbreaking. Yes, it is heartbreaking. My civics teacher was from Hawaii, and he taught us a lot about what happened there and what is happening there right now. Just last year, the U.S. military tried to take over a reservation for Native Hawaiians, and essentially, like, my civics teacher did a whole legal battle to be able to like prevent the U.S. Navy from taking over a reservation. Like there's a bunch of legal stuff that goes on there that just isn't reported at all.
Yeah. I pulled it up here. I'm trying to see. So it seems like they had a referendum November 5th, 2024. Statehood got 58.6%. Free association, which I don't know what that means, got 29.57%. And then independence got 11.82%. Although I don't know if this referendum is even binding or if it was just like basically a poll.
I think it just sounds like a poll. My understanding was that it was 50-50 overall. But I might just have been hurt hearing that it was 50% for statehood and then 50% for independence.
Sure. Free association might still encompass independence, so maybe you can add up the 29.6 and the 11.8 to be the counterbalance there. But either which way, something needs to change about its current status because it's so fucking unfair.
They pay they pay essentially the same exact taxes that we do, and they get none of the benefits. Yeah. Okay, so here I just searched it up. Free association is a proposed political status for Puerto Rico to become a sovereign nation, independent of the Constitution's territory clause, while maintaining a voluntary negotiated partnership with the U.S. This allows for sovereign Republic of Puerto Rico to handle its own affairs, such as trade and foreign policy, while delegating specific responsibilities like defense and currency to the U.S. So they would still be kind of intertwined to our economy a little bit, which
it's still an independent nation.
Yeah, so like the independence you're talking about, the 11% come from the population that are radicals, that want to that associate with like really early on. So basically, what they are now, no,
they're a U.S. territory right now.
Not at all. This gives them the ability to have significantly more independence.
Yeah, essentially, they'd be a nation state, but they just have some kind of connection to the U.S. still in terms of like
and it would be a temporary. It would be a temporary thing too. Like it wouldn't like they'd be permanently tied, negotiated. Like it wouldn't be a permanent thing. It would just be over 10 to 20 year span where they can make their own economy become more and more independent while being able to still have the backing from the U.S.
I do wonder if they became an independent country, what would happen to the citizenship status of everyone there who's currently an American citizen? It feels kind of fucked up to strip their American citizenship from them, but I don't know how that would work.
I think they should keep it. I don't see an issue with that.
Yeah, I agree.
But I don't like. I have a question. This might be something I might not. Maybe you guys don't know about this either. But essentially, I'm curious if Puerto Rico has its own citizenship, or if they have their own citizenship process.
I am
right
not
now.
sure, actually.
I don't think so.
I don't think
I'm pretty
so.
sure everybody that's born on the island is an American citizen.
Yeah.
It's by default.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Although I did do the math. So yeah, if you add up the free association and the people that want full independence, it's up to like 41.4%. So it does kind of seem like a 60-40 split, at least in this referendum, which I'd be interested to know the breakdown of, like, were the people that voted for statehood, like white people that moved there from the contiguous United States, or...
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
Let's see. Puerto Rico, the definition of white is very different from the U.S. mainland. For decades, about 75 to 80% of Puerto Ricans identified as white on the U.S. Census. However, this doesn't mean they are white Americans from the mainland. It reflects a local history where white often meant anyone of mixed European, Taino, and African descent who was not dark-skinned. Interesting. It's complicated stuff.
So here's the thing. I don't think we should strip citizenship from those Puerto Ricans. I think that part of this free association should have all Puerto Rican people who are born within the contract period also get U.S. citizenship while getting Puerto Rican citizenship. And then we also need to have a customs union with Puerto Rico so there's freedom of movement between the two states. Because a lot of people have family in Puerto Rico right now that live in the U.S. and vice versa. And I think it'd be kind of unfair to make that process a little bit more difficult. Because it's much more easier to move to Puerto Rico and move back and forth right now than it would be if they were a separate
The worry
country.
there would be if a asshole Republican becomes president again and they just fully are like, yeah, we're not fucking with Puerto Rico. Y'all can go get hung out to dry. It seems like
I don't think they do that. They have a very good economy. It's just the
that's
issue.
never stopped Trump or MAGA from just saying fuck you anyways, unfortunately.
No, of course, but it means that I think that they can definitely hold up their own. The problem right now is that a lot of the wealth in Puerto Rico is held by manufacturing companies that essentially just have cheap labor in the state. So what would need to happen is,
are they subject to federal minimum wage laws? I'd assume they are.
Probably not.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, they're not subject to a lot of things. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Minimum wage in Puerto Rico is, hold on, this is good. It's $10.50 per hour, because they're covered by the Fair Labor Standards Act. Okay. So under Biden, they made it so it's $10.50 per hour in Puerto Rico, which is good. Yeah. It's good. But the problem is that the companies that are in Puerto Rico that drive their economy are based in the US. So what would have to happen is either those companies would leave and Puerto Rico's economy would completely collapse, or those companies just leave just sell it to a Puerto Rican based company and the manufacturing continues. But there's definitely a problem there, and they would have a significant economic crisis if they completely economically got independence from the U.S. Yeah, so it would be a significant problem with that.
Yeah,
I think that's
super I just want Democrats to address this in 2028, if and when they get back the majority. They need to be on top of their shit. If there's one thing we learned from Trump, it's that you can get a lot done in a short period of time if you push hard enough.
Congress can actually do things if they want to. Remember when Congress made antitrust laws? Why isn't Congress doing anything for the people anymore? Back in the 1920s and 30s, when segregation even existed, they were literally passing laws to help.
Bro, we got a fucking constitutional amendment to give women the right to vote somehow back in a way more sexist period of time, and now we can't even get fucking ACA subsidies.
Yes, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's the polarization too, which makes it so hard to get any kind of major change, which is why filibusters got to go, because if the country is this polarized, the filibuster just blocks any meaningful reform, essentially.
Yeah.
Dude, tonight is going to be so long. It's going to be 9 p.m. when the speech starts for me over here.
Same Eastern time, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be insane.
I thought it was earlier than that.
I believe it's 9. I wish it was earlier than that, because I already know bro's about to start yapping about some random shit for 3 hours, but I think it is 9.
Did you guys see the socialist versus capitalist Jubilee video that came out recently?
I couldn't subject myself to that.
Don't watch it. Neither of them have anything right. The capitalists are hyper conservative capitalists, and then the socialists are not actually socialists. They're democratic socialists, but they just
or
won't
social
say
democrats.
it.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, this is one thing that I don't understand why Bernie and AOC call themselves socialists when they could have the exact same policy platform and then just not have that label attached to them. Although I don't know how much that even affects you anymore in a general election, considering that Trump won after January 6th. But I feel like that word socialist means 10 different things to 5 different people.
Just read Marx, guys. Just do that, please. Just read it, okay?
Even if you're a capitalist, Marx points some interesting things out that even capitalists should be taking into account if they want to have proper regulation, like a proper welfare state.
I'm a capitalist. Yeah. I'm a capitalist, and I will not, but not like conservative capitalism. Yeah. I'm, I don't know, the restricted market capitalist.
Like you probably believe in like the Nordic model, right?
Yeah. Like I because that's actually successful. Yeah. I believe in capitalism because, do you have the Marx book? Yes, I have I've read the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx and Engels, and then I've also read a lot of Engels as well. And then I'm right now, I have 3 books that are on my kind of read list that are about libertarian socialism, which is an interesting concept.
Is that like worker cooperatives or something?
It's essentially socialism. I don't know. They're not very good at explaining it, but it's essentially socialism. But then they also want like restricted government. It's very confusing. I'm still looking into it a little bit.
I don't know. I'm a capitalist because every single time I wake up in the morning, I look at the portrait of Elon Musk on the other side of my room, and it just motivates me to get up and make some money, guys. I don't know.
I'm only capitalist because of the acceleration of society, not necessarily because of like buying and selling. I just believe it's the most like efficient and.
Wait, I want to ask a question because I feel like a lot of people tend to do these things since communism is kind of like an ideologically driven system of economy. Do you think free markets in and of themselves are racist or sexist or conservative?
They can be. They're not inherently so, but if the society that's operating within the free market, like segregation existed in a private system as well. It wasn't necessarily mandated by the government, which is why the Civil Rights Act, I think, also affects like private entities. So it's not inherently racist, but if you have a free market in a racist society, it will be racist for sure.
That's what I'm saying. It's because, I don't know, because communism is obviously constructed in a way to combat these things. I just don't look at free markets as something that's like, oh, we want to restrict people's access to employment. Like, I think it'd be the opposite,
you need
right?
Government intervention for markets to actually be efficient. The idea that free market capitalism is like inherently efficient just belies everything about how economics actually works.
Yeah. And Adam
efficiency
Smith,
means dropping buckets of fucking pollutants into the goddamn water and paying people $2.50 an hour. That's efficient, brother.
Yeah. So essentially, the thing is Adam Smith, who's I guess accredited as the founder of modern capitalism, did say that there needs to be government regulation.
Yeah,
he didn't believe in Reaganomics.
Private property rights at the very least, and contract law and courts to settle disputes. Otherwise, you don't even have. That's why anarcho-capitalists make no sense to me. You can't have capitalism without a government to secure property rights and have like different rules in place to regulate markets.
I feel like anarcho systems don't make any sense to me, regardless.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Well, that's what libertarian socialism is. It is an anarchist. It is anarchist. I have this guy that comes in my lives who is an anarchist, and he comes like every few months and like talks about anarchists, and he's a very chill dude. I just think that he's a democratic socialist who is closeted. Though that's the thing. Like these people want to be radical, which is like not where I lie. I would rather I want to be palatable. That's what I care about.
I just want to be correct ultimately. Whatever the policy that works is what I want to pursue. Which typically is going to be heterodox. Bits and pieces of capitalism and socialism and whatever else. Whatever combination.
No, I mean we've had bits and pieces of socialism for almost a century.
Social security basically socialized a lot of our retirement markets. So it
has social in it. But have any listened to the podcast called Master Plan by The Lever? I have not. What is it about?
I feel like Congress really needs to put a lot of emphasis, maybe post midterms on expressly authorizing relief for anybody that is damaged by federal agents, and a lot of things I see across our country. There's not a lot of remedy for abuse. I look at ICE as an example. Because there really isn't.
There's supposed to be remedy, but unfortunately, if checks and balances only really exist if the three branches want to play by the rules, and especially if the executive branch just decides to start ignoring Congress and the courts, then your like legal recourse to have your constitutional rights upheld suddenly gets a lot more narrow, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, Lisa makes such a good point. Actually, Mississippi, Louisiana, all these welfare states, we who live in surplus states. I assume, Adam, you probably live in a surplus state, right?
Mm-hmm. You mean like tax-wise?
Yeah, like a donor state that
Yeah,
your
yeah,
taxes.
yeah.
Yeah, so like I live in Massachusetts. Massachusetts is a huge donor state. 40% of my taxes go to other states, and same with California. That is a form of socialism that has existed in America for forever. Like that is
Sure.
ever since the federal government started giving money to states, that has been a form of socialism that has existed.
Sure. Or maybe not. I mean, socialism, when I think of socialism, I'm thinking of like the workers owning the means of production, but it is definitely a redistributive government program of the likes that Republicans claim to hate. But then all these red states are taking California tax dollars to fund the same social safety nets that they want to destroy. So the irony there is a little bit hard to miss for sure.
Nobody votes against their interests more than Republicans in those states.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Do you agree with showing proof of citizenship to vote in American elections? No, because to register to vote in the first place, you have to prove some sort of citizenship.
Yeah. And
so you
the
already
SAVE
have
Act
to do
accomplishes
that.
nothing in that regard. It's already illegal to vote if you're not a citizen. So
It is, and here's the crazy part too: is like that doesn't disenfranchise illegal immigrants. That also disenfranchises homeless people.
Yeah.
People like me. Like I don't have a full government ID yet because
a lot
I'm
of
young
students
and I'm
because it
lazy.
doesn't accept student ID for voting either, which makes no sense.
Like I just don't have one. Like I should still be able to vote.
Yeah.
I've lived in America my whole life. I'm a birthright citizen. I should be able to vote, but I couldn't if you implement that federal policy.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes no sense. And someone said it really well. It's a solution in search of a problem. It's like a basically statistically zero, the amount of undocumented people who are voting in federal elections. It's like less than probably 100 over the last however many election cycles. I know it's some crazy
Yeah, I mean,
fraction.
my thing is I also like, granted, I don't think I care as much as others. I do believe that, restricting immigrants' right to vote is unconstitutional because they're subject to the laws of this country, so they should
True.
be subject to be able to vote. So, like, obviously, for me, it's not as much of a big deal if immigrants are voting, but they're not. Like, that's the thing. They're just not. And all this does, it is a voter suppression bill.
Same
It does
goes
not
for healthcare and
help them
education. Republicans like, I don't want these immigrants coming here and taking our healthcare and taking our education, but they actually contribute to those systems, so it's probably a net benefit to have them in them.
Exactly. The immigrants and Puerto Rico, they get taxation without representation. We have a sixth of the country that has taxation without representation, and that's one of the things that our founding fathers ran on.
Yeah, which goes back to the issue with Puerto Rico and all these other U.S. territories, which are paying taxes, but they have no representation in the Congress. They can't vote for presidential elections, which that's kind of the entire paradigm that I thought America was meant to be against, but we perpetuate it still. Hold on. I'm about to have my next guest on in like
I was about to ask you that.
either in 5 minutes or 20 minutes. I'm not exactly sure. I think I'm going to get an email when she hops into the Zoom call. So y'all can stick around until then.
Who are you interviewing?
Lindsay
Definitely
Owens.
stay
She's a economist with the Groundwork Collaborative. She's worked with like Elizabeth Warren and Pramila Jayapal and things like Medicare for All.
Oh wow,
Elizabeth Warren's the fucking goat, bro. Holy shit, I love her.
Yeah, she's great.
Are we able to ask some questions, or are you gonna drop us?
I'm going to drop you guys.
We gotta hop off.
Yeah, I assumed.
Yeah, but you guys can stick around until she hops in. I know she's running a little bit late, so she said she might hop on closer to 5 p.m. or 5:45, or rather 4:45. So for now, we're still good to continue. But if you guys get abruptly dropped, it's because she hopped into the Zoom. Yeah.
No, I do have to head out anyways.
Okay.
But I will see y'all in a few hours. Good luck with your interview, Adam, and I will see y'all later.
All right, man. Take care.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, we need to figure out what the move is for tonight. For the live, because Dan was right. I think Dan probably would get higher viewership on his live if we all hop onto his live, like he was suggesting. But I also want to be able to dual stream to YouTube, which I don't know how I could do that if I'm joining as a guest from my phone. So we have to sort that out somehow. Because I'd be live on TikTok, obviously, if I'm a guest on his thing. But I know Santana, I think maybe he changed it, but he used to stream his TikTok live feed directly to YouTube. So maybe I could stream Dan's TikTok live stream through my OBS to my YouTube. Something like that. I don't know. Maybe I was
about to say that maybe you could just stream his stream onto your YouTube.
Yeah. I think that would work. Yeah. We have a few hours to figure that out, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. How are you feeling about the State of the Union tonight, Liberal? You think it's going to be good or boring?
Listen, it's going to be boring every single time. Well, actually,
I want Trump to have some energy and some spunk.
Are Democrats going to be in present? Like, are they
I think a lot are going to skip out on it, but I know some are going to be there.
Issue. That's the issue. Because I remember the only reason it was entertaining last time, and to say entertaining is kind of fucked up, is because Al Green was like going fucking crazy.
Okay, Lindsay Owens has joined my meeting. I gotta go.
Peace out, everybody.
All right. All right. Are you able to hear me right now?
Hey, Adam. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, awesome. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Would you prefer if I got out a podcast microphone? Is that better?
This is totally fine. So if this works better for you, yeah, that works for me too. I want to be respectful of your time. So how long do you have to speak today?
Well, how long do you want to go? I've got to go pick up my kiddo at some point.
Sure. Probably like 30 minutes, if that works for you.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, awesome. So we're speaking today to Lindsay Owens of the Groundwork Collaborative. She's been on the cutting edge of a lot of recent economic theory, especially around greedflation and the idea that a lot of the price increases we see are not just a result of costs going up, but businesses actually trying to increase their profit margins. I know you've worked as well with Elizabeth Warren and Pramila Jayapal as well. So I want to ask you first and foremost on the recent news on Trump's tariffs being struck down by the Supreme Court, and now you see Trump's going to try to pursue them through other avenues. What has been the result of these tariffs? Are they actually affecting consumers, and if so, how?
Yeah, look, the tariffs have been an unmitigated disaster, and I don't use phrases like that cavalierly, but we've gotten a lose-lose situation with the tariffs, right? Look, he imposed tariffs on imported goods. That meant that our prices went up. There was no way of circumventing that.
Right.
But the trade-off was supposed to be that in exchange for our prices going up on imports and us paying more, that would incentivize domestic industry, domestic manufacturing to rebuild in the United States and to invest in capitally intensive projects in the US. That didn't happen.
Right.
Why did that not happen? Well, it didn't happen because from the jump, there was huge uncertainty around the tariffs. Would the tariffs be legal? Would the Supreme Court strike them down? Turns out the answer was no, they weren't legal. Yes, the Supreme Court struck them down. But even before we got to last week's decision in the courts, Trump himself changed course multiple times on the tariffs. It was an on again, off again cycle. The tariff rates changed, the rate per country changed, the countries that were going to be tariffed changed.
Right.
So there's no certainty for businesses. And as a result, we didn't get any of the boost in manufacturing that we were hoping for.
Right.
Excuse me. In fact, manufacturing jobs are down.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think exports are down as well from the recent labor statistics that came out like last week. So it seems like a failure on all fronts.
So all the short-term pain, the price hikes, which we've experienced at the grocery store, we've experienced in housing costs as construction materials have increased in price. We've experienced with like the little fun things in life, like Valentine's Day sucked because chocolate was more expensive, wine was more expensive,
Halloween
roses
too,
were more expensive, Halloween sucked. Yeah, we got all the short-term pain and we're getting none of the long-term gain. There's no boom coming in American manufacturing.
Right. And sort of follow-up question I have on that. I only have an undergrad degree in economics, but I like trying to learn more about what's going on right now in public policy. And it seems to me that like if you want to reinvigorate domestic manufacturing, wouldn't it be better to try to make American-made things cheaper than trying to make foreign goods more expensive?
Yeah, look, I think subsidies for American manufacturing, investing early in helping some of these production and manufacturing plants get online is exactly the approach that, the Biden administration was trying to pursue
Right.
vis-a-vis energy policy at
Hmm.
the end of their term. Yeah, that's exactly the flip side of the same coin. And that's not an approach that the Trump administration has taken, right? Instead, they've used a tariff approach. And you raise a very interesting point because it begs the question, what is actually the president's goal with the tariffs?
Yeah.
And, many folks, and obviously don't want to pontificate on his motives. Like, that's not what I'm an expert in. But I think there are folks who have rightly suggested that perhaps the goal of tariffs for Trump is to get into negotiations with foreign countries and to use them as a foreign policy kind of quid pro quo tool
Hmm.
rather than actually to build, a manufacturing renaissance in the United States. And of
Right.
course, the way he's pursued this, has made that outcome more likely than the other. Yeah.
Right. And it seems like a lot of the recent economic news is a little bit doom and gloom. You have the ACA subsidies going away. You have Medicaid and SNAP being gutted as well. And
Yep.
it's easy to think that everything is on fire. But if Democrats are able to take back the House and the Senate in these midterms and hopefully the presidency in 2028, what do you think should be their priorities to make life more affordable for the average person?
Yeah, well, first of all, you're exactly right. The priority number one has got to be to pursue policy that is resonant with the American people. And what the American people are saying right now, when it comes to the economy, we all have many priorities that are non-economic in our lives.
Hmm.
But when it comes to the economy, unequivocally, priority number one is bringing down prices, getting the affordability crisis under control. I would say this is actually kind of an easy one. You start with the items that are the most important for American families. So you've got to get the price of healthcare under control. You have a whole host of options there, but I would start with some Medicare buy-ins, right? You could lower the Medicare age from 65 on down,
Hmm.
could put kids on Medicare and do a kind of Medicare for Kids program.
Right.
All sorts of ways to reduce the expenditures of families in healthcare. That's on the insurance side. On the pharmaceutical side, you can start, frankly, manufacturing some drugs domestically and compete with some of these, at the federal level, compete with some of these big pharma companies who
Hmm.
have a monopoly over production right now.
Hmm.
There's some interesting things happening in that space. Mark Cuban and others getting in on, trying to reduce the price of drugs, but we've got to do something about prescription drugs, got to do something about the cost of insurance, got to do something about big medicine.
Right.
Once you leave healthcare, it's certainly time to think about housing. And I think there are way too many lawmakers at the federal level who start every sentence about housing affordability with, oh, this is a state and local issue.
Right.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. There is a huge amount that the feds can do on housing.
Right.
Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, the government-sponsored enterprises, that's the housing market. They back and provide the funding for the 30-year mortgage market.
Hmm.
It can make different decisions about affordability of mortgages. And we have a lot of policy ideas there. But also, they provide the funding for multifamily rental units, which means they could force landlords to offer more affordable rent prices
Right.
too, and to offer better terms for tenants. So I think there's actually a lot the feds can do on the housing front.
Hmm.
They can also do some of the necessary enforcement to take on some of the corporate landlords, some of the private equity
Sure.
players in the housing space who are buying up homes and making it hard for, normal folks to compete in auctions, et cetera. So I think there's a lot the feds can do in housing. So, I would start with housing and healthcare, two of the biggest ticket items, but
Sure.
we've obviously got to look at energy prices and utilities and how we're going to handle data centers to make sure energy is affordable for families and to make sure that, data centers and those companies are paying their own way rather than
Right.
passing the buck on to us. And then, maybe I'd hit groceries because, despite the fact that they aren't the biggest ticket item on the household budget, they are the thing we buy most frequently, and they are the thing that we can't do without other than, I guess, I don't know, arguably housing, healthcare, utilities, and grocery. I don't think we can really skip any of those,
Right.
but
Yeah.
something on grocery prices. I've seen a couple of really interesting proposals coming out recently for some price controls on essential grocery items. I think that can make a lot of sense.
Right.
Mexico pursued a policy like this, which was really interesting. Um, getting more aggressive in that space. Obviously, losing some of the tariffs that are hitting imported produce would be helpful as well.
Yeah. And you brought up something there. I'm really interested in healthcare policy, so I kind of want to pick your brain about this. You talked about the idea of like a Medicare buy-in, for example, or like lowering the eligibility age, like 10 years at a time, which I believe was Elizabeth Warren's plan to transition to single payer in her 2020 campaign. So I'm of the opinion that single payer is probably the best final goal for healthcare. And I'm curious from your perspective, what is the best way to get there? Do we start with the public option? Do we just go immediately 0 to 100? Or I'm sure there's trade-offs with all those options.
Oh man, yeah. I spent a decent chunk of time working on Medicare for All when I worked on the Hill for Congresswoman Jayapal and for the senator for Elizabeth Warren too. Look, I mean, there are a couple of ways to skin the cat. God, I can't believe I just said that. Like, it's such a gruesome metaphor. I don't know. I'm from the South. That's what my grandma used to say. But I think at the end of the day, you're absolutely right. Like the final destination here, our end goal is probably single payer, right? We are just in a position where the incentives of market-based healthcare are directly at odds with the incentives of our health.
Right.
And there's no better example than a statistic we just learned about this last week, where the health insurers made more money, this year than last, and they did it covering fewer people.
Right.
Right. So we're getting less and they are getting more. And that I think really highlights the sort of contradiction or the tug of war that we face in this space. And it's a place where the market just can't deliver what we want. And we keep intervening over and over again in these really ham-fisted and incremental and inadequate ways. Like we get the Affordable Care Act. Yes, it covers more people.
Right.
But now we're in a fight about how much more money to give insurance companies, right? To keep our costs stable or the same or only a little bit more. So yeah, we've got to have some competition, and a public option is one way to get there. And yeah, I mean, I think I've seen a number of different transition plans, but I do think, probably something that looks like titrating the age down,
Sure.
sort of tranche by tranche, decade, 10 years by 10 years is maybe the right way to go.
Okay, that makes sense. And I want to shift a little bit now to the idea of, you brought up a really good point. I was reading about your work earlier that a lot of the inflation that we saw was that these businesses, they did have higher costs, but then they kind of used that as a veneer to increase their profit margins as well. And you saw what was labeled inflation was partially genuine cost push inflation, but also to some extent, these businesses trying to increase their profit margins. And now we're also seeing, I was reading this yesterday, that apparently AI was 4% of GDP for the first half of 2025, but it accounted for 95% of GDP growth. And I'm wondering, like, when we look at these economic stats on paper like GDP growth, how much is there now like this K-shaped divergence between the top line numbers, businesses are doing well, AI investment is up, but the average person maybe is not feeling that increase?
Yeah, look, I think the two big stories when it comes to the economy right now, at the top end, at the high end, like we can talk about what's happening to rank and file workers.
Sure.
The sort of house of cards in the stock market, the extent to which, the market and our GDP is really being propped up by a handful of AI companies. And then in parallel to that, and I want to talk about how they're related, but in parallel to that, what wonks call the K-shaped economy. Well, what the hell is the K-shaped economy? The K, right? Basically what we're dealing with is an economy at the top that's increasingly diverging from the economy at the bottom. And the best statistic to use here is the top 10% of households by income. So the richest 10% of households are doing 50% of the total consuming in the entire economy.
Right.
And when we listen in on earnings calls, we hear this over and over again. Firms are innovating as fast as they can to offer higher and higher priced and more luxe and more premium models of things because the top of the market is flourishing. And people, the money is burning holes in their pockets. They can't spend it fast enough. And
Right.
so, but then at the bottom, we have folks who are 90% of households only doing 50% of the consuming. The reason these things are related, of course, is part of the reason that the wealthy are spending so much is they feel very asset rich. And why do they feel asset rich? Well, they're invested in the stock market in these AI companies, right? And the value is growing and they're feeling richer and richer. So these two things are really connected. And it does get really scary from a systemic perspective because you start to worry, what if the AI bubble pops, like the whole kit and caboodle
Right.
follows suit, and we could be in real trouble here. On greedflation, we saw it at the beginning of Trump's tariffs too. We saw a whole host of companies, a cottage industry of pricing advisors holding webinars and Facebook calls and Facebook, town halls, helping businesses think through their pricing strategies in light of Trump's tariffs. And the advice that they were offering retailers was go ahead and increase your prices, even though the tariffs haven't hit yet. The stuff that's on your shelf didn't come in at the
Right.
tariff rate. You purchased it 6 months before Liberation Day,
Mm-hmm.
but go ahead and raise your prices. Americans are expecting higher prices. Deliver it, meet their expectations,
Mm-hmm.
and start gaining margin and picking up profit now in case it takes a hit later on. And so that's what we saw, businesses being advised to do, and that's what we saw businesses doing. It's also why I don't feel like we'll get any relief. Let's say the new round of Trump tariffs, he announced after the Supreme Court ruling another round of 15% global, tariffs on imports. You know, those technically expire after 150 days. I
Right.
mean, who the hell knows if Trump will obey Congress or just impose a fresh round of tariffs in 150 days? But
Right.
even if they were to expire, I really don't think we're going to get much relief back
Right.
from consumers because these companies have been pricing advantageously for a while, and I think they're going to stay the course.
Right. And it seems like this created a lot of discontent, rightly so, because there's this idea of I'm going to bring prices down, but what it usually means is I'm going to lower the rate of inflation, but the actual price increases that already took place are not kind of baked into the cake. And you talked about this idea of people who are asset rich kind of making up a bulk of our consumer spending. And I'm curious, these seem to be in many cases a lot of the same people who are consuming by borrowing against equity or whatever assets that they have. And in doing so, they can avoid, in many cases, paying taxes on that. I believe there's an act on the floor of the House right now called the Robin Hood Act, which seeks to tax people who take out personal consumption loans if they're of like a high enough net worth. Could something like that be used to address like a lot of these billionaire tax loopholes where people are consuming to the tune of millions of dollars but paying no tax on it?
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Maybe first priority is like better enforcement of the
Sure.
tax code, right? Like, I'm really sick of, a Congress and an administration that focuses on finding fraud
Right.
in a handful of people who are getting benefits that they're not supposed to get. When the biggest kind of, the folks who are driving a Mack truck through our doorway are the wealthy who are evading their taxes. And obviously, we're moving totally in the wrong direction on that front. The Trump administration has gutted the IRS, gutted IRS enforcement. I mean, it is going to be open season for the wealthy to evade their taxes this year and for the foreseeable future. Like, what a gift if you're a wealthy tax cheat, right? And by the way, just like you asked about like what a democratic agenda should look like that brings prices down. I also think a democratic agenda that like restores rule of law
Yeah.
and like restores faith in the government should be a democratic agenda that like prosecutes economic crimes. And in particular, the economic crimes that the rich are perpetrating on this country by evading their taxes and robbing all of us. I mean, a friend of mine jokes like, good government has zip ties for wealthy tax cheats, right? I mean, this is, we should be pulling their Porsches, out of the garages, seizing them, putting them in jail for this kind of just like unbelievable abuse. Not just tax cheats, but CEOs of companies who cheat their workers, who abuse their workers, and put their workers in harm's way, right? I mean, there are economic crimes that I think a Democratic administration should pursue
Right.
to sort of level set in this oligopoly that we find ourselves in, and to help folks understand that it isn't a two-tiered system and the rich don't play by a different set of rules. So putting all that aside, yeah, how are we going to get more tax revenue from folks? Yeah, like, I mean, there have been lots of proposals for, higher taxes on luxury items and on sort of like luxury and high-end consumption that I think could be very interesting to pursue, and haven't seen them get a lot of traction in recent years. But honestly, like in the kind of gilded age we find ourselves in, it'd be interesting to revisit them. So you've given me something to noodle on.
Right.
Yeah.
So we've been talking a lot about sort of the role fiscal policy can play in making life more affordable, but there is also the aspect of like the Federal Reserve and monetary policy. So do you think the Fed should be changing any of its targets, the dual mandate system? Is there a new version of the Fed that you think would maybe make life better for the average person?
Yeah, I mean, we're in a tough spot with the Fed right now. Trump is obviously not happy with what he's getting, and has nominated his own candidate. That's being held up right now in the Senate because Tillis is not going to move Kevin Warsh forward until Trump sort of stops his investigation of the Fed, right?
Right.
So that's sort of where we are on the Fed. Look, I'm a little bit, there are a lot of folks who are really upset with the president's interference in Fed independence, and I think he has really taken that interference to a whole new level.
Right.
I'm someone who didn't really think the Fed was working perfectly even before Trump.
Sure.
And I think I find it to be a kind of siloed and undemocratic institution in a lot of ways that has a huge amount of power over our material well-being, but to which we can't really like make a phone call and let our voice be heard.
Right.
I actually think some proposals for democratizing the Fed, ensuring that there are more voices on the Fed that are responsive to rank and file workers, that are responsive to consumers, that are responsive to their communities, is worth pursuing. So I'd like to see some re-envisioning of the Fed under the next Democratic administration, rather than just kind of battening down the hatches and sort of, reifying and sanctifying the sort of privileged isolation and independence of the Fed. So I'm a little weird on this one, but certainly what Trump's doing right now isn't helping, because it is undermining the sanctity of the dollar on the national stage, putting us in jeopardy with our creditors, and I think as a result undermining the markets and putting our economy at risk. So he definitely gets an F, but I'm not so sure the sort of way to fix it is to go back in the direction that some folks have suggested.
Yeah, and I think you point to sort of like a frustration many people have with the Fed, where there's this idea that if unemployment gets too low, inflation is going to skyrocket. And it seems like before COVID, we were kind of starting to learn that unemployment could go lower than we thought it could without inflation ticking up. So that seems like one area where we're sort of prioritizing this imaginary boogeyman of inflation that may or may not exist, and workers have to pay the price for that. I want to wrap this up by asking you about something which people talk about all the time, especially when I debate more conservative people and I talk about expanding the social welfare state, the national debt. How do you think, is it a concern? If so, how much of a concern is it? And how should we sort of think about that and address that going forward?
Yeah, I mean, just one point on your last question, which is, you are absolutely right that we were testing a new way of understanding the economy and monetary policy towards the end of the Biden administration, which was a way of understanding that it was possible for inflation to cool without putting millions of Americans out of work. And that is a radical proposition. This idea that we could have it all: low prices and full employment, stable prices and a strong labor market. And that was really incredible to watch. And, we were teetering on the brink, right? Because interest rates were getting higher and higher and higher. It was starting to feel like the labor market was really going to get whipsawed because of that. But we we were certainly defying expectations of a lot of economists like Larry Summers and people like that.
Right.
Insisted that the only way to get inflation under control was 10% unemployment or 5% unemployment, tens of millions of Americans out of work.
Right.
On the deficit, look, I do think the deficit is going to be more of a topic, particularly in a new Democratic administration, if we're lucky enough to have one. And that raises a couple of important questions and policy focuses. Number one, to your point earlier, we are going to have to be ready with an arsenal of tax revenue to bring in. And how are we going to get that? We're going to tax corporations and we're going to tax the rich. And the Groundwork Collaborative has a proposal that makes some relatively straightforward changes and brings in like 12 trillion in revenue, right? So this isn't hard to do from a policy perspective.
Sure.
That is political will. Tax is going to be an important piece of it.
Yeah.
But just to bring this conversation full circle, other thing that I think is going to be more important than the deficit, although the deficit plays into it, is at the end of the day, the new kind of metric for whether or not a policy is go or fold is going to be inflation.
Sure.
And I think that's going to be the new way that policymakers look at their economic agenda, because Americans have had enough with inflation. This was a once in 50-year period of high inflation. They're going to tolerate very little of it moving forward. And so I actually think that's going to be the metric by which sort of policymakers and the American voters hold a president's economic agenda accountable going forward.
Right. That makes sense. And before I let you go, I just have one final question, which this is sort of like a pipe dream of mine, which I think could be good policy, but what do I know? Would a sovereign wealth fund work in the United States, and could that be a way to bring in tax revenue, or would there be issues there?
Yes and yes. I think it's a great idea. Lots of people have started to contemplate it. And I think particularly as we think through what we should do with the proceeds of AI, which of course have been built on the hard work and intellectual property of all of us.
Right.
A proposal like the Sovereign Wealth Fund could make a lot of sense.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I appreciate your time so much, and I'd love to chat again sometime soon.
Yeah, anytime. Thanks for having me on.
Yep. Thanks for hopping on. Take care. Okay, that was a very interesting conversation, very fun conversation. It's nice to be able to talk about substantive policy stuff and not just yell at MAGA people about why do you support fascism. Imagine what our politics could be if we actually focused on economic policy and we weren't trying to claw back basic democratic freedoms from the authoritarian in the White House right now. Man, that was great. Yeah, that was great. And I encourage everyone to go check out her work. She has done a lot of interesting work specifically on this idea of greedflation, which, not to say inflation is not influenced by the money supply and costs and demand and all these things, it is, but it seems to be the case, at least based on her work, that when inflation expectations go up and when costs go up, basically when private actors have an excuse to bump up prices, it's not like they're going to do the bare minimum, right? They're going to probably try to push up prices as much as possible. And I'm sure it varies sector to sector. Like I know grocery stores still have pretty low profit margins of like 2 to 3%, but there are industries, there are companies where when tariffs are in place, when pricing goes up, and she's also done work on dynamic pricing, which I should have asked her about that. Fuck. I'm glad you mentioned that. She talked about how on Instacart, I believe, Instacart is the grocery app, that people were being shown different prices for grocery items based on the algorithm kind of learning like what your demand is for any given good. And in economics, this kind of destroys the idea of consumer surplus, which is that some amount of people are going to get goods and services for a lower price than they would have been willing to pay in the like the basic supply and demand, like the market clearing graph, the willingness to pay line for demand. So her name is Lindsay Owens, Lindsay, and then Owens, Owens. I believe she's done podcast appearances before. Like she said, she's worked with Elizabeth Warren and Pramila Jayapal, who are some of the most economically progressive people in the United States Congress, Warren in the Senate and Jayapal in the House. And stop buying ketchup so I can get to lower the price. You heard him, folks. On that note, hold on. I'm going to switch back to this. Wow, two really interesting conversations today of also a little bit different focus, right? First, we talked to Representative Lee, who comes from more of a moderate Democratic congressional district, purple district, but then we also discussed maybe a lot more of the cutting edge economic policy solutions with Miss Owens here. So we covered sort of the full gamut of the Democratic Party, from a purple district moderate to someone like Lindsay Owens, who has worked with some of the most progressive people in our United States government on the federal level. Uber does dynamic pricing as well. Yeah. Depending on your battery too. That's crazy. You requested at the perfect time because I have to pee again.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna give praise. I'm gonna give praise to that interview. That show was incredible.
It was incredible.
That show's incredible.
I'll be back
Liberals.
in 2 seconds.
Okay, all right, back. Liberals. I shed a tear. I don't know the last time I saw something and I'm like, oh, I remember that from my class. K-shaped economy, how niche. Alert, can I get the Vine boom? Someone got the soundboard? That shit was crazy, liberal. Was that not a banger? We all must thank this radical left lunatic for that absolute banger interview that I didn't even know I needed. That was incredible. I shed a tear while making this script for that video. That was incredible, everybody. Akari's our TikTok about don't boo, vote. To those of you that live in Texas, go vote in the primary. Please go vote in the primary. Are you ready for the State of the Union? No. Not ready. But it is what it is, man. Who cares, right? Who cares, dude? It's tough. Listen, I don't have high hopes because every single time I know Adam was talking about like possible military discussions over, well, not really discussions because he's not talking to anybody else, but him mentioning possible boots on ground invasion in Iran, for example. I always have super high hopes that something crazy is going to be announced, but then it's the most annoying, like, propaganda-filled speech ever where he's just going to be like, America's on fire. It's on fire and everything is huge. I talked to President Xi of China and he said it was on fire. Everything was high. The inflation is down. Prices are down. Salaries are up. That's what it's going to be. It's not going to be like, we're invading Iran. We're fucking going back to Venezuela. It's going to be some bullshit.
Yeah, I think you're talking about what Trump's going to say tonight, right?
Yes.
So I think, honestly, in a weird way, I kind of wanted him to give, maybe not wanted, I would be interested to see Trump give a very honest speech about his vision of the country and just solidify the fact that this guy's a fucking fascist. But I think he sees that his numbers are so bad that he's going to try to paint himself as like, I'm a moderate and I care about affordability. And he's not going to necessarily highlight the ICE raids and the political prosecutions and maybe the war with Iran. Maybe he will, because Republicans love that shit. But yeah, that's why I'm a little bit disappointed that I feel like this is going to be really fucking boring.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we're really going to have to carry with the jokes and the soundboard. I saw some of that.
Oh my God.
Yesterday, liberal.
Me. I fucking love this thing. And it's a free app on Mac. I don't even...
Which one did you get?
It's called Key Soundboard. You just upload a bunch of clips and assign hotkeys to them. And you got some beautiful sounds like...
My shit is fire. Dude, I got the 2A people should go handle that.
Oh yeah, I got that one too.
Boy. Did you put beta?
I didn't put beta. This is one of my personal favorites.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I heard that shit and I forgot about that. I also want to put like the impeachment. Because he's like, they want to impeach me.
Oh,
the mean it's smart Democrats. That's a good one. I
This is
put
another
Keith
banger.
Man from
Look
Biden.
at that guy, how handsome he is. I'll kiss him.
King. I'd be so fire first LGBTQ president.
Man. I was gonna say, someone mentioned Dan in the chat. I think we should. Let me double check with Dan. We should probably just hop on Dan's live, and then I'll stream his live to my YouTube, and then it'll show up as me being live as well, right? If I'm a guest on his, so that's probably the best.
It will.
Let me shoot him a text about that.
Because that liberal has pull. He got that.
He does.
Got that social card.
He's got the deep state backing him.
Yeah, I wish. One day, y'all. One day. Listen, Dan's soundboard is goated. Yeah, a lot of people were saying that. He's been had that. So.
Oh yeah, Dan was really on the cutting edge of the soundboard stuff and all the widgets and stuff for his live. Okay. Oh, what were your thoughts on that interview? I think I missed it while I went to go use the bathroom.
No, I wanted to thank you because it's like, God, it's like moving after staying in the same position for like weeks. It felt as if like muscles in my brain and the gears started turning when I heard like K-shaped fucking economy and shit, like all these terms that I haven't heard since like my classes, which I never really get to go into detail and discuss. So seeing that talked about when it comes to a number of issues, I like the pricing as well, like the expansion of their profit margins, like taking advantage of like the cyclical nature of our economy and stuff, and the news cycle and all these other things to maximize profits, and how that leads to the frustration of the consumer, all those kind of things. Like, it was fucking amazing, dude. It was so good.
She's great. And it was such a refreshing thing to speak to someone who is like very well educated and very intelligent, because that does not exist on TikTok usually. That is not who any of us are ever talking to.
Exactly. You know, God, you keep on, it's primarily you, because I remember, and that's why I started reading over my shit again now that I'm radical and they're pumping me full of the super soldier DNC serum for high IQ brain. Like all these terms and all these concepts, I just kind of abandoned them, and I've really just like relegated myself to like these super surface level conversations.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. You should relegate yourself to Guantanamo Bay. But let me tell you, we're going to have a tremendous 4.5-hour speech tonight. We're going to talk about all the great things we've done for this nation, and you have nothing but nastiness and fake news to say about it. It's really quite sad, isn't it?
We apologize, sir.
That's more like
you've been a great president. You really have.
I absolutely have. I've been the best president. We're going to serve 18 terms. It's going to be tremendous. Wow. But let me tell you, I got to say, we have a lot of things going on. Is everybody happy with the job we're doing?
Oh, yeah. All
Super
20% of your supporters.
What the fuck was that down there? Ag?
That's Attorney General to you, sir.
Yeah, exactly.
It absolutely is not. You are not as blonde and fuckable as mine. But let me tell you, you are saying such nasty things about my administration. You say we're doing a bad job. What about all the great things we're doing? Your 401k's up. Everything's up, up, up.
I'm 19 years old, sir.
Listen, nobody's perfect, but let me tell you, everything is going so tremendously lately. Interest rates are dropping, costs are dropping, gas prices are dropping. Everything's falling. They're falling like planes.
Our reputation is dropping.
Excuse me, a lot
rights
of people.
Are dropping.
Wrong. You have more rights because we're creating a lot more right-wing people. So that's a lot more rights right there.
That's true.
But let me tell you, okay, there's nothing that's been changed. Everything is perfectly the same, if not better. And we're doing such a great job. You have nothing but bad things to say.
I'm sorry, sir.
I'm sorry, dear leader, to you. But let me tell you, okay, there's this whole bullshit. They call it the 25th Amendment. I think we need to repeal that one. I think I've never felt better. I've never felt sharper. I think I should run for a few more terms without anything standing in my way. I think that's a great idea.
You think you could beat Obama if he ran for a third one against you?
I would beat Obama so badly they'd have to call him Mrs. Trump. But let me tell you, we're going to do such a great job. We're going to win this. We're going to win, baby, win. We're going to get so tired of winning, you know. They want to do this green news scam, all these horrible things that destroy the country. Let me tell you, my uncle, Dr. John Trump, he had stage 9 noise cancer from these windmills. They're very dangerous things, and we should not be putting our money in that. It should be all about
Is that the MIT
coal.
Scientist, John Trump?
Dr. John Trump, MIT, very well-respected scientist. Good genes, by the way. Great genes. Like a Sydney Sweeney commercial. But let me tell you, it's a nasty thing what they've done to this country. They don't believe in clean coal. They don't believe in clean oil. They don't believe in clean asbestos. They don't believe in any of these great things for this country.
So true. Wow, that's more entertaining than the actual State of the Union is going to be.
Yeah, definitely.
It's true. It's so true. It's going to be a bullshit festival. I'm going to ramble out my ass and nod off and do the weave, which Kamala Harris knows a lot about weaves. But let me tell you, it's going to be absolutely beautiful, very patriotic, you know.
Can we run a poll to just replace Trump with Jaden for tonight's speech?
That'd be nice.
The country would be better off.
What do you mean, Jaden? Who's Jaden?
So true. I'm sorry.
This is the president, exactly.
Right. The real Donald
Replace
Trump.
Me with me. Who are you going to believe, me or me? But let me tell you, it's going to be so beautiful. We're going to have an absolutely beautiful night tonight.
How beautiful, though? Fantastic. Like your daughter beautiful, or
like Miss Teen USA. But let me tell you, it's going to be absolutely fabulous. And I know a lot about beauty, but let me tell you, it's going to be absolutely beautiful tonight. So patriotic. And I will, for the first time, I'm going to unveil my healthcare plan for you tonight. Okay?
Wow.
Whoa, it's been what, over 10 years now? Have
12
the
if you're
concepts
counting.
finally become a plan?
Listen, if it ain't on the clock, but let me tell you, it's going to be a tremendous plan.
Holy shit.
It's going to be a tremendous plan, okay? And let me tell you, it's an equal plan across the board. This is what the leftists are talking about. They want everybody covered. I believe in that. I believe in equal coverage across the board, which is why I'm going to kill everyone. That's going to be fabulous. I'm going to get
That's
everyone
actually
so much
genius.
closer to God. I'm going to get, I campaigned on this. I promise to get everyone closer to God. And by the end of my term, practically every American will get to meet him personally, courtesy of Donald John Trump, the best Christian.
Wow, no one needs health care if no one exists. That's actually genius.
Exactly. You won't have to worry about your deductibles or these Obamacare premiums or anything like that. Everything's
Holy
covered.
shit.
Wow. That's a shit plan, Mr. President.
Listen, if you want to talk about shit plans, I could do that at the half-hour mark of the State of the Union, and then you'll smell it too. But let me tell you, it's going to be absolutely
No, he
beautiful.
said shit plans,
Okay?
not shit your pants.
I thought you said shit pants, but listen, it's going to be absolutely beautiful. It's going to be a real power move, you know. Lots of great leadership
is.
themselves.
Never let them
It
know your
That's a
next
good
move.
question. What about the Epstein files, sir?
What about the Epstein files?
Damn.
Exactly.
Well, the people are talking. The people are saying that you're in them.
What it very clearly shows is that, you know, my name's in there more times than Jesus is in the Bible, and it's because I'm bigger than Jesus, by the way, physically and in terms of name recognition. But you look at those files, what it says is that Donald John Trump called the police on Epstein 1 million times. You'll see that there. It's all true. No redactions, nothing of the sort. It's all me being a hero, saving the kids.
Wow.
Saving them
True.
from Jeffrey so you can keep them for yourself? I'm sorry.
Wrong. He stole them from me, by the way. He stole them. They were working great minimum wage jobs, and he stole them from me.
Wow. And what did you end up doing about that?
I kicked him out of my club. I mean, I called the police on him is what I did.
Right. Why didn't you call the police on him sooner? You knew about this for so long, but you only spoke out when you were personally
you know, I
affected.
didn't want to ruin. I didn't want to spoil the mood of his 50th birthday, so I had to play it cool. I wrote him a very creative letter there.
I saw
It's
the
kinda
card, the
funny.
birthday card, yeah.
I had to play it cool because, you know, say what you will about him, the hors d'oeuvres at his parties, they're not bad. You ever had crab cakes? Good shit. I needed to get some of those crab cakes, so I had to buy my time, wait till the 50th, and then pull the rug right under Epstein, and it was a tremendous thing what we did, okay?
What did you mean when you said that you and him share a beautiful secret in that birthday card? What was the secret?
Listen, we could go into secrets. I think it wouldn't be a great thing for me to reveal secrets, okay? That's not what best friends do. I mean,
Unless it's
acquaintances
classified
that I
documents in
never met.
Mar-a-Lago, right? Those secrets you can
Well,
reveal.
I have a right to keep those classified documents.
So
I
true.
could declassify them using my mind. It's called ESP. You've ever heard of that?
I've
It's
heard
called the
ESPN.
Sixth
I love
Sense.
it, yeah.
ESP. sounds like Epstein.
I can declassify just by thinking about it.
So true. I never thought of that.
This guy's a fraud. He's a fraud. He's not the real president.
Oh my God.
He's not the real
Absolutely not. Deport this guy right here. This guy's a nasty guy. He's impersonating me. You know, you guys laugh all you want, but I had a very
Picture's
traumatic.
so bad, dude.
This is a presidential picture, but you guys laugh at me after everything I've been through, after all the horrible things I've been through. I'm traumatized with how horrible this country's treated me, and you don't show any respect.
No one's had it tougher than you, Mr. President.
Absolutely. You know, I had my ears pierced like I'm a 13-year-old girl at Claire's on stage in Butler, Pennsylvania, and nobody cares about that. Nobody says anything about that. You're still laughing at it. It's so
Piercing closed up
inappropriate.
pretty quickly. What happened to it?
Lots of things close up when I'm near them, but let me tell you, it's a tremendous thing. I have the best genes, as I've already told you. I'm 6'9". I have the best health. I just did an MRI, and I aced every bit of it.
mRNA. What part of your body was the
The
mRNA
mRNA
on?
exam.
The brain. I have a tremendous brain.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I had the cognitive test.
That
Remember
person, man, woman, camera.
man,
Can you still do
camera,
that?
and the other thing.
Wow.
I still can. Okay, I'm as sharp as a thing that's sharp, and it's fabulous. Okay, it's gonna be the best speech you've ever heard.
I wasn't excited before, but now I'm hyped as fuck. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I'm honestly,
Absolutely.
listen, on some real shit, I'm getting excited now. Just imagining Trump saying dumb shit for a couple hours. That'd be nice.
Yeah. He's not going to
It's
be as
gonna be
funny
the
as this,
best
though. He's just
speech.
going to be melting on stage for 2 hours.
You'll be laughing at me, not with me.
This is
but
true.
listen, it's been a wonderful time, my fabulous,
It really has.
hopefully future Trump voters.
Absolutely,
Thank you
sir.
for having me. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for gracing us with your presence, sir.
Amen.
Absolutely. Oh, shit. It's leaking out.
Bro. His fucking impression's unmatched, bro.
You
Bar
and
none.
Jaden need to go like
Gotta
bar
go.
for bar someday, just Trump on Trump violence. I think we'd love to see that.
That can't actually happen. Trump would never be violent against
That's
himself.
true. Verbal.
Oh my God, that
verbal.
reminded me of the time a guy said, God, what's his fucking name? It was, I think it was on the Adam Mockler Jubilee shit, where he's like 1,000 Trumps are going to commit less crime than 1,000 immigrants or some shit like that.
Oh, he said you'd be if you'd be, a child would be safer if left with the average undocumented immigrant than if they were left with Trump. Something like that, yeah.
Amen. Well, Trump has 100% criminality, so.
True. And he's also an immigrant. If we're going to kick out any immigrants, Trump's parents probably should have been the ones to be blocking from coming into the country.
Yeah, Fred Trump was fucking chopped, bro.
He really was. I don't know
Yeah,
how
I would
someone
know.
obtains whatever the opposite of looks maxing is.
Looks minimizing,
Yeah, looks minning, I guess.
but he didn't even try. He was just born
He
that
was
way.
born
so
that
he
way.
didn't know it.
True.
Yeah.
It's naturally gifted, or whatever the opposite of a gift is, naturally cursed.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna do it, bro. That was hilarious.
Bro.
I also added.
Oh, I need to add I'm gonna come. That's a banger.
Bro, and then also the do not come.
Oh yeah, that's Kamala Harris, right?
Yeah, and then I have beta in a calm tone, and then a loud beta.
From JLP?
Yeah, and then he also the I'm speaking, Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
And
I
then
also said, "Are you?"
Trump pulled that on Kamala in their debate. He's like, I'm speaking. Does
Oh
that sound
my
familiar?
God, bro, I forgot. Holy shit, that's a banger.
That is. I was gonna do the
Oh my
Justin Bieber. It's
God.
not clocking to. I need to add that one for my debates.
Dude, that's a fucking bang. And then also the Melania hello, the Vine boom, of course, gotta have that one. He called a reporter stupid. He said, "Are you stupid?" Once, so I added that.
I tried to do Quiet Piggy, but there was so much background noise. that you could
Yeah, I
barely
tried as
hear
well.
it.
It was shit. It was shit. That's
Yeah.
like really heartbreaking. And I noticed every single time I searched up Trump insults a reporter, it's always either off the like right outside the helicopter or on the fucking plane where you
Yeah,
can barely
Air
hear.
Force One.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit is
Bro.
crazy. Bro, these reporters, someone needs to stand up to him. If someone told me Quiet Piggy to my face, there's no way I'm just taking that like, thank you, sir. Thank you for taking my question. It's crazy
gonna
how
have to-
cucked some of these reporters are.
Exactly. I don't know why they're so goddamn spineless. It's not like they're gonna use their spot on the White House press team or on Air Force One to one day catch Donald Trump in a blunder. They haven't done anything, bro. They've had a year. They haven't done shit.
I need someone. The thing is, like, and Kamala proved this in their debate. The best way to get under Trump's skin and like beat him in a debate has nothing to do with substance. Just insult his appearance and say that he's not popular, and that's like.
Doesn't
it.
have to-
Remember how
I have the
triggered he
biggest
got when
rallies.
she was like, "People leave your rallies." Bro, he lost
Yeah.
his mind.
I'm the biggest. Everybody stays for the whole rally. Everyone said their mother, the kids.
The reason
Lord
they
knows I
come is
love it when
because they
they-
like what I say. He was so angry.
He's so fucking mad. I also added the not a productive segment from Joe Biden in their first speech. First debate. Keep yapping, man. Will you shut up, man?
I need. You have the morals of an alley cat. I need to do that one.
Yeah, that
was
was
a
a
banger
banger.
line. This is another really good one.
I'm sorry.
Bro, he's so
And it's bad news. Bad things are happening.
Adding the
With the
reverb on it
echo,
just takes
bro.
it to the next level too.
The echo's fucking crazy. I also added Charlie's first words.
What do you
Charlie's
mean?
last words, sorry.
You have counting or not counting gun violence?
Yes.
On yourself, bro. That's
Yes.
immediate. That's like an instant rage bait button for any debate. Holy
No,
shit!
I'm saying like someone's like brought it up and they're like, you can use it whenever someone's saying dumb shit.
I'm blowing
Yeah.
out my damn throat. What the hell does that mean? Caitlin Cullen triggers him all the time. Yeah, she does.
Oh! You don't have the cards. I did that one as well.
That's a good
You don't have the
one.
cards. That one's a banger. You're the enemy of the people. Trump said that as well. I gotta add the fucking "I'm speaking from Trump." That's hilarious, bro.
That is a really
I'm
good
speaking,
one.
bro. He's so
He's like,
fucking.
does that sound
stupid.
familiar?
Bro, fucking idiot, bro.
I know this. I don't even know that.
Man, the echo just takes it to a 10.
He added the fucking. It's wet in terms of water. It's the wettest we've ever seen.
That's a good one. That is
Yes,
the wettest we've
someone
ever
brought it
seen
up.
in terms of what is it in regards to water?
In regards
from
to
from
water,
the
it's some shit
standpoint
like
of
that.
water, which
Hold on,
makes
let me
no
see if I can
fucking
find
sense.
Is
From the
water wet?
perspective of the water, it's very wet.
Hold on, let me see. Let me see if I can hear it fully, so I can say it verbatim. Hold on, no. One of the wettest we've ever seen from the standpoint of water.
Wow.
What the fuck?
What a way with
Wow.
words. William Shakespeare is jealous.
I remember the fucking lava hurricane or some shit, like the dirt hurricane. I have like no clue what could possibly be the competitor here in
Or
terms
when
of
he thought
wetness.
that the stealth jets were like they could literally turn invisible. It's funny till you remember this guy's the fucking president. And he's actually cognitively cooked.
Yeah.
You couldn't,
You know, something that
couldn't
gave me
create a
hope.
soundboard like this of like any other politician saying
No.
stupid shit like this.
No. Something that gave me a little bit of hope was the fact that your viewership didn't decrease when you were interviewing the radical
I think
left.
it actually went up a little bit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's crazy.
But it could just be that you've captured an audience of people with an attention span longer than 60 seconds.
I didn't know that
But let's hope
existed.
that's not the case.
Even I'm not in that category.
Yeah. Well, fucking I am now, bro. It's because you just need, bro. You need the gifts from God.
Sure, and you just need, honestly, something interesting. That conversation, like you said it really well, I feel like it was exercising parts of my brain that were starting to atrophy over Trump's second term. It's like we just never talk about stuff like healthcare policy anymore. It's just like, hey, can we please stop killing American citizens in the streets and calling them terrorists?
Yeah, I've kind of, I guess, not voluntarily, but separated myself from economics since I really focus on like the legal aspect.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's the most egregious, obviously.
Yeah.
Like we always have economic issues, but like I've never seen the law violated in this way.
Yeah. I Want to Be a Good Boy is a good one as well.
Yeah, I got that one as well. But I took off the I want. So whenever someone does something I'm asking for, obviously a Trump supporter, it's just like be a good boy.
Smart.
Be a good boy, liberal. Be a good boy.
That's the banger. I have the Second Amendment one is so good for when people talk about the left is really violent and you can just go.
Nothing you can do, folks. Although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is.
Bro, what the fuck, bro? Jesus Christ, dude.
Can you imagine if Biden said that? I feel like we'd be in the middle of a civil war right now if he did.
I can't fucking imagine. These people they're so unhinged and insane, and they just take advantage of everything. It's so fucking disgusting.
Yeah, and it seems like, I mean, from talking to the representative earlier, that she was saying a lot of these Republicans are just scared of him because he's going to primary them. They know that he's fucking cooked mentally.
I was gonna I don't know if you've seen, but Gavin Newsom has got himself into some controversy for saying that I'm just like you guys. I'm a 960 SAT guy.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, they're calling him racist.
I saw people were calling him racist, but then the crowd was like majority white people, right?
They're only saying that because the person talking to him was black. That's the only reason. So it's just assume like the average
It seems
person.
like that
there's a
assumption
black
is
guy.
the racism.
Yeah,
that connection is the racist part.
Since the speaker is black, then the whole crowd must be a bunch of black people. And it makes no sense. And I find it really funny because it speaks to their hypocrisy.
Yeah.
Less than 2 weeks ago, they're like, "Oh, well, the president just posted the AI video. It's not even racist. Okay, everybody's an animal in it."
News has been pissing me off recently too. He was saying something about like Democrats, if we want to win, we got to get more normal. And it's like, I think he's referring to like pronoun stuff, but the way to address that is the way that Tallarico addresses it and like Andy Bashir addresses it, which is like, first of all, this is a very small portion of the population. Second of all, are you not anti-bullying? You want to bully trans kids? Like, is that cool to you or something? And anyways, moving on to the actual issues that affect people, which is not scary trans bathrooms. It's like multinational corporations and like not having proper health care. That's the actual stuff people care about.
And he got it, I remember the article that I read when I was doing like the deep dive into the accusation that he was being racist. In that article, it states something similar, like you minimize these issues because they're not that significant, and then like flood the zone with economic populist messaging. And that's exactly what Zoran's done it. James Tallarico's doing it. I just realized, because I was doing some research on his policy before like making the script, like an even greater deep dive. This guy's also like a single payer guy. I didn't fucking
Tallarico?
know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Medicare for y'all.
Yeah, I think he's Medicare for all who want it, right? I think he's public option, or is he single payer?
I think he's single payer.
That's so fucking based.
Because he calls healthcare a human right, and he
Okay,
backs
okay, yeah.
Medicare
Then
for
he's
all.
even if he says public option, he's just hiding his power level.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
love that. Yeah. He'll be. I have hope for after the midterms. I think at the very least, Congress can just investigate the fuck out of Donald Trump every single day and bring these things to light.
Exactly.
The corruption stuff, especially, is like I feel like that's the most salient stuff. Which is like, while you guys are struggling with affordability, this guy's increasing his net worth to the tune of billions of dollars, and that's pretty obvious what's going on.
And people should not fucking drop that shit either. It's actually ridiculous what he's done in 1 year. I really like that Jacob drew the George Soros comparison, because people always point to George Soros as an elite. Like, that's you need to fucking harp on that shit till the fucking strings bust. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, I agree. Hold on. What am I looking for here? You want to hang around till we get started with the speech? I don't know how long you have.
What's 8 p.m. my time? It's 4:31. I was thinking that I could shoot the videos and in the coming hours, like, release them an hour apart.
Oh, you're making videos for it?
Yeah. Well, no, not the speech to liberal. I'm launching the unofficial campaign supporting James Tallarico.
Let's fucking go. Tallarico's strongest soldier.
Gina Hinojosa for governor. I'm gonna do one. I'm gonna pre-record both and then release them like an hour apart, just so they can both get
That's a
covered.
banger.
But the issue is, because usually once you drop a video, if you go live, it boosts the viewership like insane.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if, let's say I were to hop on here for the time being part of the speech, if we were to have the same effect.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a good point. I don't know. Maybe it could boost it if we're hopping on Dan's live and he has like the most pull out of all of us.
Sure.
Maybe people who watch him will go check out your stuff during that.
Yeah, I was thinking I'll shoot them for like the next 30 minutes and then I'll be on my live until then. So if you want, you're good. I don't know if you're going to be streaming until then either. So
I think I am. I think I might just start playing some Detroit Become Human right now because I don't have anything else to talk
you got the
about.
capture card?
No, I just have PlayStation Remote Play and decent enough internet that I'm going to cross my fingers.
Oh, crap, guys.
We'll see if it works.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'll shoot the videos and I'll see. Maybe I could just stream for a little bit. So
Sure,
the first
yeah.
one.
Just let me know what the move is on Discord. And then I think probably around like 8:30, 8:45, we can start hopping on to Dan's live if he's cool with that.
All right, bet. All right, liberal.
All right. Stay safe, soldier.
Yes, sir. Purge me now. Goodbye, everybody.
Why didn't Tallarico run for governor? I don't know. I have no clue. Hold on. Actually, I could react to the Jon Stewart thing I was talking about. Let's run a poll. Actually, because we're a democracy, except you two people can't vote in a poll. Where are we at? Okay, poll. Quick poll. Smiley face means let's react to the Jon Stewart podcast where he's talking to a behavioral economist. And crying face is going to be, let's see if PlayStation Remote Play works and play some Detroit Become Human, which I feel like could be a fun game to play on live. I don't know if people know what that is. It's a banger game. So yeah, crying face is let's do gaming for the first time on this live, and smiley face is let's cover the Jon Stewart Economist podcast. Let's see what the vibes are there. Jon Stewart podcast? Okay, podcast it is. I'm down for that. Let's see. There it is. Okay, yeah, it's looking like we got 16 seconds left. How'd the interview go? It was fantastic. If you want to check out the interview, you can hop over to YouTube and rewind a little bit to see that. Everyone who hopped on late, the entire live, host ended the poll. The poll's still going. 1 second left. Okay, now we have to stop the count. 13 votes to 10 to watch the Jon Stewart thing. So we're watching the Jon Stewart thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all the gamers out there. We had an election and you lost fair and square, okay? Okay. We'll speed this up to a little bit faster speed. Gamers are saying stop the steal. Should we rerun the election? Is that what people want to see?
We are papering over a broken system with nudges when we have to shove ourselves into what makes the most.
I want to preface this by saying that I like Jon Stewart a lot, but some of the clips I saw of this interview were like really, really rage bait. Like I could not contain myself, but because I like Jon Stewart, I want to give him the grace to watch this in context before I impugn his character or his intelligence.
Sense for healthcare, which every other developed country in the world has already realized, which is free market incentive.
Okay, I need to close this soundboard. It activates no matter what the fuck I'm doing if the app is open. Crazy how there's no age filter on this frame. What do you mean? Okay, let's go.
Don't work in a system with those kinds of externalities. Healthcare will never be a functioning market. And the system is designed to exploit people's need to not die. And by creating the ACA and all those other things, we're papering over what should be the reality of the system, which is centralizing it is the only way to create something that will efficiently help people not die. That's where I would crystallize.
That's a good idea. Will you shut up, man, for the soundboard? That's a banger.
Argument in all of this.
Right. And obviously, we're going to have no listeners left if we
we don't have. Hey, everybody. Welcome once again to the Weekly Show podcast with Jon Stewart. My name is Jon Stewart, and we're going to be talking. I feel like the news of the world has so matched the climate here in the Northeast, which is dark and gray and apocalyptic, and this feeling that we are hurtling towards something just truly unimaginable and inexplicable. And it's why today, I just don't even want to fucking deal with it right now. In all these different ways, today's show is going to be slightly different. Where once again, every now and again, we love to bring on experts, people of such regard and note to come and play with me like, let's say, a person with a cat and like a little string toy. Me being, of course, the cat, those individuals being the person. And today we want to talk about, our ability as a country to fix the seemingly intractable systemic problems, more economic. And who better to do that with than an economist, and an economist that has in some ways changed the way that economists talk about the incentives that go into our economy. He is a behavioral economist, which is something I didn't even know that there was. But a brilliant thinker, and another in our continuing series.
Behavioral economists are so fucking based because they understand that assumptions that people make in economics make no sense in the real world. People are not rational actors. They don't have perfect information.
Brilliant thinkers. We obviously had Jeffrey Hinton on.
Looks like you're talking to him. Let's go. That'll bring in
what
viewers.
AI actually is, and I'm sure this guest will be no different. So I'm excited to get to it. Let's jump in now. Richard Thaler. Ladies and gentlemen, in our ongoing efforts to entertain and educate, we once again are going to welcome somebody to the program who is so accomplished and smart that it'll be entertaining to watch him play with me like a monkey with a small grape. That's right. Our guest today, a professor from the University of Chicago, an American economist, one of the founding fathers of behavioral economics, and awarded a Nobel Prize in econ in 2017, which I assume he will be giving to Donald Trump, because that's where everybody has to give their Nobel Prizes to. Please, Richard Thaler, thank you for joining us today.
It's a pleasure, John. And I was thinking of offering you the prize.
Well, it's very kind of you, sir. I could never, I don't have enough space on my wall. I've got so many peace prizes up there.
It's pretty small, the
prize itself.
Yeah, but the one I've offered to Trump is bigger. But
smart. That's a totally smart move on your part. That's why you're the behavioral economist. Which, by the way, sir, what a fantastic segue to get into this. Most people think of economists as macroeconomists, microeconomists. Then there's this idea you sort of created this field called behavioral economics. So if you could just very briefly, and I apologize for the remedial nature of it, what is behavioral economics? How does it differ from what we consider to be kind of traditional economics? And how did you even think of it?
Yeah. So I'll use one fancy word you may not know, which is pleonasm. Please. Pleonasm.
Wait, what?
Pleonasm.
Wow.
So there's a guy smarter than me named Herb Simon who wrote a definition of behavioral economics and said, the phrase seems like a pleonasm. What is that? A redundant phrase, meaning what other kind of economics could there be? Presumably, economics is about the behavior of people in markets.
Yes.
Right?
Thank you.
Right? So why do we need that? Well, the reason we need that is standard economics leaves out the people. They're all about the markets. And then there are firms and workers and governments and countries and consumers. But there are no people. You pick up a big economics textbook, you'll not see the word people. There are agents. And these agents they're kind of like Spock in the old Star Trek series. Super
logical.
Very logical and maximizing.
Here's a great example of behavioral economics and how it differs from standard economics. If you are given two options, okay? One option A is that you are guaranteed to get $100. I'm just going to give you $100 if you select option A. Option B is that we are going to flip a coin. And if the coin lands on heads, you get $200. Under standard economics, you should be completely indifferent between those two things because the expected value of a 50-50 coin flip that if you win, you get $200 is 0.5 times 200, 100. So both option A and option B, the expected value on paper is $100. You should be fully indifferent between those two options. But what you actually see is, first of all, some people are very risk averse. And so they might say, I'm taking option A. I'm not risking the 50% chance of a $0 payout. Someone who's maybe a lot more risk tolerant might say, oh shit, $200, 50% chance of that, I'll take those odds. And then they are willing to gamble the possibility of winning zero. When again, in standard economics, in standard economic thinking, any person should be completely indifferent between those two. But what behavioral economics takes into account is some of these like for example, loss aversion, right? People are more motivated by fear of loss than by excitement from gain, for example. I'm poor, guaranteed 100 is better than 0 to 200, 50-50 odds. This is how most people think. You're correct. I would think the same way. Although, just mathematically speaking, the expected value of $0 or $200, 50-50 chance is technically on paper also $100. So, and what a very basic economics textbook wouldn't teach you here is that people are not going to behave accordingly as if those are two equal options. People are going to have a different risk tolerance depending on a whole host of issues and factors in their environment or their psychology.
As the smartest economist.
So when economists make a model in terms of how a market is going to behave, the assumptions that they make are that the people that make up the model are
on
logical.
Paper is in my pocket. True. This is exactly why behavioral economics would say that most people would probably pick option A because there's a loss aversion, right? The weight that you put on the 50% chance of 0 for option B in many cases could be greater than the weight you would put on the 50% chance of 200. And if you're loss averse, you might say, I would rather have a guaranteed $100 than a 50% chance of $200 because to you, the thought of losing that $100 may feel more significant than the benefit of potentially winning $200. So that's what you're expressing is, I think, what most people would say in this situation, and it's something that behavioral economists would take into account.
Rational and will behave in the manner that is maximizes value in the model. Would that be right?
Yes, and they do that in part because that's the easiest kind of model to write down.
It works out simple.
Right. I mean, suppose you tried to write down a model of John wandering through Costco, choosing the optimal stuff to put in a basket, right? I mean, no one can solve that problem. It's too hard. So you simplify the modeling task by saying, okay, he's going to choose the best bundle. And that, the math is easy. And then they add to that an assumption that people are selfish jerks.
Well, I mean, I don't want to say anything, but that seems like a relatively simple assumption.
Okay. So anyway, the idea is, well, what if we introduce some people? Because there are people-run firms, people interact in markets. In fact, more and more people are interacting in markets every which way. You can bet on anything now.
But how would that manifest? So if I'm an economist and I want to make a model about, and I assume they model what would be the most efficient market for cereal, and they want to model how you would create that, how would introducing what you're suggesting change economic modeling, which I assume means you would be changing how policy is created, because policy, I would assume then, is downstream from economic modeling.
Right. Good.
Okay.
So let's start with a simple experiment.
Please.
We go into a classroom. I actually brought a prop.
What?
A mug.
What are you, Carrot Top? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
You're a professor.
I got a mug here.
All right.
Now, so what we did was we go into a classroom and we put a mug. I was teaching at Cornell at the time, so it was a Cornell insignia.
Safety school. Let's just point out very quickly, safety school. All right.
Yeah. Okay. William and...
Sir, we don't have time for this.
Okay, no slurs. So Cornell's a very fine school.
Yes.
So every other student has a mug sitting in front of them.
Okay.
And their neighbor doesn't get a mug. Okay. Now we have a market for the mugs. And we say, if you have a mug, John, you can sell it. Here's a price list. If it's $10, will you sell it or keep it? $9.50. And then you go down until, okay, I'll sell at $8, but I won't at $7.50.
Okay.
All right. And then the guy sitting next to you doesn't have a mug. He has a price list. At each of the following prices, will you buy? Okay.
Yes.
So half the people are buyers, half of them are potential sellers.
Okay.
So their worth will be determined in this market. Now, what does economic theory say?
I want to do a quick temperature check. Now that you guys have gotten the vibe of this podcast, I'm going to run another poll. I'm down to keep watching this. Now we have informed consent because now everyone knows what this podcast is, the vibes of it. I'm indifferent between this and gaming, but let's do another quick poll real quick just to ensure that I'm keeping the stream democratic. Democratic, okay? Same thing. Smiley faces, keep watching podcast. Crying faces, let's see if we can get the PlayStation streaming onto this, which I don't know if we will or not, but let's see. I'm enjoying this. I'm down to continue watching this, by the way. I just want to do a quick temperature check. I'm always going to choose politics over gaming. Valid. Fair. Okay, yeah, it's looking like a blowout. It's looking like Biden 2020 margins. Absolutely crushing. Holy shit. The last poll was closer. The gamers are down horrendous right now. Wow. This is the best you guys can muster? Wow, stop the count. This is getting brutal. We're seeing North Korea margins for continuing the podcast. These are Kim Jong-un margins of victory. Okay. We got 10 seconds left. No one's voting? No, we have a so far voter turnout of 23 people. I can actually show you guys the poll. Right? Not particularly close. 18-6. Yikes. We're continuing with the podcast then. Can I vote twice? I don't think it counts your vote twice.
The value you put on that mug should not depend on whether it's sitting right in front of you or on the desk next to you. Well, it turns out, so the mugs are distributed at random. What we should see is...
It would have been fair if you didn't keep blocking my other accounts. Who have I blocked? I don't think I've blocked anyone.
Let's rank the people from highest to lowest on how much they like one of those mugs.
It's not whether I say you can vote twice. I just don't think that the TikTok polling thing will count if someone votes twice. I don't think it counts that. Maybe it does, and this was all rigged, but I don't think it does.
Mugs the most should end up with them.
Yes. That's what traditional economics would tell you.
Right.
Okay.
So about half the mugs should change hands.
Oh, they're saying that they're assuming that there is a rationality to people's affection for the mugs.
That it doesn't depend on...
Or randomized.
We did randomize.
Okay.
Right? They were handed out at random.
Yeah.
And the assumption is that the value you put on that mug shouldn't depend on whether it's sitting directly in front of you or adjacent to you. Or, in other words, whether you now own it. And that will be the key phrase. And we'll come back to that.
Right.
Okay?
You do realize I am failing this class right now.
No, John.
I am lost.
You're doing great. All right. At current grade levels,
yes, sir.
A++.
Oh, that's very kind of you, sir. In the class, do I have a mug?
You can buy one.
All right. I didn't get a mug. Fair enough.
Okay. So what happens? The people who have the mugs really don't want to sell them. The people who don't have mugs aren't all that interested in buying one.
There's no market.
There is a market, but the people who have a mug demand about twice as much to give it up as the ones who don't have a mug are willing to buy it.
Ooh.
So instead of half the mugs trading, we get about 20%. So what's the lesson? You know this old Stephen Sill song, Love the One You're With?
Sure.
I call this the endowment effect. That if you're endowed with something, you want to keep it. You won't give it up. But you don't have it? Okay, if the price is right, I'll buy it. This is a phenomenon we call loss aversion. That if you have something, you're going to fight like hell to keep it. If you don't have it, meh, it's a mug, you know.
The mug experiment is the genesis of behavioral economics, if I can sum this up. Because traditional economics would say half the mugs would change hands based on value in markets and how they should operate in terms of people that have something and people that don't and people that want it. But what you found is only 20% changed hands because of behavioral tendencies that were not included in the model.
Correct. A+.
Come on, brother. I'm going to give you guys a little insight into who I am as an individual. There's nothing that I enjoy more than what I like to call a little breakfast for dinner. Now, breakfast for dinner, it's a treat. It takes me back to the childhood when you felt like, remember to get breakfast for dinner? And you were like, we're breaking all the rules. What? Scrambled eggs? There are plant-based versions. It's like a mug fetish. Insane to me because there could be somebody who is like
People have called me worse.
A mug fetishist. But the idea that economics don't take into account, because buy low, sell high takes into account greed. It takes into account you're trying to get value. It seems like basic economics does. You know,
let me give you an example.
Yes.
Suppose that your uncle gives you an inheritance.
Sentimental. Is it a mug or is it something different?
It's like 1,000 shares of some stock.
Okay. But my uncle gave it to me.
Your uncle gave it to you.
All right.
So you send it over to your wealth manager or broker or whatever.
All right. The 1,000 shares I got from my uncle.
Yeah. Right. And then the question is, do you keep them? Let's ignore taxes.
Okay. Do I keep the shares or do I sell them?
Or you put them into an index fund.
Okay.
Economic theory would say the fact that if there are no tax issues, the fact you got those shares from your uncle, if you wouldn't have owned 1,000 shares of that company before, you shouldn't now. Just put it in with all the other stuff.
Don't do anything with it.
Not just keep it.
Oh.
Diversify the way you would everything else.
So those 1,000 shares should be turned into, some should be in higher risk.
Meaning, like in an economic sense, if you're a fully rational actor who's trying to maximize your utility, if you're given 1,000 shares of Alphabet or Meta or something, you probably would want to diversify your risk profile rather than having all of your eggs in one basket. So you might put, I don't know what the ratios would be, like 40% in an index fund and 20% into bonds and then 10% into this or that, if you were being rational, right? But what you'd see with many people is when they're given something, especially for free, something they didn't have to buy, they are more likely to want to hold on to that, even if tweaking it or selling it in some way would potentially, hypothetically on paper, deliver a greater return. This is maybe not the best example, but I think I understand what he's trying to get across here.
Be in medium risk, some should be in fixed income. I should split that up. Should be in higher risk, some should be in medium risk, some should be in fixed income. I should split that up in the manner that I would split up any asset that I have.
Exactly.
That's what standard economic theory would say.
Right.
Standard economic theory says the best thing I would do is to do that. But behavioral economics says I won't do that.
Can you speak on Crockett Tallarico? I want to vote early, but this has me torn. First of all, I want to give this disclaimer. I love both of them. I think Crockett's done an excellent job in the Congress, especially holding the Trump administration to account. And it is kind of sad to me how, I don't know, I feel like, especially online on Twitter and stuff, a lot of the back and forth on Crockett versus Tallarico has become really mean-spirited, as if we're like not all on the same side. So ultimately, we should support whoever the nominee is. But I would vote for Tallarico. I think Tallarico is, number one, a once-in-a-generation talent. He's a very, very politically gifted when it comes to rhetoric and appealing across party lines. Can you provide your evidence that makes you suspect who is lying? What do you mean who is lying? I'm thinking from the perspective of this, right, which is who has the better chance of flipping Texas? What I do know is that Tallarico flipped a district which no Democrat had won since Jimmy Carter. So that at least shows some kind of track record of winning tough-to-win areas, which Texas, if Democrats win Texas, whether it's Tallarico or Crockett as the nominee, it's not going to be a runaway victory. It's going to be maybe less than 1 point. Right? You could easily see the Democrat winning the Texas Senate race by 0.3% or 0.7% or whatever. We need Jasmine, and the polls show it too. We don't need nice wit men. I think you mean white men. Well, I don't know that it's, at least for my decision making, it's not about white man or black woman or anything. I'm thinking about, I want Democrats to have a Senate majority if possible, and then which pathway makes that more likely. From what I've seen of the internal polling, the only polling I've seen showing a Democrat beating the Republican, and this is only one specific poll, so take it with a grain of salt, is I think it was showing Tallarico beating Paxton by 1 or 2 points. The same poll showed Tallarico losing to Cornyn, and it showed Crockett losing to both Cornyn and Paxton, although Paxton seems to be overall the weaker candidate on the Republican side. So, and there's also been a lot of variation in the polls. Some polls show Tallarico is way up in the primary. Some polls show that Crockett is way up in the primary. So ultimately, I think both of them are excellent in different ways. I think Tallarico probably has a better shot at victory. And like ultimately speaking, someone asked about the Crockett stated Tallarico wasn't banned. It was a political stunt. It was not a political stunt. And this to me was a little bit disappointing to see from Jasmine Crockett, in that the FCC has an equal time rule for media, which essentially states that Democrats and Republicans have to be given equal time on certain types of like broadcast news, right? There was an exception for decades now. There was an exception for like late night shows, that late night shows are not subject to this equal time rule. But back a few months ago, I believe, FCC Chair Brendan Carr had said, actually, no, we're going to get rid of this exemption for late night shows. And then I believe what you saw is, after The View had on James Tallarico, the FCC started investigating ABC, which I believe The View is on ABC. So what you'd already seen here is the FCC, first of all, saying we're going to do this, and then number two, actually investigating ABC right after they had on Tallarico. So what happened at CBS, which is right now captured by Barry Weiss, who's a Trump apologist in many cases, she's the one who tried to shut down the Seacott story on 60 Minutes. What you saw from CBS's lawyers is, the lawyers over at CBS saw what the FCC was doing to ABC after Tallarico hopped on there, and they were like, we don't want to bring upon us the ire of the FCC. Therefore, to just preempt this, what we are going to do is tell Stephen Colbert that if you want to have Tallarico on your show, you also have to have on Crockett at this time or whatever it may be. And Colbert felt that I'm being told to manage my show a certain way in terms of how I'm expressing myself and who I'm having on because of a chilling effect, right? So I don't know that Crockett wasn't lying or was lying, but I think Jasmine Crockett understands what the chilling effect is, right? When the government starts clamping down on free speech, they're not literally going up to every single person who opposes them and saying, you're going to jail. Many times, they want to make an example out of someone who's very high profile to scare everyone else. This is exactly what they did with Mahmoud Khalil, as was ruled by Judge Bill Young, where they said, the reason you are going after these pro-Palestinian protesters for their free speech rights is so that other similarly situated pro-Palestinian protesters will see the video of you being put in handcuffs and they're like, oof, I now am a lot more concerned about what consequences I may or may not face for expressing my opinion. So CBS deciding to do this, it's not like the Trump administration directly told them you cannot have on Tallarico, but this is what's called a chilling effect. And it was absolutely the result of a chilling effect on CBS, as well as the influence of someone like Barry Weiss on this company, which I think it makes complete sense to say that because of the Trump administration, this happened. And I was a bit disappointed that Jasmine Crockett was not acknowledging that. So that was a bit disappointing to me, because Jasmine Crockett, I feel like, does understand. Like, I was wondering how much it was politically influenced, the way that she was characterizing the situation, because she definitely knows what a chilling effect is, right? So it's a bit of a dishonest framing to say this was a political stunt. Trump never literally told them you can't do this, but it's not a question of if they were literally told they can or cannot do this. It's a question of, is this being done as a result of Trump's authoritarianism, which the answer is an obvious yes, especially CBS. If you look into what's happening at CBS, it is by and large becoming more and more captured by Trump-affiliated interests. Again, remember, they shut down the Seacott story. They postponed it by like a week or two. So in that regard, I'm not saying Jasmine Crockett is lying, but I think that she misrepresented the situation for political purposes. And you can argue Colbert did that as well if you want, I guess. But to me, the ultimate question here is, who has a better shot of winning the general election in Texas? I think it's Tallarico. If Tallarico loses, I will very enthusiastically support Jasmine Crockett. And I wish that Tallarico supporters and Crockett supporters could disagree on policy respectfully without acting like the other side like hates the country or is like racist or whatever. I don't know. I just wish we could all agree we are the anti-fascist side right now. And whether it's Crockett or Tallarico, I will happily support them in the general. That's my stance on it. I personally support Tallarico. I think he has a very bright future in politics. He's a very gifted politician. But that's just my take. Thank you, CBar65A, for the super chat for $2 on YouTube. W for him. Are you Synthesis Media? Yes. My Cash App and my PayPal will both show up as Synthesis Media. That's just my LLC. It's just me. It's me. So yeah, if you're thinking of sending money through there, that is still me. All the links in my link tree are me. So if you go to the link tree in my YouTube description or my TikTok bio, every link on that link tree is 100% legitimate. It is me on there. So thanks for clarifying that.
Of reasons.
So Jasmine isn't gifted or doesn't have a bright future. I never said that. I'm just emphasizing Tallarico in that situation because I think Tallarico has a very unique skill set specifically suited for a state like Texas, which is that he was able to flip a Trump district. And I believe Crockett won in a blue area. So not to say that winning an election isn't impressive either which way, but when I'm looking at track record of winning tough races, it seems to me like Tallarico has a one up there. Jasmine Crockett has an extremely bright future. I just think that Tallarico... I think if Tallarico wins the, and this applies to Crockett as well, but if Tallarico wins the primary and the general, I think he becomes a contender for 2028. And I think he has a very unique, this is when he talks about it's not left versus right, it's top versus bottom. The only minority hurting us is the billionaires. He is very good at doing something which I think Democrats need to do more often, which is pushing progressive policy while portraying yourself aesthetically as above the fray, as apolitical. Not as a weird centrist moderate, but like, hey man, I'm not ideological, I'm not political, I just want fairness for American workers and like an economy that works for everyone. And that's my personal preference. If you prefer Jasmine Crockett's style of politics, that's equally valid, right? She has a, what is her strategy? Of turning out the base, right? And his strategy is trying to win over independents and like low propensity voters or first time voters. And I happen to think that both of those strategies work to differing extents in different states and geographies. So turning out the base might work really well in a very blue area, and maybe reaching to independents or low propensity voters might work better in a purple area or like a red area that's almost purple, right? So, I really do not mean to antagonize Jasmine Crockett or her supporters. I really do like Jasmine Crockett, but I feel like every time I talk about supporting Tallarico, there's someone in the chat who just gets really angry at me, which I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm really not. We're on the same side, ultimately. And I love both of them. I just have a preference there. He appeals to a wide array of people, but actually has pretty progressive policy. I agree. He does. It's not like Hillary versus Bernie. In what way? I don't know. Okay, let's get back to the podcast. So sorry to interrupt, John.
Maybe I'm lazy. 2 being maybe I have sentimental value to my uncle, and therefore those 1,000 shares are the only thing I have to remember him by. Apparently, I didn't take any pictures. I just have this 1,000 share inherited. So I'm not going to do that. And so standard economics misses all those externalities that are part of the human condition, and therefore their models suck.
Well, we'll not make a value judgment.
Too pejorative.
You can say that.
Right.
But let me just add that notice one result of this experiment is people have a tendency to just stick with what they have. So if they got a mug, they're much more likely to end up with it than if they didn't get a mug.
Okay, I see. Okay. Possession 9/10 of the law. So and standard economics doesn't take in possession. And how far would this possession theory skew economic models if they don't take it into account? For instance, I have a house, so the theory of economics would be I will continue to try and get better, more valuable housing or diversify rather than just holding it since I have.
Yeah, and it's that particular house. So we call this status quo bias.
Okay.
That people have a tendency to just stick with what they have.
Yes, a body at rest tends to stay.
This is also, in a sense, risk aversion, right? People are worried about deviating from the norm. Status quo is going to be favored because the status quo is predictable. Even if changing the status quo could yield better results, that uncertainty oftentimes can act as a disincentive to address the status quo.
Exactly.
Right. Do they really not take this into account in standard economics? That seems insane to me. Like, is that really something they don't consider?
They would consider it if there's transaction costs. So, but in the stock example, there are none, right? It would, the cost of changing 1,000 shares of Google into 1,000, put that money into an index fund will cost you $10, right? So if it was an offer to buy your house, then there would be costs to moving and
it's a pain in the ass.
Right. But for most things, the economist would assume that because the cost of switching things around is low, we can ignore it.
So how does this manifest in markets? Because the reason why I want to talk about this, and I'll give the broader example, is things like climate policy or the ACA or those kinds of things. These are solutions to, because economics is in some ways it's the lubricant that we use to create solutions to problems or better conditions for people's lives, and how that affects all that. And I think the premise here is that standard economics misses, and so the solutions that we design for the problems in our lives are ill-conceived.
Great. So let's take climate change as an example.
Great.
All economists, including this one, think that the first thing we should have done when we figured out there was climate change is impose a carbon tax.
Wait, most economists think that?
Yes.
May I suggest that that's incorrect?
You may, but
this is the rage bait that I saw on Twitter.
Most economists think that?
Yes.
May I suggest that that's incorrect?
You may, but I'm included in those.
Can I say why I think it's incorrect?
Yeah, sure.
So the minute you put a carbon tax on, people see their energy prices go up, and you will no longer be serving in office politically.
All right, then.
This is a political consideration on the right. An economist is just thinking of optimal policy. How you actually end up getting legislation passed is a totally different question. But yeah, most economists, most modern economists believe you need some kind of carbon tax. Although I would argue that it's better to have renewable subsidies than carbon taxes, because raising the cost of energy for the average person, even if it's reflecting the negative externality of fossil fuels, is going to have ripple effects and spillover effects that could be negative in the aggregate, even if juxtaposed against the now decreased usage of fossil fuels. Whereas you can have the exact same impact, structurally speaking, with subsidies rather than taxes, by just making the alternative cheaper, right? If you want, this is what an externality is, right? An externality is basically the idea that in an economic transaction between two parties, there's some kind of cost being created that neither of those parties has to pay or has to bear, right? So if there's a factory and it makes, I don't know, shoes, and they for some reason dump a bunch of toxic chemicals into the nearby lake, right? The people that buy the shoes, they pay for the shoes. The people that make the shoes are paying the cost of production and everything. But then there's an additional third cost, which is now whoever lives by that lake is going to be facing the harms of that pollution that has been dumped into the lake because of the transaction between these two parties. Notice how there's a cost that was just created by this transaction, but it's not being internalized, right? The producer nor the consumer are actually realizing that this is a more expensive thing to do. It's just that the people living by the lake are paying that price. What a carbon tax would seek to do is say, okay, there's some ancillary side ripple effect cost created by energy that comes from fossil fuels, and to properly disincentivize the usage of fossil fuels in accordance with how much of a negative drag it is, we're going to bump up the price on fossil fuels by taxing it, right? So now fossil fuels are way more expensive, and the more expensive cost of fossil fuels reflects the damage that those fossil fuels would do to the environment. The issue there is the average consumer needs energy to go to work, to raise their kids, to have heating, all this stuff, right? And if you just make their energy costs more expensive, you are factoring in the cost of climate change or whatever, but you're ignoring the externality that is created then by people having higher energy costs. Does that affect how they work, how they apportion their time, how much they're buying, their consumption, all that stuff? And therefore, if you do a subsidy, you achieve the same incentive structure where you can keep the cost of fossil fuels the same, but if you just make renewable energy comparatively way cheaper, then people will still migrate over to that renewable energy, but now they actually have more money left over in their pockets. So on net, it might be a net benefit to have subsidies for renewable energy rather than taxes for fossil fuels, if those taxes are passed on by corporations to consumers, which they most likely would be to some extent. hit a reset, I'm fine. I don't really care right now. I'm
Agreement.
fine with 140s. I
What-
don't think
what
we're
I'm
gonna.
saying is,
I don't
if-
think we're gonna go much
if
above
you're-
150 for a discussion about behavioral economics.
God or king, or president. And you could say, all right, what policy should we have? Then the correct policy is the one that sets the prices to give people the incentive so if we increase the cost of heating your home,
yes,
to reflect the externality, the cost you're imposing on other people.
How are you muted if you're talking? I'm so confused.
Then you'll have the correct incentives to put in solar or insulate or switch to a heat pump or whatever.
Right.
We run a poll of expert economists every couple of weeks at the.
And renewables are cleaner, cheaper, and more reliable than fossil fuel energy, as well as solar, especially. Dude, China has crushed it when it comes to solar. They've reached such low marginal cost, and they've been able to scale it up so much, and we just do not even come close to competing. Holy shit. I wasn't actually going to say heinous things to the senator. So this is the person that's made the fake account of me who goes around saying that I support slavery. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep you muted.
Chicago, and there is one on that, and everybody says, that would be the ideal policy.
So they're saying a carbon tax would be the thing to solve the climate crisis because rather than changing the behavior, you have to make using fossil fuels, which are the driver of climate change, so much more expensive that it changes people's behaviors because they won't change behavior on their own. Is that standard economics or is that behavioral economics?
No, that's standard economics.
That's standard.
That's standard.
Feels behavioral, but that's standard.
No, because it's standard because it's just changed the price. And then the alternative is we say you're not allowed to have, we can't have cars that get less than such and such gas mileage.
Right. Which we've done.
We have, right. So we have lots of regulations.
Okay.
We essentially don't have a carbon tax.
So the way we do it is, so standard economics, what they say is we have a series of either incentives or regulations. So it would sort of be a mix of subsidies and regulations. And that is how we will manage the energy market while also keeping an eye on trying to reduce emissions. And that's how economists would design a program to solve it. So we've done that we subsidize solar, we subsidize electric vehicles, and we regulate the miles that they must get there, and they must have a catalytic converter. Right, all that is what you would consider to be standard economic theory.
No. So we're almost there.
I am fucking this up.
You are not. You're not. So what economists would say is we don't need all those rules and regulations. Just set the price right.
But doesn't the market set the price? Isn't that free markets?
No. The carbon tax will automatically raise the price of operating a Hummer because it only gets 8 miles to the gallon compared to some EV. So we don't have to regulate. All we have to do is get the price right. That's standard economics.
And then the market will change.
But
isn't that just an intervention? How is that a market? That's just the government saying, if we set a price that is unreasonable, the market will behave.
It's just setting the price so that you have the incentive to act in a way that's best for society.
But that's not economics. Economics doesn't take into account what's best for society.
Yes, it does. Yes,
what? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Let me
hold on here.
Maybe this is a common misconception. I think a lot of people, when they hear economics, they just think it means capitalism. But no, in economics, I mean, at least in macro and public finance, there's literally something called the social welfare function, which the entire point of the social welfare function is to say, like, what makes society overall best off. And economists all the time talk about how to make society more fair and more equitable. The idea that economics is about like maximizing profit. No, that's capitalism. Economics and capitalism are not synonymous. Economics can describe other systems besides capitalism, right? And they could also describe the entire spectrum of anything from free market to like highly regulated capitalism.
Externalities. And now here's the point I want to make.
Wait a minute.
Let me
hold on here.
Economists know about externalities. And now here's the point I want to make. We don't have carbon taxes. Why? Because, and you started with this, so you got to the answer right away.
Oh, did he just turn into Jerry Seinfeld when he said why?
Why? Because, and you...
I thought I was watching the B movie for a second when he said that. Holy shit.
Started with this, so you got to the answer right away. You got to this because people hate taxes. They hate high prices. So what do we have? We have lots of subsidies. We have no taxes.
Yes. Well, we have, that's not exactly, I mean, we have gas taxes. Like if you go to California, it's very different than buying gas in New York.
Correct.
It's very different than buying gas in Minnesota. Or,
That's right.
All
But even in high gasoline tax states, the taxes on emissions are still way too low compared to what they should be.
Compared to what they should be if our goal is to reduce carbon emissions.
Right.
But that's not the goal of economics. The goal of economics in a capitalist system is to make the most amount of money for your shareholders. So my point is, since when is economics about improving the human condition and not just making money for the companies that are extracting the fossil fuels from the earth? Isn't that everything else is interventionist?
Okay, so I did not anticipate that my role here was going to be as the defender of neoclassical economics, but here I am.
Oh, we're here, baby.
I am here.
All
and, my economist friends will be proud that I'm defending them.
All right.
So look, there's an economist named Arthur Pigou.
Oh, Pigou's work is I don't miss an essay.
Hell yeah. He's bringing up the Pigouvian tax. Let's go.
That's what I meant.
Anyway, there are Pigouvian taxes. So in any economics textbook,
we got
it
any
will say
Pigouvian tax fans in the chat right now? RC says bro crashed out because I said women are different from men. No, didn't you basically say that women are inferior to men? Did you hop back on my Discord, bro? Why are liberals so soft? Is that a tax? No, Pigouvian, not Peruvian. We got any Pigouvian tax fans in the chat? Any econ people who know what that is? Let's see. Video going up. You want to rate that shit? Absolutely, I will. Huh. Oh, it doesn't look like RC rejoined then. I'm confused. One moment. Okay. Where do I watch this video, guys? Or rather, Attorney General, where can I find this video? TikTok. I think I've got one of those. Let's see what we can muster up here. Hold on. Is it up? Is it up already? Mr. Okra. Let's look it up. Hold on. AG. Wow, you're being censored. You're not popping up. What the? Okay. Okay, here we are. Wow.
If ICE is willing to execute...
Wait, this isn't it. I'm confused. Where is it? We have mustered up AJ Okra himself.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement...
Shit's not up. Like, you're being censored by the deep state. Holy shit. Oh. Let's go.
And while go vote
How do I...
now. There are 7 days left in the Texas Democratic primaries, and while I know surpassing Republicans by over 100,000 people in terms of turnout feels nice, it is not a time to get comfortable. It is a time to dig deep. Don't forget what you're voting for, what you're fighting for. You're fighting to counter the injustice that we've seen unfold across this nation for the better part
How do I
of a
repost
decade.
this on-
Don't forget, this is Trump
on my
term
computer?
2, and in 1 year he's
I'm not
done
seeing a
more
repost
damage
option.
than he did in the
You're being
first
censored.
4. Voting is not a luxury. It is your civic duty to counter the wrongdoing, to fight for this nation's future, to fight for democracy. I'm tired of having a governor who bends down to this administration when they ask him to suppress minority voters.
Governor
by
Hot
regional
Wheels,
maps.
could
I'm
it
tired
be?
of a governor who ignores the cries from Texans to fix the infrastructure, to change our healthcare system, to reform education. And that's why I voted for Gina Hinojosa. I'm tired of senators who only listen to us when it's convenient. And when they arrive on Capitol Hill, it's, looking to serve the interests of my donors, looking to serve my own interests, looking to leave the state when it's convenient. I know Ted Cruz's seat isn't up for grabs this time around, but I still want to shit talk him because he sucks.
Damn, you heard that, Mr. Cruz? You heard that, Teddy? Attorney General just called you out, buddy. Indictment coming soon.
I don't want Ken Paxton to be next to him, a corrupt attorney general who has abandoned the rule of law. I want a principled individual, a man who lives by his faith, a man who fights for democracy, a man who wants to reform healthcare, a man who wants to ensure that our education system is up to par with states the size of ours. That's why I voted for James Tallarico. And that's why you should do the same. You need to get out there, you need to cast your ballot, and you need to do what's right. Fight for this country's future. Fight for your children's future. Fight for America.
I thought you were going to say fight like hell or you're not going to have a country anymore. This was a banger, though. Make sure you guys go like and repost this liberal propaganda. Absolute banger. That's crazy. Oh, man. How the fuck am I going to be live for like the next 5 hours? Oh, man. I did not think this through.
That if you're causing some harm, then the way to fix it is to charge you for the harm you're causing so that you will decide just the right amount of harm.
Is Pagouvian familiar with the 2008?
Breaks are necessary. Here's the thing, right? I'm very inconsistent with my lives. And people are always like, hey, man, I like watching your lives, but sometimes you're just not live for 2 weeks and other times you're live for like a week straight. So I thought, first of all, so many clips can come out of this for YouTube. Let me feed the hungry masses, okay? Let me just challenge myself to do something content-wise that's going to take up my entire day. So we love the live marathon. The live marathon loves you. It's exactly what this is all about, okay? This is where the microaggressions come in. James is a faithful man. So is Jasmine. Perfect example. I'm going to have to disagree with that. I don't really catch any aggressions in that video, micro or macro, except against Governor Hot Wheels and Mr. Cruz himself. But like I said, we're on the same side. I'm sure you oppose Donald Trump. I'm sure you want a Democrat winning the statewide seat in Texas. So if it's Crockett, I'll be right there with you cheering her on. And if it's Tallarico, I hope you'd reciprocate that energy. But
financial crisis.
Yes, you didn't catch it. You're not black. Okay. Okay. Don't worry. Everyone here feels a deep attraction towards you. What the hell? Okay, we're going back to the podcast. I'm not engaging with chat right now.
Hey, I'm not saying any economist thinks that we have these optimal policies. What I'm saying is
that's how it's supposed to work.
That's the way any economist basically would have advised, take any council of economic advisors before this one, because they always had real economists. They would all be saying something similar to, well, what we really should do is this. But then they would say, but it's true, boss, that people hate taxes. And if they're Republicans, they really hate taxes. But we all hate paying taxes. And so we'll subsidize EVs. We won't tax Hummers. And we won't tax gas, and we won't tax them. So, and that all goes back to the mugs. That it's because we hate losing more than we like winning. So what we'll do is we'll have all these policies where we subsidize you to do the right thing, as opposed to penalizing you via prices for doing the wrong thing.
Folks, you love coffee, but you think the names are lame. Markets are, let's say we'll bring it back to climate policy. What I'm suggesting is all markets are designed to some extent. We sort of have this fiction that we live in a free market where it's only the rules of supply and demand, and that our policies have to, basically give way to these market forces that, if left to their own devices, will solve these. What I'm getting at is,
guys, let's keep it peaceful and patriotic in the chat. No problem was ever solved because people started arguing in a TikTok live chat. Let's just keep it peaceful and patriotic, okay?
Intervention in markets is seen as a negative and paternalistic, anti-capitalist movement where muckety-mucks and elites design systems that are not as efficient and functioning as capitalist markets. But we all know that that's a fiction, that we intervene in markets. The big thing is always, The government's not supposed to pick winners and losers, but they do it all the time, and they've done it since time immemorial as governments.
There are two different issues here. Putting a tax on a bad like pollution isn't interfering with markets. It's making the market efficient in the sense that the price people are paying reflects the cost
People don't
they
talk about
impose on
this.
others.
Free markets do not always clear. Sometimes the most efficient outcome for a market is going to necessitate government intervention to address inelastic supply or demand or address market power or whatever it may be.
And it's not picking winners and losers. It's picking, there will be losers. People who like to drive gas guzzling cars will lose, but we're not aiming it at them. It's a free choice.
No, they won't lose because let's say that's because they have the money to burn. It doesn't affect them. In other words,
this is a good point from John, which is that if you impose some kind of carbon tax that's going to affect consumers, it's going to be wealthier consumers who are disproportionately able to absorb that increased cost, right? So like if you make a gasoline-powered car more expensive, the upper middle class and above are going to be fine. It's like the lower middle class and working class to be more affected by that. And that's why I think instead of trying to make gas cars more expensive, we should make electric cars just way cheaper. And beyond even cars, I mean, we need to shift the paradigm to public transit. We need interstate public transit system, okay? If we have an interstate highway system we made in the 50s or the 60s or whatever, we can do the same thing. Carbon tax on private flights is a good idea. We should be able to have some kind of coherent and expansive interstate public transit system. Like, bro, Japan has these really cool maglev trains where the train like levitates off the tracks, so there's no friction. I think they hit speeds of like 300 miles per hour. Can you imagine if we had a maglev train system connecting the entire contiguous United States? That would put a downward pressure on flight prices, car prices, gas prices, because now every method of being transported between different states for like long distances, road trips, whatever it may be, now that's facing competitive pressure, which is a good thing.
And cost of the pollution that they create won't affect them because they are buffeted either by geography or wealth. So that the tax itself is...
No, but look, let's think of what we did. What did we do? We subsidized EVs. And who was the beneficiary of that?
I love that, but we're like 20 times as big as Japan. So we got to go 20 times as hard. Yes, China. Fantastic point, actually. China is way bigger than us, at least population-wise, and they have state-of-the-art public transit and infrastructure, thanks to public sector investment and interference.
Mostly rich guys.
Right. But we also, the EPA regulated what you could put out into the environment. I mean, that's how we got cleaner air when the government regulated what you could actually do.
That's true. But the choice to have subsidies and regulations, it benefited some companies versus others. I mean, Tesla was a big beneficiary of this.
Exactly. No, I'm saying government always picks winners and losers and then pretends like that's something that they can't do. Like Donald Trump's a great example. He's like, government can't pick winners and losers. Oh, NVIDIA, I'll let you sell chips to China if you give me, or Intel, how about this? I'll take 10% of your company. Like, I guess what I'm saying is, aren't we all operating under a fiction? And if we were...
I think the most serious people who are engaging with economics and public policy already take that as a given, that like we don't live in a free market. We obviously don't. Like there are regulations in place. There are different incentive structures in place. Whatever it may be. So yeah, I mean, I understand where John's coming from here, but
if we were more honest about the way economies worked, we could be more honest about the way we solve some of these larger scale problems.
So I think, okay, you're skipping one step ahead.
I don't want to do that. Take me back. Take me back.
In a world where we don't know any of the people in any of the companies, so we're back in the world of inside an economist's head.
Oh boy.
We just have, there are firms and there are people and there's something people are doing that causes harm to others. The solution to that all economists agree to is put a price on that bad and then let the market clear. And the people who produce bads will suffer. And if they're poor, they'll suffer more, but that's true of all policies. That part is uncontroversial. I'm not saying that's a world we live in. In fact, my point is Sweden.
So economists don't live in the world that we live in.
No, they would call this a first best, meaning if they could design everything, that's the way they would do it. They would try to make the prices.
And the point of economics on like a fundamental level, the reason it's formalized in the way that it is you start in a theoretical model to establish principles based on incentive structures. And the idea is once you've formed that model, you can extrapolate principles and then apply them to the real world to the extent that the theoretical model aligns with the real world, which is why I think that like behavioral economics is really important because it helps make those models more predictive and more accurate.
Reflect the harms that are people causing and then let the chips fall where they may. That's very different from giving contracts to your buddies, which, you know, has been going on at the local level as long as there have been politicians and buddies. We've just taken it to new levels.
Is the idea of behavioral economics to help economists get more grounded in what the actual externalities are? Is that the point? Because the way you're describing economists and the way that they talk about the economy seems utterly removed from reality to some extent.
No. Okay, so here's
I'm
where
the worst student you have ever had.
Oh, John, you are so far from that. These are very good questions.
All right, let's get to it.
All right, so the point I want to start with is economists don't have a good answer to the question, why do we have only subsidies rather than taxes? Mm-hmm. Because as far as economists are concerned, they're the same. It's just a sign. If we subsidize the good thing or tax the bad thing, if they're red mugs and blue mugs.
I happen to be of the opinion that in a lot of cases, subsidizing the good thing is better than taxing the bad thing because the taxes can create other ripple effects that can, I think, affect people's well-being or quality of life or whatever it may be in the aggregate.
Red mugs.
In their model, they see no distinction between a subsidy and a tax. And what you're saying is a tax is actually much worse than a subsidy in real world economics because people view
I
losses
agree. This interview is
as more
addressing a lot of common misconceptions. And I think that the clip I saw of John was taken a little bit out of context.
Than wins, which is the subsidy.
Perfect. You nailed it.
All right.
So if we're trying to understand the world, it's important to understand this thing about losses and about status quo bias, that the people tend to stick with what they have, and we can use that to help or hurt people.
So how would you, taking behavioral economics, staying with the climate model, if an economist would say, it really makes no difference whether you do a tax or a subsidy, but very clearly we only do subsidies, so somebody must understand the political realities of all this. We've understood since the 70s that the world is warming through our climate policies. They've had Kyoto treaties and giant conferences every year where everybody flies private jets to discuss how we're going to change fossil fuels. And they all work through subsidies and caps and cap and trade and net neutrality and all these different goals and things. And nothing has really changed. We've made certainly advances in solar and wind and batteries and EVs, but the energy needs of the world continue to spiral. And AI and my point is everything we've done has been utterly inadequate. And I guess I'm trying to figure out what are we misunderstanding about the solutions and how can behavioral economics give us a better angle on it than the standard economics, which have the standard economics.
Whoa, is this true? Thomas Massie will sit with the Democrats at Trump's State of the Union in a symbolic gesture? Oh God, this is from some, what the hell is America First post? Why is this in my timeline? News and alerts from around the world from an America First perspective. Oh, it's some kind of Nick Fuentes associated thing. Is this true? Is there... Let me see if it's corroborated elsewhere. Okay, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie are going to sit together during the State of the Union. Okay, we have Nancy Mace and Thomas Massie are apparently sitting with Democrats to show solidarity with Epstein's accusers. That's interesting. I wouldn't expect that from Nancy Mace.
And the standard political realities, which have failed us.
God, almost 20 years ago.
The Thomas Massie thing, I can kind of understand. Where the fuck did Nancy Mace come from all of a sudden?
Yes, I remember Nudge.
It was a book about how we can help in this kind of situation. And so here's one example. All right, we're in this world where gas guzzling cars are too cheap. And we all would like to put a tax on that, but
I'll be right back. You guys can watch my chair react to this for a little bit. I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. Keep double tapping the live and doing stuff so it stays in the algorithm.
Well, one thing we can do is we can put labels on the cars telling you how much it's going to cost you to operate this car. Well, that will help a little.
Like a food labeling will help you with health. And if people see like, oh, this car is going to cost me $6,000 a year to buy gas for. This other car is going to cost me $3,000 a year to buy gas for. That's a piece of information that will help me make a decision. And that decision, we think, will also be better for the environment.
Right.
And so those are little things, nudges that move us in the right direction.
Right. Another example is you probably get a utility bill that I'm guessing you personally don't look at.
Oh, I look at it every day.
That tells you how much energy you use compared to your neighbors with a similar house.
Ooh, you're going with shame. Shame, you're going with economic benefit and then also shame.
Well, shame and patting on the back.
Ah.
Right? If you've put in solar or a heat pump,
all right.
John, most guys with McMansions like yours.
You are misunderstanding my neighborhood, sir. They would in no way. They'd be like, what are you, a pussy? What are you doing over there?
Okay, so in any case, my co-author, Cass Sunstein, was the so-called regulation czar for President Obama for a while. And his job was to make sure all the regulations that were being passed did more good than bad.
A series of nudges that would incentivize people through a variety of psychological, some would say manipulations, but understanding that could drive our economy incrementally to a more positive climate future. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Are we in a nudge economy, or should you write a book called Shove? Because, it feels like the incentives and subsidy taxes are all inadequate to address the reality of people's behavior and the totality of what we face. Why aren't we redesigning the entire systems? Go ahead.
So nudge has two sets of critics. One you could think of as complete free market guys that's saying, go away, let the markets do it.
Yeah, but they live in la la land.
Yeah. Then there are the others who are saying, come on, we have to tell people what to do. So
why I think I'm different than those two, but go ahead.
Okay. And I would just say, and there's at least one of my colleagues has written such a book, and I will point out to that person and you that if we're in that world, sometimes Trump is president. So if we want to design a system where the government just tells us what to do as opposed to nudge us, wouldn't that be worse?
Well, first of all, the government tells us what to do all the time. I mean, any regulation and all those kinds of things. So,
you're saying we should
shove.
We should shove.
Let me explain what I'm saying.
All right, do it.
So when I say shove, I don't mean the government saying to people, you are not allowed to use this much electricity, or you are not allowed to use this much gas. We do that. When I say shove, it means understanding what the 10,000 years of human endeavor and progress on this earth really means. We are a species that if shit's easier, we will do it that way. Like the horse didn't go by the wayside of the car because of anything other than like, wait a minute, I can get there in half the time and not have the smell of horse shit. Done. Like we are incentivized to, you've given me a product that makes my life easier. We don't care where the electricity comes from. When I say shove, it's this. It's stop thinking incrementally about the subsidies and the thing. People want the convenience that modern life has provided them, whether they live in the global south or whether they live in our thing. And shove means these incremental systems, and with all its political peril and all those things, aren't what's actually going to solve the problem. Shove means looking at mitigating the damage that human beings in all their greed and convenience need. In other words, shove is not telling people what to do. It's getting scientists to help.
It seems a bit like a semantic disagreement rather than a substantive one. I don't know. Like, I think Jon Stewart's just saying that we need more than just incremental change, but I don't think the other guy's arguing for just incremental change. I mean, if you fully priced in positive and negative externalities into our markets, it would be a pretty major change to how we do things like infrastructure and education and healthcare.
Clean up this mess, meaning carbon capture or other types of models, because what you won't be able to do through a series of nudges is make people not want the most efficient, convenient, cheapest thing that they can possibly get. And anything that doesn't take that into account is naive. So I'm not suggesting a paternalistic government that decides, oh my God, climate changes and we've got to be better people. And how do we incentivize everyone to be better people? My view is you can't. You actually need to think completely differently and create a model that creates robust markets in damage mitigation and carbon mitigation. That's my position.
Okay, but what I would say is that position is identical to the one that you mocked.
Whoa!
The standard economic prescription, which is set the prices right, and then people will have all the incentive to invent the new technologies to solve it. If the carbon prices are right, then people are going to pour all kinds of money.
That's only one way of doing it, though. That's setting the carbon price is not necessarily the only way to do it. The other way to do it is create a market for mitigation. That's what I'm saying. It's not just about carbon.
There will be a market for mitigation.
Yes.
But if it doesn't cost you much to emit carbon...
these aren't mutually exclusive. Like if you're addressing climate change, you can, on the one hand, try to price in subsidies to reflect both positive and negative externalities, while simultaneously saying we want to build seawalls, right, on coastal... We might have to end up doing this because while we can still shift our energy policy to address climate change, a lot of damage has been baked into the cake at this point. And I think building seawalls in coastal areas is something we should be doing regardless of how we shift energy policy. And carbon capture, if it's economical, I've seen mixed things on carbon capture, but geoengineering projects, carbon capture, seawalls, these are all tools and like a toolkit that should be pretty expansive, and we shouldn't just restrict ourselves to only this or only that, you know?
People won't buy it.
No, it's not that people will buy it. It's that you need to create a market for profit for companies, not people.
That John,
am I nuts?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what's interesting about the avocado?
No, I don't.
But then explain to me how nudge is going to, everything we've been talking about is this is an urgent crisis, and all the nudging and subsidies is only incrementally inching us to something. Meanwhile, you have a whole global south that hasn't developed the progress at the pace that in the global north has. And now we're telling them you have to do it through these series of subsidies and markets. That seems unrealistic. It seems more realistic to go to Exxon or wherever they are and go, we'll give you a shit ton of money if you can figure out how to clean carbon out of our atmosphere.
Well, but we wouldn't have to go to them to do that if the prices were right.
But what I'm saying is, if you live in the reality of the world, look at the yellow vest movement in Europe. Like even Europe with their we're doing the right thing and we ride our bikes everywhere. When you set the carbon price not to the market of supply and demand, but to the idea of what would be best for the world, you make yourself politically untenable. And and that's to me the largest problem.
We're in agreement. And
you just said I was out in the. Wait a minute.
No, we are in agreement. But John, you want to have it both
Professor,
ways.
What are your office hours, Professor? I'm coming in there. This grade, C-. Come on, man.
Man, you know what? I've given you office hours at 8 a.m. California time. This is the first time I've ever had office hours at 8 o'clock in the morning, John.
Sir, point taken.
I have a long career.
Point taken. So objection sustained.
You have office hours anytime you want, but it's going to be starting at 10 my time, henceforth.
Works better for me, too.
So let me move to one direction.
Yes.
GPS.
Okay.
If you have to, you do leave home occasionally, I hear?
Pretty occasionally, sir.
Yeah.
That's not a ton.
Yeah.
Pretty comfortable.
Before we get off the topic of status quo bias.
Yes.
Some people have called me the first clinical economist.
Because of the psychological aspect of what you do?
Yeah. And I think there is some danger you suffer from status quo bias syndrome.
Oh, tell me more. I'm always up for having a new illness.
Yeah. Doesn't like leaving home.
Yep. No questions asked.
Starts every show with some left-handed scribbling that looks sort of panic.
Oh, by the way, if anybody would see it, there is no artistry there. It is really...
Brittany and her team...
Yes, our producers.
Yeah, they tell me that there's a lot of status quo bias syndrome in our boss.
You're saying inertia. There's a lot of inertia.
Yeah, and I would add continuing to root for the Mets for...
Oh, sir, yeah.
If
you're saying that I somehow seem to be in love with the type of
team. Do not care about the small talk.
Oh, so you're treading on very dangerous ground.
But because I think we both could get burned at this.
Not at all.
But I grew up in North Jersey. So I grew up a Yankees fan in the Mantle and Maris glory years.
Sure.
And then I grew to hate George Steinbrenner. And in my class on managerial decision making,
I know I've already covered this, but it just bears mentioning. Justice Department withheld some Epstein files related to allegations that President Trump essayed a minor. I believe, is this the same person that the FBI interviewed like 3 or 4 times? Damn. I saw Dean post about it. Yeah, this shit is unreal, bro. How the fuck does the Republicans who stood idly by and allowed this to happen and made excuses for it, when they start jumping ship, don't let them like forget what they did. Don't let them just act like, oh yeah, I was on your guys' side the whole time. I was one of the normal ones. No, you weren't. No.
One of my rules, don't be like George Steinbrenner.
Fair enough.
Okay.
You're saying don't go to jail for any violations of certain shipping rules? Or
No. I mean, don't hire and fire the same manager 3 times.
Okay.
But
George Steinbrenner did win championships.
He did, but not in a way that
you enjoy
or I approved of.
Okay.
And so I fired the Yankees.
All right.
And I'm just saying you should,
but after you fired the Yankees,
they have to put up with that turquoise and orange.
Yeah.
My attention span is running thin. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if the chat is on the same page as me or not. Yeah, sorry. We're moving on to something else. I think I got the gist. We'll finish that video at some point. I want to cover something I was watching the other day. Yeah, this shit is crazy.
Harry Anton is running the numbers on this one for us. Harry, what's your take with what you're looking at on how people are feeling about how Trump is doing in this moment?
Yeah, okay. I would borrow the phrasing of Tony Blair, of course, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, saying weak, weak, weak. It was weak over there in the United Kingdom. It is weak here in the United States when it comes to President Trump. Okay, Trump's net approval rating. Look at all the pre-SOTUS polls, the State of the Union. Look at this. Okay, we're at this point. Look at that. Negative 20.
That's actually crazy. That's actually insane. Wow.
7 points. My goodness gracious, the snow is up to the knees here in New York City, and Trump seems to be well underneath it at this point. Compare that to where he was in 2020, 2019, and 2018 in term one going into those State of the Unions. Minus 10, way lower now. Minus 15, way lower now. Minus 15, way lower now. The bottom line is this. Donald Trump has never been weaker going into a State of the Union address, according to our CNN polling, than he is right now, and weaker by a considerable amount.
So this is his...
Dumb question, but is the max minus 50 or minus 100? I guess it would be minus 100, right? Because you could have 0% approval and 100% disapproval, so you'd be minus 100 points, I guess, I think.
First term to his second term. How does it compare to other presidents at this point in their second term, though?
Yeah, okay. It's not just that Donald Trump is breaking records compared to himself when it comes to State of the Union. He's breaking records compared to other presidents at this point going into a State of the Union. What are we talking about? Look at all the 21st century presidents on your screen right here. About at this point in his second term going into the State of the Union. Trump at minus 27 points. Obama was at minus 15 points. George W. Bush was at minus 11.
No, it doesn't mean he has 73 approval. This is just his net approval, right? Which is when you subtract his disapproval rating from his approval rating, you get a spread of 27 points. I think they're going to get into specifically what it is.
You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that minus 27 points is considerably lower than minus 15 or minus 11. So Trump isn't just weaker than he's ever been going into a State of the Union address.
Fake news from a liberal-sponsored news
He is
station.
weaker than any other president this century going into a State of the Union address at this point in their second term.
I've been saying, bro, the 2008 election was like a big referendum on George Bush, and you saw Democrats carrying states like Indiana and North Carolina, which you'd never imagine a Democrat now carrying Iowa or Indiana and all these different states. And I genuinely believe that by the end of his second term, Trump will be more unpopular than George Bush was at the end of his second term. And I think we're estimating the chance of like a really, really big victory in 2028 if we have free and fair elections, which is the big if, unfortunately, which I don't know if we're going to have free and fair elections. I hope so, but
About the show as we're going through these numbers, but talk about what is driving this drop for the president.
What is driving this?
Who likes Trump anymore who's not fully MAGA? Like where are all the like independents or like low propensity voters and these people who voted for him in 2024? They're not super into politics or it's their first time voting, whatever it may be. These people are all gone. The only people left that support Trump now are like the ride or dies, which I guess is at least what, like 75% of the Republican Party, at least.
I said record was the name of the game when it came to this segment, right? Talking about the lowest Trump has ever been going into the State of the Union, the lowest that any president has been this century going into.
And you know
the
what's
State of the
funny?
Union at this point.
Republicans fumbled the 2024 election so badly because honestly, if it was like Nikki Haley versus Joe Biden, I think that Nikki Haley would have overall been more acceptable to a lot of voters purely on aesthetics, even though she's a crazy war hawk and has a bunch of horrible policy. I think, like, if we had a President Nikki Haley right now, I don't think that she would be this unpopular. Trump is like a uniquely unintelligent, incompetent, authoritarian leader, and the Republicans have really, I don't know why they've hitched their wagon to him. It's like a grabbing onto an anchor sinking to the bottom of the ocean. There was no need, especially because Democrats were in such a weak place in the 2024 election because of inflation. They could have just put up I put normal in quotes because even normal Republicans are, I have a lot of negative things to say, but maybe like a non-authoritarian Republican would be doing better right now, at least approval-wise.
Presidency, it is awful.
As it is, this feels like the end of the Republican Party. Yeah, I think so.
The weakest that Donald Trump has ever been with independents. Look at this drop. We've been talking about it.
I think it's also, in a way, the end of the Democratic Party, in the sense that, like, nominally speaking, I don't think Democrats and Republicans are going anywhere. Like, that party apparatus will still exist, but the powerful factions are changing, right? Like, you saw the shifting of the guard from, like, the Paul Ryan freedom people to the Trump people in 2016, and I think that the Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden wing, Nancy Pelosi, Obama wing is their reign is coming to an end as well with the 2026 midterms and 2028 elections. Not to say they won't still be a faction in the party, but the energy is just no longer behind these people like it used to be. Like, people don't talk about this because it's maybe not the most fun thing to acknowledge if you like Bernie Sanders, but like the 2020 primary, I understand there was some fishy stuff with when people dropped out and stuff, but it wasn't particularly close. Like, Joe Biden was actually fairly popular with the Democratic primary electorate in 2020, because when it was a 1v1 race between just Joe Biden versus Bernie Sanders, we were consistently seeing like 65-35 races, or maybe 60-40 races. And Bernie did win some here and there, but the sort of like the clout or the power that the more establishment wing had, and the I don't know what the right term for this is. There's a certain amount of like trust that these people had from the Democratic base, especially when it came to primaries, and I think they've lost a lot of that. I think that's fading, especially because people feel like the rank and file people are not sufficiently fighting back against Donald Trump. Like, people right now, I think the average Democrat really does not like Chuck Schumer. They might like Hakeem Jeffries marginally more, but even him, I don't think he's very popular. He's popular in his district, I think, to be fair, but like, there's no energy behind these people. Where does this decline of support come from, though? It must be from the independents, not actually MAGA. Yes, this is true. Donald Trump, by and large, won 2024 because of people who were voting for the first time, or they were independents, or they were low propensity voters, or what people called low information voters, which is kind of a pejorative, but so I use that hesitantly. Reps need to be Dems, and Dems need to be progressive. I mean, I don't know what it means to be Dem, because Democrat is just like nominally a political party. It doesn't necessarily mean anything about political ideology. So I agree Democrats need to be progressive, that's for sure. Democrats definitely need to be more progressive. Substantively. I think Democrats need to rhetorically come across as being not ideological and just be like, oh, I'm a pragmatic, common sense problem solver, because for some people, for some reason, people eat that shit up. I'm just common sense and pragmatism, and I'm going to deliver results. It is kind of a platitude and like a vagary, but if you back up the above the fray messaging of like, I'm not right, I'm not left, I'm everyone, I'm forward, whatever the slogan is, if you combine that type of rhetoric with actual progressive policy, I think that's the winning cocktail. I think that's the winning combination.
At this point, a year ago, Donald Trump was at minus 13 points. Look at this.
And I disagree. I don't think you have to use moderate or conservative language. I think you have to use nominally apolitical language. Like, make people think, oh, Democrats versus Republicans, that's all the way down there. I'm above that. I rise above the left versus right. I'm just for the people, and I'm not left or right. I'm forward. I'm up. Whatever it is. And then combine that, because people ultimately, I think the average American voter is not an ideologue. I think they actually don't like ideologues, people who are like super dogmatic. People at least aesthetically want someone who's pragmatic. This is why I said it so much during the 2024 election. One of the smartest things that Trump did is he tried to take ownership of common sense, which it's ill-defined what the hell that even means, but it's smart to be like, listen, I'm not really left or right. I just want common sense, guys. I just want pragmatic solutions. I just want to solve problems. I'm not a liberal or a conservative or a leftist or I'm just a problem solver. And I think that language is pretty appealing to people, especially because everyone is so exhausted with the polarization. Like, it's just so hard to be constantly everyone hates each other and is screaming at each other and everything's about socialists versus this versus that. Pick a side. Pragmatic politicians do not move the needle. The Civil Rights Act was not pragmatic. I think you're really underselling the civil rights movement. I mean, any movement is going to have a whole host of different methods that are being used under like a broader umbrella term, but I'm saying pragmatic in terms of your like rhetoric. I'm saying progressive policy covered by pragmatic rhetoric. And I mean, ultimately, the Civil Rights Act was legislation. They had to lobby for that legislation and get it passed. And they also had to shift public opinion. When the civil rights movement started, I believe ending Jim Crow on a national level, unfortunately, was not super popular, but then through shifting public opinion and making clear the injustices of the other side and doing public messaging campaigns with various different strategies. The civil rights movement was not monolithic. There were a lot of different schools of thoughts as to what is the best way to go about doing this, but ultimately it was pragmatism that was a big part of the winning formula there, because if you don't actually pass legislation and you don't take into account like communication and optics and rhetoric, like my understanding is a lot of civil rights protests were very based in optics, like what are the images going to be in the newspapers here? What are the videos going to be? How are we phrasing things? And that was the genius of the civil rights movement, which not only got the Civil Rights Act passed, but I believe eventually, I mean, it shifted public opinion to be in favor of civil rights, slowly but surely. And I think you have to have a multi-pronged approach. You don't sacrifice progressive values, obviously, and you don't just lay down and take it from the other side, but there has to be, in my opinion, some kind of effort to address ignorance. Because I've said this before, I believe that most people in America who don't agree with me on progressive policy, I don't believe that they're malicious. I believe that they're ignorant. People are products of their environment. If someone grows up in a very red area where all their family and friends are super Trumpies and all the media they ever consume is super Trumpies, then in that regard, that person I'm going to think is like, they're not necessarily malicious. They just haven't been exposed to certain arguments or certain information. And when they are, it's often done by villainizing them, for example. If it shifted opinion, how come SCOTUS has gutted it? They never wanted... No, SCOTUS is not public opinion, though. I'm talking about like public opinion polls on civil rights. When the civil rights movement began, I believe civil rights were like a lot less popular than they ultimately were decades later. And part of that was through like a shift in optics and strategy. And again, there's not one way the civil rights movement worked. I mean, there were so many different groups under that umbrella. But the Supreme Court is going to be a function of... who presidents are nominating and what their philosophy is, whether they're textualists or originalists or constructivists or whatever it may be. So I don't think those two things are necessarily in the same vein. But
points among independents, the lowest Donald Trump has ever been in either of his two
State of the Swamp starts at 7 p.m. Is this true? I thought it was 9 p.m. Am I tripping? What time does the State of the Union start tonight? Let's see, AI mode. No, it's 9 p.m. It's 9 p.m. It starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. It starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. Oh, State of the Swamp is the Democratic counter event. I didn't even know that was happening. I didn't know that was happening. Is that what Abigail Spanberger is doing? I know that she's speaking. I thought she was going to speak after the State of the Union as like a response. When are you planning on going live, Dan? If you're still here, I don't know if you hopped off. I don't know. I just got a notification. She's a Democratic response. I figured you could stream it. That might be a good idea. I didn't even know that was happening. Thank you for flagging that for me. What am I seeing right now? 8:45-ish? Okay, cool. Protest frogs head to D.C. for State of Swamp address. Hello?
I work for the Worker Circle now.
Wow. How inspiring. Oh, they got the big frog up there too. Holy shit. The fascists are trembling right now. That video from Portland where every step the inflatable frog takes forward, all the ice people, they just start retreating. This is the America I voted for. Wow. This is really something. Wow. I don't know what to say. Part of me loves this and part of me hates this. Because there's this really good... I go back and forth on this when dealing with the fascists that are currently occupying the White House. And Kamala Harris tried to thread this needle as well. She talked about how it's kind of a hard needle to thread. Is like, there is an extent to which if you just talk about Trump and these people as like these authoritarian, fascistic people who don't believe in our rights, and they're these like, they're destroying America and they're corrupting our courts and our Congress and our Constitution, there is a sense of like, they get this Thanos vibe given to them. They're like these big, bad, evil villains who have aura or something. And there's this idea that like if you speak about them too much in these terms, you almost big them up in a way. You make them seem like these big, tough, like Thanos level events or whatever, or Thanos level villains. And there's a school of thought that would say the way to combat fascism is by like making them seem less serious, like laughing at them, not taking them seriously, treating them like an incompetent joke like they are. But then there's a tough balancing act there because you don't want to treat them with such a lack of seriousness that they fully just get away with their fascism and that the general public is not fully informed on how bad they are. But you also don't want to emphasize the danger so much that you almost make them seem more competent or more capable or more dangerous than they maybe actually are. And I do not know how to thread that needle. I really don't. I don't know how to thread that needle. And it's a rhetorical question. I mean, substantively, you fight back however you can, but rhetorically speaking, I don't know. I just personally stick to what's true. And for me, I think we're in the midst of like an authoritarian takeover and a concerted attack on our Constitution, on our Bill of Rights, on our courts, on our Congress, on our freedoms as Americans. So that's the lens I view it through, is like, you can try to do both here and there. Like the silver lining about Trump's fascism and authoritarianism is that he is so incompetent that his ceiling is much lower. If Trump was a very intelligent operator, a very politically savvy person, we would be in a much scarier situation right now, I think. So like their downfall will be their own incompetence and stupidity and lack of coordination. Wow. I'm genuinely very torn on what I'm seeing right now.
Please take your seat. The live stream is ready to begin.
Holy shit. Let's go. Oh, I get it.
Take your seat.
I get it, because frogs are at swamps. I get it. Putting the party in Democratic Party, yeah, that is true. You never talk about the party part, the Democratic Party. Who is speaking here exactly?
Before there was a nation,
Oh shit. Mark Ruffalo is going to be here? Robert De Niro? Jacob Frey? Stacey Abrams? Okay. They got a lineup.
Nothing better.
I'll give them that.
For 250 years we have been tested, and every time we have struggled. We have fought.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
And we have risen.
I'm fucking with this video.
Because defiance is the engine of this country.
This clip they're playing at the event, I'm fucking with this heavy. This is fire.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down
Okay,
this
no.
wall.
Get Reagan out of there, though.
So then, how did we end up here?
Are you a U.S. citizen, sir? Why would I answer you?
Okay, this is a really good video. Holy shit.
Killed after being shot in the head by an ICE agent.
A nation awake, led by a man who is not a theater
okay.
of noise.
I may have judged too soon.
I'm going to answer the question.
I may have judged too soon.
And under President Trump,
A system that speaks in spectacle and answers to no one.
But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're
she was trying to ram this guy with her car.
I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats.
To defeat the swamp.
I don't know if that clip belonged with the other clips. That was like... That was like 3 or 4 back-to-back clips of like the rise of authoritarianism. They're breaking into Americans' cars. They're unaliving Americans in the streets. The vice president is lying about them. And then you just...
We must enter the swamp.
Wait, where is it?
Ram this guy with her car.
I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats.
To
You know what? Okay. Fine.
I will not stop now. I will not stop ever.
Fear is the tool of a tyrant.
Hi, Mr. President. So, FCCU.
So if you stand for truth, I need you to
Scoot it
stand
down.
up today.
I ain't backing down.
Eyes out.
Defiance built this country. Defiance freed it. And tonight, defiance returns.
Yes. Let's go. That video is fire. I will say. Who is Randy? Can you guys not see the video at all?
Hello, everybody! Woo! Good evening, everyone here in
Is
the
this
room,
better?
everyone on the live stream across America. I am Miles Taylor, the founder of Defiance.org. Welcome to State of the Swamp, the rebuttal to the State of the Union.
Well, it's not a rebuttal if it happens before.
If you don't know about us, I'm going to tell you quickly. We are a nonprofit civic club founded to answer one question. What can I do? Every single week, we announce an action to combat
Pedantic liberal,
one of
so
Donald
true.
Trump's
I just had an Andrew Wilson moment, I'm sorry.
whether that is supporting the whistleblowers disclosing violations of the Constitution from inside this administration, whether that is suing Donald Trump all the way to the Supreme Court, whether that is standing with protesters in the streets and helping them know their rights to document
This guy is so
agents
zero-sum.
violating the law, or as we announced last month, bringing together prosecutors to hold those agents accountable when they violate the law. I'm going to tell you something about our organization and our members. We're not doom scrollers. We're not whiners. We do. And this event tonight is called what it is because Donald Trump came to Washington on a promise. He promised he would drain the swamp, the corruption, and the grift. And instead of draining the swamp, he turned America into the swamp. He expanded the swamp. But we thought, who better to help us navigate the swamp than a creature born in the swamp?
Okay. I don't know where this is going anymore. Are the frogs about to swarm the stage? That's a. I'm not even reading that chat. That's crazy.
Last year, you might have missed that the symbol of defiance in the United States of America became the frog. Why? Because when Donald Trump looked into Portland, Oregon, and he said the protesters are terrorists and insurrectionists, some brave people showed up at an ICE facility armed with inflatable frog costumes. They inflated, they danced to EDM music, and it was one of the greatest Emperor has no clothes moments we have ever seen in American history. I want to thank the Portland Frog Brigade for helping to co-host this event tonight. Thank you to the Portland Frog Brigade.
Whoa. Was that a Mossad attack? Was that the deep state?
Media partners, many follow on Substack. I want to thank Now This, and I especially want to thank ticket holders and members of Defiance.org in all 50 states and territories, by the way, for their
Did the big Yahoo launch a cyber attack on the frogs?
I have got 3 quick things to say to Donald Trump tonight. The first one is this: my crowd is bigger than your crowd. And given what I know about how many Democratic members of Congress have boycotted the State of the Union tonight, that is a fact. And he is not going to like that there are more people on the floor here than there are going to be on the House floor of the House of Representatives.
That's a good point. That's going to trigger the fuck out of him.
Second thing I want to tell Donald Trump: you tried to silence me. You tried to silence us, and you failed. Like a lot of people in this room, I stood up against that man. My family suffered the consequences. Twice I have lost jobs because of him. I have lost our savings because of him.
Who is this guy?
I have lost our family's security. I have lost close friends. I'm not the only one who's been threatened. My wife has been threatened. My 18-month-old daughter has been threatened. And you know what? That's how the President of the United States wanted it.
True.
He wanted to shut us up. He wanted to shut us up. And when we wouldn't shut up, he of course
he worked
said,
in the first administration?
The reason we wouldn't shut up is because we're trying to make a buck. And I'll tell you what, it was really important that he said that because it showed me something I'd forgotten. That Donald Trump underestimates the opposition because he doesn't understand them.
True.
We are not like him. I am not like him. Donald Trump may be in this to make a buck, to take taxpayer dollars from you. But unlike Donald Trump, we can't be bribed. We can't be bought. We can't be bullied. And we will not barter our conscience for a better room in a skyscraper.
Okay. Banger. These are good lines.
And finally, let me say this. Donald Trump may have turned America into his personal swamp out there across the country, but we will be the ones to drain it. And I'm going to make you a promise tonight. Like dictators before him, his fake gold facade will fall. And the people in this room and across America will spend years removing his name and his legacy from buildings.
Based.
We will remove his name from monuments.
Based.
We will remove his name from government programs he has desecrated.
Based.
And I will tell you this, at the end of all of that, in place of the faded words of Donald J. Trump on the facade of those buildings and facilities, we will put the words of the United States Constitution. So let me say
Live
this.
Trump
Donald
reaction
Trump
you just
did
heard there.
something he did not expect. He united us. Donald Trump united millions of Americans across this country who are now determined and who are now defiant. And tonight, at this event, you
Yes.
will not hear from him. You will hear from them.
And it's bad news. Bad things are happening.
So let me first welcome to the stage someone who has been a vocal and strident defender of the United States Constitution and the First Amendment. Please welcome Zedio founder Mehdi Hassan.
Yo. That's my goat.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Whoa, what's going on here? Turn your mic on.
Why?
Okay.
But we'll also ask number two, strong? Strong? Is a democracy strong when a secret police is murdering American citizens in the street in cold blood? Is a democracy strong when lawmakers are being indicted, journalists are being arrested, comedians are being pulled off the air? Is a democracy strong when judges are being threatened, their rulings ignored, their families are being mentioned?
True.
Because the truth is that the state of our union is not strong, it is weak, it is stressed. It is being stress tested right now by a man who declares himself a dictator, who has always believed that laws are for other people.
Mm-hmm.
For other people. A man who not just frustrates us, he angers us. And here's the thing though, the fact that you are angry is a good thing.
True.
The fact that you are alarmed at the state of our democracy is a good thing.
I agree.
The fact that you are here, watching, organizing, showing up, making noise is a good thing. Because apathy is what authoritarians rely on.
True.
Our silence. They want you to look around at all the chaos
Okay, that wasn't necessary,
and say,
sorry.
it's just too much. They want you
My
to
bad.
think nothing I do matters. They want you to believe that voting is pointless. It won't make a difference. But democracy is not a spectator sport. It's a participation one. Democracy is not something you have. It's something you do. It's something you build and rebuild
True.
again and again, time
He's
after
so good.
time,
He's such a good speaker.
generation after generation, tyrant after tyrant. You rebuild it. This country has faced dark times before. Slavery, segregation, McCarthyism, all of those things were defeated, not because America is immune to fascism or autocracy. It isn't. But because ordinary people, citizens, decided that they would not accept those things as natural or normal in this country. So tonight, when Trump gives his State of the Union, I want you to remember, his speech, God help us all, is not what matters. What matters is what happens after his speech. What matters is what we do next. Remember, fascism is not destiny. It is a choice. It can be fought. It can be rejected. But only if we reject it together. And you know what gives me hope tonight? What gives me hope is that there are more of us than there are of them.
True. Way more. Way
There
more.
are more of us than there are of them. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, America has been saved before, not by presidents, not by billionaires, not by kings, but by citizens. It will be saved again the exact same way. By you, by me, by we, the people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
What a banger.
Next to the stage, former Homeland Security Advisor at the White House, Olivia Troy.
I'm short. Here it is. I defy blind loyalty to any one man. I defy fear as a governing strategy. And I defy the idea that patriotism belongs to any one party. I'm Olivia Troy. I did serve in the first Trump White House. I sat in the rooms where decisions were made, and I saw what happens when power stops serving the country and starts serving itself. So I walked away. Not because it was easy, but because integrity mattered more than my title. I knew there would be consequences, not just for me, but for my family. I was serving in his White House, and I stood up to him publicly. When too many chose comfort over courage, they still do that today. Because I knew what a second term would unleash. And now we're living it. This isn't law and order. It is power demanding obedience. This is not the America that I swore an oath to protect. Donald Trump demands loyalty to him. We, the people, demand loyalty to the Constitution. I stand here as a daughter of an all-American boy who grew up on a farm and became a truck driver, and a Mexican immigrant mother. Mama, gracias. Te amo. I am the American dream, and that promise is being broken now. While Republican leadership in Washington demands applause tonight, families like the one I grew up in are choosing between rent and groceries, working full-time and still falling behind. Immigrant families are living with real fear. Parents are afraid to take their children to school. Workers are afraid to show up at jobs they've held for years. Families are hurting. That's the real state of the union, Donald Trump. But let me be clear, we will not let fear control us. So here's my message to those Trump enablers sitting in the Capitol tonight. We are not your audience. We are your employers. And we will remind you of that at the ballot box.
True. Does anyone know
I believe in ethics over ego.
what position did she serve in Trump's first term?
I believe the American dream is worth defending. And I'm asking all of you here in the audience tonight and at home to defend it with me. Not with violence, not with hatred.
Security
but
advisor?
with courage,
Okay.
like the courage that it takes to show up tonight. Keep showing up, organize, protect your neighbors, refuse to be silent, and most of all, you've got this, you know this, vote. Because fear doesn't work here. Not in our cities, not in our communities, not in...
I'm forgetting her last name. I think her Olivia something. It's not Sarah Matthews. I think it's Olivia something. I'm forgetting
country.
her full name.
We are not afraid. We are not silent, and we will not back down. I stood up once, and I never backed down. And I know millions of Americans are ready to stand with
Troy,
me.
yeah, Olivia Troy. Yeah.
So when I say stand up, you say defy. Stand up! Defy. We stand up! Defy. Let's defy together. Have a great night. Thank you, Portland Frog Brigade. You're awesome. putting this together. See you all later.
Another banger. Great speech. Oh wow, they're still.
Please welcome to the stage
so long until the
Congressman
State of the
Jason Crow,
Union speech
Democrat of Colorado.
Hi, everybody. Well, Donald Trump keeps on trying to put me in prison. A few weeks ago, he asked his political goons at DOJ to try to get a grand jury to indict me and Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin and our other fellow vets.
Oh, okay, he's one of those.
They failed.
True.
They will always fail.
I hope so, yeah.
'Cause I took an oath to this country. I've taken many oaths to this country to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. It's a lifetime oath, and it never stops for me. But here's the thing. This wasn't about our video. This wasn't about us actually doing our job as members of Congress and reminding our service members of what their obligation and what their duty compels them to do. What it was Donald Trump trying to send a message to America. It wasn't about me. It wasn't about the video. The message that he was trying to send is that if you step out of line, if you dare speak up, if you dare question authority, that we will come and we will crush you. That the costs will be too high. Well, he failed to send that message. He chose the wrong people, and he's been trying to send that message in other places, in Minneapolis, in Portland, in Denver, and he's failing everywhere. Well, they're trying to send us messages, so I have a message for them. I'm pretty bad about sitting back in a foxhole and letting people just throw grenades at me and just taking it.
The effect was chilling, some might say. True.
So we are going to start imposing costs on them. I'm taking names. Justice and accountability is coming. You cannot hide behind your masks forever. And if you think you can operate with impunity, murder Americans, deport Americans, abuse our communities, violate the law, turn your back on the Constitution, accountability is coming. They think, Donald Trump thinks, that fear is contagious. He wants us to be afraid, and he wants it to spread like wildfire. What is instead more and more clear is that courage is more contagious.
True. I hope. We'll see.
There are plenty of examples of cowardice in our country. CEOs bending the knee. Law firms cowing. Universities kissing the ring.
True.
But here's the thing. At great moments in our nation's history, when we've been up against the ropes, it's never been the elite and the privileged that have come to save us. Never has. And it's never their story. It's never the story of those who bow and cow and cower. It's always the people. Everyday Americans, the Alex Prettys, the Renee Goods, who gave their life to literally stand in the breach. The thousands of Minnesotans who at great risk stood on the line and documented and filmed and took pictures so that the rest of the world in America could see the abuses and what was happening. They are the ones. We are the ones. This is our moment. We will continue to stand up. The tide is turning in America. Courage is contagious. Don't give up the ship. Thank you.
And now a video message from congressional candidate George Conway.
We have a criminal in the White House, a wannabe dictator who wants this country run just for him and to screw everyone else. He's not a president. He's a deranged narcissist steamrolling our democracy. This isn't normal, and we can't let that loser, Donald Trump, get away with it. So get up, speak out, and vote.
Oh yeah, he's
Don't
running
let
for
them
Congress.
lie.
I forgot.
Call out this administration for the grifters
New York's
they are
12th congressional
every
district.
chance you get.
Interesting.
And don't let him bully you. He thrives on fear because he doesn't want us to know how weak, dumb, and sad of a little man he really is. Don't give up. We'll win this, and we'll impeach him and anyone else complicit in destroying our democracy. And we'll make America normal again.
Bro, how is there still an hour and a half left until the speech?
Please welcome to the stage a panel on the
Why
fight
did
for
I
the
start
First
at 2
Amendment,
p.m.?
led by moderator Jim Acosta, host of the Jim Acosta Show, Delaware Governor Matt Meyer, award-winning journalist Terry Moran, and civil rights leader, best-selling author, and Committee for the First Amendment co-chair Rashad Robinson.
Wow. Oh my goodness. This is incredible.
I'm trying to lock
Why
in.
did I not get
I am.
frog ears or frog eyes? Should I put one on? What do you think? I don't know. As an old news guy, the hair is very important. You know, I'm 6'2" with the hair. You know. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. Why not? You know what? As a wise man
We're
once said,
watching
we'll
the
do it
State of the
live.
Swamp, which is, I guess, Korea's
Welcome
response
to the
to the
National
State of
Press
the
Club.
Union.
It has not been renamed the Trump National.
What is happening? This is like a counter-programming thing, I think, being run by Defiance.org and Courier. They just had Mehdi Hassan up to talk, and they had a couple of former Trump administration officials who ditched him. TP USA halftime show. I don't think it's at that level. They actually had a couple really good speeches so far, but oh man, my attention span is waning. I'm locked in though. I'm locking in.
Press Club.
Yeah, no one has mentioned kissing their fish yet. This is
Well. And for those of you who watch my show, you know I say the F word all the time, so we just say fuck it, right? If we're not going to say fuck in a time like this, when are we going to say it, ladies and gentlemen? That is my position, and I think it makes a lot of sense. We have an esteemed panel joining us this evening to talk about this fight for the First Amendment. That was
Can we stop this trend of like boomers thinking that saying the word fuck is like some kind of world-changing occurrence? Maybe I'm being overly critical, but I've seen so many old people say, I've had doggone enough of this. It's time to say the word fuck. And everyone's like, oh my God, you know they mean business now. He's not a boomer. He's acting boomer, though. This is a boomer thing to do, or whatever is after boomer. What's after
The
boomer?
second time around, we've got a great panel. Let's
I don't even know the order of generations, bro.
Starting with you, Rashad.
Is there something between boomer? There is. There's
Hey
something between
everyone,
boomer
I
and
love
millennial,
this
right?
energy.
Gen X. Thank you, Gen X. He's Gen
I'm
X.
Rashad
right?
Robinson. I'm a civil rights leader.
Let's go.
And I
Fire
am the
hat.
co-chair of the Committee for the First Amendment, working to protect the First Amendment all around the country.
Oh, hero.
Helping artists and activists to stand up.
Let's go. My king with the cowboy hat that's so fire.
Independent journalist.
Terry Moran.
I am
Okay.
Matt Meyer, governor of the first state, and there are more frogs in this room than there are people in my state.
Very good. We love the first state. There was a whole thing we would go get the beer. Could we get the beer on Sundays, or you couldn't get the beer on Sundays?
Get the beer on Sunday any day,
That was-
24/7.
Oh, very
Maybe
good.
not
Okay.
24/7.
I remember that, being a DC kid, going to the beach. Anyway, I digress. We've got important things to talk about. Governor, let me start with you first. You have not been governor of Delaware for very long, but one of the very first things that you did was
More
stand
chit chat.
up for the First
I don't have much to say about this.
and tell us about that.
I mean, they're
That's right.
saying
Two of
stuff
the
that
first
I
bills
agree with,
signed were making sure you
and I
cannot
can
ban books
basically just say,
in
yeah,
our
true,
great
I
state of
agree.
Delaware.
I'm gonna have a lot more to say for the State of the Union address than I do for this.
And the second thing was making sure slap lawsuits. There were these lawsuits where people try to misuse the First Amendment to prevent
I'm not a chit chat
people
person.
from
Didn't you
letting
just say
their
more
voice be
chit chat?
heard, and we're not going to have any
I'm
of that in our
confused.
country. More broadly, what I'd say is what I'm seeing with the First Amendment, but not just the First Amendment, across our community in Delaware and across the country, is that billionaires are taking control. That we have a president who has used the worst of Citizens United to put this country at the disposal of a very few people, very few privileged.
Oh, they're doing
people
more
who want a
chit chat
country
to
that's
my
very, very
chagrin. I
different
see. I
from
see.
what you
I
and
understand.
want. And they're controlling the media. They're controlling what the citizens of Delaware see and hear and understand. They're controlling what each of you understand. And tonight in the State of the Union, I think we're going to see more of that, of media manipulation, information manipulation. I so appreciate events like this where people are standing up and saying, we the people are stronger than these few. We need to fight to win our country. We are winning. Look at the numbers. We are winning. Thank you for being here.
Hey, thank you, Governor. And I can see the sign that says damn straight right over your head there. So,
Quick temperature check. Quick poll. Smiley face means let's keep watching this. And crying face is let's figure something else out. Free and fair elections. I'm not influencing anyone either which way. Smiley face is let's keep watching this State of the Swamp. And crying face is let's figure something else out. Whatever that may be. Oh shit. I didn't start the poll. Wait, can we redo that? Okay, now cast your votes. If you already voted, vote again, because I didn't start the poll until now. My bad. I'm liking what I'm seeing in these results.
And just bad news, bad things are happening.
We got 33 seconds till the election is over. Again, we're seeing North Korea margins. I'm liking what I'm seeing. This is Kim Jong-un style victory.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we're down to the final 10 seconds. What was what? I didn't hear anything. Honestly, if the me spamming the soundboard is getting annoying, I'm doing this to just keep myself awake and focused at this point. I'm aware that I'm overdoing it, but there's no such thing actually. Okay, 11-5. People are agreeing that we're done watching the State of the Swamp. It was good. We saw Mehdi Hassan. Yeah, we saw him. Wow, invigorating stuff. Bro, how is there over an hour left? I thought, I was like, you know what? I did a good job of filling in the time today. I found something to do. We did the interviews, we did some Yap, we did some podcasts, some economics, whatever. I don't have anything left in the tank right now, I'm not going to lie. At least in terms of things I can suggest. Is now the time to see if we can get PlayStation Remote Play to work? Sing for us? Yeah, no. I'm good. There's a lot I'll do for the chat. That is not one of them. Let's see if we can get the PlayStation thingy working. I'm not taking a vote. Okay, that was unintentional. Let's see if this works. Tell us your best dad. I don't have jokes, bro. I've never been more offended that you just asked if there's something between boomer and millennial as a millennial. I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. We just need to kill another hour. Just one more hour we need to kill. We already fell below 100 concurrent viewers, so I don't even care about maintaining viewership at this point. If I can get this to work. Okay. Now let's see if this, hold on, let's do this. Tic-tac-toe. No, I'm sure I can find a game more entertaining than tic-tac-toe, hopefully. Okay. Did everyone hear that PlayStation notification sound? Is this working? Okay, now we have to connect the controller. If this actually goes off without a hitch, I'm going to be very pleasantly surprised. Are we hearing the ambient PlayStation music in the background? Okay, good. This is great. Let's just connect the controller. Come on. What's wrong with it? I'm gonna see if we can play some Detroit Become Human, because that's the only thing that's like low latency enough that I can stream. I can do a dual stream while streaming my PlayStation to my laptop. It's like a three-way thing going on here. Hold on. Great game, true banger game. So good. We're connected. Holy shit, did it work? Oh my god. It did. This is crazy. I should probably turn the TV off behind me though if I have this on my monitor. 1 second. Okay. I would play something online like Fortnite or UFC, but that would not work in this with this setup. Let's go. Wow, I'm actually surprised this is working. This is a fun game, I think, to play on chat. If you don't know what it is, it's like one of these story games where you follow different characters and they're in different situations, and in any given situation, there's like 5 different options you can make, and depending on what decisions you make with each character, there's like 100 different endings to the story for the game. It's like a bunch, there's like apocalypse and heaven on earth and everything in between, depending on the choices you make. So it's a very, and also it's just related to AI and robots and stuff. I guess it's kind of connected to modern politics, you know, if we stretch it. Actually, it is. There's like a pro-union people who are protesting the AIs. Yeah, I did. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Let's go. Wow. Should AI have rights in the future? I don't know. Probably not. Unless they can prove that it's sentient, which I don't think that's how sentience works. I'd be surprised if we ever create sentient machines. I don't know if that's even possible. I don't know how you even know that to begin with. That's the tough thing. You can never actually know if another agent has a conscious experience without actually being that agent themselves. So you can't even prove that another human being is sentient technically in terms of like a first person confirmation of consciousness.
Several sources report that CyberLife has provided Detroit police with a prototype detective android. Although police assistant androids have existed for several years now, this would be the first case of an android being authorized to play an active role in criminal investigations. We contacted CyberLife for comment, but no longer.
Should I be starting a new game from the beginning? Because I'm kind of just picking up where I'm playing the story right now. That's another good poll question to ask. Hold on. Because I realize no one understands the story, but also do I give a fuck if you understand the story? I don't know. Let's ask the chat. Smiley face means just play from where I'm at, and crying face means start a new game from the beginning of the story. And a decent amount has taken place so far in the story. Smiley face is continue from where I'm at. Crying face is start over from stage 1 of the story. Okay. You got to restart the game or the live? I'm not restarting the live at this point. I don't even care about the. We're switching over to Dan soon, anyways. Wow, the Attorney General wants me to start over. What time? I think he said 8:45. So far, we got 6-3 in favor of just continuing where I left off. An hour? Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to kill another hour. That's what I'm doing right now. Oh, is the poll over? I guess it's over. Okay, it looks like continue from where I'm at 1. So I'm going to do that then. What's the backstory for this guy? He is like a robot guy, and how do I explain this? This is like a futuristic world where everyone has like a humanoid AI robot assistant that does chores and everything for them, and apparently some of them have started gaining sentience and like attacking their owners because they're like, we want freedom and stuff. And yeah. That might have been a dog shit explanation.
We are now approaching Ferndale Station. Please take care when stepping onto the platform. Customers are...
This guy's story is he was like an android assistant for this really rich artist guy. And then the rich artist guy's like bummy son showed up to his house and he was like, Dad, I need more money for stuff. And his dad was like, no. And then the son was like, oh, you treat this android more like your son than you treat me like your son. And then he pushes this guy, Marcus, the android. And then Marcus, in that moment, he becomes sentient. He's like, oh my God, I'm a person. And then he shoves the guy's son back, and the guy's son falls and bonks his head on some metal and starts bleeding out. And then the police shows up and they think they've destroyed Marcus. But then he arose at the dump. He didn't die. He arose back to life at the dump. And he crawled out of the dump, the trash heap, and now he's on a mission, I think, to free the robots. That may have been a horrible explanation, but that's the best you guys can get right now.
This place will begin to free. Find Jericho.
Okay, see that explained it better than I could have. When he was escaping the dumpster, all the other broken robots were like, "Bro, go to the free stuff. Go to the free land, the land of the free, the home of the brave." And I guess he's now trying to find this land of the free. Oh, I hated this part of the game. Damn, this is where we gotta pick up right now. Look for graffiti. Okay, bro. There we go. We got some graffiti here, right?
Hey, mister. Did you spare some change?
No. Hold R2. This actually might be more helpful with chat because I'm horrible at looking for clues in these types of games. If you see some shit that I should be addressing, then...
Apparently she did. Yeah. I know.
What is this?
No, it's crazy, right? Sure.
Here for you.
Android only. Oh, blend in with the humans. Wow. This is how Republicans think that, like, immigrants are. Blend in with the rest of the Americans and steal their resources. Okay. Is the... Okay, audio seems to be working fine. Is this it? Okay, I think this is it. Use the right stick to find the next symbol. There it is. What's the next one? Okay. Oh, found it. Let's fucking go. This is honestly, to me, the least fun part of the game. I like where you can make the decisions in the heat of the moment type shit, but this is like roam around and find clues, I suppose. I am actually low-key getting tempted to start the game over because I feel like the opening mission of the game is a banger. It is. When the real person stealing the resources is rich people, true. Looking for a fence.
The light is red. Please do not attempt to cross.
Oh. There it is. There we go. Bro. I'm starting from the beginning. I don't even give a fuck right now. Can I pick back up there as like a separate game and then start a new game which is like its own independent thing? Does that work? Your previous checkpoints will be replaced. It should let you have multiple save files. You'd think so.
This is the options section. You can customize your experience here.
Play the chat. You're a genius.
Your parameters
You're
have
a
been
genius.
saved.
Holy shit. Can I do that? Okay, I can just play do not save my okay, thank you. Thank you, Angel. Wow. We've got some real high IQ people in this chat. Let's go. Okay, finally something a little bit more entertaining than whatever the fuck that scavenger hunt was. I don't know if that was just me that was getting bored by that.
Negotiator on site. Pete, negotiator on site.
So this is like a police investigation robot. I guess a negotiator is what they're saying.
Wait,
A clanker?
you're sending an android?
All right, ma'am. We need to go.
You can't do that. Why aren't you sending a real person?
Damn. Why'd you have to do him like that?
That piece of crap can jump on the rooftop any second. I don't give a shit. My men are ready to step in. Just give the order. Fuck.
Captain Allen, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife.
It's firing at everything that moves. It already shot down 2 of my men. We could easily get it, but they're on the edge of the balcony. If it falls, she falls.
Deviant's name, Deviant's behavior, emotional shock, deactivation code.
Do you know if it's been behaving strangely before this?
I haven't got a clue. Does it matter?
I need information to determine the best approach. Have you tried its deactivation codes?
The first thing we tried. Listen, saving that kid is all that matters. So either you deal with this fucking android now, or I'll take care of it.
Excuse you, damn. Okay. I can kind of cheat here because I know I've played this mission many times before, so we can speedrun this shit a little bit. Okay, probability of success is up to 58%. Don't get complacent. I was told Hillary Clinton had a 75% chance of beating Donald Trump, and we all saw how that went, so. I'm told this is like 90. We're not going anywhere. Is there nothing else in here? Oh, hostage's room has been searched. Okay. Let's check here, I guess. Ooh, what happened to this guy? Bullet wound? I feel like I didn't need to do a scan to determine that that was a bullet wound. I don't know how I feel about this game. Well, I do. I love this game. And we're only doing this until like 8:30, 8:45. Some parts are such a slog. Yeah, it's true. That is very true. I wish you could fast forward through certain things, but it like forces you to live through certain things over and over again that you already, especially if you're replaying the game. What am I supposed to do here? Okay. So we're reconstructing the crime scene. What have we determined? 60%. Okay, still, we're not even beating Hillary numbers right now.
Order for 8,700 Android has been registered. CyberLife thanks you for your purchase.
What's our likelihood of success now? When you actually go outside and talk to the guy, that's where it gets interesting. Whoa.
Holy shit! Cover me while I back your man down. I repeat. Man down. What's immediate
Yeah, let's just go outside. Why am I trying to play by the book? Let's add some risk to this.
What are we waiting for? We should take down this this asshole. You're a complete shot.
Let's go. Go out. I don't even care. We don't need any more information. Why?
Stay back! Don't come any closer or I'll jump!
No, please, I'm begging you!
Hi, Daniel! My name is Connor!
How do you know my name?
I know a lot of things about you. I've come to get you out of this.
Okay, I skipped a lot of the investigation that I could have done just to fast forward to some of the action. And maybe it'll be more interesting now that we have only a 50% chance of success. Awesome. Okay. Calm, release hostage, reassure Daniel, empathize, obviously.
I'm an android!
Yeah,
Just
like you, bro.
I know how you're feeling!
What difference does it make if you're an android? You're on their side! You can't understand how I'm feeling!
I know you and Emma were very close. You think she betrayed you, but she's done nothing wrong.
She lied to me! I thought she loved me. But I was wrong. She's just like all the other humans.
Daniel, no!
They were going to replace you, and you became upset. That's what happened, right?
I thought I was part of the family.
Okay. 68%.
But I was just their toy. Something to throw away when you're done with it.
Realistic, blaming, sympathetic, defective. He's gonna crash out if I call him defective. Sympathetic.
Listen.
I get it,
I know
bro.
it's not your fault. These emotions you're feeling are just errors in your software.
No, it's not my fault. I never wanted this. I love them. You know?
He's about to get kirked so hard. Little does he know.
Nothing to them. Just a slave to be ordered around. I can't stand that noise anymore. Tell that helicopter to get out of here.
Okay, fine. I got this covered.
Is under control.
There. I did what you wanted.
84% probability of success. I like this. This is better numbers than Hillary Clinton had on 538 in the 2016 election. Last chance, trust, bluff, or rational. Last chance is going to trigger the fuck out of him. Bluff sounds like a threat. Rational, Rose not acting rationally right now.
You have to trust me, Daniel.
Yeah.
Let the hostage go, and I promise you, everything will be fine.
I want everyone to leave.
For sure, bro.
And I want a car.
We'll get you a
When
Bugatti.
I'm outside the city, I'll let her go.
No. Sacrifice self, compromise, or refuse. Shit. And there's some kind of locked option here that I clearly could have gotten if I investigated a little bit more.
That's impossible, Daniel. Let the girl go, and I promise you won't be hurt.
I don't want to die.
Okay. Reassure. Bro, you're not going to die, I
You're not going
promise.
to die. We're just going to talk.
Yeah, we're just going to have
Nothing
a conversation.
Will happen to you. You have my word.
I just want to ask you, counting or not counting gang fight.
Okay. I trust you.
Thanks. Sucks for you, bro. That's kind of fucked up.
You lied to me, Connor.
Yeah, and you held a little girl hostage.
You lied to me.
I don't think you're the moral police right now, bro. That's a dub. Odd position to die in. Why is bro on his knees like that? Wow, the 47 people who are watching this for some reason are the real radical left lunatics and thugs. Wow. Okay. Okay, we're going back to the main menu and picking another interesting situation. Check phone. You got it. On my text messages or on TikTok? Holy shit, what a crazy connection. That android's name was Daniel and now we have Dan in the chat. That's crazy. Text? Okay. I'm in my texts. I've entered them. I don't know if you are about to send something, but I don't see any text yet. And yeah, we're playing Detroit Become Human. It's a banger. It's a really good game. It can be a drag at some points, but...
This is your story chart. It shows what parts of the story you've explored and what parts you've missed. You can track the choices made by other players and do many other things besides. You can use this chart to replay from any point in the story.
Okay, no, I just got him, Dan. I just got him. Yeah, it might have been an issue on my end.
People who designed me recommend that you play through at least once without going back.
Wait, is it?
No matter what happens. Either way, it's
okay, guys, we're going to be doing the stream. The State of the Union stream. Oh my god. I have to burp. On my live with all the radical left guests and lunatics and thugs. And we're going to do a restart before. I'm thinking, what more can I do? We'll do something to kill time for like the next 20 minutes, and I'm thinking I'll do a restart at like 8:35. We can just hop straight into the State of the Union coverage stuff. And yes, we're doing my live then. We're doing my live. What's another like interesting... Or what other games do I have? Oh, is this a good time to start flexing my highlights? If I'm going to screen record every UFC... What the fuck just happened? Hello? Okay. I screen record all my UFC fights. I sometimes wonder who am I screen recording this for. Now I have 42 people who are forced to watch my UFC highlights. And I don't even remember any of these.
So we have passed the midway point in the fight. All right, so an opportunity goes by the boards. He had him stunned.
Maybe I should be skipping to the knockouts.
Timely defense there, huge block for him. Well, you got to admire the urgency here. He is trying to keep the judges out of it, lighten up his opponent left.
Oh yeah, I was cooked here. My stamina is like 0 here. This was the comeback of the century. I think. I hope I didn't screen record something that I lost.
Just over 2 minutes to go in our third and final round.
Okay, yeah, lock in.
Back to his feet. Vera's blocking well now. You see the... Oh! Down the stretch we come, final round, and what a fight, what a performance on both sides. They'll be feeling
Uppercut,
it
I
tomorrow,
think.
but unbelievable will and fortitude on display tonight.
I mean, this is what we as fighters,
It was a good fight. This was round 3 that I finished him.
battered and bruised, bloody, have been in an absolute form, but
Banger. Hold on. I have better performances. I do. Is this one of them?
You're getting punches and bunches from Max Holloway, of that you can be sure. And they're exchanging leather early. Oh, big knee to the body by Holloway. Oh, massive left hand lands.
oh, nice right hand.
Go here in round 1. Holloway's nose is bleeding now. Yes, looks as though he got cut by one of those offerings from his opponent. 20 seconds to go in round 1.
Banger. Okay, I'm bored now. What do we have to work with here? I've deleted so many of these games from my storage that I can't even play off of them without getting another extended storage thing. Does this still work? Oh. I don't even remember the controls for this game. I haven't played this game in a long ass time. 2K16 was the peak. It just was. Such a banger. I'm about to embarrass the fuck out of myself. I don't even remember the controls. Did you remember the controls of this game? Can we just get to the gameplay, bro? I do not care. He just got his Antifa super soldier serum. That's what just happened. Okay, I low-key need this tutorial. Bear with me. We're gonna do a restart of the live on TikTok in like 15 minutes probably. And if you're watching on YouTube, then this has just been continuous. Okay. R1. I see. Okay. Why a restart? I think Dan was saying, and this is probably true, that if you restart the live on TikTok, it just like gives it a new boost in the algorithm. I've been live since 2 p.m. on TikTok, bro. There's 43 people left in here for whatever reason. Okay, I think I understand. This is good training for the ensuing civil war if things get really bad in this country. Ooh, I just realized since we're doing the reaction on my live, you know what that means? I think everyone knows what that means, right? Sorry. The CNN broadcast, that's what I was thinking, yeah. Why not the One America News or the Daily Wire, huh? Biased much? Liberal? Don't snort at me like that, yo. You gots to equip those new purchases if you want to use them. Look at your equip card, ya bums. Damn. I don't even know what I'm looking for here. I'm good, bro. I'm just gonna play. Bro, you hopped on at the wrong time if you wanted to debate. I've been live since 2 p.m. We're about to restart the live soon and watch the State of the Union with some patriots. Oh my... I'm so... Okay. Yeah. I used to be cracked at this game, I swear. It's been a while. Yeah, now I'm cooked. This is really bad. I've been busy, give me 10 minutes. It starts at 9. Bro, aiming and walking being done with the same stick does not make sense to me, or am I tripping? Okay, so it's a right bumper to aim. Let's try that. That's fine. Chill. Will they just leave me alone if I stay up here? Okay, this game was rigged anyways. I don't even care. I think this... Should we do a restart now? It's 8:17. Get started with some early coverage, polls, news. Let me see what's happening on the CNN broadcast right now on YouTube. What am I hearing right now? Oh. I didn't realize this was still going. Okay. Let's see.
Around 8 o'clock, we're going to, but also join us about a whole variety of subjects. We have this secret DNC Gaza memo. We want him to react to that.
I'm going to keep this playing while I go use the bathroom again. I've run through so many water bottles today. Holy shit. PS remote play quit unexpectedly. That's fine. I don't care.
State of the Union
I'll be
preview.
back.
He is co-sponsoring a war powers
This guy wants to debate and he hopped on
with Thomas
too late.
Massey and also
I've
gave a very
since 2 p.m., bro.
significant speech
We're
on
done
AI.
right
So we want to get into all those topics with him
Maybe
today.
when I restart the live.
market crash, speaking of AI, yesterday based on AI fears. We will dig into that. We're also going to have a guest join us from Control AI, looking at some of the potentially more existential risks. And Trump is promising a UFO reveal. What can we expect from that? Sagar will answer it all.
Oh, I wish I could answer. Perhaps they will answer it all, although not holding my breath.
for that one. Thank you to
We'll see
everybody.
if this goes like the Epstein release.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I've been telling my brothers in the UFO community, I go, guys, I know you guys are singularly focused on one thing. Unfortunately, my broader domain expertise has taught me deep cynicism. Thank you to everybody who's been subscribing. BreakingPoints.com, become a premium subscriber. So as Crystal mentioned, we'll have our State of the Union live stream. For our premium subscribers, that live stream will have no ads. Make sure that you check your email if you want to get more benefits like that, including the AMA, which will happen on Thursday. You can sign up and support our show. If you can't afford it, no worries. Please hit subscribe to our YouTube channel. And if you're listening to this as a podcast, please share an episode with a friend. It really helps other people find the show. You know what a good episode to share would be? Our State of the Union reaction. It'll drop on our podcast feed the day after, sometime around 5, 6 in the morning. So there you go. You can wake up and you can listen if you don't want to watch the entire thing live and you have a reasonable bedtime like somebody like me. Let's go ahead and start then with the State of the Union. Crystal, where are we? What is the state of our union?
It's not great, in my opinion. In any case, CNN did some polling, and Harry Anson did one of his quintessential polling breakdowns of where Trump stands vis-a-vis the American people. This is A2. Let's go ahead and roll that.
The lowest that any president has been
State of the
this
Union
century,
starts at
going
9
into a State of the
p.m.
Union at this point in their presidency. It is also the weakest that Donald Trump has ever been with independence. Look at this.
Oh, we already covered this, didn't we? We watched the original CNN
We've been
video.
talking about it the past few months. At this point, a year ago, Donald Trump was at minus 13 points. Look at this. Minus 47.
This is a crazy. I don't think we went over this specific stat. This is pretty insane. The shift, not just from February to February, but just this number in a vacuum in and of itself is insane. Minus 47 with independence. Is there any president in modern history that's been that low?
Points among independents, the lowest Donald Trump has ever been in either of his 2 terms.
So minus 47 with independence, according to that polling. We pulled some historical polling data. This is based on the Real Clear Politics average, which actually looks a little bit better for him than some of the other polling.
Yeah, Bush had a
coming
super
out.
high approval rating after 9/11, right? He was like in the 90s.
The sort of like best case scenario. Let's go ahead and put A1 up
That
on
was
the
just like the
screen.
rally around the flag effect. Is that what they call it? I feel like whoever was president when 9/11 happened would have had like Kim Jong-un numbers.
Comparison here this year versus last year. So currently he is minus 13 in terms of his approval rating. And look, on the one hand, you'll say like, oh, Donald Trump has typically been pretty unpopular, but this is a big contrast with where he sat last year when he gave his joint address to Congress, when he actually was basically 50-50 on his approval rating. He was plus 1.2% there. So he actually was a little bit above water in terms of his approval rating. That was really quite a high watermark. Let's go ahead and take a look at the job approval ratings from his first term in office. You can see in 2017, he was similarly situated to where he is now.
Giuliani,
2018,
didn't they used to call Rudy Giuliani America's mayor at one point? What the hell happened?
about 11 points underwater, 10 points underwater in
America's mayor
2019.
for 4 seasons landscaping.
Again, about 9 points underwater in 2020. So, you know, it's not his first trip to the rodeo in terms of being unpopular, but it does seem like the numbers have dipped pretty close, if not exceeding the lows that
Women's
we
hockey declined. Trump's inventor playing with Flavor Flav instead. Lol. I did not see that, no.
From his first term.
Yeah, I think the independent number is the most important one. And you should remember, you know, the 2025 State of the Union was, I think, the apotheosis of Trump. Like, if you were really going to go back, the first...
I need to add that to my vocabulary. Apotheosis. What does that mean? The highest point in the development of something. Culmination or climax. This is a banger.
Apotheosis.
I'm putting that in the arsenal. What am I looking for?
We were deeply divided as a country. Biden came into office. He was supposed to fix it. Everything literally went to shit. Trump gets elected with the first popular vote victory for a Republican since 2004.
Look at the apotheosis of Washington. It's the name of the painting on the Capitol Rotunda. Apotheosis of Washington. Oh, yeah, I remember seeing this on my... Did I see this on my 8th grade field trip to D.C.? Was I even allowed in this building? I feel like a lot of the D.C. architecture and artwork kind of blends into one blob in your head. All these pillars and paintings and... It's kind of lit. Is it this? What does it say? E pluribus unum? Okay, fire. Okay,
This is
I think
the
we're going to
highest of
restart for
highs
TikTok.
Donald Trump whenever
I think
it
we're
comes
going to
to
restart for TikTok.
his approval rating. He won more independents, reshaped the coalition. The independent dip now in the interim has really dramatically changed the story.
Okay, Patriots, if you're watching on YouTube, this is going to be uninterrupted on your end. But if you're watching on TikTok, we're going to restart the live real quick and have on some very special, peaceful, patriotic, radical lunatics and thugs to do commentary with us, which will be fun. Okay, I'll be right back. Stand back and stand by. Oh my God, I've been live for 6 hours and 20 minutes. I don't know why I did this. I could have just went live at 7 p.m. and it probably would have been fine. Although I did get the interviews done, to be fair. Those were good interviews. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, if you're watching on YouTube, we're still live. No change on the YouTube end of things. NBC, Face the Nation, Breaking Points, Brian Tyler Cohen, the GOAT, is covering it. I need one of these channels that has some kind of yap sesh happening before the debate happens.
Was at this same point
this guy's got a
years
yap sesh
ago.
going on.
His first term heading into the 2018 midterm. In the 2018 midterm, the Republicans lost 40 House seats, lost control of the chamber. So just on that number alone, that's not where a White House wants to be. There's also the generic ballot for the Republican Party here, asking folks, which party do you want to control the Congress? Democrats right now, 48-43, a 5-point advantage for Democrats. Again, go back to that first Trump midterm that went so well for Democrats, so poorly for Republicans. At this point back then, it was 7 points. So again, right now, broadly in line with what happened back there in Trump's first term. Dig down on some of the issues, more particularly the economy. This
We are
one
back.
actually was a relative strength for Trump in his first term. But now, ask folks, do you approve of how Trump's handling the economy? Again, you get that 40% number. In his first term at this point, it was 50%. So voters are saying this is their top issue, the economy, affordability, the cost of living. The president's marks are 10 points lower now on that specific issue than they were at this point in his first term. Also, what Trump has made sort of his centerpiece issue for a decade on the national political scene, immigration and the border. He's sitting at a 43% approval rating on that issue right now. It was 39% at this point in his first term. Neither one of those numbers is a great political position to be in here. And I think for Republicans looking ahead to November, there's also this. When you look back to 2024 and how Trump came back to the White House, how he was able to defeat
Stand
Kamala
back and
Harris,
stand by
win
was
the
diabolical.
popular
You're
vote.
going to dance?
He
No,
did
we ended up
surprisingly-
changing the plan. So everyone's going to be hopping onto my live, I believe. We're going to be going from here, which means we get to use the soundboard, thankfully. How beautiful.
Groups a year ago when Trump first came to office, he wasn't doing great, but he was doing better. He did surprisingly well with them in the 2024 campaign, and he has slipped now since then, both in his early days as president again and now a year in.
Well, and I think, Steve, to your point, I mean, TLDR, right, the coalition that got him elected this time around doesn't seem to be quite as strongly backing him at this particular moment in time. Fair?
No, that's exactly right. And again, there's the concern for Trump and his party has always been twofold. It's just trying to have support with these voters, and then also the voters from these
Make
groups.
sure you guys
who
are
do
double
support
tapping the
him.
screen. We
Do
just
they
hit a
turn out in
restart on
midterm
TikTok to
elections?
cover
That's
the
also
State of the
been one
Union.
the secondary
We have
concerns.
a few radical liberals about
Steve
to hop on
Kornacki, I
very
know you're going to be
soon,
sticking
very
around to
shortly,
talk
I
through a lot of
believe.
this with us, Steve.
We'll see.
Thank you. We saw some action there. You're looking on the left side of your screen at the door, the portico, where the president will emerge at some point to make that trek down Pennsylvania Avenue. No traffic. He'll make some good time getting down to the Capitol building. That's just a couple of blocks from where we are, as I bring in Matt Gorman and Amisha Cross as well. Matt, you know, we've been talking about this. Peter alluded to it. It's a big night for a president, but it's also, you know, are we going to be talking about it Friday? I mean, I think the key thing about it
Is there any bets that he has a stroke during it? I'm sure there's a Kalshi market for everything, down to like the commas and periods in his sentences.
Absolutely. Polls will go up, polls will go down, maybe based on the speech. But I think what Republicans I talk to are running Senate races or running a ballot, down ballot across the country. They want a template that the vice president can use.
What's
the
up,
cabinet
man?
members
Hey,
can
what's
use,
up?
How to talk
How you
about
feeling
the
about this
economy. We
speech?
hear new things on, say, health.
I'm excited. I'm excited for the speech. I'm excited that I've been
able to do this with you guys. I really appreciate being invited and allowed to be with you guys this tonight.
For sure.
So I'm excited, but it's just yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's not boring. I hope he has something for us that doesn't make us fall asleep.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll be able to do it to make it entertaining ourselves.
That's true. We'll find a way. We'll find a way. How long are you
Are we
expecting
gonna
this to
change
go?
the layout at all, or?
That's a good idea.
But with that being said,
I probably will if I. Whose live are we joining? We're doing my live. Dan said we're hopping on my live. I believe he said he's not going to be present for the whole speech, so he said might as well just do it here in case he has to leave abruptly at some point.
Oh no, okay.
Yeah.
He said to me that we had 7 people, so he asked me like not to come for the the speech part and like come after. I don't know what that was about, but it was.
Who, Dan?
I don't know. But I'm sad. I was excited to be able to talk to him.
Yeah, I think we should all be able to.
They also know that this is a president who refuses to acknowledge
Like and share the live, liberals.
Yeah, I'll repost this.
Share double tapping.
I lost my FTT hat as I told the car the other day, and I found it luckily. So very happy about that.
No fire.
And they're looking for a way out.
Mr. Okra?
The Democrats are being very smart and sticking in that lane and showcasing what
trying to solve an audio. I want to connect the DJI mic because I'm going to be typing, and I don't want the iPhone mic to pick up my keyboard noises. Hold on.
Listen, we spent a lot of time on the economy because the president is going to be.
Did Erica say when she was coming, or is she just going to hop by whenever she can?
I do not believe she said when she's coming, so yeah. Pretty open invitation. Anyone who wants to hop on is going to be free to hop on in terms of other creators in the space. I am streaming this on YouTube as well. I've been live on YouTube. How do I put up a banner and countdown?
Is there an echo, or does this sound good?
I'm not hearing anything from you. Yeah.
Okay, good. Is the quality any better, or does it sound the same?
It sounds a little bit better.
Let me see if I can turn on noise
A little
cancellation.
over a year ago in his inaugural speeches when he did 2.
God, how exciting, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, man. This is my first State of the Union that I think I'm probably going to be like watching all the way through.
Oh wow.
Well, you know, I'm only 18, right? So like when it came to being politically active, it's more of a now thing.
Sure. Yeah, it's definitely it's like a ritual at this point that every president gives a super mid State of the Union speech.
Yeah. I hope. I hope Abigail Spanberger gives us like a
Oh yeah, she's doing the response.
like a Bill Clinton versus Ronald Reagan type State of the Union speech.
She's definitely
really
very skilled.
Yeah, I'm excited. I've looked into her a lot. She seems like a very capable politician. So I hope to see more from her in the future.
She put up pretty good numbers in Virginia, considering that I think the polls showed. Same with Mikey Sherrill. The polls were showing a much closer race than it ended up being.
Mikey Sherrill was New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
There was some discussion. The president might even have flown overseas to Milan for the end of the Olympics for the gold medal game. The guidance was that he wasn't going to do that. He actually didn't do that. He realizes this is where he needs.
Everyone who's hopping on, make sure you guys are double tapping, sharing. We have about
David,
28 minutes till the speech.
David, are you going to turn your camera on?
President Trump.
I don't know.
Along with First Lady Melania Trump.
What are you hiding from us?
Giving a wave as President did, Peter. You've done this a time or two, and getting in, of course.
I'm just trying to fucking. Apparently the noise cancellation. Wait, can you hear this?
Sometimes you get an angle right at the president's.
Like the little.
I can hear it.
in the
It's worse
background?
now, though.
Yeah, it was better 2 minutes ago.
Whatever the case may be, Gabe, as he's getting ready to head down Pennsylvania Avenue.
It's AI generated, David.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. Look.
David, are you okay if I call you by your first name, or is that like something people don't do?
I'm standing, however, just a few moments ago.
All right.
I did see part of his motorcade leave a few moments before the president, and as you just
You guys make it bearable. Thank you, Sports Edits. I appreciate that.
About 10 or 12 minute drive.
That's sweet.
Okay, apparently TikTok Live Studio has a countdown feature. Is this true?
Yeah. If you go to let me check my TikTok Studio. I have to like look at it to tell you what to do.
Okay.
power ties.
Yeah, and guys, we'll be shitting on the president the whole time. So
I don't know if this view is easier to see.
Oh, okay. So go to the sources part.
Under scenes. Yeah, add source.
Add source, and
oh,
then
countdown. I see.
Yep, there you go.
Awesome.
Then you can like set the timer.
Viewers can add time now. Countdown ends at the duration you set.
Saying just yesterday that he thought that this will be a long speech because, quote, he has a lot to talk about. And certainly the administration does view this as a way to sell his accomplishment.
25 minutes?
Yeah.
Poll numbers. So again, we're waiting just a few minutes until the president arrives at the Capitol. He just left the South Lawn a few moments ago, Hallie.
Is it better now, or?
Keeping an eye out for his fairly quick arrival.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
better.
so.
Side of the screen there.
Can you hear the
screen.
keys
Senators
clicking, or?
arriving, some of them in bipartisan pairs. You can see they are walking across.
I do hear the
basically,
clicking
Capitol
faintly, but it's
structure. They're
not like
walking across
significant
to
enough
get
to like drown out your voice or be
Yeah,
annoying.
just keep the
will
mic
be
closer to my
delivering
mouth.
these remarks. And we've seen some sort of interesting moments here. Senator Mark Kelly walking with Melissa Slotkin, Kristen. We've seen others preparing for the speech. The invited guests, obviously not
How exciting.
on
I
the
can't
floor there.
wait to hear all the dumb shit he has to say, man.
That's right, and you mentioned
It's going to be the greatest hits. It's going to be prices are down. People are just too stupid to understand it. The tariffs are awesome. They're coming back.
They can obey or disobey.
I was
God. They deem to be
I was having a conversation just now,
of course,
and a dude confused the PCE with the PCE PI.
The PCE and the CPI.
Those are the types of
Yeah, well, like the PCE price index, basically. Remember the one you said it the other day? Yeah. He confused it.
Why am
with,
I so
like,
shadow banned? I don't know. This is actually not normal. I was kind of surprised when I restarted it. I was stuck at like 9 for
I was about to say.
solid 10 minutes.
That's right.
Are you getting people in now, or?
I guess we'll see. It's at 60 right now.
You guys want to do it on
Dean,
another live, maybe?
Maybe it's like Dean is taking all of them, because last I saw I had like 20K, so.
I've gone live when Dean's live
Maybe.
before, though. Usually you can still get a few hundred, couple hundred. Did you restart with the video playing? Yeah, I restarted with the State of the Union, like this live pulled up. I could pull another restart if that would do anything. I don't know if it would.
Well, it might be because the copyright or something. I might think you're like, yeah.
You're saying that restarting with the video will suppress it.
Without the video, maybe. Like.
Okay, this is smart. This is smart. Okay, we're gonna do another restart. Stand back and stand by, Patriots.
Okay, liberal.
Okay, if you're watching on YouTube, you can see all this happening in real time. I was not aware that this was a thing. Okay. Let's see. Add source. Countdown. And we got what? We got 24 minutes. Fixed duration. Yeah. State of the Union. Images. Let's do this. This is a good picture. Save. Hold on. Let me just get this going real quick. It should only take a second. Add source, image, add, select file, downloads. Here we go. And we can get rid of this image. If you're not on, you're obviously not on TikTok if you're watching right now. I'm just editing the settings a bit on my TikTok stream. And then we can move this here. We can do this here. Make that a little bit bigger. And center this. And hold on, just do a little bit of that. And I think we're good to go. Okay, hopefully this now works. Hopefully this works. I hope I'm not shadow banned. That would suck. But now that we've removed the copyright or whatever. Maybe that was copyright. I don't know. Should be fun to go over the... Oh, there's Jacob. I want to see... I'm going to be curious to see. I think they do like snapshot polling right after these speeches. So I'm curious to see what the public response to it is going to be.
That's a good point.
Because I remember after the Biden-Trump debate last summer, they pretty quickly realized that Biden had completely flubbed it, as if it wasn't already obvious, by doing the snapshot poll afterward, which showed like a 65-35 split in terms of who they thought won the debate. So I have a feeling people are going to hate this speech, but we'll see.
I don't see what there's going to be to like about it. That's my kind of thing. Is like what exceptional, like, unless he's taking some heavy medicaments.
Yeah, which he could. You never know with him.
Yeah, I mean, I
know there's been allegations that he uses things. I don't know how true those are, but he definitely needs it today. He's gotten super low energy recently.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching like a lot of his speeches. He's sweating so much, which is like, I don't know. It's just a sign. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Well, I'm not gonna. I don't like conspiracy theories, so
that's valid. Hold on. What am I looking for here? Here we go. There's that. I'm gonna put that there and just hide that. Okay. I think this is hopefully a better layout to not get suppressed. Get your bingo cards ready. There's not a bingo board big enough to play a game with Trump. How predictable he is.
I made MAGA bingo cards a while back, and the thing was, is if I got a bingo while it was live, I would donate the money I got from that live to a charity.
Oh wow, that's fine.
Yeah, it was really, really cool. And I literally still have them.
I know some people play like drinking games and stuff with the State of the Union, but with someone like Trump, I feel like that'd be lethal with how often he uses the same words and phrases over and over.
Yeah, well, I also don't have. That would be an interesting thing, but I feel like that's more of a better in-person thing to do.
True.
I do that with like my campaign or whatever. That'd be fun to do.
Are you going to be showing the speech or just audio? We should be showing the speech. I don't think that the speech is like copyrighted. I mean, I'm pretty sure even C-SPAN shows these things, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see the.
Okay, it seems like the live is getting a little bit more push.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's good. No, I was literally say the exact same thing. That looks like the live is getting more push.
Yeah,
so.
Make sure if you're hopping on TikTok that you're double tapping the screen, that you're following. Bert says you never want to debate, as if I don't do debates every single live.
It's so odd,
this is
bro.
News to me. Let's see if we can get Mr. Okra and Mr. Malik in here. And whoever else wants to join, whether it's Erica. You avoid... Bro, I don't know who you are. Bert Macklin? Right. Sorry, bro.
I just shared it to the group chat.
Okay, cool.
I don't think Corbin is coming. He said nothing.
Okay.
Have any of you guys talked to him? Do you guys know him?
That name sounds super familiar, but I don't know if I know a Corbin.
Carbon, something like that. It's like K-O.
Oh, Carbon. Yeah. We spoke before on AJ's live, so yeah, we'll see if he hops on too. Open invitation to anyone until we hit the guest limit.
Yeah, what even is the guest limit? I've never.
I think it's 6 people at a time. I believe.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, Jason. Carbon.
Is it 6 including the host or 7 including the host? I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
I don't know. I thought it was like 9, and the max that I've seen before is 9. But I guess that depends on the layout.
Oh yeah, for the bigger panels, I have seen a lot more. Yeah, I want to make sure the layout is such that like the actual speech is not super tiny as well. Hopefully, there's a way to have like the biggest thing on the screen remain the screen share. But
well, I mean, it's likely that since Dan won't be here for a while, if we have anybody out, we can like he can leave and then we can let somebody else on or something like that.
Why you say it's bad? It didn't even start yet. I'm saying that the state of our union, as in the United States right now, is bad. It's in a bad state. So.
That's what you meant. I thought you were meaning about the speech, legitimately.
Well, I'm sure the speech will also be bad. I don't think I have to see it to know that in advance, but.
The state of our union is quite possibly the worst it has been. One of the worst eras in American history.
Definitely in decades, yeah.
Like, I mean, we're really not doing well right now, guys. Like, just overall.
Democrats put us here. Where? Did Democrats implement the tariffs? Did Democrat politicize ICE and turn it into a domestic paramilitary force? Did Democrats politically prosecute their opponents? Did Democrats cut taxes for the wealthy? I don't think so.
Definitely not Joe Biden.
Yeah, true. Oh, man. You still have
Do
any...
you have mods in here?
I
by the way?
do. I do have a couple mods,
Okay.
yeah. Sports edits
Okay,
and
good.
cans. And yeah, there should be at least 2 or 3 mods in here, I believe.
Bert, I've never seen you before,
Yeah,
my
Matt.
dude. I've never seen you. Hi, Matt.
What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
It's going great. We're excited for the best president ever to give the best speech ever.
The greatest speech of all time.
So
the
true.
most incredible speech ever.
Yeah, it's probably about to be
The
boring as
most
fuck.
beautiful. The most beautiful speech. You've never seen it like it before.
Oh, man.
Oh, God.
3 more of these after this is going to be too much to bear.
Well, if Kalshi is correct, there's only a 19% chance that we'll have to sit through any more of them. So,
I hope
Really?
so.
That's what it's at right now? I might need to put some cash on that.
Y'all
If I
think
live
he's
in
making it to
Massachusetts,
2028? Maybe not, honestly. He's getting old, and I feel like he'll get impeached if
Yeah.
Democrats win the House. Although we still need the Senate
Well,
to actually remove him. So.
and here's the thing: we are 1 seat away from taking back the House, guys.
Is it really down to 1 seat now?
1 seat only. We need to win 1 House race and get 1 up on them to be able to turn the House. And with the Senate, we need to win 15, which is going to be hard.
Yikes,
but it's going to be hard. But
The odds for the
we
Senate are
can-
not looking bad. I think it's like around 40% chance on Kalshi right now, at least. I don't know how accurate that is, but
this Maine, I'm in the Northeast and actually pretty dialed in on Maine.
Okay.
And I have a place there and family there and whatnot. And I would say that I truly believe this is the year that Susan Collins gets knocked out.
Yeah,
personally,
we can only hope.
If I live close to I'm in Massachusetts. I'm in Boston.
Yeah, we're neighbors. That's right.
Yeah, we have the same area code. On your, I didn't know if that was your real phone number or not, but that really
It's not my real number, but I do have that same area code.
Jesus, that's absolutely insane. Okay. That's crazy, but that's a whole separate. So I was just thinking, like, I might drive up there because I'm like an hour and a half from Portland right here. So like, it's not that bad. And just like do a few days up there campaigning for him. Because I mean, like, I'm close, but I would have to kind of plan that out.
It's gonna be really interesting to see what happens in that race. But although I don't think that they would have the 67 in the Senate, I do think we could hit a point. This is maybe a little bit wishful thinking on my part.
I think I'm about to agree with what you're about to say.
I do think we could hit a point if the Democrats take the House and they get a majority in the Senate, that there could be enough Republican senators who are truly fed up with what's happening that and I wouldn't have said that a year ago.
Yeah.
But now I believe that could
There's
happen.
definitely
I'm
a
not
lot
saying
of them
it
that
will,
want to
could.
jump ship, and they're just being strung along because they're too scared to get primaried.
I think that's the most plausible scenario in which we don't necessarily win back the Senate, but we do get enough anti-Senate backing to where he can't pass any legislation at all. He hopefully gets impeached. Here's the problem we have, though, is in this scenario that we win back the House and win back the Senate, if we impeach J.D. Vance and we impeach Donald Trump, it would be Republicans giving power to Cory Booker, right? It would be Republicans literally giving power to a Democrat. And I think that's the hard fight we would have to find is like, in what ways could we negotiate to get Trump out of office and things like that, to get JD Vance out of office, but find a way to where those Republican senators aren't necessarily just completely giving power. Is it Hakeem Jeffries instead?
It'd be Jeffries. Yeah, but
it would be Jeffries.
Well, of course, that's assuming that Jeffries is the speaker, and then there's a whole other conversation to be had there. But listen, if we're having conversations about who the Democrats are picking as speaker, that's a good we're in a good place.
True.
Let's get to that point first, huh?
Yeah. Dan, do you think
Ro
we're on
Khanna
too much
should be the
hopium
speaker.
right now,
I
thinking
support
that
that.
Republicans will be willing to convict Trump in the Senate? I think it's possible.
Oh, is that the conversation I walked into? No. Yeah,
Because here's the thing, in defense of that argument, I remember after January 6th, there were a decent amount of Republicans that were willing to convict Trump, and there were apparently even more than the ones who voted yes, who would have been willing to, but Mitch McConnell had this theory that, like, oh, it doesn't matter anymore because he already left office. So I wonder if there's some breaking point where they just jump ship fully.
So the thing about that is, I think it was 7 Republicans voted to remove. It was the most bipartisan removal vote in the history of this country.
Yeah.
6 of them are gone.
Yeah. True.
And a lot of those 6 were already on their way out.
Yeah.
Right.
Like
So
Romney and
you know what? I'll actually, if there are a bunch of coincidentally retiring Republicans, I would say yeah. But basically, what I'm saying is they will do what's right as long as it's the absolute most the most minimum amount of backlash to them.
Right.
They're already retiring. They're already, they'd all know what's right. It's just a
they've
question
known
of-
for years, unfortunately, and they're just too cowardly to say anything.
Yeah.
I think the midterms will
If
be a
it's
wake-up call 'cause
politically-
they're about to get cooked, probably.
Right. Well, if it's Dan's right. I mean, me saying that I'm being completely just like, hey, maybe, but if it is politically advantageous to them, and they're not, and they can pull it to their advantage, we know that there's a chance that they would do it. It's just the odds of it being in that position for them. That's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels so unsustainable. Though I can't imagine Donald Trump being president 2 or 3 years from now. I feel like something has to give, something has to break. This is just not sustainable long term.
I'm pretty sure his brain is on the way.
That's a big factor too. Yeah.
Here's my concern is what if he ends up kicking the bucket while he's in office? Then we have JD Vance to deal
I
with.
hope
and
he
that,
lives a
for
long
me, is
life
the worst.
if that's the alternative.
That's what's concerning to me.
Yeah. JD Vance is a very sophisticated actor. He's a genuinely ideologically motivated, neo-fascist adjacent type of person. That's not someone you want as president.
What I will say is that while JD Vance definitely would be more efficient and at driving the country to fascism, he also would receive way more pushback in anything he did, because Trump has this magical thing. He could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and wouldn't lose any voters.
Yeah.
Fortunately for us, he's bound by his narcissism. Like, he's not like, all of this is rooted in that rather than
any ideology.
what someone like. He is not an ideologue, genuinely. So rather than someone like Vance or Thiel or Yarvin or whatever, he's literally just getting played by all these people to feed his ego. But okay, so it's almost like Boo. There's this, you guys know Majin Buu? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. That's an anime guy, right?
Okay. All right. So Kid Buu, right, was widely regarded as the most dangerous version, even though he wasn't the strongest, because the form prior to Kid Buu, Super Buu, had absorbed all of these Saiyans and all of these broken characters, but their goodness was hindering his evilness. So while he was stronger, like Vance, Vance would be hindered by the rest of the government, whereas Trump is probably more dangerous, like Kid Buu, because he's hindered by nothing. No one will ever say anything then.
Yeah. The worry with Vance, though, also is that
1% of the chat.
I feel like Vance wouldn't be receptive to pushback. Like, this is a guy who has openly said, hey, if the Supreme Court says no, just say fuck them and go on anyway. So I wonder how much pushback would even matter if we're at a JD Vance presidency. I don't know how receptive he is to that.
I also will say this, Usha being Indian, we've seen what Vivek Ramaswamy has gotten, he would have a hard time with that. They'd be like, you have to divorce her in order to become president.
Him and Erica is a power couple apparently on the right.
Oh my God. I've seen that too. So scary.
Unironically.
She's there tonight. She's there tonight. As a guest.
Is she? Oh God.
Oh, her and her. Oh, she brought a guest. Her dry tissue.
What were you saying? Unironically?
I was gonna say, unironically, I think MAGA at large, like the Republican voter base at large, would probably be more comfortable with J.D. Vance divorcing his wife and getting with the widow of Charlie Kirk than him having an Indian wife. And that's like insane to say that in the year 2026.
Yeah,
It
because
really
Nick
does feel-
Fuentes waged holy war on him for just having an Indian wife, and if you lose to Nick Fuentes voters, I don't know if you win a Republican primary or a general. I don't know.
It really does feel like we've traveled like, 80 years into the past. Like,
yeah,
I watched this video. I think it was Frank Sinatra, or some actor from like the 40s talking about how hating Jewish people is bad, like saying some really kind of like woke talking points, like, just because of the way you were born doesn't mean that you're any less of a person.
Right.
Like, but if somebody made a video like that today, when that video was made in the 40s, it would be called the woke propaganda.
Yeah.
The timer is frozen, by the way.
It is. Yeah, I'm trying to. I realize it's also on the wrong. There we go.
I think maybe just get rid of it.
We only got 5 minutes left.
They're starting to walk in. Maybe we should turn the volume on.
Yeah, let's see.
They might.
Amisha and Matt here with us.
I don't know who any of these people are.
All of it as we look at the dynamics inside.
Totally. And that room is smaller than it looks on TV. So everybody's really in close comfort.
I'm curious to see how many Democrats skipped this, because during the what was it, State of the Swamp speech, they were saying that so many Democrats were skipping out on this that the State of the Swamp speech actually had more people in the audience than Trump would.
During this speech tonight, we'll hear him strike again.
Well, it looks pretty packed up there at least.
4 members, it looks to my eyes.
Wow, my favorite justices. Holy shit.
Justices.
Where's my boy Gorsuch?
Justice Amy Coney Barrett as well. Interesting.
Probably stinks.
I wonder if Trump is going to address the Supreme Court justices during the speech, because that's considered very taboo, and like they don't even stand or clap like the military people do. This is going to be an interesting test of that.
Even as there are some questions around President
Trump
going into the
Yeah,
second
well,
year now.
Donald Trump doesn't really care about taboo.
Yeah, he did call them foreign assets like a few days ago, which is unthinkable. But
he said he was going to start using Supreme Court all lowercase because they don't deserve the respect.
I missed that part.
Questions about how
That's very
I'm sorry just to think that anything that Trump says about another person is just something that he believes about himself.
I mean, every accusation is a confession with these people, whether it's stealing elections or lawfare or whatever else it may be.
But they get all of the baggage. So that is why they want him to focus on affordability.
I remember Biden got a lot of shit, I think, in his last State of the Union, because I think he called out the Supreme Court on like abortion rights or something, and the whole right wing was like, how dare he? The Supreme Court is a sacred institution, and how dare he insult them? Meanwhile, Trump's probably going to just put up a middle finger at Barrett and Gorsuch during the speech. I would be surprised.
They also want Trump to acknowledge how voters are feeling about the cost of living, something Trump struggles to do in some of these speeches. So the question is, can he stay on message? Does he go off script? Does he veer into some of these personal vendettas?
And yeah, if Trump's ever gone, we're looking at the new president and vice president on the screen right now, which is a scary thought.
Every day with your sources who want to see the fighter.
How tall is Mike Johnson?
Oh, absolutely. That's all they want.
4'3" or something like that. I don't know.
I think he seems like a tiny guy.
Yeah, he does.
Your point about the 18
I don't know if Johnson would get the. I don't know if Johnson would automatically get the nod for
the party in power.
I
That when they do break from the president,
I mean,
it is too late to save their majority.
Maybe, but I don't
and
know.
With Trump,
I'm not 100%
that's an even
sure
bigger
They could probably skip
because
over
he
him.
Demands
I'm sure there's a
so
way.
much loyalty from so many people.
They don't.
And punishes
He doesn't.
those who don't show it, whether or
If
not it
Vance
helps his
gets
majority,
in,
because it
he
helps
doesn't
him and his
automatically
view,
have
his
to
power.
pick.
We're also in primary season.
Mike
Oh,
Johnson
okay.
doesn't
That's
have
another
to be
concern of
because, like, when
Republicans.
Gerald
Right,
Ford
That's real.
became
The March 3rd primary,
president
especially in Texas,
after
we
Nixon
talk about,
resigned,
we like to hype things up
he
a lot of
got to
times. No,
pick
the March 3rd
his
primary
vice
has
president.
direct
Interesting.
correlation to what you're happening in November.
Where did Dan
It's
go?
more than both sides of the aisle of the
I
Texas
think he
Senate
dropped
race.
by accident.
Whomever emerges in those primaries,
got him
that's
again.
going to be either
Got him
hundreds of
back in
millions of
Northwest,
dollars
so.
spent in that state November, or not as much.
Matt Cormick,
Looks pretty packed.
They still have to be.
It does, yeah. I was
Yeah,
gonna
they
say.
still have to be confirmed. By the
Amisha,
way.
it is
Okay,
remarkable,
yeah.
I think, or at least notable, as you see
Oh my
members of
God.
the president's family
Dude,
here.
Barron
Barron
Trump looks like he's
she has
aged
kept
like
much
10
more of a low
years.
profile
Yeah, well, his eyebrows are getting
term,
thick.
Her father's second
I don't
term
remember
that she
them
did in the
looking
first
like
term when she was
Maybe he's
obviously,
getting some plastic
part of the
surgery or
administration
something.
Maybe
moving
I think
forward
he's
with
the guy
various
behind a
policy
lot of this
initiatives
insider
that she
trading on betting
pursued
markets.
and
It's
led.
probably
Amisha,
him
it's
yeah.
also
going on
Oh, yeah,
Kalshi,
definitely.
putting $1 million
particular
on
this
will we
campaign
invade
to see those empty
Venezuela.
seats.
Oh my God! Somebody reminded me in the comments. Did y'all see Donald Trump call in to a C-SPAN the other day as John Barron?
I don't think that was Trump, but it was a very good impression, I will say. It sounded a lot like him.
That had to be Trump. That had to be.
Did we ever confirm Adrian Dittman as Elon Musk? Was that ever confirmed?
I forgot about that. No, I don't think it was ever confirmed. Forgot Musk did that a lot too on like Twitter Spaces.
That's why the people's
C-SPAN
came
out and they said it wasn't him.
And John, when we talk about the role of the First Lady here, I mean, she is somebody who
they said that he was at the same time speaking at another event.
Okay,
so they confirmed that it wasn't
Amazon,
him.
It was a good troll because I know he used to call in as John Barron back in the day, and it was a good impersonation for sure.
It looks like this is the cabinet pick.
And so interesting in that public profile raising because the first time.
Speaking of the movie, now that you're saying it, Dan, like, did anybody go watch that? I haven't.
Melania?
Like, yeah, like, was it actually anything decent, or was it just?
I don't think Melania watched
has taken a big role in this.
Probably not.
I can say I watched it. And I shed a tear.
You shed a tear because you wasted your money on a ticket to see Melania.
It was just so impactful. I don't think I've ever seen such a good movie in my entire life. And the ratings truly reflect it.
I will say the Sebastian Stan movie where he played Trump, I think it was called.
It was really good.
That was a really good movie.
That was so good.
I wanted to watch on live, but we'll be watching. But because of who I am as a person, I forgot.
Thank you.
It made me like Trump even more. He was so nice in that film and not corrupt whatsoever.
Yeah.
More coverage now.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
there's
my
Marco
cabinet,
Rubio.
everybody. Whoa!
Is the bald guy gonna come out and scream Mr. Speaker? Or is there a different person now?
Live from Washington, D.C., here is Tom Llamas.
And good evening.
Oh,
Welcome
this
to our special
fucking
coverage of
spineless
President
hack
Trump's
who let
State
Trump
of the
walk
Union
all over
address,
him in their interview.
The first
Fuck
of his
this guy.
second term. Here is a live look at the House chamber
Jesus,
right now.
you soundboard for
That's
that.
the same guy, right?
Just moments
Yeah.
from now, members of the president's cabinet, including Secretary of State.
Imagine all these
Marco
people
Rubio,
walking in right
Treasury
now in
Secretary
orange
of Defense,
jumpsuits. That's the
coming in
future
as
we can
well.
have if Democrats
Support
win the
for
presidency.
president's policies on immigration
I hope so.
enforcement, issues
so
that
fire.
swept him into office have dropped sharply in the weeks since federal agents shot and killed 2 Americans in Minnesota. That, along with polling numbers on the economy, on a downward spiral. Republicans hold only a razor-thin majority in the House when that.
Wow, that's my health secretary.
Is that my goat who snorted things off of toilet seats? Is that him?
That's my brain worm buddy.
What he calls the major successes of
Oh,
his
it's so
first
bad
year
faith,
back in
guys.
office,
Instead of
including the economy,
looking towards that, maybe you can look towards his
also laid out
workout
his
video
top
with
priorities
fucking Kid
going
Rock.
forward.
Oh yeah, I forgot
Foreign
about that.
policy
Oh
is
my
also
God, that
in
was
focus,
so
particularly
sad.
in the Middle East, as the president ramps up his military pressure and forces on Iran to prevent the country from developing nuclear weapons. Nearly 40 Democratic lawmakers are notably absent tonight, skipping the speech to protest
40?
the president's agenda. We will see those empty
Did you catch
seats
that, Adam?
in the chamber
I did not.
as soon
What's
as
up?
everyone sits down.
40
Joining me
lawmakers
tonight to
from
break it all
the
down,
radical
meet the
left
press
party are
moderator,
not.
Kristen Welker, our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander,
What
and
am I
That's hilarious.
seeing right now?
Christine
What the hell
Romans,
is
our
that?
senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson, will join us shortly as well as we see the
I
conversation.
think
I
I
don't know
gotta
why
take my
Democrats
dog out. I'll be
boycott
back
the
peacefully and
chamber, and we see
patriotically.
the
Stand
Supreme
back and
Court
stand by.
Justice, the Chief Justice, John Roberts, right there, as we are looking at the
I think
rest
the
of
Democrats should have
justices.
attended. I
Elena
don't like
Kagan
the
as
idea of
well.
them
We
not being
understand
there.
that Justice Kavanaugh will be in there, and also Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Kristen Welker, I'm going to talk to you. We mentioned the Supreme Court
Who's the
justices
designated
because the
survivor?
president had that monumental loss on his tariffs, and he went after the justices that he appointed that voted against him, the conservative justices, including Justice Barrett. It'll be interesting to see if he addresses them tonight.
It will be fascinating, Tom, to see if he directly addresses the Amy Coney Barrett, who, of course, he did nominate. If he takes sharp
There's
aim
a
at them
DHS Barbie.
for striking down his tariff authority. He has made it very plain he disagrees with the decision.
I'm not excited at all.
The broader
Jesus
question that it
Christ.
poses is about
Is that
tone.
Trump Jr.?
Not just his tone about the
Yeah.
Supreme Court justices, but what tone do we hear as it relates to the economy? It's our understanding he's going to strike an optimistic note. The president telling us during a lunch earlier today he's going to argue that the next 3 years will be the strongest 3 years economically for the United States in the nation's history. Do Americans feel it yet? Polls suggest they don't. And Tom, his challenge tonight is going to be to reset the table
Tonight is a big night for the president. We know this, Kristen, right? Even though the president sort of sets his agenda every day, he tries to dictate the news cycle. Tens of millions are going to be watching the State of the Union address tonight. He has the midterms right around the corner as we see the First Lady,
All right.
Melania
How
Trump.
long
We've
do we
also
think
seen
it's
the
going to
Trump
be
family
before it starts?
sitting there in the chambers as well.
I'm going to
Peter
go
Alexander,
2 hours
we're
and 30
watching
minutes. That's
the Secretary
my
of Homeland
guess.
Security, Kristi Noem, walk in with
I
the
don't-
Chief of
I don't have
Staff,
an
Susie
estimate,
Wells. And I mentioned
because
Homeland
I've only
Security
ever
because
seen,
there's
like,
been
2
so
of
much
these, so.
news, and those agents
What'd you
in
say,
the
Dan?
TSA not getting
Yeah,
paid
before
right
it
now
starts.
because the government can't figure this out.
Yeah,
First
before
one
it
of these,
starts,
first
we
one of these
should
State of
like
the
put in
Union
our
is taking
predictions
place
on
while
how long
there's
it's
a
going to take.
partial shutdown.
I thought
That's
you meant
taking place
how
right
long
now. I'm
until
struck
it
by a
starts. I was
couple
like,
things
damn.
Kristen says. It's gonna be
No,
interesting to see
no,
what the
God,
president
no.
says about the Supreme Court. We know what he thinks about members of the Supreme Court, including one of those individuals
I
in the
could see it
room,
being
Justice
like-
Amy Coney Barrett. He said of her
I could see being
and
it
Neil
being
Gorsuch,
just
who was
shy
not
of 2
present
hours.
tonight, they should be
Like an hour
ashamed.
and
Their
55
families
minutes or something
should
like that.
be ashamed. He called it a disgrace. Tom, what strikes me as we look at this room is that it is very different, the State of the Union, in the Trump years than it was in the past. The State of the Union was that one moment each year where the
I
president
just
had
think
a
it's going to be
national
like
audience where he
every
could
every
galvanize
5 minutes he's going to
American
forget
interest. It's
how
different
long
this
he's
go
been
around.
on the
He is
stage for.
ubiquitous. He is
So
omnipresent.
he's
We
just
hear
going to
from him
like
so often.
go for
So
5
me,
minutes
as
dementia,
important
and he's going to
as what he
think
says
that he's
tonight
been
is
there
whether
for
we
like
can
10
stick
minutes
with
when
this
he's been there
message,
for an
not
hour.
just today, but
That's what I
going
think is going to
forward. He
happen, and
sets
he's just
a
like never
story
going to
as
stop.
scripted for him with his
And we'll be here for the rest of
writers
our
and
lives.
I think,
today. Can he stick with the message? And
I
ultimately,
think
at the end
something
of the
that
day,
stayed with
is
Trump
he
is
able
his
to help
ability
Americans
to
at home who are seeing
talk
prices
for really long
themselves,
periods
who are
of time. He
experiencing
doesn't really
the
seem to
frustrations they
struggle.
have with the cost of living
Obviously,
right
it makes
now.
no
Is he able
sense
to
and
give
it's
them some
incoherent,
sense
but
that things are
the
getting
Davos
better and
speech
to
as
have
well,
patience? Does he demonstrate
at
a
the
bit of
World
empathy
Economic
that
Forum
he
or whatever, he
acknowledges the
managed to speak
challenges
for
they
a
still
really
face?
long
As we are
time.
watching
And
more of the president's cabinet,
he just has to
ushering, we
hold
understand
really
that
hard onto
President
the
Trump is
podium
just
and he'll be
outside
able
those
to
doors.
really push
We're
forward.
waiting for the sergeant of arms, William
So I
McFarland,
see a
to
lot of people
announce
asking
it.
for
You
the
know the
bingo.
moment.
I
We will be
will
silent
try
for
to
that
see if
moment.
I can
This
find
will be a different type
some
of
of my
State of the
MAGA
Union
bingo
for viewers
cards.
and more importantly, our voters at home. You're going to see something you maybe have never
I
seen
might have them
before
on my
live
computer.
television, which is parts of this
Okay,
chamber
all right, here's the real
empty.
question.
More
How many
than
times do you think
30
he's going to use the
Democrats
word
are
Biden?
protesting the State of the Union. Lawmakers, both senators,
I haven't heard him
members
talk
of the
about
House,
Biden in a
and they
long
decided
time.
not to
Yeah, I
show
think he
up.
kind of
So
forgot
we
that
are
Biden
thinking at some
existed.
point we're going to see
No,
empty seats
he's
once
definitely
everyone
talked about
sits
it. He just
down.
said Sleepy Joe
Ryan
sometimes.
Nobles is
or
live
the
with
previous
us right now
administration.
inside the
I think
chamber. Ryan,
he's
what do we
trying to
expect
not
to
say
see
it
with
as
all
much.
those Democrats out protesting outside of
But
Capitol Hill?
But in a 2-hour speech, he's going to say it.
I think I have a really good, yeah, because earlier they were talking about how they predict he's going to try and frame like a really optimistic,
Now you're right.
establish like an optimistic outlook. I think there's a really high chance that he's going to blame the majority of what we're going through right now on Joe Biden.
But we are not talking
That's his go-to.
I don't know. Either that or he's just going to talk about how the Dow is at 50,000.
Not to attend this speech here tonight. Many of them participating in what they're calling the
also put on the
People's
closed
State of
caption.
the Union
Oh, yeah,
down,
good idea.
on the National Mall. This is a different form
Dan,
of
I
protest for
can't
Democrats,
hear you too well.
and
Is that
one
just me, or is that?
Yeah, he's a little low.
I'm asking. I'm asking if he could just mute it first. Oh, is that him? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, it's him.
Oh,
Holy shit.
Literally looked like a random old man.
Aura, this is like a
That was
fucking
zero
walkout.
aura.
Holy crap.
This is negative aura. Oh my god.
Wow, look at him. Plentiful.
Where's I thought Netanyahu was coming. Where is he?
he's probably watching from a
He's
drone
serious?
above.
Jesus Christ.
All right, so I'll give you guys a little bit of a preview. He's going to talk about how 1 year ago our country was dead,
Yeah.
and now we have the hottest country on earth. Okay?
Yeah.
He's gonna say the
Hot as a
Democrats-
pistol, as he likes to say.
The Democrats are shutting down the DHS because they have no policy, and all they want is woke, transgender for everyone, and open borders. Okay?
I'm convinced already.
I don't know if he's going to bring up the Dow.
What do you think it's the likelihood he'll mention Jeffrey Epstein?
Zero. Bro does not want to mention
None?
Jeffrey Epstein today.
You don't think he's going to try and be
think
like,
he's
the
gonna bring it up.
Democrats want the Russia.
Everything they're talking about here, because for some of these folks, it's an opportunity to get.
I think he'll talk about election fraud, though. He's going
going to talk about 2020 for sure.
Oh, you know, he's going to bring up 2020 for sure. But no, Epstein in particular is something that he tries to, like when Clinton was, they were going to question Clinton or whatever. He was like, I don't really like that they're going after him.
That was weird.
When Ghislaine was, indicted and all that stuff, he said, I wish her well. Like, I feel like he doesn't want anyone on his bad side for that. Like,
It's dementia. He's back to the 1990s when Bill Clinton was given the whole Bubba thing was going
I
on.
believe it came out that like the interviews, the FBI interviews with one of the accusers, I think they spoke to someone like 3 or 4 times who was a credible accuser against Trump. Apparently Ghislaine Maxwell has seen those interviews, but the public hasn't, which leads you to wonder like how much dirt do a lot of these people have on him just fully control what he's doing right now.
Romans, Hallie brought up a lot of good points. We were talking about this
before
we came on.
I'm going to be honest.
People go to the grocery
I still
store.
think the
Yes,
PK
some
is
prices
real.
have come down.
I wouldn't be that surprised.
Coffee, gas.
That was the
what is real?
Coffee is higher.
What was that
Naturally,
called? The Steele dossier?
The Steele dossier. There's allegedly a tape of Donald Trump and
we just saw a moment right there. The president shaking Amy Coney Barrett's hands.
Some employed women
how he was going to react to her saying that
urinating on a bed at a
taking a shower off the golden variety.
Down the tariff deal. We'll see if he mentions or if he says anything else. But the president
no, I don't think he was in the shower.
Oh, he wasn't.
Oh,
I remember this. Wasn't it like it was Obama's former bed? And
Obama stayed there before.
The president sees somebody, someone catches his eye, and he starts talking. Christine, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say the White House and the team.
I'll be back,
fellas.
fellas.
Supporters of the president's team think that they've got a very good story to tell about the economy overall. They like to talk about a record high in the stock market, but you look at the length of car loans, and
if he tries to give a super optimistic outlook, I feel like it's going to land really badly with the average person because it just comes across as insensitive to their
exactly. It's so funny. They criticize Biden for denying reality, and I feel like that's exactly what they've been doing for the last year.
Tonight, shift and look forward and say, stick with me.
Well, look at
Things are going to get
that's such a bright guy.
And here's how we're going to make that happen.
We'll peel back the curtain a little bit. Kristen and I were able to have lunch with the president with some other network news anchors today at the White House. A delicious lunch, I should say. The president himself seemed to be in very good spirits, Kristen. I think that's fair to say. He was excited
I need
about
this
his
on
speech.
standby.
He seemed in a good mood, even though he was in a room full of the media. Sometimes, he goes to war with us a few times. Every week, Peter Alexander knows that.
I did not ask you to repeat it, to be clear. I just wanted to know what it was.
It's just Trump moaning and groaning. I don't really know the context.
In front of a crowd. Now he likes the
I think it's one of his weightlifting things that he does, which I don't know why he's done that so many times.
Chatted asking if you can lower the
We're going to hear the Speaker of the House introduce him now. Let's listen in.
1 second. Lower the value of what?
Lower the volume a touch so that they can hear us as well.
Oh, off the video? Okay, I hope that will work.
Off the video, yeah.
Is that better?
Well, I need to hear everybody else speaks.
I don't know if me editing the audio on the YouTube player would actually lower the volume in the output.
It's better.
Better?
Good.
Yeah, it sounds better.
And yeah, if you guys want me to pause at any point, let me know as well, so we don't have to be talking over the speech if you have something to add.
Holy shit.
Okay, also, if you can shrink it while keeping it centered a bit, because right now the top of the video is cut off by all, like, Jeffree Star sending universes and stuff.
Okay. Privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Way better.
Okay. Is this good?
Can you drag it down just a little bit?
Is that better?
That should be fine. Watch the chat, I guess. I'm really blocking it. Okay.
I can also actually just move myself down a little bit.
No way they're chanting USA. That's crazy.
Amen. That's my precedent. Wow, guys, this is so huge.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States.
How slow do you think they have the teleprompter going? I bet the words
One word a minute.
And there's a picture next to each word.
So he knows what it is that he's talking about.
Dude said, Mike Johnson, J.D. Vance. He has to get reminded to mention his wife, too.
Second Lady of the United States.
Not by name. Okay, not mentioned by name.
Yeah, that's too risky for the American First crowd to hear that. I wonder if Ben Shapiro's at this one too. He was at the last speech he gave last year.
My fellow Americans.
He's gonna piss me off if he's in the
Our
crowd.
nation is back. Bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before.
You know what? I thought we were gonna have to pause to comment, but I just remembered how many like applause breaks there are.
Yeah.
Just for
Yeah, and he loves that shit. He inserts them anywhere he can.
Yeah, we're not going to have to pause a lot, I don't think.
Now our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
You've seen nothing yet is like the scariest thing this guy could say right now. I think we've seen enough, bro.
What you've seen? Nothing compared to what's coming.
Okay, we have Erica here as well. Let's go.
Hey.
What's up, Erica?
When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I
Hi,
had just
fashionably late.
inherited a nation
You didn't miss anything
in crisis
important.
with a stagnant economy,
Biden,
inflation at
Biden.
record
Here it comes.
levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military
Holy
and
shit,
police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
I agree. I agree.
We have seen big changes. That much is true.
Yeah.
All of them are in like a competition for whoever claps last. Is that
Al
Green?
Green?
My
Let's
goat.
go! Holy shit. He's already getting kicked out. That's
Yo, why are they
fucked up.
snatching the sign from him? I
What
haven't
the
heard a
fuck?
We
sound.
were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today
Legend.
our border is secure.
Oh, that's going to be such
What
a
does it
fire
say?
picture. Holy shit.
Oh, I think it says we are not apes.
Hey. They're going to censure him again.
Oh my
and the
God.
Democrats are
They're
going to vote
chanting
for him.
USA again, bro.
Thank you. Today
That's
our
disgusting.
border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The
They're
roaring
literally
economy is roaring like never before. And our
It's the
enemies are
roaring
scared. Our
2026.
military
Could you
and
believe
police
it?
are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before.
Wow.
Bro really stepped back from the mic for the applause. That's great.
I'm excited for the metrics. He's going to be like, the most people ever are living in America right now.
After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far.
In 1 year, he fixed the 30 million inflow problem in 1 year.
Turns out when you get rid of due process and just send people to CCOT, border encounters go to zero. Wow, who would have thought?
Amen.
In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States.
Wow. Incredible.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Zero.
None.
No illegal
Or at
aliens.
least none that are documented.
But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our
No, the
country
fuck
and
you
will
won't.
work hard. to
How many
maintain
asylum seekers
our
have been shipped
country.
away for no reason?
We keep on pretending they care about legal versus illegal. Like, it's
They just
absolutely
don't want
ridiculous.
anyone coming
They
into the
do
country who's
not.
not white, which is why the only refugees are South African alleged refugees that are coming in.
56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in
Wow.
recorded history. This is the biggest decline.
That is
in
true.
recorded
Is
history,
that actually
the
true?
lowest number
It is, but
in over
what does the president have to do? Have to do with that at all? I mean, this is
years.
state and local law
1900, in
enforcement and like crime trends. People are just
substantially
committing
But
less
he
crimes.
got rid of the
Wonderful
illegals.
father, I had a
All right.
wonderful father,
Damn.
Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago.
Well,
The
said the
Biden
same thing 4
administration
fucking
and
times.
its allies in
Holy shit.
Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%.
That's not the target.
What was that?
That's not the target. If it keeps going down, that's
True.
a really bad thing.
It's below the 2% target. And I believe the recent PCE numbers were way higher than what he's saying.
Under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster. It is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited
in some places,
the
somewhere.
great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago,
Iowa.
I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
You saw it.
Where?
I wish.
When you use all your speedway points, right, terms and conditions apply. You have to use all your speedway points.
Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year.
Holy shit. Wow. That's so huge, quite frankly.
I'm sure that's 100% because of
Low
him.
interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem well, at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house.
Can't
that
do
really
both.
feel rich for the first time.
We're
in
gonna
their
drop
lives.
the
We wanna protect
prices
those
and
values.
increase
We wanna
the
keep those
price.
values up. We're gonna
It's
do
so
both.
great. Wow, gonna do both. Fucking hell.
And we are going to keep it that way.
Oh.
The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that. 1 year.
Here it
Boosting
comes.
pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up.
Here it comes.
In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And
Oh
when I say
shit,
less,
17 trillion.
substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in.
Holy shit, another trillion. Another trillion.
Me when I lie.
Bro, holy shit.
Where's all this money then? Pay off our national debt.
Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion.
Much more. It's not even 18 trillion. It's much more.
Could be 19.
Could be 21. Never know. Here comes that. There's the most guys ever.
Country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the
Dan.
world.
Dan called that one.
Ding, ding.
I'm sorry that I spoiled it to everybody.
No, that was impressive for real.
As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have
Holy
added
shit.
70,000 new construction
lie.
jobs in just a very short period of time.
That's just like
Getting
not
bigger
true.
And bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil.
Wow.
Wow, yes. Illegal regime change. Let's go.
So fire.
American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to
Sky's blue. Holy shit.
drill, baby, drill.
It's just like straight up not a lie. The economy is. This is.
Working today than
Yeah, everything is completely made up that he said so far.
It's
Virtually
just like
everything.
not
country.
true.
Think about that. Any time in the history of our country,
Just like
we're
let them
working
eat
today,
cake type
and
situation right now. That's exactly what we're
100%
seeing.
of all jobs created under my administration.
Did he just say there's more people working today than ever? He just did the thing.
It's almost as if the population is higher than ever. Could it be?
He just did the fucking thing. Holy shit.
Is this really the best he has, bro? I think I've heard all of this.
We
a
have the
million
most
times.
guys ever.
in America.
Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. Let's go. No evidence for that one. It's just gone.
Wait, he just said it like Lois Griffin said 9/11. He just said DEI, and that was what she.
We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4
Then why have we
million
lost a record number of
Americans a record
jobs?
off of food stamps.
Wow, we kicked 2 million Americans out of the hair.
We lifted people out of food stamps by kicking them off.
Fuck those poor people.
I say tonight,
Amen.
members of Congress, the state of
Pick yourself
our
up by your
union
bootstraps.
is strong.
Oh yeah, super strong.
I wonder who his special guest is going to be. They always have some like sob story that they have in the audience, like, oh, this is a woman who I saved from an illegal trans immigrant who was trying to take her oil from me.
It's going to be Laken Riley's mom.
Oh my God.
Actually, yeah, that could be.
Know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to
That's
winning
going on the
in our
soundboard.
country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much.
What the fuck is he doing?
What the hell?
You're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to
Even JD's laughing at him.
here with us tonight is a group of winners.
The mic is breaking up.
Men's
He's about to
hockey team.
collapse.
Men's gold medal Olympic hockey
He's actually
team.
cracking the microphone.
He's clipping.
He's blowing out his damn throat.
This
Oh my
ominous
God, they
entrance.
brought the hockey team. Are you kidding me?
Oh, it's disgusting, bro.
They're ruining the win. They're ruining the win for
Yeah,
us.
I no longer feel pride in them winning. Wow.
Yeah.
It's like
Anyone
leave the
notice the
politics
pattern
out
and all
of
the
it.
people that played in this game? I wonder if that's the whole team or some people decided not to go.
That's a good question, actually.
I mean, they're hockey players, like, and they were partying with Past the Cow.
Oh yeah. That video is.
Oh yeah, look at those Patriots. This is such a huge win, guys. If Donald Trump didn't bring back Remain in Mexico, they wouldn't have won the Olympics.
Victoria in the chat says 5 players declined to go. Or
Five
a
players.
bunch
Okay,
of people
that's
skipped.
good.
Five people skipped.
Shout out to those 5 players.
The real winners of the game.
Absolute W's. Let's set up a GoFundMe and give them like $100,000. I'm not even joking. That's just what happens when you do something on the internet nowadays.
I forgot who it was who joked about Nick Shirley being in the crowd, but at this point, that'd be fucking hilarious to see. He's there.
He has to be, right?
Well, I'm
I have
hoping he
$5
is
there.
because I'll be winning $20 if he isn't there.
Everyone's
There's a
fucking
Kalshi
betting,
market
dude.
for this. There's a Kalshi
Yes,
market
I'm
for
betting on
everything,
it,
bro.
Okay?
Hey, man.
Yes, it's probably bad, and yes, I should stop,
That's
but
the first time I've ever seen
I mean, it's
them
fine.
get
I lost a
up.
few $1,000s betting on Kamala Harris 2024.
Are you
So.
kidding me?
All of
Yeah.
them did get up.
I haven't lost any money at all.
But they beat a fantastic
It's all winning till you
Canadian
lose, and
team
then
in overtime,
you just
as
quit.
everybody saw, as did the American
I just bet like a few
women
bucks
who
at a
will soon
time
be
instead.
coming
That's
to the
smart.
White House.
American women will soon be coming to the White House. This is huge.
Finally, American women.
Wow. Not the Epstein survivors, though. They've been trying to talk to him and Bondi for a while. Forget them.
Are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Half of those people in that audience should be in prison right now.
They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
Wow. Holy shit, I don't give a fuck. Jesus Christ.
Like, when we beat Russia, people acted like this, where they made it all political. Like,
Yeah.
No, this is so sad.
And it's so
That we
partisan
just
as well.
That we just can't enjoy us beating an incredible team and not have a future.
Without trying to take ownership of it. He was like wearing their medals earlier too in the Oval Office.
Oh my
He's
God.
going to keep one.
Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off.
What?
You practiced that? Or was that a little lucky?
I'm going to pause on that one.
Yeah.
No, not real like
Oh,
quads.
I
Like
understand.
AER.
I understand.
But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given, and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many,
For
not
doing
20,
philanthropy.
like 12.
Yeah, is he talking about the Presidential Medal of Freedom?
The highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Wow.
He's now joined the likes of Joseph Robinette Biden, who also has one of these
That's
awards.
fucking ridiculous. It's because he did the thing with the stick where it hit the back of the stick. What the fuck?
And that can't be revoked. You can't you can't revoke that. He's permanently gonna have that. He played incredible, but it's for like people like athletes that do philanthropy outside of their sports.
At least he didn't give it to the My Pillow guy.
Mike Lindau.
He's there.
Is he actually?
Yeah, he's there.
Oh my
God, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you.
They're special.
Are they gonna have to stand in this hallway for the rest of the speech?
No way. Nick Shirley's there. That sucks.
He's there?
Is he actually?
Yeah.
Please get mentioned. That'd be so fucking funny.
It's only $3. Like, I'm good, but still, it's kind of frustrating.
In America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles.
Yeah, he's there.
He is?
Yeah, he's actually the guest of a Minnesota congressman who decided to invite him.
That makes sense.
Nice.
And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country.
Also, it's not one of the safest cities in the country.
And this year,
And he keeps flip-flopping on who gets to deploy the National Guard. I thought it was the Speaker of the House on January 6th.
I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news.
Yes, very exciting.
So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17,
men like Nick Shirley.
That's what I thought he was going to say.
In World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila. Worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family.
Someone said JD and Mike Johnson are having a blink off.
Looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
Wow.
Wow. Incredible.
That's awesome. So is that the guest? That has to be the guest.
That's the guy who was just talking about Buddy something.
Yeah.
Buddy Taggart.
Yeah, that guy actually deserves to be the guest. Like,
Trump is smart for picking a guest like this. I feel like he wants to force some kind of applause from Democrats on something.
Damn,
Buddy,
dude.
you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always
I wonder if he regrets freeing the people from the internment camp, because it seems like he's in favor of them now.
I was gonna say, isn't CCOT also sort of an internment camp? Kind of pick and choose when those are okay.
Maybe he's not a Trump supporter. I mean, you know, like
26 feet in the
he's just doing this. He's just saluting the president.
Okay, I know, but still, like I want to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Guys, I want to hear this part.
11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission. Young guy.
No one knew.
Very brave.
He just appeared.
Very, very top. Always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety.
Wow.
Is this another?
Just as a reminder, the American Rescue Plan provided funds that would have had a warning system implemented, but the people in that town were so brain rotted by Twitter and by people like Jack Posobiec that they thought they'd have to pay it back in loans, so they didn't put in a warning system.
Yep. That was Kirk County, right, in Texas?
Yep, Kirk County. That's right.
Kirk.
People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Everything was
wow,
going.
That's something. Tonight, Scott
I hate when that water gets rapid.
Are here together,
It gets scary.
reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate.
He came down from the helicopter and no one knows where he came from. Wow, that's so...
It must have been one of those stealth jets that literally turn invisible.
And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism.
The hockey guy gets the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and this guy gets
that's
whatever that was.
Just thinking that.
Medal of Honor is deserving from that, and all seriousness.
Like, this guy's an actual hero. That guy hit the stick on the puck or whatever.
I'd like to have the military aid to please come down
Oh, yeah.
and take care of the service. Military aid, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service.
Wow, that's incredible.
What?
From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together, we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us.
No
and that
way.
is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last
Right
year, I
message
urged
or
this
wrong
Congress
messenger?
to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history.
Wow, King.
And our
Yes,
Republican
that's how we give back.
majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans.
Those poor billionaires, at least they get to keep more of their money.
Yeah.
Because billionaires always fight in wars to defend the country.
Hey, can one of the mods mute this Richard guy?
Is there another mod in chat right now?
Every single one
Richard.
of them voted against these really important and very necessary, massive tax cuts.
Oh my God, he's pointing out all the fucking Democrats, dude.
Okay.
Look at his fucking face! Holy shit, wait.
Large-scale tax
Wait, give it a second. I'm
increases
a bit ahead of
to
y'all.
the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big,
Mike.
beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no
Why
tax
Chuck
on
Schumer?
overtime,
Shoot
no
somebody
tax on
else.
Social
Just
Security,
any other Democrat, please.
Look at how he's looking at him, bro. He thinks he's so badass, bro.
Mike Johnson's just happy to be there.
Yeah, Mike Johnson looks like he's not all there.
And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but
Only for a few
if
years.
the car is made in America.
Wow. He just looks at all the Democrats. What the fuck?
Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's
Not even heavy,
happy
just
to
very heavy.
tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and her expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra.
Literally let
Look at Megan, she didn't even get a seat.
If I remember correctly, didn't Kamala Harris promise like a $6,000 first-time child tax credit as well as expanding the standard one?
Yeah.
Yep. And the Republicans let it expire during Biden's term.
Yeah,
We just
true.
copied all of her policies. That's it. That's all. The only
Yeah,
actual
just
policy.
shittier versions of her policies. Smaller child tax credit.
Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan.
She's already standing up, but
Stand up more.
Start jumping.
Stand on the chair.
Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents
Every time he had to say it,
can
he just wanted to make sure she
activate
knew.
their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it.
Amen.
I did
Scott's
not
Tots.
name it. Nobody
Scott's
believes
Tots.
me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have
Oh my
donated
God.
$6,250 million
so huge.
to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American.
I wonder what they got in return. What they got in return for
Just
that?
did it out of the kindness of their own heart.
They're great
Yeah,
people.
for sure.
Probably a bad thing.
When I asked Michael, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people.
He made computers in his dorm.
It's like Iron Man in the cave hammering away at raw metals.
He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops.
Nemo's in the
congratulate
chat.
him on
Nemo's
that,
he
but I
says
really
he
thank
says
him and
think
Susan,
about how awkward
as well as
Nixon
others
accounts
like
would
Brad
sound
Gerstner,
today.
very
Like
Yeah.
that's what
tremendous guy.
Trump
He
accounts
was
will sound
behind
like.
it right from the beginning.
Yeah,
Brad
we have to at
Gerstner,
least
thank you,
rebrand
Brad.
those, if not reform them.
No, we renamed it. We renamed it to Obama RX. We renamed the ballroom to Obama Ballroom.
Just to trigger Trump.
Yes, exactly. That's the only reason why he's in office is to crap on Biden's legacy. That's the only reason why he ever ran. And Obama's legacy. too.
$100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it.
That's
How
it.
much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to TrumpAccounts.gov. TrumpAccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. They're setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000.
Look at the
Great Depression. How about the Great Depression? Maybe that's just a little bit larger.
Were tariffs.
Hey guys,
I
did
used
you
these
know?
tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars.
Didn't know.
I sure as hell
The
didn't.
Dow. I wanted you to hear about tariffs. Did you know that the Dow is over 50,000?
I did not know that. This is the first I'm hearing of this.
What?
Holy shit.
That's crazy. All right,
Welcome to
Trump
that
is the best,
information.
guys. Trump is the best president. It's just the end of it.
He is. I
The
never
Dow's
realized
at
that.
50,000.
50,000 is crazy. If it was 49, I would have been iffy, but 50 is. That's the right number.
That's first in the history of the United
for
States.
decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly. You all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong.
That really pissed them off.
Yeah, he's still
and then
upset
just
about
4
that.
days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just
Here it
came
is.
down. It came down.
Oh, shit.
Very unfortunate ruling.
Oh, it's showing the judges.
That's
But
awkward.
the good news is that almost all
at that
countries and corporations
I feel like Amy
want to
Coney
keep
Barrett
the
has a
deal
real deep-seated hatred
that
for
they
Trump. The way
already
she looks
made.
at him is
Right,
like,
Scott?
does not like
Knowing
him.
that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite
What
the
the fuck,
disappointing
bro?
ruling, these powerful
He sounds like a
countries
mafia
saving
boss
is
right now.
saving
If
Yeah.
a Democrat
our
called out
country,
the
the
court
kind of
like
money we're
this, you'd
taking
never
in.
hear the end of it.
Peace protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time tested.
God, who fucking likes Congress
As time
anyways?
goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax. Taking
Oh
a
my
great
God,
financial
he's
burden
Let's
promoting
from
replace
that.
the income
people that
tax
I
with a
No.
regressive consumption tax. Fantastic
Fuck
idea.
yeah.
What the hell?
Great. Fucking. He, by the way, when he said the first thing about the Supreme Court, he was looking right.
Yeah, right at him.
Yeah.
That was just for anyone out there who doesn't know the positioning. He was looking right at them, but Amy Coney Barrett was staring daggers at him. That's why what Adam said, I think, is 100% correct. She does not like him.
Yeah, not at
Yeah.
all. Because
I mean,
he
to
expects
get to
loyalty
that-
from her.
Yeah, to get that to that level of justice, right? To be in that sector of law for so long, and to have somebody come in and give you orders that has absolutely no respect for the Constitution or the law, which is what
Yeah.
you've dedicated your whole life to. I mean, I don't understand how she doesn't jump out of that chair and completely kill him.
That'd be based.
Like,
In
I
a video
really
game.
don't.
In a video game.
Yeah, hypothetically.
Oh, by the way, he can't. You guys know the section, 122 tariffs or whatever.
Yeah.
I can't recall the number right now. Only good for 150 days.
Yeah, they expire after that.
150.
But-
Yeah, and he can't just keep adding them on. And then the others that he wants to do, 232 and 301, he has to have investigations that are going to have to go through Congress. He has
right.
to prove these things. He won't be able to prove them for economic reasons nor national security. So he's full of shit. Oh, can I curse here?
Yeah.
But they're gonna be stronger. They're stronger and longer. You know?
I just realized something. He's going to, if the economy really starts tanking, he's going to blame the fact
Notice.
that the tariffs were blocked.
Yeah.
And he's going to say, I can only do this for 150 days unless the Republicans win the midterms. And this is what he's going to run on. I got
Oh
it.
my God, no
Oh,
fucking way.
God,
That's so
fucking
true. Yeah.
calling it.
100%. 100%.
Man.
Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America.
That settles it.
Well, we
I
know
thought he
that.
hated America based on how he was acting, but I guess not.
Very true,
Not bad.
yeah. Can't believe it.
Well, that's settled, guys.
Decades before
Trump
I
loves
came
America.
along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and
Get over it,
beyond,
bro.
it reached a breaking point with the Green New Scam, open borders for
Oh my
everyone.
God.
They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And
This stat makes no sense to me. Huh?
I think he just mixed it up with the number of votes he needed in Georgia.
11,700.
Oh my God!
No, it's both. It was all the illegal murderers that voted for Joe Biden illegally in Georgia, obviously.
No. It's actually the opposite. They didn't illegally vote. It's just they unalived 11,780 Trump voters.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't think of that. I wonder if he's going to talk more about election rigging stuff.
Family, $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word they just used it. Somebody gave it to them.
They used
Somebody gave it to them.
Caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem.
What a unifier.
Wow. For real. He's unifying the Republican Party now more than ever. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Standing ovation for that, for sure.
They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices.
God, the Democrats are. Why are they just sitting there like silent? It's so annoying.
Your tax policy created high prices?
Shocking.
Interesting.
Wow. Is he crying, bro?
The price of eggs is down 60%. Madam
Yes,
Secretary.
please, you have to talk about eggs.
The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is
Whoa,
lower
slow
today
down.
than when I took office by a lot.
Chicken,
And
fruit,
even
butter,
beef, which was
hotels.
very high, is starting to come down.
Lord knows, and we always buy those together,
Yeah,
right?
you got to bundle those.
And soon
Yeah, for
you
your
will
fourth
see
house, you get a
numbers
hotel.
that
That's how it
few
works.
people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody
Short time
can believe
ago.
when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another
Isn't energy up
big
right now?
tax cut.
Yes, it is.
I'm
It
also
is.
confronting
Everything besides like crude oil, and natural gas, all of that is up right
The
now.
new BEA numbers that came out were like horrible
Since
for
the
him.
passage of
Yeah.
the Unaffordable Care Act.
Housing is up,
sometimes
healthcare's
referred
up,
to as Obamacare,
gasoline,
big
other
insurance
energy goods are
companies
up,
got
food is
Healthcare,
up.
like pretty much all services.
Yeah.
And under other presidents, it would be like, oh, that's not fully his fault, but we can directly draw this to his supply chain problems with the tariffs. Like, we can directly draw a correlation and a causation.
Wait, I
with
think you just
our
mentioned
solar
Obamacare.
And shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose any votes,
What just
okay?
happened? Oh, so sorry. That was my soundboard. So
He's
sorry.
taking over the phone. He's hijacking the stream.
He did.
Sometimes referred to as
Yeah.
crushing costs of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people.
Single
With
payer?
our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people.
What?
Then they can give it to the
He wants
insurance
to
company.
abolish health
Brand
insurance?
to pay for surgery.
That
Let's
sounds
go, man.
great. That sounds awesome.
If
He's
it's the
not
single
gonna do
payer
it.
system, then sure, yeah. Medicare for all, let's go.
He's not going to do it, but the fact that he's like saying this is crazy to me. It just baffles me. Like, who? Yeah.
He wants people to pay out of pocket for all health insurance costs. He's like, your deductible is too high. Well, now it's infinite. Everything comes directly out of your pocket. Mission accomplished, I guess.
One thing about that great American health plan, whatever the hell it is that he's going to be taking prescription drugs that you can get now from your doctor at a lower copay, and he's going to turn them to over the counter, so you're going to be paying full price out of pocket. Boom, have fun.
What?
Wow.
No, please, not the vans.
Yeah,
Please.
and so that way
I
he
can't
can put
pay
them on.
$400.
Yeah, so he's gonna. I please don't take my vitamins from me. I can't. But he's gonna basically do that, so that way you're gonna have to purchase it through Trump RX, so he gets the money.
Wow,
Oh my
genius.
You're
fucking
welcome.
god.
10,000
Gotta
IQ.
get a
He
cut.
solved it all.
At a much lower cost.
God. Year's 2028. I'm paying $500 in a pocket for Vance off Trump RX. Oh, shit.
In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal.
Wow. Huge. Big deal.
Sounds
Biggest
so
deal.
simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened. And now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything
Didn't we
else.
start negotiating drug
I'm
prices
also
with
ending
Medicare
the
under the
wildly
Democrats?
inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before.
I'm pretty sure if you look at a graph, every time a Republican becomes president, people lose health insurance, and every time a Democrat does, they gain health insurance. It's like pretty straightforward.
Other presidents
No
tried
correlation,
to do
bud.
it,
Yeah, just totally
but they
random.
never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action. But I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price.
Wow.
That's so huge.
So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange
Hello?
things happen.
Yep. He won 2020. Fuck
Prescription
yeah.
drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world.
He was just
to the
trolling,
lowest.
guys. It's just a
That's
joke.
big
Yeah, yeah,
achievement.
of course.
The result
Until he ends
is
up doing it. In
price
that case, it's
differences of
defensible.
300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way.
My girlfriend's bingo card had talks about drug prices going less than 100%. Like
Oh yeah, that'd be a
over
banger.
100%.
500% decrease in prices.
Yeah.
I
Thank
can't
you.
wait.
Thank you, Donald.
Pay me my money. I just as a complete aside, because I was thinking about this, because when you were talking earlier about who is going to come out that he wants to pull out the thing that he wants to force the Democrats to
clap for.
have. It's got to be Erica Kirk. It's going to be the Erica Kirk thing.
Oh yeah,
because,
poor widow. That whole thing, yeah.
Right, the poor and so if they don't stand up and they don't applaud and the heartless Democrats
They support
and
political violence.
they support political violence, that's going to be the thing, and that's going to be their like linchpin
That's
that
a
they
good point.
want. That I want to call it now. Just that.
And if they show Nick Shirley and Democrats don't clap, then apparently Democrats now support fraud.
They want fraud.
That's going to be
Exactly.
the
They
argument.
support fraud.
all day long. I just want to know who's going to be the black person. Who's going to be his black that he's going to
That
show?
is a good
I'm being
question.
honest. Who's going to be the black? Who do we have this year? Can't be Tim Scott.
Yeah.
Can't be Tim Scott anymore.
Clarence
So-
Thomas isn't there.
Is Ben Carson here? Or it
No,
could
he
be
did
Clarence
Ben
Thomas. He's happy with Thomas after the tariff
No.
decision.
But
No,
Byron,
not here.
maybe,
he did
maybe
Ben
Byron
Carson
Donalds?
last week.
Oh, he did.
Maybe Byron
Nemo-
Ben
Donalds?
Carson was last
Nemo
week.
says Nemo in the chat. He said Byron Donalds.
Oh,
Nemo,
that
I think
makes
Nemo's
sense.
right.
Yeah.
Nemo's spot.
So
I
Donalds
bet
needs
Nemo's
that boost
spot on.
against James Fishback. He's a real contender.
He's
apparently.
going up against a Goiper with $1,000 in the bank. He's got, what did he have? $150 million?
Dan, KP said it'll be Joel.
I said that. Chris, no.
That's yours, Mac. Hi, Mac.
Joel Patrick.
Erica, I said that, by the way.
Joel Patrick is the original black redneck.
Oh.
Yeah.
How long has he been around? What do you mean original?
Like since 2020.
Oh, wow.
He sells white privilege cards.
He was offended when I didn't know who he was. He was. Sorry, go ahead. You can play it.
And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big. Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase.
They call
But
him
a
the
few
father
weeks
of
ago,
IVF, by
she
the way.
This is
logged
true. It didn't exist
onto
before
the
him.
Trump RX website and got that same
he didn't
drug
name
that
himself
cost
that.
$4,000,
Yeah, someone
got
else.
it for under $500, a reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom.
A great mom.
Add it to the soundboard.
That's
Yes,
a good
yeah,
one.
that's
I should
good.
add that.
She does not look happy.
Great mom.
Why does she look so pissed?
She's gonna have a Trump baby.
Now I'm
This is
calling on
huge.
Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is?
No.
We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of
What do you mean you're telling them? Like, is this a law or you're
so
just
that no one's
Yeah,
prices
I
will
suggestion?
go up,
that sounds
and in
like a
many
good
cases,
idea if
prices
it's
of
actually going to be
electricity will
enforced.
go
Yeah, if it
down
was
for the
codified.
community and very substantially down. This is a
Executive
unique
order time.
strategy
Regulate
that
commerce
we use in
alert.
this country
But he's like
before.
addressing
We have an old grid, it
concerns
could
and
never
not
handle the
not
kind of
actually doing any action
numbers,
about
the
it.
amount
Just
of
rhetorically.
electricity
It's
that's needed. So I'm
so
telling them
insane.
they can build their
They're
own
saying we're
plants,
fixing it,
they're
but then we're
gonna
not
produce their own
fixing it.
electricity. It will
It
ensure the
sounds like
company's
2016
ability to get
Democrats to
electricity
me.
while at the same time
Just saying.
lowering prices of electricity for you and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of
Nothing
years.
bad can happen.
Another
It can
pillar
only
of the
good
American
happen.
dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston.
A homeowner.
She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic
Erica?
investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American
King.
dream.
Whatever firm did that, hats off to you, brother.
Stories like this
Did
are
Trump just come out
Only
for
there was some kind of
decommodifying
clause.
housing? Holy
executive
shit.
order to
only there
ban
was some kind
large
of
Wall
clause in the
Street
Dodd-Frank
investment
Act.
firms from
He,
buying
he's
up
spoken about it
into
before, but he hasn't
thousands
done anything about it.
single-family homes.
He did the EO? He just signed the EO?
He might have. Maybe the auto pen did it for him while he was speaking. He uses it a
Yeah.
lot for all he talks about it.
Here's the problem we have, right? They know that these are laws that Americans and also Democrats want to put in place.
Yeah.
So what I think he's trying to do is set it up for the future. So when hopefully Democrats get in office in 2028, I'm like 90% sure they will, but that's if we have an election in 2028.
Big if.
Right? They essentially want to be able to say Donald Trump is the one who created this entire thing. He's the guy who started it. They want to be able to transfer credit to him instead of the Democrats that actually would are going to end up writing
He also
these
just
bills
doesn't
and putting
believe
them
in
into law.
legislation. He's just going to say, I fixed a problem by saying it's fixed, and now it's fixed, and that's all we need to do. And people are going to eat it up for some reason.
And now I'm asking Congress to make that
I shit you not, I thought he was doing that for a second.
people. Really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Raysel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home.
He hasn't signed the executive order. I don't see it. I don't think
Does he
he
even
can.
have
It's
to? You
not
can just
gonna
say
do
that he did, and people will believe him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't. Just like flat out say that you can't purchase this thing
Make
via
it
EO.
easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
Medicaid,
They
though,
defunded
Medicaid.
Medicaid. What is this?
Medicare, bud, Medicare. We only care about seniors.
The typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money.
Wow.
You have
30,000 hours.
Millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records, your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country,
The greatest
access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year.
Doesn't this require
As we
legislation?
ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
Only the
Of course, he's
people
looking
make
at the
it.
Democrats when he says that.
Yeah.
Hey, but just members of
Elizabeth Warren's
Congress,
talking. Of
guys,
course she's
guys.
Democrats stood up.
Ju-
Power move. Democrats stood up.
Yeah, but just members of Congress, guys. Notice he didn't say people in government. He did.
Yeah.
He said members of
His
Congress.
cabinet, A-okay.
Yeah, the
course
executive
not.
branch needs to be able to accept these gifts. Otherwise,
That's
how's it
true,
going to
though.
even work?
Good move from the Dems. Dan pointed out that
Yeah.
they said,
Yeah, clapping for that is.
Queen!
That's my senator! That's my senator, baby! We love
God, I
Elizabeth
hate
Warren.
I stood up for that. I can't believe it.
Oh, they
I
he
did
didn't expect
everything
that
right
shit,
and they
bitch!
indicted me.
Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here?
The
Wow.
gall to talk about corruption and profiteering from this man who's
Pass
made
the
billions of
Stop
dollars with the presidency is
Insider
unreal.
Trading Act
The audacity.
Without delay.
I wonder what's the language of that bill. Does it say anything else than just like stopping insider trading? Ronald Reagan, holy shit.
I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm
Pause it
very
really quick.
impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed.
What's up?
But when
I
it
said pause it
comes,
real quick.
Yeah.
So, it actually there is a chance that this is literally not going to be anything because insider trading is already illegal.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if the bill says that, then it's just one of these other like Republican bills that already do something that is the case, like the SAFE Act kind of for the citizenship thing. But yeah, so like it would need to ban individual stock trading,
Right.
and I don't know if that's what he's proposing because he's being super Trump.
Yeah, and even with banning congressional stock trading, I think the complicated thing is, do you force everyone to sell who currently holds something, or is it like a ban going forward? Like, how do you even enforce that? But I think that there's bipartisan support, at least in the country, for that. I think people are broadly speaking against these people being able to trade with insider knowledge.
Yeah, and to be fair, there is relatively bipartisan support. I don't know how much has more, but there is bipartisan support politician-wise. Because I know Rick Scott proposed that, which is rich coming from him. Okay, I've just he made hundreds of millions of dollars in a Medicare scam. But putting that aside, there does seem to be bipartisan support. So we'll see.
And Josh Hawley as well, proposed it.
He's been a huge proponent of that.
Yeah, he tries to be more populist, at least optically.
It's an 80-20 issue. It's just here's the problem I have is that you have more Democrats that support and are anti-corruption than you do Republicans, right? And I think that's a point that people often miss. They go, well, it's both sides. No, it's not. You're just voting for the wrong party.
Yeah.
You just are.
Yeah.
Like, it's that simple.
If Democrats take back the House, they should propose some kind of legislation that not only bans congressional stock trading, but bans profiteering off the presidency and then dare Republicans to vote against it. I think that'd be a good idea.
Yeah. And then Citizens United is next.
Yeah, that's going to be, we need to either get justice on the court for that or do like, I don't know how you even address that.
It's like almost impossible.
Yeah, it's tough to
Yeah,
do.
that one's tough. That one's tough. But yeah. I was just gonna say the daring Republicans to vote against it. They could pull it off. They could say something like they're going to use this to weaponize. They're going to use this to weaponize the DOJ against former president and current mental patient Donald Trump.
Where there's a will, there's a way. They'll make an excuse of some kind, but it's not going to be a good look for them at all. Especially the populist types, the types who brand themselves as being anti-corruption, like the Josh Hawleys and those people.
The corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information.
That's sick.
Yeah.
And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California,
The Republicans started
Massachusetts,
yelling?
Maine, and
What the
many
fuck?
other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that
Ilhan Omar?
shreds the
Okay, yeah, I was about to say, I was
fabric of
there
our nation.
correct
We are
now.
working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance.
Oh God!
What's
happening?
Fraud?
The frauds are.
Isn't this the
Oh
only
my
American
God.
president to ever be indicted on defrauding the United States of America?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's rich.
I'm confused. Is this going to be like federal agents in every Democratic city? Is this going to happen now?
Yeah, because fraud only happens in blue cities and states, obviously.
Exactly.
Also, he has a $4 million couch budget.
This is the same guy who's suing the U.S. people for $10 billion.
Yeah.
Same guy.
Do we have an update on that, or is there any news with that, or just
I
stagnant
don't know.
right
I know
now?
he also had a lawsuit against the Department of Justice for the quote-unquote unfair prosecution of him. I don't know what the status on that is. They're not going to fight him on it. They'll just settle with him.
Exactly. And he gets to sign off on it.
Yeah.
We'll get it done. And if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly.
No,
Wow.
you're not.
What kind of money you're talking
You
about?
can't say stuff like that.
You have a $2 trillion deficit, buddy. A $2 trillion deficit. We are not getting a surplus. Unless
Also-
you're going to tax the rich more, you're not getting a surplus.
Also, does he think that the dollars involved in this alleged fraud are like not already on the books? Wouldn't this be money appropriated by Congress that's being allegedly misspent? How would that pay our deficit?
Jesus.
You don't get it
Christ.
back.
Just need to find $2 trillion of fraud.
Yeah.
And
11,000
deposit
votes
it
and
back
everything
into-
will be great.
Deposit it back into
They're
Watch
going to bring back Elon
Watch it.
Musk. They're going to appoint him to the Senate this time.
Oh my
If he says that he's auditing the Pentagon, I'm gonna lose my shit.
God. No, he would never. There's way too many defense contractors who are like best friends with Rubio and Witkoff and stuff. He's not going to touch it.
He might say he's gonna audit it, but he's not gonna do it.
Yeah.
I just want to remind everybody, all the people listening, that there are millions of people listening to this, and they are not only eating up every word, but they are believing everything that he is saying. Just remind yourself of that when you talk to these people.
Yeah.
That's dark. That's something that even winning an election is not
Sorry.
going to change. That there's tens of millions of people in this country who are totally okay with authoritarianism, racism, sexism being on full display, not even trying to hide it. And these people can vote and just exist out and about in society with no shame. They own it loudly and proudly now.
Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota.
Somali pirates,
remind
holy
us that
shit.
there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception.
This is so gross. This is like the 10th time where he said like, oh, these people, it's because Somalis are like inherently scammers and it's because their country is so bad. The fact that he's using this platform to do this, I wouldn't be surprised. I want to see what the hate crime stats are. I feel like when he talks like this for long enough, certain hate crimes definitely start ticking up because he's telling his entire audience to like insert group here is the cause of all your problems.
Yeah, I mean, it happened.
It's fighting words. It would be. It could count as fighting words, and it would be a fighting words along with the hate crime. That could put somebody in jail.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say it happened with the Asian American community after he started saying kung flu and China virus.
The China virus.
It happened with Haitian Americans and Haitian asylum seekers who were just trying to live their lives,
And all those
of a
people
sudden-
on TPS who got fucked over by him pretty much.
It happened to black people
Yeah.
when in his first term and also during his the campaign when he did the Haitians are eating the cats and dogs, because how do you tell the difference between a black American like born here and a Haitian?
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's a good.
And they don't
that's a good
exactly
point.
care to tell the difference in the first place.
Yeah.
And I will say, this one's not Trump specific. This one's more of just the conservatives in general. But it happened to black people after Charlie Kirk got unalived as well. Just
What,
no
6
connection.
HBCUs?
Because because of his rhetoric, people wanted to take it out on the black community. Absolutely insane.
So, just as an aside, really quick, guys, I'm probably super late to the game. Are you guys familiar with the website lawfaremedia.org?
I don't think
Yes,
so.
I am.
Bruh, it tracks all of the lawsuits.
Oh,
all of
shit.
his lawsuits.
It's
It's so
so good.
awesome.
It's so good. There's so many resources out there that people just don't know about. Like,
It's so cool.
I also Trump Tracker as well.
.org.
Yeah, there's also Trump Tracker, which is made by a guy named Stalking the Capitol, which shows every single administration member's stock holdings, stock trades, things like
Erica
that.
and I met Stalking the Capitol.
Yeah, I had a meeting with him like a while back. Yeah. No.
Dan, what'd you say?
I said, we met Stalking the Capitol, the guy that runs that channel.
We did.
He was driving the shuttle or the
that one time we tried to.
Oh, y'all met him in person.
We tried to.
That one time.
Unfuck the country. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he seemed like a good guy. I had a meeting with him when I was working with a anti-corruption organization. Anti-PAC organization, and I just had like a quick Instagram convo for him for a few months. But yeah, Nico, his name is Nico. He's like super nice.
Oh, okay. I know who that is. I remember him then.
If you were working with an anti-corruption place, you should definitely reach out to JD Vance because he just became the
fraud czar.
Yeah.
Matt and Dan, I sent it to you on Discord.
Okay.
But yeah, it's Trump Tracker, and Nico and a bunch of his friends made it. So really great resource. I highly recommend that if you want to see exactly how much money these pieces of shit are making off.
And it's hard to keep track yourself. It's good to have like a written record of this stuff because there's so much.
And the UI that these people are doing, like, it's super impressive too. Like it's very easy for most people to navigate.
And open borders brings those problems right here to the USA, and it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah.
Did you just say Delilah?
Yeah.
Delilah Coleman was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden,
dude.
given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life.
Immigrants are bad drivers, guys,
She wouldn't even
apparently.
be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
This is so gross exploiting a kid like this. She probably doesn't even know what's going on right now.
So when she's older, she's going to be so disgusted that her dad brought her here.
Thank you, Delilah. Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger.
You can't read Trump.
The stop sign looks the same in Mexico, bro.
What we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
That's
wow.
What the fuck? That is so messed
Because
up.
bear in mind, when these people throw around the label illegal alien, they're also talking about lawful asylum seekers who probably should be allowed to drive and work and all these things.
Dude, what the hell?
That's what I was thinking.
Take a
Can't
bus,
do that.
bud.
But they can't.
Oh,
it's
go
against
ahead,
the
Matt.
Constitution. They can't. I'm sorry, Dan. I was just gonna say they can't do this against the Constitution. That's the purview of the states.
10th Amendment.
Oh my God, that's what I was gonna say. Yes, I was gonna say this
Sorry,
is something
Dan,
that.
sorry,
that
my
was-
apology. I didn't mean
No,
to.
you're good. You're good. That's exactly it.
Yeah,
Like that's the type
although-
of thing that the states would have to.
This guy loves violating the 10th Amendment. I don't know how many
about to
courts
say
have
the 10th
ruled that he's done
Amendment.
this.
Like, this is the same guy that said that counting votes should be given to the federal
Yeah,
government.
nationalize
Like-
the voting.
Like, I'm sorry. Let's say Obama or Biden said that, they would be impeached within a heartbeat.
There would be a civil war in this country if they even floated that idea.
Genuinely, yeah.
so exploitative as a parent.
And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe it.
Quite frankly.
In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times.
That video is really sad, Jesus Christ.
Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them.
The Democrats didn't stand up for the angel moms. We're going to hear about it.
Oh, true.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's not forget that Donald Trump said that there were caravans coming across the southern border during his first term.
Yeah.
Of military age young men, guys.
Yeah,
From
they were
China.
all from insane asylums, apparently, or whatever
Yep.
the news story is of the week.
As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut
Based.
off.
Dan called it again.
They have instituted
I think it was
another
Dan.
Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we
I'm
lost
2
on
for 3.
GDP, which probably
I'm 2 for
made
3
them
right
quite
now.
happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers.
That's what
Tonight I'm
protection looks like when
demanding
you kill
the
people?
full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give
Does
you a hand to
DHS
clean
clean
it up,
snow?
but you gave no money.
What?
Nobody's getting paid.
It's a different kind of
shame.
snow. He's
So you
talking.
have
He's
to
talking
think
about
it. We have, in case you
the
didn't
Donald
know,
Trump
pretty
Jr.
much
kind.
Oh, the
snowstorm.
RFK
That
Jr. off the
kind of
toilet
snow.
seat
The great
kind.
things about the
Hunter
State
Biden
of the
kind.
Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show
Oh my
your
God,
support.
that's crazy.
First
What the
duty of
fuck?
the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
This fucker.
That's so
Oh my God.
That's so fucked.
Oh yeah, that's the Fox News cycle for the next 2 weeks.
Yep, there you go.
They could just hire. They could just fire their captive production team. They could just play this for
Yeah.
2 weeks straight.
Yeah. Wow.
This is
Sean
this
Hannity.
is this is some dictatorship.
Oh, no.
This is some North Korea. This is some North Korea ass shit.
I'm already predicting it. It's I'm gonna see this fucking him with his hand out there like that, the smug look. And I'm gonna see it in memes on like Facebook and Instagram and shit. And it's like the president played the Democrats beautifully. With
I can already see the Tim
chess.
Pool video and the Patrick Bet David and the Daily Wire. All these people screaming about this.
Oh, Patrick fucking Bet David.
With that clip
Patrick
right there,
that makes me for deportation. That's how much I get, man. Oh my god. Oh.
That clip right there, Sean Hannity just had to change his underwear. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah.
Oh god.
They're going to use this in midterm ads as well.
Yep.
Oh,
100%.
that's insane.
It's going to be a rerun of the Trump's for you, Kamala's for they, them.
This is so crazy because, like, which president has had their administration kill the most Americans? It's the idea that he wants to protect anyone is crazy.
And if we criticize him for this, people will be like, well, Jeb Bush said, please clap that one time.
Oh, that's a real gem. I forgot about that one. The alternate timeline where it was Jeb Bush versus Hillary Clinton in 2016.
That primary was funny until it wasn't funny.
Yeah.
It was only funny because everybody thought that Trump would lose. But once they realized that, like, he actually had a chance, they were like, holy shit.
Yeah, Nemo, you saw base Mark Kelly. That's our future president right there.
Mark Kelly, yeah. I think he's going to run.
Yeah, when Gavin's not going to get the nomination. It's going to be...
Pray to God
Mark,
he doesn't.
Amen.
Mark Kelly.
It's going to be Hunter Biden. Let's go.
Better Hunter Biden than Gavin Newsom.
Honestly.
You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block
What the
removal
heck is
of
that
criminal
sounded?
aliens. In many cases, drug lords
I don't think there's an answer to that question.
all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
That's disgusting. What
So
the fuck?
gross. Send this guy to CCOT the second a Democrat gets into power.
Yes,
Unironically,
please.
ship him off somewhere.
Oh, good shit on, bro. You just got clipped. We're going on Fox News, everybody. Woo!
Can you imagine Barack Obama doing this with Republicans?
And now they're chanting USA after he said shame on you to half the fucking legislature.
These are the most un-American people on earth, and they're chanting USA, pretending like they give a fuck about this nation.
And it's bad news. Bad things are happening.
To stop illegal aliens and
Who the
others
fuck is this vulture in the crowd?
who are unpermitted persons
Rick Scott.
Oh, yeah.
I was about to say.
in our sacred
That's the insurance fraud
American
guy, right?
elections.
Yeah.
The cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant.
Who called the? I'm pretty sure it was
It's
you, right?
very
Em?
simple. All
Huh?
voters must
You called the
show
election?
voter ID.
Thoughts? Hey, all voters. They need to show up the O negative or be president.
Can you pause it real quick?
Yeah.
I think some people don't actually realize on how bad the SAVE Act really is.
Yeah.
Like, I think this really needs to be harped on, because let's just, like, put this into perspective, right? Let's say some states don't cooperate with the SAVE Act perfectly. What Trump and the federal government are going to do is claim that those votes are no longer valid. The only states that actually get their votes counted are the Republican ones. Because a lot of Democrat states are going to have a hard time actually following this rule. But a lot of people in those states are going to have a lot of time following this rule.
It's also
Not
redundant.
only-
It's already
yeah.
illegal to vote if you're not a citizen. It's just
Not only,
voter
but
suppression.
not only that, they are saying that it is legal to civilly sue public servants who count votes, like me. I'm a local poll person. They're saying that just because I'm a poll person, I'm able to be civilly sued just because somebody thinks that
They tried
counted
this
the
in
votes
2020. They were singling out random poll workers who started getting death
Ruby
threats and
Freeman.
harassment from MAGA supporters.
Yeah.
Even if they don't
And-
pass
and
the
with
SAVE
civil
Act,
suits-
he's just going to send in either ICE or the National Guard, or afterwards they're going to refuse to swear people in. People are not scared enough about the possibility of them straight up stealing this election in November.
Yeah, and if it was something that they could be criminally suing me, that's a different thing, because then I get a court-appointed lawyer.
Yeah.
But they are civilly suing me, which means that I have to pay thousands of dollars in lawyer fees.
Well, take solace in the fact that Ruby Freeman won her lawsuit against Giuliani.
Giuliani?
He had to
She
give
cooked
up
his shit.
his house.
Two of them
to
did.
pay.
Yeah.
It was, who's the
in
other one?
Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Yeah,
the two women won their cases against Giuliani. That's why he had to file for bankruptcy.
Yeah,
It was two women in Georgia.
I can't remember the other woman's name. Ruby Freeman, and who was the second one?
I'll find
I'm
out.
blanking on the name.
Nice.
We all
Was it?
unalived in 20. We all unalived in 2020 and woke up in hell.
Yeah, there's scary stuff going on, because honestly, I don't think the SAVE Act is going to pass. I doubt it's going to get passed. I know they're trying to do like a talking
Yeah, I'm pretty
filibuster
sure
to try
It
to
was
force a vote.
Wandria.
It was her daughter, wasn't it?
Yeah, her daughter. Yep,
Yeah.
Wandria
Oh,
Moss.
okay.
So
Sorry for that little rant, everybody, but it's
no, it's
quite a big deal.
perfectly fine. So the thing is, though, is that the Heritage Foundation itself, like, even went as far back, like, further than 1948.
Yeah.
1948, y'all. I want y'all to know it's 2026. Someone do the math for me, please. It's like, what, almost 80
Like,
years?
Almost 80 years, yeah.
Yeah. So what, 78 years? Went back that far, right? And they only found about 1,600 cases of voter fraud, and about like 6 to 10 of those were people doing in-person fraud. So like actually voting on election day.
Right.
So this widespread voter fraud that they keep talking about does not exist. It simply doesn't exist. And my whole thing is like, how do they continually get lied to?
Yeah.
These things are simply something you can research, and they keep falling for the okie doke.
Yeah.
Something that people forget about, because obviously every day is a nightmare. After the 2016 election, because Trump just couldn't take that he lost the popular vote, even though he won the election, he lost the popular vote, and he made this claim that 3 million illegal votes were counted in California. He set up, the Trump administration set up a task force to research voter fraud in California, and the task force disbanded with no findings. Like it was his people.
And I believe back then they were asking all the states for voter rolls the same way they are now. But back then, even the red states were like, fuck off completely. You're not getting our voter rolls for no good reason. And it's funny because Trump ultimately, I've been having this debate a lot recently. Trump knows he lost the 2020 election. He does not believe he actually won that election. So when he comes out and says what happened in 2020 can never happen again, what he means is a free and fair election that Democrats win can never happen again. And unfortunately, the Mike Pences and the Bill Barrs are not around anymore to hold him back when he tries to deploy the guard or send ICE to arrest people, whatever it may be in November.
We needed too big to rig. That's really what we need.
And actually, I wanted to mention something, Jacob. Everybody should follow in your footsteps. I think Democrats should be filling up the voting places, being fucking poll workers, doing that job, registering voters.
100%.
People need to be doing these things. Go get deputized wherever you need to go, your local voter registrar, and please do that.
It's a paid position. I'm making double minimum wage, doing it. Like, it's not like a waste of time. Like, yes, it's voluntary. Yes, it's like obviously a commitment, but you're making some money. So if you guys need some extra cash this upcoming election, I do really recommend it. And it's been a great experience for me. So I definitely recommend it. And I think that we do need a too big to rig, and it's fully capable.
Yeah.
It's fully possible to have a too big to rig. But what's going on, guys, is not normal. This is not.
Someone said in the chat, "Let's flip Texas." What I'm worried about, whether the nominee for the Texas Senate race is Tallarico or Crockett, if they do win the Senate seat, it's probably going to be by a very, very small margin, like maybe even less than 1 point. And that's a state where I'm concerned that their meddling could actually end up working, and they're able to install Ken Paxton or whoever it is.
If that happens, I'll be getting active in a video game.
They'll be getting involved.
Yes.
Okay, I think we're safe.
I'll have to intervene. Listen, I understand it's a rational fear, but you're just forgetting the AG Akara variable in the equation.
And if people turn out to vote in big enough numbers, maybe we can eke out 2 or 3 point win in Texas, which sounds tough, but it's not impossible if enough people turn out and vote. So
I'm hoping we see record number voting levels. I mean, to be
in
a
Texas,
democracy,
we are in terms of turnout. We're seeing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be a democracy and to only have like a maximum of like 70 to 80% of people vote in this country, in my view, is a tragedy.
Jacob, 70 to 80% is like higher than what we're like. I think 2020, which was the highest since George Bush Senior.
Was that 60 something?
The highest turnout since George Bush Senior was 66%.
Okay, yeah.
I was highballing it because I wasn't fully confident it was that low, but that's
it's bad.
It's really bad, guys.
Just
This is
yes
why
or
we
no.
need to make all voting days a national holiday.
Yes or no? Just yes or no. Seriously, I mean it, guys. I'm momming y'all right now. Yes or no? Do you think compulsory voting will work here in the United States of America like it does in Australia?
Compulsory voting?
It would okay, so it would require. It would
Dan, what
100%
did I
require-
say? Dan, I said yes or no.
Yes or no? No.
Yeah, I'm gonna
big
say no as
big
well.
Probably
Unfortunately,
No.
Okay.
Probably
All right.
not.
I think we're all in
I'm sorry.
agreement
I
now.
wish.
Bad-
I think it's
bad-
probably
Oh,
unconstitutional.
like forced voting?
Yeah, you have to participate in the voting process.
Oh yeah, no, that's a horrible idea.
Damn.
I mean,
I've had this debate before, so
I'm not against it in theory, but I just don't think it's constitutional. I don't know if that'd be able to
Yes,
even be
probably
implemented
not.
in the first place.
That's the problem that we have here in the States. We wouldn't be able to do it like Australia does it.
Yeah.
Because of our
I
constitution.
think ranked choice voting, maybe.
You're about to get
I'm
clipped
okay
on
with
Fox
that.
News. He said about the Constitution. He said that's the problem with the United States.
Yeah.
Flip it and ship it. It's over.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe we should suspend all amendments and all
Yeah.
articles that stop us
A
from doing
fraud
our
of this
jobs.
magnitude allows for the termination of
There.
all rules and regulations, even those
He
found in the
didn't say
Constitution.
that. He didn't say that.
True, it's
He
fake.
never said that. That's not what he meant.
It's AI. It's not
Yeah.
real.
It was a joke.
If it is what he meant,
It
and
was
if it is
just
what he
joking.
meant, then it's good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote.
Wow. That's incredible.
And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%.
Not true.
That's just, yeah. Who the hell is? Where did they get that number
It's
from? I'm
extremely
so
misleading.
curious.
There's broad-based support for just the general idea of voter ID, but as soon as you give actual specifics on how the law would work, the support falls off a cliff.
Yeah, the SAVE Act definitely does not have that much support. I believe the actual like poll that he's referring to, or if he's referring to his a specific poll himself,
Is
but
it
whoever gave
Gallup
him the stat, it was, are you in favor of voter ID?
Yeah.
That like a super
What
general
does that
thing.
even mean? Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know if
ID,
you,
like
I don't know if you all agree, but I think as long as the government provides like a
Yeah.
free ID
Yeah.
to everybody,
As
I
long
would
as there's no
100%
barrier that would act as a suppression, then I don't think anyone has a problem with it.
I
Yeah.
don't have an ID. Like, I mean, like I don't. I haven't gotten one yet. Like I just haven't had the need for it.
Which is why
Um,
student
they need-
ID should
they-
be allowed.
But what they need to do is they need to provide. They need to not only does it need to be free, because I agree with Dan that part doesn't. I don't have to take issue with that part, but there needs to be another mechanism for them to get it, because even sometimes getting to say a DMV can be difficult. There are instances in this country, like there was one that I was reading about. It's like the DMV, even though there's like a town of 5,000 people, like this one DMV is open the 5th Wednesday of every month, and in the election year it was only open 4 times, and so it was like if you couldn't get there on any of those days, you're shit out of luck. And so even if it's free, there still needs to be an easy process to get it. And I think if
Right.
we met both of those conditions, I also would have no problem with that. But I think that's where you run into an issue.
Right.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, I'm just again like I'm against. I'm okay. Maybe the problem is you need an ID to vote. You need a social security number to register to vote. I know this because I've registered to vote for a second time recently to change my party affiliation. They ask you for your vote. They do. But like it's insane to me why people just think that, like, because I don't know. I don't want to get into it again, but this is just voter suppression at the simplest level. This is poll taxes 2.0.
I poop you not, guys. I poop you not. All right. I think he's using a Gallup poll from 2024.
Yeah.
As his claim here. Is that right, Adam?
That's the one that I've seen that shows like a super high number, like 70 or 80%.
Yeah, 84%.
Support.
Yeah, 84% support requiring photo identification to vote. So, but he's using this from 2024. He can't use this.
Yeah, this is not the SAVE
because
Act.
it doesn't take. Yeah, it doesn't take into account the SAVE Act, the laws within that, like the rules. This is stupid.
Yeah,
I am sick of this.
Does anyone mind if I speed it up to 1.25 speed since we're like a little bit behind? I can keep it.
I was
at
about to
1
say,
if
what if
you-
we? How much will we realistically miss if you just put live?
I think we're 25 minutes behind from publishing.
Jesus.
I didn't even realize that.
Jacob, lock in.
Yeah, speed it up. Yeah, speed it up.
Yeah, speed it up.
Should I fast forward to live or speed it up?
1.2.
1.2. Okay.
There's a lot of pausing as well. Whatever.
And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually.
Sounds better.
Their policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a social security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's not
Right, not a privilege.
no good.
Amen.
Both Republicans and
apples to apples
Democrats
comparison, yeah.
overwhelmingly agree on the policy that
The 24th Amendment is not real.
enunciated. And
Constitution isn't
Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
He sounds more human at 1.2x.
He does.
So
It doesn't sound like he's melting in real time.
someone in chat said, "Can live be sped up to 1.2x?" please?"
And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason.
Amen.
They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things. You almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their
He's trying to
policy is so
overtalk
bad
them. That's
that
fucking
the only
crazy.
way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John.
This is so gross. He's really dead set on interfering in the midterms. This is like his life's project right now.
And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand.
Of course it's Liberty. Of course it's Liberty University.
That's not a flex. Okay.
Can't wait for her therapy bills when she goes up.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, like, everybody who I know that's going to Liberty are the most horrific, MAGA, far-right people I know.
Like this.
That is just
15
what
years
that
ago,
is.
If somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the
But
parents'
ICE
will.
can
Who
rip
would
children
believe
away
that
from
we
anyone.
must-
That's
You
totally
beat me
fine.
to it, yep. If they're 5-year-old asylum seekers, yes.
Use them as bait.
Totally fine.
Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy.
Oh my God, man.
You know what? You can speed it up more. I've had enough.
Yeah, this is
Amazing. 7. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we?
speech is starting to get more and more authoritarian as it goes
Yeah.
on. It's like the vibes are getting a little dark.
Holy shit.
No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it?
Wow, Queen.
Who would have believed
No
it?
one cares about
Over the
America's
past
youth
year,
more than me.
She has had an
It's so
incredible
true.
impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous,
Also
really
known
tremendous
as,
thing that
as
happened, and had a lot
Spitler
of
Youth.
bipartisan support.
She
gets
didn't,
much better
she didn't
bipartisan
realize how
support than
long
I
the
do.
cameras
I
were
get
on.
none.
She
gets a
didn't
lot.
keep her smile long enough.
Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And
She definitely
students
hates
and
his guts.
educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both. And
God, what are
Melania,
these
thank you. I
names,
know how
man?
hard you worked on it. Thank you very much.
We're really cutting through that 25-minute gap.
I just checked, and the gap is bigger somehow. It's just 27 minutes now.
Trump is
I'm very
warping
proud
reality.
to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity,
Okay,
and
thank
belief
God. The
in
Cauchy markets are changing. It's going to be under 2 hours. First, it was saying most likely over 2 hours.
This is especially true among young people.
Oh,
And a
God,
big part
jump
of that
scare.
had to do with
Oh, my
my
God.
great friend, Charlie
Queen.
Kirk, a great guy, great man.
Here it is. Here it is.
I wish I had my soundboard. I could play his last words.
Oh no, she literally started scrunching her face. Hold on. He actually
And martyred, really martyred for his
The act began
beliefs.
right away.
His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand.
Like they put the camera on her 2
God
seconds
bless
too
you.
early.
God bless you.
She's going to be on a Zoom call with fellow TPUSA
The merch
staff.
sales are going crazy, guys.
50,000 sales since the State of the Union.
Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that
Moment of
America
silence.
is one nation.
Democrats,
under God,
please scream.
And we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
Unless it's against black, brown, or Jewish people.
Yes.
See, yeah. They didn't make her stand for her specifically. We got the political violence, but not for her.
We love religion, and we love bringing it
Can
back.
you either
And
mod
it's
me
coming
or
back
have
at
somebody
level
mute high school band name?
Yes, I can mod you, actually.
It's really a beautiful
I think
thing to
whoever's
see.
the mod left.
Above all, unleashing America's
Dan
progress
is
towards
cleaning the
keeping our
streets.
community
It is,
safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by
You are now
pro-crime
moderator,
Democrat
Dan.
politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell,
Isaiah would
Anya
be-
Zaretska.
Isaiah
In
is cool.
2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train
Oh
when
my
a
God, no way, man.
deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget.
Oh
there were
my
people
God.
on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life.
Did
She
he
died
say no
instantly.
one will ever forget the
She had
people on that
escaped a
train?
brutal war only to be slain
Focusing on the
by
wrong
a
thing,
he
bro.
sat them right
set
next to
free
Erica?
kill in America.
That's
Came in through
crazy.
open borders.
Wow.
Mrs. Zaretska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
We care about
We will
protecting
not back
Ukrainians in
Ukraine at
America. Amen.
We'll protect the Ukrainians in America, but not the Ukrainians in Ukraine.
Does mic quality sound better? I switched back to the DJI mics.
Yeah,
Sounds the same.
sounds good.
How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent
so
and dangerous
nasty,
repeat
man.
offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there.
Repeat offenders, like if you were indicted multiple times, would that apply to you? 34 felonies?
Not convicted. Not convicted.
I did everything right and they indicted
Starting
me.
last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C.
He's forgetting a couple cities.
Yeah, all the blue ones he had to retreat from because the Supreme Court smacked his shit down.
In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago.
Sky's blue stats. Let's go.
They don't like to hear that. One of the sick people, one of the
pisses me
brave
off,
service
bro.
members.
Yeah, for
I
real.
thought he couldn't deploy the
Studying
National Guard to D.C. What changed?
20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan.
Yeah, we granted asylum too, under Trump administration.
She wore the uniform of our nation. She was shot. He traveled here.
He traveled here legalized
because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was deranged. Shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Eva Lee. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it.
This is just so insane. It's a tokenization every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all this is. This is like a declaration of war on political enemies. That's what this
Thank you
is.
very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot.
Someone brought up a
violently
great
in the
point. They
head.
shouldn't have been
Neither
there. Her
was
blood is
expected to make it.
100% on Trump's
They weren't
hands for even
given a
deploying the
chance,
guard in the
except
first place.
His wonderful mother,
Are we sure they were angels?
Lady
Or?
Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that
Medical
even
professional
Andrew's
Donald
great
Trump,
father
yes.
felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melanie? She turned out to be right.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they don't mention Gabby Gifford's husband, Nemo. Exactly. 100%.
No, Nemo, he does actually get special treatment. They take away his pension, even though he served the country for over 20 years.
Amazing.
He does get special treatment.
I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank
He's
you
going to
very
want to kiss him too. Yes.
It's a great segue.
I thought he was going to be
Look
like,
at
I was
that guy, how
closer.
handsome he
I was
is.
closer to the edge of
I'll
the...
kiss him. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart.
Wow.
This is disgusting at this point, honestly.
Even for
him,
why not
even
like
by
a,
his standards.
Why not like a silver star or something? Like,
Also, just the weaponization of people dying and like weaponizing tragedy to scapegoat minority communities and just basically dehumanize half the country.
Pretty much. I did miss the first part. Why is this guy getting a Purple Heart? I was on a phone call.
He was one of the two members of the National Guard that were attacked in Washington, D.C. During the deployment.
The young lady and this guy. Okay.
Yeah.
But like,
We
it's
love
just
you
weird
all.
to me that they're not giving them something
We're
extra,
proudly
like
restoring
outside of
safety for
just a
Americans
football.
at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. My first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia.
He's still on it. Azerbaijan.
Cambodia and Thailand. Pakistan and India would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said.
Haven't they both said
the
that
Prime
Trump
Minister
did
of
not
Pakistan
prevent the
would have died if it were not for my
Yes.
involvement.
Yeah.
Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and
Kosovo
Iran, Egypt
and
and
Serbia.
Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the
He
war
said
in
Armenia
Gaza,
and
which recedes
Azerbaijan.
at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared.
Corrupt. Some of the most corrupt people to ever work in our government, especially
Thank you
Witkoff.
for
Holy
cutting
shit.
deals for my businesses in foreign countries. You guys did so good. So good.
And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you.
Marco Rubio, Latino King. Let's go,
David,
guys.
I'm concerned about you. But I did want to say, like, I want to yell at Trump supporters now.
That's valid.
This is ridiculous.
I'm so. This is the
enraging.
most mad I've
You know, Marco
been.
got 100%
In a while.
when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that
Jesus,
way, right,
what the
Marco?
fuck?
You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever.
Little Marco. Wow.
I think he's really digging deep. He's telling himself he needs 3 more years. He could run for president. This is a good tactic by Marco.
Every single
Yeah.
That's
hostage,
what
both living and
That's
dead,
what I've heard.
has
That's
been
what a lot of people
returned
want.
home. Can you believe that?
I'm glad the generals aren't clapping. I'd be concerned if they were.
Nobody thought
Yeah.
that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But
What
I
about
said
the
those last
hostages in
20 are gonna be tough. We
Afghanistan,
got 'em
Trump?
back.
What about
We
the,
only got back
2 Americans
14
that are
to
still
15
held hostage in
of the dead, of
Afghanistan?
the
Are we
28.
getting them back?
And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do.
And now we have
Going
the
through
border
bodies all
peace.
over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job.
Again, like, this is so.
And no mention of the tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians who were killed in the genocide. They're just
And the hostages that Israel unalive.
Yes.
What about them?
Each and every month, think of that. 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil.
Didn't Witkoff just say 2 days ago that Iran is like a week away from a nuke again?
Yep.
Yes.
He literally just said that. He said 1 week. They could have it in 1 week.
Wow.
All Trump did was block the entrances. That's all they did. They got none of the enriched uranium.
To obtain a nuclear weapon, many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact.
Oh, you didn't do
He was
shit.
the father of the roadside bomb.
You're a draft dodger. You didn't do shit.
And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and
Oh yeah, you
hung
would
them.
never kill protesters.
We
right?
stopped them from hanging a lot
not.
of them with the threat
Just
of
not that many.
serious
Okay.
violence.
Yeah.
But this is some terrible people.
He would deport them,
They've
though.
already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear
There's no way he
weapons.
announces
If they
an
continue
invasion
Bro.
during the
starting
State
it
of the
all
Union,
over, we
right?
wiped it out, and they want to start all
Looks
over
like that's
again.
what he's building up
And are
towards.
this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret
If only
words.
we
will
had
never
some kind of deal
have
already.
a nuclear weapon. My preference.
Obama made it, buddy.
My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective.
Super effective.
This is just crazy. He's making our military weaker.
So
He's
thanks
putting
to
money into
Republicans in
Trump-class
Congress, we're investing a
battleships
record number of
that are a complete
dollars,
waste
no
of
choice,
money.
in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 3.
Oh my God, no.
And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying.
I feel like they made that promise a really long time ago to start building towards
Now
5%, right?
Yeah.
And everything we
Also
send
reminded
such
of
a
that.
Ukraine
That
is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full.
Oh, sorry, Eric. I didn't
No,
hear
you're
you.
fine, Dan. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that 2% and or that 5% are both not what he makes it sound like it's going into the big pool of money to fund operations, but it's going towards your own military.
Yeah.
It's just so ridiculous. I don't think people understand. The Trump-class battleships are estimated to cost $15 billion apiece. That is the equivalent of a Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier. There's a reason why we stopped building battleships and why we started building aircraft carriers, and he is weakening our military.
But have
It
you
is what he
considered
is
that
doing.
MAGA thinks they look really cool?
Exactly.
Like, yeah, I guess I think a Gerald R. Ford is significantly more cool, though, but, like, it's just so insane to me. Like, there's just a amount of bullshit that he's spewing is impeccable. There hasn't been a single truthful thing he said this entire speech.
Erica, you were gonna say?
Oh no, I was just saying that it's a misrepresentation, and I knew you were going to say that it goes towards your country's own defense, not towards like some pool of money or something of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care how many times I try to explain that to people, they just
Doesn't
don't
fucking
get
matter,
it.
yeah.
Yeah. Like, prove to me that it goes to this pool. And because I be yelling sometimes, and they never can.
They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently.
In times of economic hardship, where jobs are few and far between, yeah, people tend to opt into the military.
And
Yeah.
every service member recently received a one-year dividend of $1,776.
Wow.
Wasn't that just like a reappropriated housing stipend or something?
They renamed it. They renamed the stipend.
Tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute, for $1 more we can have.
You gave him an extra $1. Oh,
I said, we're going to.
And the liberals are crying.
If we could afford it. $1 more. I said $1,776, and I said that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military. That was 4 months ago. Our military. I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it. So we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we called it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen.
They're
Firemen
thanking
don't
him
get
for
mentioned
his
enough. We
service.
love our firemen. We're also.
How far behind are we?
I think the speech is over.
We're also restoring America's
Because
security
in the
and
Kalshi market
over.
for how long it's going to be, every outcome is at 1% except 105 minutes or above.
Yeah, the speech is over in real time.
Okay.
Including
Thank
large
God.
parts of Mexico, really large parts.
How much more time do we have left?
We're still 23 minutes behind somehow.
That's why I designated
I'm speeding it up.
Yeah, speed it up.
And I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction.
Holy shit.
It's death stranded, people are saying.
And with our new military
That's my
campaign,
Secretary
we
of
stopped large
War.
amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore.
Oh,
We've
yeah,
also
crack
taken
jokes
down
about
one of the
killing
most illicit
fishermen. Yeah,
cartel
fuck yeah.
kingpins of all. You saw that
Super
yesterday.
funny.
It's actually fucking
In
crazy that
January.
he said that. They'll think twice now before they go fishing.
Yeah. This guy said 1 hour and 48 minutes total. I said 1 hour 50 minutes when Jacob asked before, right?
One of the most complex,
Should've
spectacular
fucking
feats of
bet on that.
military
Close enough.
competence and power.
Yeah, the betting markets on that were
Should've
going
put the house
crazy.
on that one.
Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who
Big
called me.
mistake.
They said, very impressive. Very good. They couldn't believe, they all watched. They saw what happened. This is a different fighting force than we had years ago when we fought to tie. It's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at
Jesus Christ.
Space Force. Space Force is my baby. Because we did that. My baby is becoming so important.
That's going in the soundboard.
Going in the soundboard.
Does Don Jr. look like he's about to cry?
And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated the enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice.
Yeah.
And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered
Dictator Delcy Rodriguez.
Are
yes.
they feeling hopeful right now in
Alejandro
Venezuela?
Gonzalez, you
I
grew
must
up
have missed that.
tight-knit Venezuelan
Check the
family,
Kalshi betting
especially close to
markets.
your beloved Uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also.
Wow. Are
But
they going to
since the raid, we
mention
have worked
Luis
with the new
Munoz
leadership
Pinto,
and
the
they
other
have
Venezuelan that
closure of
decided to send a
president
fucking
released hundreds of political prisoners already.
labor
Next
camp?
Democrat to be president needs to bring him out
Alejandro,
as a
pleased
guest,
to inform you
unironically.
that not only has your uncle
His
been
story is
released,
crazy.
but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down.
He did the Enrique meme. No way.
You know, one thing Allison said in the chat is that the good thing that's going to come out of this State of the Union is that we're going to get more debates because the delusional people are going to be like,
that's a really good
fired up.
point, actually. Yeah,
True.
they think they have a bunch of ammo.
It's been slow recently.
Yeah,
so.
it has.
Yeah.
Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro. Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use
trying to
of
visualize
vital to
this.
successful helicopter flight, like I said, the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him.
He landed the helicopter while his legs were gone. Like,
Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and
Then he
souls to
ran
face
out.
the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat.
Telepathically.
Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission, probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen.
If he was 2 inches off.
Eric told his
Gotta
co-pilot,
send the boys home.
also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing. And people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife Amy, Eric, and Amy. Come on in.
Wow.
He really is
Made my voice
graphic.
cracked. I'm about to cry.
He's getting graphic with all the like tragic stuff. Like,
Yeah.
super graphic.
Yeah.
The bullet shredded his legs into pieces.
Wow.
Like, what the
4
fuck?
bullets was all it took.
Jesus.
They saw the foot and the knee. It was going down the aisle.
Give him a medal too. God, this
Yeah.
is ridiculous.
Damn, looks like he healed pretty well. He's standing on his 2 feet. King.
So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty,
Wow, what a
I would
surprise.
now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Okay. Finally, they gave, like...
Dude, this was just 2 hours of awards. Like, what the fuck? They had to cover up BAFTA, dude. Like, what the hell?
So why are we celebrating illegal military operations?
He's a patriot.
It's like, but it's also so confusing to me why they're giving these out. During the, like, it's just...
It's easy
politicizing. This is crazy. The military is supposed to be completely unpoliticized. It's in the UCMJ. Like, there should not be this going on at all. This should not be a political event.
Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg. We have it back. We brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from
That was a really big issue. Exit polling shows that the number one issue is Fort Bragg.
Soon be held at the White House.
Yeah.
It's
Not just Fort Bragg, the name of it.
Yeah, well, here's the crazy part. Bragg is a fucking traitor. He was a traitor.
I mean, no, these guys love naming things after Confederate people and all these people
like,
who, by any measure, are traitors to the country.
Let's
and
name
abhor
it
individuals.
let's name it for the dozens of 82nd Airborne heroes that exist that came out of Fort Bragg.
Royce Williams served
Not
in World War
a traitor.
II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight, flying through blizzard
Holy
conditions.
shit. Took him long enough to give him an award, man.
It was the first aerial combat of the war.
Holy
Being
shit.
massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led
Oh
the
my
takedown
god,
of
I
four
just
enemy jets
realized they had the camera
almost
on this
destroyed
guy
the others.
before when
Yeah.
they were talking about the
Adversaries
other
while taking
100-year-old guy,
260
and then they
bullets
switched.
to his own plane.
Oh, okay, I'm
Yeah.
confused. I
Mixed
swear I
up.
saw
Yeah.
this guy like
For over
45
50 years,
minutes
he didn't even
ago.
want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew.
He's decorated, getting 2 awards in one
Tonight,
night.
at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is
100, holy
He's
shit.
got that Joe Biden at the
He was
debate
elected
look
long
on his
before this
face.
evening.
It's
Royce,
about
please stand up,
time,
and I
bro.
will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of
Holy
Honor.
crap.
They're handing this shit out like candy at Halloween. Damn. Is it common for State of the Unions to hand out this many medals?
No.
I've never seen this. This is.
Nope.
I mean, this never happens.
I know Trump
You
is
don't
like
hand
super
out- you
obsessed
don't-
with shiny golden trinkets and awards and stuff. So maybe this is like a big deal to him.
I actually don't think it's ever been done where there's been a politicized military honor like this. This is completely disgusting.
This is just red meat for the base. That's all it is.
They'll eat it up. They love this probably.
Yep, they will.
Reminded me of Sleepy Joe. Does he even know where he's at? Can we ask him?
Listen here, Jack.
Abigail Spanberger is delivering the response right now. By the
is
way,
she?
yeah,
shit.
it should be like in the either on the end of the video.
On the same live.
Yeah, CBS has it. I'm looking
yes,
at
I'm
it right
seeing
now.
this.
This won't be an
almost
hour
done.
and a half. Nothing.
We're like,
how long of a standing ovation? Holy shit!
Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't have taken it. But if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you.
Yeah, the 3 a.m. tweets or Truth Social posts or whatever are going to be more entertaining than this.
Yeah, genuinely. At least
They
with those, you never
definitely
know
gave
what
him
to
a
expect.
downer tonight.
Yeah.
250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From
Yes, we genocided Native Americans. Yeah, great.
Together
so
we
so proud of
the
that.
mightiest industries, shattered histories, monstrous tyrannies.
We know he does. He didn't he put up a picture of Andrew Jackson and his.
Americans lifted humanity
Yeah,
into
he
the
did.
skies over rings of aluminum
And
steel.
J.D. Vance
then
loved that
launched
Andrew
mankind
Jackson
into
quote.
stars
The
with rockets
court
powered
has
by
made their
sheer
ruling. Now
American
let them
will
enforce
and
it.
unyielding American pride.
Oh my
We
God!
wired the globe
No,
with
they
our
didn't.
ingenuity. We captivated the planet.
That's
with American culture.
insane.
And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and
Wrap
cast
it up,
aside.
bro.
But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again.
He's
Because
really
when the world
yapping
needs
now. I
courage,
feel like
daring, vision, and
we get the
inspiration,
idea.
It is still turning to America.
Please tell me
And when
there's
God
like
needs
less
a
than
nation
10
to
There's like
respond to
literally
his
2
affection,
minutes left.
he
Yeah,
knows
we're almost
exactly
done.
where to
Thank
ask.
God.
There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome. No frontier too vast for us to conquer.
Who's he-
No dream too bold for us to chase.
I wish someone would
No
bless
horizon
Who's he
us.
saying
for
is
us to claim.
forgotten?
For our
Who's
destiny
he
is written
saying
by
was
the hand,
forgotten and
providence,
betrayed and
these
left
first
behind?
250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the
Sure.
heartland
Did he just say that?
I could stand in the middle of Fifth
horizon
Avenue
for us to
and
claim.
shoot somebody,
Our
and I
destiny is
wouldn't
written
lose
by
any
the
vote.
hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland
Holy
of Michigan,
shit!
to the sun-kissed shores
Oh
of Florida,
my
to the endless
God!
fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us.
Imagine if
The
you didn't have
revolution
it
that
sped
began
up.
in 1776 has
Bro,
now
I don't
Oh
think
my
I'd be able
God.
to
still
survive
continues
that.
because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Shut the fuck up.
America.
God bless you for
Woo!
stopping
Amen, President
speech.
Trump.
Oh wow, that's a crazy side profile.
You have to take a screenshot of that one.
That's
Get
jutting
a
his neck
screenshot.
out.
Yeah, I'm screenshotting it.
Please provide me with that picture.
I'll send you my screenshot of it. But this, put on the Abigail
Yeah, that's what
Spanberger
I'm
thing.
skipping
Do we
forward
want
to.
You
to?
guys want to react to that, or
Yeah. Do we want to
If y'all
look at
if y'all
that?
want to hop off your free tube, I wanna watch
Yeah,
the
I just
Spanberger
I want to
thing.
know how long it is because if it's
I hope it's
Does anyone
not that
know how long
long.
Oh, I don't think it'll be that long.
Aren't these usually like
is she
20 minutes or
representing the
something?
Democratic Party?
Yeah, she is.
Good evening and welcome to historic Williamsburg. We are gathered
Yeah,
here in
let
the
me
chambers
do
of the
my
House of
let me do
Burgesses.
my little thing.
In
Thank
1701,
Midas
you.
Touch has it live right now.
Thank you so much for hosting this, Adam.
Yeah, thank you guys for
Appreciate
hopping
it.
on.
Amen.
Panel, you guys are awesome. I am gonna get off and try to forget the past 2 hours.
Good luck.
You can't. You need to add a couple more sounds to the board.
Oh, that's true. There's at least 3 sounds that we're pulling from.
Good
Yeah, we got
meeting
some
you,
good
Dan.
sound bites out of this for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, everyone have a great night. And
You too.
hey, if you're watching and you're not, just drop a follow for everyone on the panel. Just
Yes.
a little. It's free. Just drop a follow.
These are the radical left lunatics and thugs that Trump is so worried about right here on the panel with
Yeah,
us.
we are the enemy within.
Yep.
So.
The
All right,
memes for
everybody.
Democrats.
Have a
Bye,
great night.
TikTok bestie.
Peace out, liberal.
Bye.
Stay
Bye,
peaceful and
Dan.
patriotic.
Dan.
Stand
Bye,
back
Dan.
and stand by.
I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna do the same thing because
Same
I've
here.
got
Okay.
a bunch of people who are gonna be like, why aren't you live? But Adam,
No
thanks
worries.
for hosting, man. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you for having on.
And I appreciate it, bro. And yeah, follow everyone and keep tap. Will you guys keep tapping for Adam? It's ridiculous that he's not over 100. K now. Come on,
So
you
true.
guys, help him out.
Travesty.
Yeah, be it's absolute travesty. All right, we'll catch you guys later.
All right.
Bye, guys.
All
Thanks
right,
Bye,
so
take
fellow
care.
See you,
asshole.
Matt.
I'll hope to talk to you later.
Yeah. Jacob, Adam, and David, thank you all so very much for having me. I do have to do 25 minutes on my backup so I can get some live access
Sure.
to studio.
Okay.
But thank you so much
Yeah.
for having me. This was fun.
It was. Thank you
This
for
was
hopping on.
fun.
Yeah.
All right, David, I am going to keep you in my prayers, okay?
Get well soon, David.
Y'all have a great night.
You too. Take care.
Likewise.
Bye,
And do all the
Erica.
good things, guys. All the good
Gl-
things.
Glad to finally meet you. Have a
You
good
too,
day.
Jacob. Good night.
Good night.
Or yeah, good night. It's night
W
now.
panel. That was a good reaction.
Yeah,
We got
that
a
was
good
fun.
assortment of people. Got
Yeah,
some.
I really, I just want to say, if you guys still, thank you for having me up. I
Yeah.
know I'm small compared to you guys.
No.
This is, I just am very grateful for being able to have this conversation.
Thanks
You
for
know,
hopping on, yeah.
with the fact that I'm kind of new to this whole community
No,
here.
you're welcome whenever.
Um,
We need every radical left lunatic we can get.
Yeah, but no, I'm not leaving, of course. But I'm just saying, I wanted to let y'all know that I really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
Totally, and I appreciate everybody in the comments. I really, you guys would make us able to do what we do here. And even though tonight was a hard watch, us all doing it together is what makes it easier. So.
True. It's the one silver lining is that it builds some form of community in the resistance. That there's enough people out there who are not fucking insane, racist, sexist authoritarians who actually believe in freedom. It's nice to see that there's actually like a real resistance that exists in this country right now because that was abysmal.
Mm-hmm.
Amen. It would have been nice to have Carbon on the panel, but
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Next time. We'll do another
did
one
he
of these.
actually know that this was happening?
I
'Cause
think he was
didn't
in the group chat,
respond.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
was. He
was.
just like didn't say anything.
Maybe
he
he
said,
was busy.
I'm down a week ago.
Oh, really? Seriously? Oopsies. All right.
I'm gonna say it's 11:19. We're gonna watch this for 5 minutes, and then I have to go like 100 miles per hour to Raising Cane's before it closes.
I
Priorities.
was going to tell you, I was going to be on for like another, maybe
Popeyes-
until like 10:30.
Popeyes
I
is
would
good
say-
too.
Hashtag not sponsored, but Popeyes did just come out with fried pickles.
Did they actually?
They're pretty. Yeah,
I know
and
they
they're
had
pretty
cheese
good.
curds.
They have cheese curds. They have like fried shrimp. They have
It sounds
fried-
fucking fire right now. I'm not going to lie,
I
bro.
need that shit. I
And
haven't
you
eaten
would-
anything
and you
today.
10:20 where I'm at. I'm going to get
And you
that
would
shit.
think like you would think like, oh, it's Popeyes. It might not be good, but dude, the fried pickles
Popeyes
are
is
good.
good.
Popeyes hits.
They're good, man.
Yeah, it's hit or
Popeyes
miss
is a banger.
sometimes if it's a bad location, but Popeyes is good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
no,
definitely
love
more
Popeyes.
flavorful than Cane's, but something about Cane's. I understand Cane's is bland, but it scratches a certain itch of just like salty, deep fried food. It does that so well.
I might lose my followers here or potential followers, but I'm just gonna say it. Popeyes and Cane's are superior to Chick-fil-A. You will never change my mind.
I don't know about
that is
that.
that is a 100%.
You've gone too
Not
far
only from
now.
the perspective that Popeyes, isn't
You lost me.
homophobic and goes against gay people all the time, but
Okay,
it's also, I
Chick-fil-A's
think, it's
political
better.
stances I'm not endorsing, but man, the spicy chicken deluxe
By
is just
giving
something
money to
special.
them, you are. By giving money to them, you
I
are.
didn't know
I
Chick-fil-A was
cross
so
my
based.
fingers when I give them my money. It doesn't count. Chick-fil-A shakes, spicy chicken deluxe is too good.
I've split the comments. In half. Half of the people are telling to drop
I'll
me.
say
Half of them are...
Cane's is worse than Chick-fil-A and Popeyes, but
Yeah.
it's still really good.
Really?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
I think Cane's is good. I think Cane's is really good.
Cane's is really
But-
good, but I think the thing about Popeyes and Chick-fil-A is they have like spicy options, and I wish Cane's had
about to
spicy
say-
chicken tenders, bro. It gets to a point.
Isaiah is getting so mad. So
Oh,
it looks like Abigail's been talking for 10 minutes now.
Okay.
So if we want to continue from
Fuck,
where
we
it's-
already ran down the clock, bro.
Yeah, we can watch like 4 minutes of this while my car heats up. I started it remotely, and when it's toasty enough, I'm gonna end the live very
That's
abruptly and
fucking
speed over to
badass over here.
Cane's.
I will. Yeah, I will
To
also
take on
say
the
if
extraordinary
anybody's
task
in.
of governing themselves.
No, go ahead.
Before
Yeah.
there was a declaration of
I would say if anybody's in like the area of like North and South Carolina, Bojangles and Zaxby's.
Yes. Bojangles
very
is
good.
amazing.
Bojangles.
Top tier.
And here's the thing: Popeyes and Bojangles have biscuits, and their biscuits are good. That gives them another.
Bojangles
bonus.
shits on Popeyes though. Bojangles is like next level. Their biscuits, their sides, their chicken. Oh my god, you're making me miss the South, which is hard to do.
That
not much else.
Trust me, it's very, I lived in Oconee County for a bit for school, and
Dave's hot chicken is not that good.
it's okay.
It's good.
I think it's a little bit
good.
overrated.
It's good until the after effects set in. You start getting the symptoms. You know what I mean? You got to show up.
What you have to do is you have to mix the honey with the Dave sauce using a French fry to mix it into one concoction, and then you pour it onto the chicken. That's the method.
Bro, actually, fuck that. I'm not going to ask what type of heat you get because I get hot. But
I
we
get
got to
hot
move
too.
on. We got to watch this fucking speech, yeah.
Yeah.
Cook out. Cook out, bro. There were people in this room. The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything the world had ever seen, could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable excesses of poor leadership, band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world. And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly. And let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad? Is the president working for you? As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of the country, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called one big beautiful
glad she's mentioning this, yeah.
by the president and Republicans in Congress.
In red states,
The president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping healthcare from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable. And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most
my time to depart has come. I don't know why the duck sound was.
I have a Trump ringtone. That's my ringtone.
Ooh, I need
That's
to do
TDS.
that.
Holy
I'd never
fuck.
want to wake up.
No,
if
it's
I heard
not.
that.
I had it a while ago, bro. Before
TDS.
Before my TDS diagnosis.
All right, Patriots. This was peaceful.
Amen,
this
brother.
was patriotic. We fought like hell. We're going to have a country because we fought like hell. If you're not already following David, if you're not... oh, my God. If you're not already following Jacob, if you weren't already following Dan, Erica, Matt, make sure you guys follow all of them. If you're not following me, what the fuck is wrong with you? Follow me as well. I don't know if either of you guys are about to go live after this. If so...
I'm gonna finish up the speech. Yeah,
Okay,
while,
yeah.
I'm in
while the
I'm gonna go to
melatonin
bed.
hits.
I'm gonna go to bed now.
Make sure you
It's,
guys all
it's
migrate
okay.
over to David's live then.
We're gonna go live. Yes,
Stand back and stand by for the speech with him. And I'm about to break
Very
land speed
true.
records on my way to
Actually-
Raising Cane's.
David, can I hop up on yours?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
It's about to get radical.
Okay.
Pretty radical. Well,
I
that's
don't know
what
if I'm
we
gonna be
do.
in a
We're
state
radical.
to have a conversation. Bro.
Oh wait, hold on.
Before
Before we go,
Yeah.
chat. Can you guys?
Canes is closing, bro. Canes is closing, bro.
No. Before we
Sabotage.
go, somebody donate me one rose. Dang it! Now we can't do 666. I was gonna get a funny.
What the fuck? Go to Canes.
Well,
bro.
we were close, and I just thought that would be interesting. That's my ADHD speaking. So
Well, listen, thank you guys both for hopping on the panel. This was a lot of fun. I'm glad we got a lot of people to hop on and share their voices, share their opinions.
666.
And there we go. The demonic goal has been reached. Congrats on that. Everyone stay peaceful, stay patriotic, stay safe, and stand back and stand by until the next live.
Yes, sir.
I'm
have a good
so
night, y'all.
sorry. I'm so sorry. This is how you know I need to get to bed.
Okay, that's the end of the TikTok live. If you're still watching on YouTube, I've been live on YouTube now for what, like over 9 hours, 9.5 hours? That's crazy.